You appear to be a useless young master with no advancement in cultivation, but secretly, you are the supreme ruler of the abyss from ancient times. However, aside from that, you are also a reborn soul with the memories of your past life. And the beginning of all this started because in your past life, you were too kind to the 9 great empresses. Your kindness had suffocated them. The only way for them to gain the freedom they desired was to trap you forever in the abyss of soul slaughter. But just as they were about to break the formation to trap you forever in the abyss of soul slaughter, you triggered the self-destruction of the 10-star emperor, and the self-destruction of the 10-star emperor allowed for reincarnation and rebirth. The 9 great empresses also reincarnated with their memories, reborn with you to the moment everything started, but their memories would only slowly awaken after meeting you. Then, you were sucked into a black vortex and fell unconscious. When you opened your eyes, you heard the voice of Qin family's young master, Qinze. He said, "No ambition, 3 years with no progress in cultivation. I hereby strip you of the position of young master." The young Qin family talent, Qin Hao, after discussions with the elders, was chosen to become the new young master of the Qin family. You stood still, observing everyone around you. Qin Hao stepped forward and coldly whispered to you, "Trash, I told you before, Qin family is mine. Just wait, see how I make your life miserable later." You stood motionless, expressionless. Everyone thought you couldn't accept losing the position of young master, and they sneered at you. Just then, several figures quickly walked in from outside. Your eyes slightly widened, and the young girl at the front was unmistakably 18-year-old Yi Pianyu. Your eyes narrowed, a surge of hatred rising in your heart. Yi Pianyu, behind that innocent and sweet face, was a cold heart. As childhood sweethearts, you had given him everything in your past life, only to be betrayed in the end. This time, you wouldn't be so foolish. Yi Pianyu entered and slightly bowed, saying, "I come today to request the return of my Yi family's treasure, the heavenly soul plate. Qinze, my Yi family gave you 3 years to study the heavenly soul plate. Since you have achieved nothing, please return it to us." She extended her hand towards Qinze. A scene that felt familiar once again unfolded. It was the same in your past life, when Yi Pianyu came to demand the heavenly soul plate. At this moment, you were about to uncover the secrets of the heavenly soul plate. In your past life, you had humbled yourself and pleaded desperately, buying yourself some more time. A few days later, you finally comprehended the power of the heavenly soul plate, and your cultivation began to skyrocket. Afterward, the Yi family began to admire you, and Yi Pianyu actively approached you. But what you didn't expect was that this was the beginning of Yi Pianyu's hatred for you. She believed you had used despicable means to steal the opportunity that was rightfully hers. Because of this, you later became a powerhouse in the galaxy, a peerless genius, all because of the heavenly soul plate. In reality, it wasn't like that at all. The heavenly soul plate indeed provided a huge amount of spiritual energy, but it also consumed the blood of the cultivator. The spiritual energy was shared between you and Yi Pianyu, but it was your body that was devoured. If it hadn't been for your accidental cultivation of the supreme, immortal mantra, you wouldn't have lived past 20. In your past life, you were afraid to tell her the truth, worried she would feel guilty. But she blamed you for stealing her chance. This time, you would return that opportunity to her. You pulled the heavenly soul plate from your robes and threw it towards her. Your eyes were calm and deep as you said, "Today, not only will I return the heavenly soul plate, but our engagement is also hereby broken. From now on, I, Qinze, and your Yi family will have no further relations." This sudden event left Yi Pianyu standing in place. She had originally come only to get back the heavenly soul plate, but she hadn't expected you to directly break off the engagement. Yi Pianyu angrily said, "Qinze, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing?" You coldly replied, "The engagement is annulled. The heavenly soul plate is returned. Goodbye." Yi Pianyu's face darkened, her emotions swirling. She was an unparalleled beauty, a girl of the heavens, and in her mind, Qinze should have stayed loyal to her like a dog. But today, he had proactively broken off the engagement and publicly torn apart the marriage contract. "Qinze, what do you mean by this?" Yi Pianyu asked coldly. You replied indifferently, the literal meaning. "Don't you understand? From now on, bridges are bridges, roads are roads. There will be no more connections between us." Yi Pianyu stood there, her expression stubborn, but inside, she felt an emptiness. Over the years, Qinze had cared for her in every way, giving her all the spiritual herbs and pills he obtained, almost like a servant. Who knew that today, Qinze would suddenly change, no longer acting like a loyal dog, but cutting ties so decisively. "Qinze, let me tell you the truth. The reason I want the heavenly soul plate back is because in a few months, the sex selection will take place. I have made up my mind to take first place and join the Xianyang sect in glory. Now that you've broken off the engagement, you will regret it once I join the Xianyang sect. Yi Pinyu said arrogantly as she looked at you. You remained indifferent. Don't worry. No matter how strong you are, I will not regret it. Also, as long as I'm here, you will never take first place in the selection. First place was indeed hers in your past life, but this time, there was no way you would let her have it. After all, those abundant resources. Yi Pinyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she coldly said, if that's the case, let's see what happens. With that, she turned and left. At the Qin family, the discussions continued, and everyone pointed at you. Qin Hao laughed loudly. Qin Zhe, you're such a waste, it's hilarious. You used to have the protection of the Yi family, but you ruined it yourself. The crowd laughed along. With the Yi family's engagement, Qin Zhe still had a chance to rise, but now, he had no chance at all. Qin Hao continued. Waste in 10 days, I will officially become the head of the Qin family. You will still need to hand over the Qin family's responsibilities. You'd better behave and follow orders, or I'll make you suffer. The handover of the Qin family's leadership, as the son of the previous family head, would be a rightful transfer to the next family head. Everyone thought you would refuse, but you remained relaxed and calm. You glanced at everyone's mocking expressions, and their sneers were etched in your memory. Qin Hao, Qin Wuyang, and their lackeys almost made you forget the mess of the Qin family. But since this life had brought you back here, you would deal with it properly. 10 days, huh? Perfect. 10 days will be enough. I'll be there then. I'll enjoy these few days of life. A wicked smile curled on your lips. The Qin family was the family your father left behind. After your parents passed away, the Qin family was taken over by the grand elder, Qin Wuyang, and his son, Qin Hao, became the young master. In your past life, you escaped the Qin family, but Qin Wuyang sent people to hunt you down. Although you escaped, the Qin family was still taken over. This time, you wouldn't run. 10 days later, you would take revenge with your own hands. Back in your room, you quickly sat down, took a deep breath, and began to gather your energy. Empty, but full of determination. However, as long as the memories of the past life remain, everything is just a small problem. In his previous life, he was a legend of the Star Domain. He started from the Moon Dragon City in this realm, step by step, becoming one of the strongest in the Star Domain. He practiced the ancient secret technique, Taishang Immortal True Words, possessing the 9-death golden body, and was revered as the immortal war god. Thinking of the Taishang Immortal True Words, Qin Zhe sat cross-legged on the bed, silently reciting the key points. After a few breaths, his body's meridians began to tremble violently, as if a war drum was pounding within him, like thousands of horses galloping. An hour later, a golden mark appeared on Qin Zhe's forehead. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a surge of energy erupted from within him, causing the whole room to shake. The first level of Taishang Immortal True Words, so fast. Even he himself was a bit surprised. However, this technique was too familiar, so it was normal to cultivate at such a fast pace in the early stages. Qin Zhe stood up, and the energy around him began to swirl. At that moment, although he had not yet achieved cultivation, his physical strength could already rival that of a martial artist at the 4th or 5th layer of Earth Spirit Realm. After all, this was a divine ability, not something ordinary techniques could compare to. The power of Taishang Immortal True Words was all-encompassing. It could not only enhance the attack and defense abilities of martial artists, but also rapidly improve their talent. Once cultivated to a certain level, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible golden body. Cultivating to the 100th level could allow one to be killed 9 times and not die. This is why Qin Zhe had the confidence, believing he could deal with Qin Wuyang and his son in 10 days. Just at this moment, a bronze-colored light flashed by. In the air before him, an illusory image of a treasure tower emerged. This treasure tower was bronze-colored, slightly larger than a fist, with strange runes carved all over its exterior and colorful gases flowing above it. This is the soul-devouring tower. Qin Zhe was a bit shocked. Wasn't this destroyed along with him during his self-detonation? The soul-devouring tower, an ancient treasure. In his previous life, as soon as Qin Zhe entered the soul-devouring abyss, he discovered it. He studied it for 100 years and still could not activate it. During this self-detonation, the soul-devouring tower was shattered as well. He never expected that after its destruction, it would fuse with him. Qin Zhe reached out to touch the tower body. In the next moment, a force pulled at his consciousness, drawing him into the tower. His consciousness shook violently. Around him was a richness of heavenly and earthly spirit energy that was suffocating. Above his head was layer upon layer of mist. He didn't know how many layers, as if it led to the sky's vastness. Qin Zhe's consciousness was on the first layer. He tried hard to ascend, but could not break through the mist above. Suddenly, a piece of information drilled into his consciousness. Qinze wanted to resist, but suddenly felt a bit strange. First level of the soul, devouring heavenly art, devour. Just that one piece of information left Qinze stunned in place. Soul, devouring heavenly art? Devour? Soul, devouring heavenly art? The first art of the ancient times. It is said that the soul-devouring heavenly art integrated many powerful divine abilities from the ancient times, but was lost long ago during the ancient demon war. To his surprise, in this life, after activating the soul-devouring tower, he obtained it within the tower. Moreover, just by entering the first layer of the soul-devouring tower, he had already learned the devouring divine ability. Such a powerful technique. Compared to Taishang Immortal True Words, it is simply not on the same level. In his previous life, Qinze relied solely on the Taishang Immortal True Words to become a 10-star emperor, one of the strongest in the galaxy. If he possessed the soul-devouring heavenly art in this life, who knows if he could break through his limitations? He knew that outside the star domain, there were even stronger worlds. If he could obtain the soul-devouring heavenly art, perhaps he could truly break through the star domain and explore stronger worlds. Qinze released his consciousness, accepting the first level of the soul-devouring heavenly art, the devouring divine ability. The devouring divine ability could devour anything possessing heavenly and earthly spirit energy for cultivation. All things in heaven and earth, nothing cannot transform. These 8 words were grand, magnificent, and stirring. After fully accepting the devouring divine ability, Qinze's consciousness left the soul-devouring tower. He arrived in the courtyard and used devouring on several earth spirit herbs. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body through the palm of his hand. The spiritual energy nourished his meridians, an indescribable comfort. The devouring divine ability was indeed powerful. The spiritual energy entered his body directly, skipping the refining process. He only needed to absorb it slowly, and his cultivation could be enhanced. Indeed, it was a divine ability. Even the divine-level cultivation technique could not compare to its function. Qinze's consciousness returned to the soul-devouring tower, wanting to see what divine abilities he could gain further up, but unfortunately, he could not break through the mist of the second level now. He forced himself to go deeper, and a piece of information came to his mind. To cultivate the supreme martial realm, endure the heavenly tribulation, and you can enter the second layer of the soul-devouring tower. Qinze felt a bit excited. Although he could not enter the second level now, at least he had a goal, and the supreme martial realm was not too difficult. 4 martial cultivators in the first level of heaven. The first 3 realms were the earth spirit realm, the heaven spirit realm, and the profound spirit realm, each divided into 9 levels. And breaking through the 9 levels of the profound spirit realm was the supreme martial realm. Early stage cultivation was very rapid for him. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the supreme spirit realm. By then, he would be able to enter the second level of the soul-devouring tower and obtain another divine ability. It was late, and Qinze planned to gather some cultivation resources tomorrow. He continued to sit cross-legged on the bed, practicing the supreme, indestructible mantra. The next morning, the supreme, indestructible mantra had reached the 3rd level. His body's strength was already close to that of a heaven spirit realm martial cultivator. However, his body lacked cultivation, and the mantra could no longer be improved. Only by enhancing his body's cultivation could he continue practicing the supreme, indestructible mantra. But cultivation required resources, and now Qinze had no money or elixirs, making cultivation a bit awkward. He was not lacking in the ability to earn money. Alchemy, formations, talismans, each of these could amaze the entire 8 Desolation region. However, these also required initial resources. After all, a clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. Qinze did have memories from his past life, and knew roughly where some spiritual herbs were located in the woods outside the city. But right now, he had no cultivation. Rashly going into the woods was still a bit dangerous. After all, at this time, there was a very strong beast in the forest, and he almost died in its jaws back then. A beast? Qinze suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightened, thinking of a way. In the past, it was around this time that the daughter of the domain lord of the 8 Desolation region, Lei Linger, died in the mouth of that beast. Because of this, even the city lord's mansion was implicated and many people died. Later, in his past life, after Qinze became a powerful figure, that Lei Longhu even became his subordinate, and the two fought side by side for several years. In the end, Lei Longhu was killed while trying to save Qinze. Before dying, Lei Longhu said that his only regret in life was not protecting his daughter well. So at this moment, Qinze thought if he could save his daughter this time, it would repay the favor from back then. And Qinze knew Lei Longhu's character very well. He was clear on love and hate, and repaid kindness. To others, he was a ruthless killer, but to brothers and friends, he truly was something else. At least he was much better than those ingrate wolves from his past life. Thinking of this, Qin did not linger and quickly headed out the door. At this moment, in the City Lord's mansion of Moondragon City, City Lord Mo Tianwen was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. In front of him sat a big figure. It was one of the 3 domain lords of the 8 Desolation region, Lei Longhu. Lei Longhu was exceptionally tall, with a face full of bushy whiskers and fierce, sharp eyes, and a terrifying scar on his right cheek. On either side of him stood 2 bodyguards, upright and impressive. Crash! The tea table shattered. It has been 10 days, and I asked you to find someone. You haven't even found a single hair. I will give you another 3 days. If you still can't find my precious daughter, you'll see what happens. Although these words sounded calm, they brought immense pressure to Mo Tianwen. When the domain lord was angry, countless lives would be lost, and he, a mere city lord of Moondragon City, was... I don't even know how I died. Please calm down, my lord. Please calm down. I will definitely search for the young lady with all my heart, and will give you news soon. Saying this, he swiftly retreated towards the door. At that moment, a guard rushed in from the opposite direction, nearly crashing into Mo Tianwen. Mo Tianwen shouted, "Watch where you're going. Why are you so flustered?" "City Lord, someone named Qin wishes to see you." Qin. Mo Tianwen had some relations with the Qin family and was aware of their situation. He knew that Qin had just lost his position as the young master and was likely going through tough times. However, these family matters within the city were not for him to interfere with. Moreover, Qin was already 16 years old with no cultivation, so losing his status as young master was also his own fault. He was angry at his failure and pitted his misfortune. Mo Tianwen waved his hand and said, "Give him 100 taels of silver and send him away." The guard's expression was serious as he said, "City Lord, this Qin claims to have news about Miss Lei." "What?" Mo Tianwen's eyes widened in surprise. "Quick, take him to the reception hall. I'll be there right away." Mo Tianwen hurriedly said. In the reception hall, Qin sat drinking tea. The City Lord's mansion was indeed lavish. Even the tea for guests radiated spiritual energy. After taking a sip, the spiritual energy flowed within him, indescribably comfortable. Before long, a plump, middle-aged man rushed into the hall. It was Mo Tianwen, who walked straight towards Qin as soon as he entered. "Qin." Mo Tianwen looked at Qin and asked. Qin stood up and slightly bowed. "Uncle Mo." In his memory, he recalled that when he was young, his parents had a decent relationship with the City Lord. Sometimes when they visited the City Lord's mansion, they would call him Uncle Mo. Thus, seeing him today, he used the same title. However, Mo Tianwen frowned and did not accept the title of uncle. But he didn't say much, directly going to sit at the high seat. "Qin, let's get straight to the point. You said you have seen Miss Lei. Now tell me where she is." His tone was calm and indifferent, showing no excitement at meeting the son of an old acquaintance, as if Qin was a stranger to him. Qin felt a chill in his heart. Nevertheless, knowing the coldness of human relationships and the harshness of society, he did not dwell on it too much. He leisurely took a sip of tea and spat out some tea foam. "To be honest, City Lord, I have not seen Miss Lei." Mo Tianwen frowned and asked, "If you haven't seen Miss Lei, why are you here?" He felt somewhat displeased, thinking Qin was pretending to report news while actually seeking benefits by relying on his parents' relationship with him. Qin replied, "Not having seen Miss Lei does not mean I don't know her whereabouts." "What do you mean by that?" Mo Tianwen asked, confused. Knowing something is one thing, not knowing it is another. Qin's words were somewhat ambiguous, increasing Mo Tianwen's suspicion. Qin continued, "I don't know where she is now, but I do know where she will go later. I'm certain that Miss Lei will go to a certain place 3 days from now. You just need to wait there, and you'll find her." Mo Tianwen's frown deepened, his gaze slightly suspicious. He lowered his voice and said, "Qin, do you know that this matter is of great importance? If you speak carelessly, the consequences will be very serious." Qin smiled faintly. "You need not worry, City Lord. My information is definitely true." Mo Tianwen nodded and said, "All right then, tell me where Miss Lei will go in 3 days. I will send someone to stake out." Qin continued drinking tea, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "This information is not for free. I need 100 Earth Spirit pills to tell you." 100 Earth Spirit pills? Although Earth Spirit pills are the most basic pills for cultivation, they are not cheap at all. Asking for 100 right off the bat was clearly asking for a scam. Mo Tianwen's eyes flickered, a hint of anger surfacing in his gaze. Although just now he had acted submissively before the domain master, in Moondragon City, he, Mo Tianwen, was the sky, the supreme one, an existence that could not be defied. The news from Qin was clearly fake, Now he even wanted to cheat him out of 100 Earth Spirit pills. Even though he had some interactions with the Qin family before, his face now clearly showed anger. Qin, I consider myself a friend of your parents, so let me give you a piece of advice. It's okay to be down on your luck, but don't deceive or harm others. It doesn't matter if you have no cultivation, but if you lack backbone, then you are truly finished. Mo Tianwen's tone was filled with sarcasm, mixed with disdain. His gaze was high and mighty, showing no trace of past friendship. Qin smiled coldly and slowly stood up. Since the city lord is convinced that I am deceiving you, then I have nothing more to say. But I have a piece of advice for you as well. There are great riches and opportunities, but they come only once. If you miss them, those chances will fall into someone else's hands. After saying this, Qin turned to walk out. In fact, he had many ways to save the domain lord's daughter. The reason he came to find Mo Tianwen was out of respect for the connection he had with his parents years ago. However, after calling him Uncle Mo for the first time and receiving a somewhat indifferent glance in return, all goodwill in Qin's heart disappeared. At this moment, Mo Tianwen in his eyes could only be counted as a passerby, no longer a friend of his parents. Just as Qin was about to step out, he saw an exceptionally tall figure walking in. That presence was extremely powerful, radiating an aura that seemed capable of overwhelming anyone. The newcomer was Lei Longhu. His fierce gaze seemed like it could kill. As soon as he entered the reception hall, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. I heard that someone knows the whereabouts of my daughter, Lei Longhu said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Qin. This formidable presence and sharp gaze appeared to captivate the heart and soul. If it were in his past life, Qin could not have withstood such a powerful aura. But the current Qin was not afraid at all. He had encountered tougher scenes before. This was merely a small matter. Moreover, Qin felt excitement. Lei Longhu was right in the city lord's residence, making everything easier. Mo Tianwen looked somewhat panicked and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Domain lord, calm down. This kid just made a mistake and didn't expect to alarm you. Qin, why don't you hurry and leave? Next time, don't speak recklessly without clarity." After finishing, he quickly signaled to Qin, hoping he would leave soon. Qin glanced at Lei Longhu, then returned to the spot where he had just sat, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. "Who said I was speaking recklessly? It's just about whether you believe it or not." As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Tianwen's face changed dramatically. Lei Longhu's expression also shifted slightly. "Kid, do you really know where my daughter is? Speak up quickly." Lei Longhu's eyes widened fiercely, his gaze sharp and his expression somewhat fierce. Qin remained calm, replying indifferently. "I'll say it again. I don't know where Miss Lei is right now, but I know she will go to a place in 3 days, and that place is very dangerous. By then, she could even lose her life." Lose her life? As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the reception hall turned extremely cold. Lei Longhu's eyes looked as if they could kill, staring fiercely at Qin. "Kid, you said my daughter is in danger. Is that true?" He gritted his teeth and asked. Then he was completely helpless. Mo Tianwen turned and said, "Master, this Qin just said the same thing to me. He must be lying because he is simply a rejected child of the Qin family. How could he possibly know the whereabouts of the young lady?" Lei Longhu's eyes were filled with anger as he slowly turned to look at Mo Tianwen. Mo Tianwen's heart skipped a heavy beat. Then he heard Lei Longhu say, "Just for a mere 100 Earth Spirit pills, you would rather put my daughter in danger than test it, right?" At these words, Mo Tianwen froze on the spot. At this moment, he suddenly realized that for himself, it was about first determining whether the news was true or false. But for Lei Longhu, whether the news was true or false, he had to go see for himself. What if it is true? To deny this news for a mere 100 Earth Spirit pills would lead to regret in the future. Hurry and go get it. Lei Longhu's voice was nearly furious. Mo Tianwen was so frightened that he hurriedly ran out of the reception room. At this moment, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. He always felt that Qin seemed to be calm and collected. Could it be that he understood this principle early on? But he is just a 16-year-old kid. In the reception room, Lei Longhu looked at Qin. After a moment, he slowly said, "Kid, I have chosen to believe you. Those Earth Spirit pills just now are nothing. If what you say is true, I will reward you more. But if you deceive me, you will bear the consequences." Qin smiled faintly, his expression calm. He understood Lei Longhu. He seemed like a rough man, but inside, he was still very perceptive. Moreover, this matter concerned Lei Linger's life. No matter what, he had to clarify it. Qin said, "Rest assured, I won't go anywhere. I will wait for you to come back at the city lord's mansion." The two sat facing each other, drinking tea. Lei Longhu occasionally assessed Qin with his gaze. This kid spoke neither humbly nor arrogant, composed and relaxed, even more so than those powerful beings in the 8 desolate domain. However, looking at his cultivation, he had nothing at all. Who exactly is he? Why does he have such composure at such a young age? Lei Longhu's heart was filled with confusion, but he still felt some goodwill toward Qinzhe. Before long, Mo Tianwen finally brought the medicinal pills. Qinzhe put the items into the prepared bag and said, "Listen carefully. In the next few days, Miss Lei will be searching for suitable wolf-type magical beasts to make contracts with outside the city at Shirley Slope. If you want to find her, go to Shirley Slope, but it's best to be discreet and not let her notice." Shirley Slope? Lei Longhu and Mo Tianwen exchanged glances, a bit puzzled. Qinzhe continued. Also, 3 days later, she will encounter a red-eyed celestial wolf. If she can't handle it, she will die at the jaws of the celestial wolf. These words made Lei Longhu's heart race. The red-eyed celestial wolf is a 3rd-tier magical beast. How could such a strong magical beast exist around Moondragon City? Mo Tianwen angrily said. Qinzhe, don't talk nonsense. Where could a red-eyed celestial wolf come from near Moondragon City? And how do you know that Miss Lei will be attacked by the celestial wolf? Lei Longhu remained silent, as if he were pondering something. Qinzhe, however, was calm and unhurried, saying lightly, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. But let me tell you, I'm betting my life on this. If you can't find Lei Linger, I will surely die at your hands. But if you don't go now, Lei Linger will definitely die before me." Lei Longhu's expression gradually became serious. Qinzhe was right. If what he said was true, then Lei Linger only had 3 days to live. No matter what, he couldn't dare to gamble with his daughter's life. What if there really is a red-eyed celestial wolf at Shirley Slope? Hurry, let's go to Shirley Slope. Lei Longhu hastily took people and rushed out. Mo Tianwen was left standing awkwardly on the side. He looked at Qinzhe and said unhappily, "Qinzhe, you better not be talking nonsense. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Line. Even dragging down the Lord's mansion. Qinzhe smiled faintly. "So have you ever thought, if what I said is true, what would happen to me?" This, Mo Tianwen's arrogance instantly wilted. If Qinzhe was right, then he would be the benefactor of the regional lord. How could a mere small city lord compare to him? Thinking of this, Mo Tianwen couldn't help but feel some sweat on his back, sensing a deep feeling of helplessness. Is the boy in front of me that same kid from back then? Why does it feel like his depth and cunning surpasses mine? Qinzhe smiled slightly and stood up. "All right, help me find a guest room. I want to cultivate. By the way, I really like this tea. Pack me 5 pounds, and I'll bring it back later." Mo Tianwen's mouth twitched several times. This heavenly spirit tea is 800 taels per pound. He wouldn't even dare drink it himself. He couldn't believe some fool brewed it for this little brat. Qinzhe entered the guest room of the Lord's mansion, sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out the earth spirit pills, placing them in his palm. Soul-devouring heavenly technique, devour divine power, begin. With a thought, a black vortex appeared in his palm. The devouring power manifested, and a breath of a black dragon erupted from his palm, wrapping around the pills. This breath returned to Qinzhe's palm along with the spirit energy from the earth spirit pills. In the next moment, the 5 earth spirit pills in Qinzhe's hand turned to waste. The spirit energy entered his body, and Qinzhe hurriedly operated his breath to refine it. 1 hour later, an overwhelming energy surged within Qinzhe's body. A force burst forth from his dantian, flowing throughout his entire body. He had finally broken through, becoming a first-realm earth spirit martial practitioner. From having no cultivation to first-realm earth spirit, it took just 1 hour and 5 earth spirit pills. The devouring power was indeed so magical. Typically, one would need 3 or 4 days to refine a single earth spirit pill. Now, he devoured 5 at once and completely refined them in just 1 hour. Such a cultivation efficiency was simply unimaginable. Even though Qinzhe was previously a 10-star emperor, he was now somewhat excited, wanting to see how quickly he could reach the peak in this life. He picked up the earth spirit pills and swallowed again. 4 days later, Qinzhe's aura released, and his cultivation broke through again. In just 4 days, he had used up 100 earth spirit pills. At this moment, Qinzhe's cultivation had already reached the 5th realm of earth spirit. Moreover, the supreme indestructible mantra had also been upgraded to the 4th level. At this moment, although Qinzhe's cultivation was only at the 5th realm of earth spirit, with the boost from the supreme indestructible mantra, he could easily contend against martial practitioners in the late stage of heavenly spirit. The Qin family's Qin Hao was merely at the 1st realm of heavenly spirit. Qin Weiyang was slightly stronger, but still only at the 8th realm of heavenly spirit. After 5 more days of cultivation, he would easily crush them. Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Mo Tianwen appeared at Qinzhe's door with a fury. Qinzhe, this time you're really dead. Qinzhe squinted slightly, thinking, what's going on? Did Lei Longhu not find his daughter? Shouldn't it be? Someone, take him to the council hall. Mo Tianwen's voice fell. A few people came up with clubs, ready to grab Qinzhe. Qinzhe waved his hand, indicating he would go by himself. The others exchanged glances and cautiously followed him with their clubs. City Lord's mansion, council hall. Lei Longhu sat at the head with a gloomy face. He looked at Qinzhe as if he were dragged over, with a flash of anger in his eyes. My lord, the person has been brought in. How do you want to deal with him? Mo Tianwen said excitedly. Lei Longhu suddenly stood up and walked toward Qinzhe. Mo Tianwen thought he was about to take action himself and glared at Qinzhe angrily. To everyone's surprise, Lei Longhu walked up and suddenly gave an ear-piercing slap. But it wasn't directed at Qinzhe. It was aimed at Mo Tianwen. Slap. Mo Tianwen was slapped away and fell heavily to the ground. You idiot. I said to invite him over, not to drag him. Lei Longhu yelled. Mo Tianwen sat on the ground, wanting to cry, but having no tears. He didn't see the young lady coming back. He thought Qinzhe was lying. Unconsciously very angry, fearing that Qinzhe would drag him down. Could it be that the young lady has been found? Lei Longhu came to Qinzhe's side and said seriously, young friend, you calculated very accurately before. My daughter really almost went to look for the red-eyed wolf. Fortunately, we acted first and directly killed that red-eyed wolf. Mo Tianwen couldn't believe his ears. There really is a red-eyed wolf? The young lady actually went to find this monster? Is it even possible to calculate such a thing? Could this guy really tell fortunes? Qinzhe said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't found Lei Linger, right? Lei Longhu sighed. It was clear that Qinzhe was right. Linger has run away from home this time. Evidently, she still hasn't forgiven me. She saw us hunting that red-eyed wolf and fled from a distance. But now that we've killed this wolf, her safety should be ensured, right? Qinzhe nodded. There probably wouldn't be any particularly strong monsters near Moondragon City. In his previous life, he had also spent a long time in the forest, and it was quite safe. However, he suddenly saw Lei Longhu's expression, as if he had guessed something. You didn't call me over just to help you find Miss Lei, did you? Lei Longhu's eyes lit up. You are really smart, young friend. Because you're unfamiliar to her, she would definitely not be on guard against you. And you are very clever. Since you can know where she is, it must not be difficult to find her. When you see her, just tell her that father will no longer force her to do things she doesn't want to do. Then she will forgive me and come back on her own. Qinzhe calculated. There were still 5 days left until Qin Hao became the head of the family. Going out to find Lei Linger should be no problem. All right, but what benefit do I get for helping you? Qinzhe looked up at Lei Longhu, neither humble nor arrogant. Mo Tianwen gritted his teeth in anger. To be able to help the domain lord with something would be a great honor. This bastard Qinzhe actually dared to ask for benefits? Lei Longhu frowned slightly, but quickly said, if you help me with this, then I will consider you my friend from now on. By the way, I'll give you this Martial Sovereign Ascension pill. As he spoke, he took out a pill and handed it over. When these words came out, everyone's attention was focused on this pill. Mo Tianwen took a glance and swallowed hard. The Martial Sovereign Ascension pill is a kind of pill that greatly speeds up martial cultivation. In just a few months, it can elevate one's cultivation to the Martial Sovereign realm. This single pill can rapidly break through to the 4th realm. For someone in the first heaven, especially in a small place like Moondragon City, this is simply a divine pill. Qinzhe shook his head slightly. This kind of ascension pill is quick to cultivate in the early stages, but it affects the speed of cultivation in the later stages. If possible, it's better not to use it. In fact, it's not just that, especially when breaking through to the 10-star Emperor realm, it would actually take twice the amount of time, making it not worth it. Of course, if one does not plan to break through to the Emperor realm in the future, it could be used, but Qinzhe himself definitely wouldn't use it. Lei Longhu smiled faintly. This guy still didn't have much cultivation, but was already considering early and late stages. Then fine, just tell me what you want. Qinzhe said, I've used up all my Earth Spirit pills. If the City Lord could get me some more, that would be great. 100 pills, and he used them up so quickly? Mo Tianwen looked at Qinzhe in surprise. However, noticing Lei Longhu's fierce gaze, he hurriedly ran out to find Earth Spirit pills. Lei Longhu also sized up Qinzhe. Did you really eat all 100 Earth Spirit pills? He sensed the martial aura on Qinzhe. The last time he saw him, he had no martial aura at all. But in just 4 days, his aura had already reached the 5th level of the Earth Spirit realm. Moreover, The energy and spirit he displayed did not resemble that of an ordinary Earth Spirit Realm martial artist. How exactly did he cultivate? Shinzei smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Mo Tianwen also returned, holding a bag of pills. These are all the Earth Spirit pills that my City Lord's mansion can temporarily provide, more than 400. The Earth Spirit pills are not cheap, one pill costing 100 taels of silver. Here, it totals 400,000 taels of silver. Shinzei packed these pills into his bag under the pained gaze of Mo Tianwen, then walked towards the outside. Wait a minute, Lei Longhu shouted to stop Shinzei, stepping forward to place the Martial Honor Ascension pill in Shinzei's hand. Little brother, no matter if you want this or not, I will give it to you first. Even if you sell it, it will be worth something, Lei Longhu said. Shinzei did not decline. You can rest assured, Lei Zi, since we are brothers, your daughter is my niece. I will definitely help you with this. After saying that, he quickly left. Lei Zi, Mo Tianwen was so shocked that his legs went weak. He had never seen anyone dare to speak to the domain lord like this, even daring to call him Lei Zi. Lei Longhu was also stunned. Although he found Shinzei somewhat friendly, this was too familiar. He watched Shinzei's departing figure, unsure of what to say. Leaving Moondragon City, the path through the woods was quiet and long. Shinzei walked neither fast nor slow, arriving at an empty bamboo forest when suddenly a strong breath surged behind him, approaching quickly. The aura was not weak at the late stage of Earth Spirit Realm. However, Shinzei was not flustered. He had known someone was following him and had intentionally walked to a secluded place. The person was named Chen Yin, a confidant of Qin Wuyang. When Shinzei left the Qin family, he had been secretly following him under Qin Wuyang's orders. His sudden ambush was to test Shinzei. If Shinzei had no cultivation, he would break one of his bones. If he had cultivation, he would kill him directly or cripple his powers. Boom! Chen Yan's fierce punch rushed straight for Shinzei's back. Shinzei suddenly turned around, raised his hand, and threw a punch at Chen Yan's fist. Crack! Chen Yan's fist was broken with a loud sound, causing him to step back in pain, holding his hand while gritting his teeth. Kid, your strength, how could it? How is this possible? Chapter 6. A beautiful violence girl emerges. Chen Yan guessed that Shinzei had definitely started to cultivate. But in just 4 days, he was actually able to break one of his hands, who was at the 7th level of Earth Spirit Realm. Shinzei's cultivation must be at least at the 8th level of Earth Spirit Realm. It had only been 4 days. How could this be possible? Finally got to see you. Shinzei chuckled as he stepped forward. In his previous life, when he ran out of the Qin family, he was also followed by Chen Yin. When Chen Yin ambushed him, he pretended to have no cultivation and got a rib broken. In this life, he didn't have to pretend anymore. Moreover, he could easily kill the opponent. Shinzei approached. Chen Yin also sensed something and retreated 2 steps. You want to kill me? I am a confidant of the Grand Elder, Chen Yin said. Shinzei smiled lightly. Don't worry, Qin Wuyang won't live many more days than you. Feeling a trace of murderous intent, Chen Yin turned to run. But Shinzei was faster, landing a punch on his head, directly obliterating him. After taking care of Chen Yin, Shinzei searched his body and found more than 10 Earth Spirit pills and 20 taels of silver. These things were not to be taken for free, and after taking them, he discarded the corpse. Then he brushed off his sleeves and continued on his way. Now that no one was following him, he felt much more relaxed and could directly go look for Lei Linger. In his previous life, the incident of Lei Linger dying in Moondragon City caused quite a stir. So Shinzei remembered it very clearly. He had also seen Lei Linger living in a secluded little valley near Shirley Slope. Following his memories, he searched and finally found that small valley at dawn the next day. The place was rich in spiritual energy, and the air was fresh. The valley was surrounded by towering cliffs, with the only exit blocked by thick bushes. If an ordinary person did not pay attention, they would never discover this place. Shinzei pushed aside the bushes, and inside came the sound of rushing water. In the center of the valley was a clear spring, the water fresh and sweet. In his past life, he had drunk it before. Walking into the valley, the sound of water grew stronger. Shinzei longed for the sweet pond water. He was about to bend down to scoop some, but suddenly saw a ripple spreading in the water. A naked girl suddenly emerged from the surface of the water. My heavens! Shinzei took a step back, frozen in place. Their bodies were so close that everything in front of them was clearly visible. Although Shinzei had seen countless battles in his past life, this body, however, was still young and full of energy after being reborn, and he couldn't help but glance a few more times. He had to admit, she had developed quite well. Go to hell! The girl suddenly screamed, and then with her right hand, she grabbed a handful of water, which instantly turned into ice. My heavens, ice-type spirit martial arts. Zhe reacted quickly, his body like an arrow, shooting out of the valley. At the same time, a block of ice flew towards him from behind, hitting him squarely on the back. Zhe grunted and fell into the bushes. This girl's cultivation was extremely strong, at least at the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm. This blow caused Zhe's blood to surge uncontrollably. If it weren't for his cultivation of the supreme, immortal truth, Zhe would have probably been reborn once more. He gritted his teeth, got up, and quickly left the bushes. In the next moment, countless ice blocks fell down where the bushes were. Zhe went a short distance away, found a spot, and quickly sat down, starting to circulate his supreme, immortal truth. Though this technique couldn't make him immortal in the early stages, its healing effect, however, was excellent. In just a few breaths, the pain in his back had already disappeared. This girl is too violent. Zhe muttered to himself. It wasn't difficult to exchange a few words. But now with all this going on, it seemed that talking to her wouldn't be so easy. Anyway, there was still time. So Zhe stayed at the entrance of the valley, waiting for Lei Linger to come out. By the way, he decided to improve his cultivation. He grabbed a handful of earth spirit pills and began to consume them. The biggest benefit of devouring the divine ability was that while increasing his cultivation, he could also practice martial arts techniques. In the 2 days, Zhe not only raised his cultivation to the 6th level of the earth spirit realm, but also advanced the supreme immortal truth to the 5th level. At this point, he could easily crush any martial cultivator below the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm. Just at this moment, a breath from a distance approached, heading toward the open space ahead. Who would be here at this hour? Zhe was puzzled. He saw a man in black approaching the open space, accompanied by a demonic beast. It was a dark red wolf-type demonic beast, and in the darkness, its 2 blood-red eyes stood out prominently. Red-eyed heavenly wolf. Zhe was slightly startled. He held his breath, suppressing his own aura to the lowest point. Then he saw the man in black take out a talisman and press it against the red-eyed heavenly wolf's head. A flash of light, and the wolf's crimson eyes immediately turned violet. This is unlocking the beast contract. The red-eyed heavenly wolf was originally the contracted beast of the man in black. Now, by breaking the contract, it turned the wolf into a wild demonic beast. The man in black finished all of this with a cold smile, and then disappeared into the forest. The red-eyed heavenly wolf circled around, then let out a howling scream. Its red eyes were filled with violence, as if it would tear apart any living creature it saw. Zhe was puzzled. He knew many beast martial cultivators would break the contracts with beasts they no longer needed. But even if they were to break the contract, they wouldn't specifically come to this kind of place in the middle of the night. This man in black definitely had a purpose. Zhe recalled the red-eyed heavenly wolf from his past life, and how it never appeared around here again afterward. He gradually began to suspect. Could it be? As he was thinking, a figure quickly emerged from the valley. It was Lei Linger. She saw the red-eyed heavenly wolf from afar, and immediately showed a look of excitement. Oh no! Zhe's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly got up. He saw Lei Linger already pulling out a talisman, heading straight for the red-eyed heavenly wolf. The red-eyed wolf saw the newcomer, let out a low growl, and charged wildly towards Lei Linger. Lei Linger appeared very confident, raising the talisman in her hand and aiming it at the red-eyed wolf's forehead. The talisman in her hand was used for binding a beast and recognizing a master. As long as the beast's power did not exceed its master's by too much, this talisman could make the beast willingly recognize its master. But what Lei Linger didn't know was that this red-eyed wolf had been stripped of its master, and it could not recognize a new master in a short time. Forcing it to recognize a master would make the beast even more violent. It should have been the same in her past life, which led to her death at the jaws of a beast. At this moment, Lei Linger had already launched her movement technique, wanting to press the talisman to the red-eyed wolf's forehead. Be careful! Zhe shouted, rushing out. Boom! An aura surged, but the red-eyed wolf did not become docile. Instead, it swiped a paw towards Lei Linger. Lei Linger was somewhat alert after hearing Zhe's warning. Seeing the paw sweeping towards her, she instinctively sidestepped. The sharp claws raked across Lei Linger's shoulder, leaving several deep wounds that bled profusely. Lei Linger turned pale from the pain and hurried backward. The red-eyed wolf became even more furious, lunging at Lei Linger's fair neck with its jaws. Chapter 7. Beautiful Woman Poisoned. Method to Detoxify. Zhe raised his fist and struck towards the red-eyed wolf's abdomen. The red-eyed wolf sensed danger and swiped a claw at Zhe. Zhe quickly dodged, landing a punch on the side of the wolf. With a dull thud, Zhe was knocked back a few steps by the huge force, while the red-eyed wolf also appeared to be in pain upon landing. Lei Linger looked at Zhe with some surprise in her eyes. Why are you here? What are you doing here? She recognized Qin Zhe and asked loudly. Qin Zhe had a speechless expression. No time for chit-chat. We need to deal with this beast. Just then, the red-eyed wolf lunged forward again. This time, Lei Linger was prepared, her hands gathering ice-based martial arts. Qin Zhe moved to block the wolf, while Lei Linger's ice-based spirit martial arts smashed towards the wolf's back. The two fought together. Although the red-eyed wolf was strong, Lei Linger was not weak either. Her power reached the Xianling realm, comparable to the wolf. Qin Zhe, in his past life, was a battle genius. Although his cultivation was not as strong as Lei Linger's, he could cooperate well with her to deal with the beast. Before long, the red-eyed wolf was panting and could no longer resist. Lei Linger angrily condensed the ice in her hands, wanting to kill the beast. But Qin Zhe stopped her. Don't kill it just yet. There's something amiss here. Lei Linger withdrew her ice energy, looking at Qin Zhe with some displeasure. That beast almost killed me. Why should I let it go? Qin Zhe stepped forward to subdue the wolf, binding it tightly before speaking. Aren't you curious why there's an unmastered red-eyed wolf here? What do you mean? Lei Linger still didn't understand. Qin Zhe explained, it's already strange to have a red-eyed wolf outside Moondragon City. Now we have two. Don't you think there's something wrong? Lei Linger fell silent. Thinking carefully, she frowned and said, Are you saying someone did this on purpose? Qin Zhe nodded and said, I just saw someone bring the red-eyed wolf here and released its bond. Previously, at Tenley Slope, there was also a red-eyed wolf. I suspect it was also deliberately released. Lei Linger's brow furrowed tightly. She had indeed seen Lei Longhu kill a red-eyed wolf near Tenley Slope. Now, another one appeared outside this valley, and she had come to Moondragon City because she had heard about the appearance of red-eyed wolves, hoping to catch one as a contract beast. Could it be a trap? Are you saying someone wants to kill me? But how could a single red-eyed wolf possibly kill me? Lei Linger said. Qin Zhe was somewhat speechless. Young miss, in your past life, you died in the mouth of this thing, okay? This time, if I hadn't shown up, you would have died again. Now that it's fine, you're starting to boast again. Qin Zhe cleared his throat twice and said, In any case, we must do something now, or else the people who want to kill you will know you didn't die and will definitely keep coming after you. Lei Linger thought for a moment and also felt this made sense. Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. It's indeed dangerous. But what should we do to make those who want to kill her temporarily stop? Qin Zhe seemed to already have a plan and said, Wait here for me, before quickly heading toward the forest. Qin Zhe returned to the place where Chen Yin was killed, and the body had already been gnawed at by the demon beast, barely recognizable. But this actually works out perfectly. He carried the body back to the valley, then released the red-eyed sky wolf from its restraint. Although the red-eyed sky wolf didn't dare attack Qin Zhe and Lei Linger anymore, when it saw the body on the ground, it immediately began to gnaw on it. Now, the only thing missing is Lei Linger's coat. If he placed it on the body, it would create the illusion that Lei Linger was killed by the sky wolf. Just as he was about to ask for the coat, he heard a thud from behind. Turning around, he saw Lei Linger had fallen to the ground, her face turning purple. Qin Zhe silently cursed, looking at the red-eyed sky wolf's claws, which indeed had a faint green glow. The sky wolf's claws were poisoned. No wonder Lei Linger died in the sky wolf's mouth in her past life. The wolf's claws were poisoned, and once they scratched her, after a prolonged battle, Lei Linger would definitely die. Qin Zhe quickly rushed to Lei Linger's side and asked, How are you? Lei Linger frowned, weakly replying, I feel terrible. At this moment, Qin Zhe couldn't care about anything else, and pushed aside Lei Linger's shoulder to inspect her injury. What are you doing? Lei Linger struggled a bit, angrily saying, Do you dare to take advantage of me? Qin Zhe thought to himself, Where on your body have I not seen? But he didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, the wound on her shoulder was pitch black, clearly a sign of poisoning. Fortunately, the poison wasn't fatal, since it was applied to the wolf's claws, and wolf-type demon beasts sometimes like to lick their claws, so the black-clad man didn't dare to apply too deadly a poison. Let's go. We need to move to another place. Qin Zhe picked up Lei Linger, threw her coat onto the body, and quickly headed in a different direction. When dawn broke, Lei Linger opened her eyes and found herself lying on the grass. The pain in her shoulder was no longer so severe, and she had regained some strength. She turned her head and saw Qin Zhe sitting nearby. He was cross-legged, with his aura flowing around him, as if he were practicing some kind of technique. Hey! Lei Linger weakly called out, and Qin Zhe opened one eye and glanced at her. You're awake? You're fine now, right? Qin Zhe casually said. Lei Linger propped herself up halfway and leaned against a tree. She realized she wasn't wearing her outer shirt, feeling a bit confused. I'm fine now. Thank you for saving me. Do you know how to detoxify? How did you help me detoxify? Lei Linger asked with a hint of gratitude. Qinze didn't open his eyes, casually saying, "Your poison wasn't serious. Just need the yin and yang to come together, and the poison will be cured." Yin and yang coming together? Lei Linger was stunned. These 4 words felt like 4 heavy hammers, directly striking her head. Although she had been pampered since childhood and hadn't interacted much with men, she still understood what those 4 words meant. "You said what?" Lei Linger's face instantly turned bright red, and her small fists clenched tightly, her whole body trembling slightly. She couldn't believe her chastity would be taken by a stranger in this wild, desolate mountain. "Then, you were about to die from the poison. Do you want me to save you or not?" Qinze asked. Although Lei Linger was fierce, she still understood that the situation was beyond her control. But the tears of grievance still fell uncontrollably. Qinze glanced at her and said, "Why are you crying? I was lying to you. Don't you know whether someone has touched your body?" Lei Linger froze for a moment. She felt her body and looked around. Although her outer garment was gone, her inner clothes were still intact, indeed not seeming like anything had happened. Her anger dissipated a little as she said, "It's good you didn't touch me, or you'd be dead." Qinze rolled his eyes. "Are you disappointed that you didn't hear me say we had intercourse? It's not too late now." Saying this, he was about to get up. Chapter 8. Returning to the Qin family, stopped at the city gate. "You dare!" Lei Linger shouted in anger. But she also knew that Qinze was just joking, so she didn't react too much. After a moment, she looked down and saw some herbs plastered on her pale shoulder. Most of the scratches from before had healed, and the darkness on them had also been removed. Just half a night, and the wounds had healed so much. The function of these herbs was truly amazing. Lei Linger was a little surprised and asked, "Are you an alchemist? Do you also understand detoxification?" Qinze shook his head. "Strictly speaking, I haven't cultivated spiritual power yet, so I'm not an alchemist. I just have some understanding of alchemy, and detoxifying for you isn't difficult." Lei Linger perked up. After all, alchemists are quite rare in the 8 desolate domain. If such a young alchemist could be invited to the domain lord's mansion, it would definitely help her father. "So how exactly did you detoxify me?" Lei Linger asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. Qinze casually said, "You weren't deeply poisoned. External application and internal consumption would do. But I can't refine pills yet, so I can only find some herbs and chew them up for use." "Chewing them up for use?" Lei Linger frowned. She suddenly sensed a faint herbal scent and slight bitterness on her lips, clearly just having consumed the herbs. "Strange, I fainted earlier. How did I eat herbs?" she muttered to herself. "You obviously couldn't eat them. I chewed the Romania grass piece by piece and fed you, almost breaking my teeth," Qinze said, still with his eyes closed, practicing while speaking. Lei Linger was stunned. "Chewed and fed? Fed after chewing? Could it be? You fed me with your mouth?" Lei Linger's heart raced as she widened her eyes and asked. Qinze nonchalantly nodded. "Yeah, these herbs must be crushed to be consumed. In the wild, where could I find a mortar? I could only chew them and put them directly in your mouth. Just 3 or 4 bites, nothing to worry about." "You!" Lei Linger's face turned red with anger. Thinking for a moment, she asked, "You're just messing with me, right?" "No, this time it's true," Qinze said defiantly. "I really did chew and feed you. And if you were really poisoned by love, needing sex to detoxify, I would definitely help you with that too." "You!" Lei Linger was too angry to speak. She got poisoned, and she had had her little mouth taken. And this guy spoke without a hint of reserve. But thinking about it calmly, he probably had no choice at that moment. Her. Clearly, he just wanted to take advantage of her. At this moment, she felt some strength returning to her body, and Qinze also seemed to have finished his cultivation, opening his eyes. The atmosphere between them felt a little more relaxed than before. After all, they had gone through danger together and fought side by side. Lei Linger sat for a while and then asked, "By the way, what was the deal with that corpse you picked up earlier?" She recalled that before she fainted, Qinze had somehow brought back a disgusting corpse. Her own outer robe seemed to have been draped over the body. Even thinking about it now, she still felt uncomfortable inside. Qinze said seriously, "It's actually very simple. Their goal is to kill you. If you killed that red-eyed sky wolf, they will definitely come up with another way to deal with you. The only way to stop them is to make them think you're already dead. That way, you'll be safe for now." Lei Linger thought about it carefully, and it did make sense. A few days ago, she had seen her father lead people to kill a red-eyed sky wolf. At the time, she thought her father was still angry at her and was deliberately going against her, so she ran away without looking back. Who knew that just a few days later, another one would appear? Thinking about it now, if Lei Longhu hadn't arrived in time to kill that red-eyed sky wolf, she might have already been in serious danger. "Actually, your father sent me to find you to tell you that he won't force you to marry anymore. Your running away these past few days has nearly driven Lei Zi crazy." Qinze continued. "Lei Zi, Lei Linger had been a little touched, but when she heard that name, she couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Did you just call my father Lazy? Just imagining the mighty domain lord of the 8 desolate regions being called Lazy made her laugh uncontrollably. Qinze was speechless. He was used to calling him that in his past life and accidentally said it again. But it didn't really matter. A name was just a name. Just for calling him Lazy, I've decided we're friends for life. Lei Linger patted Qinze on the shoulder. At that moment, the sunlight was shining brightly, warming the entire forest. Lei Linger stretched lazily. She stood up, facing the sun, her fair and delicate face glowing in the light. Lei Linger was breathtakingly beautiful, with long eyelashes, a high-nosed bridge, and lips as red as roses. Years of martial training had given her a well-proportioned figure, curvy in all the right places, radiating youthful energy. Qinze had seen many beauties, but Lei Linger was undoubtedly at the level of a kingdom-toppling beauty. Compared to Yi Pinyu, she was in no way inferior. So what do we do next? Lei Linger turned to look at Qinze. Their eyes met, and she subconsciously felt a slight heat rising. Qinze quickly looked away and said, "For now, you'll have to endure some hardship and pretend to be my servant. The person trying to kill you is likely someone close to your father. If you go back recklessly, it'll be too dangerous. As for Lazy, I'll find a chance to talk to him alone. For now, we'll just announce that you've gone missing." Lei Linger thought about it and found it reasonable. She was surprised at how meticulous Qinze's thinking was. Among her peers, she was considered outstanding, but compared to Qinze, she suddenly felt like a child. But she had never acted as a servant before, and it would be easy to mess up. Just as she was thinking, Qinze suddenly grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it on her face. Lei Linger shrieked and jumped back in fright. Being a servant isn't complicated. Just dress a little dirtier and wear simpler clothes. No one will pay attention to you, Qinze said as he pulled out a plain outfit from his bag. Though unwilling, Lei Linger still followed his instructions. After a bit of disguise, she now looked like a poor girl who had just escaped from some remote village. Let's go. We'll head back to the Qin family first, and later, I'll find a way to inform Lazy about your situation. Qinze finished speaking and led Lei Linger toward Moondragon City. Tonight was the night Qin Hao planned to seize the Qin family. If they hurry back now, just in time to attend his celebration. Chapter 9. 1 battle, 6 opponents. Qinze and Lei Linger walked side by side towards the Moondragon City. Along the way, Qinze collected some useful spirit herbs, while Lei Linger curiously asked about various spirit herbs. Qinze casually answered, introducing the effects of these spirit herbs and what elixirs could be refined from them. Lei Linger was very humble, but inside she was somewhat surprised. This Qinze was not an alchemist, but his knowledge of herbs was absolutely on par with that of an alchemist, even stronger than some young alchemists. As they walked, suddenly a voice called from behind, outside the gates of Moondragon City. Young master. Qinze turned around and felt a jolt in his heart. Xiao Shan. In front of him stood a chubby teenager named Su Shan. Su Shan was his follower and a companion he had grown up with since childhood. In his past life, after Qinze fled the Qin family, he had never seen Su Shan again, and later learned that Qin Huiyang planned to have Su Shan trick Qinze back. Su Shan refused and was beaten to death by Qin Huiyang. Seeing Su Shan again in this life, Qinze's heart was filled with mixed emotions. In his past life, he was betrayed by many, and what Qinze thought at that time was that if Xiao Shan were still alive, he would never betray him. Xiao Shan, what are you doing here? Qinze asked. Su Shan ran up, his eyes flickering. Young master, it's been a long time since I saw you. Come on, let's go drink in the city. Xiao Shan stepped forward, pulling Qinze's hand. Qinze was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Su Shan suddenly appeared, leading him into the city. Moreover, not far away, there were several distinct auras, indicating that there were people lying in wait nearby. Could it be that Xiao Shan was also betraying him? Just then, Su Shan suddenly lowered his voice and said, Young master, you need to leave quickly. Qin Huiyang sent me to trick you into the city. He wants to capture you and kill you once Qin Hao becomes the head of the family. Qinze was touched. It seemed he truly had not misjudged him. A moment ago, Xiao Shan had spoken loudly, clearly for the people nearby to hear. What he said now was his true sentiment. Young master, hurry and go. Seeing Qinze not moving, Su Shan anxiously pushed him. At this moment, several figures nearby noticed the situation and all ran towards Qinze. Su Shan became even more anxious. Young master, run. They'll kill you. As he spoke, he ran towards the approaching people, trying to stop them. You little beast, dare to betray the Grand Elder. One person rushed forward and kicked Su Shan down to the ground. Qinze's eyes instantly filled with anger. He looked at the newcomer, who was named Qin Taiji, the younger brother of Qin Huiyang and the 5th elder of the Qin family. Most of the current Grand Elders of the Qin family were part of Qin Wuyang's faction. Qin Zhe, you can't escape. Come back to the Qin family obediently, or don't blame me for being rude. With a wave of his hand, 5 martial artists from the Qin family quickly surrounded Qin Zhe and the others. Each of these 5 had a cultivation level of the 8th or 9th rank in the Earth Spirit realm. Standing behind, Qin Taiji had an even higher cultivation level, being at the 1st rank of the Celestial Spirit realm. He smirked, looking quite pleased with himself. At this moment, the 5 had completely surrounded Qin Zhe, and he had blocked off any possible escape route. Today, Qin Zhe was trapped with no wings to fly. Lei Linger tugged at Qin Zhe's clothes, asking quietly, "What now? Can you handle this?" Although her poison was cured, she still couldn't exert any strength. And it seemed Qin Zhe's cultivation was only at the 6th rank of the Earth Spirit realm. Facing these 8th or 9th rank opponents in the Earth Spirit realm, and even one in the Celestial Spirit realm, there was no chance of winning. If he really couldn't manage, then she would have to try and take action. Get lost or die, Qin Zhe said coldly, his gaze icy as he stared at the 5 in front of him. Lei Linger was startled. In just an instant, Qin Zhe's aura had become so formidable. Her father, Lei Longhu, sometimes showed such a killing gaze. But Qin Zhe was only about the same age as him. How could he also possess this killing intent? What had he gone through to develop such a temperament? Young master, run! Su Shan was still shouting from afar. Qin Tai was furious, glaring at Su Shan and cursing. "You little beast, catch this useless fool first, and then I'll kill you later." He waved his hand and shouted, "Break his legs first, let's see where he can run." With the order given, 5 people charged at Qin Zhe together. Qin Zhe's eyes shifted, and the supreme, indestructible mantra activated, his energy circulating throughout his body, his strength instantly rising to the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The fists hit his body, but he didn't feel a thing. Qin Zhe clenched his fist, slightly lowered his body, then suddenly threw a punch at the chest of the nearest person, instantly smashing into him. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard as a figure was knocked back 3 steps and fell to the ground. The others were stunned and turned around, only to see one of them spitting blood and twitching on the ground. His chest was sunken. Clearly his sternum had been shattered. Qin Tai was also shocked as he stared at Qin Zhe. The 4 martial artists he had brought today were all at the 8th or 9th level of the Earth Spirit realm. How could Qin Zhe have knocked one of them away with just 1 punch? Lei Linger was also somewhat surprised. Earlier, she had seen Qin Zhe withstand a strike from the red-eyed sky wolf, and thought it was because the wolf had not used full force that Qin Zhe was lucky. Now, it seemed that Qin Zhe's strength was far beyond the 6th level of Earth Spirit. At this moment, the martial artist on the ground twitched twice more and then stopped moving. Qin Tai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Qin Zhe, you dare kill. Attack, kill him." After receiving the order, the 4 didn't hold back, using martial arts to strike at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe remained calm, raising his hands to strike 2 more martial artists, sending them crashing to the ground. He was hitting hard, showing no mercy. One of them had his sternum broken, the other was struck on the head, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and died on the spot. The remaining 2 were instantly panicked. They had thought they could deal with a boy who knew little martial arts, but they didn't expect to encounter a devil. Within moments, 3 people had been killed. The 2 turned to flee, but Qin Zhe grabbed one, lifted him over his head, and smashed him down onto the other. A scream sounded as both fell to the ground. Qin Zhe quickly walked over to them. The 2 were terrified, hastily begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. We're just following orders. Please don't kill." Qin Zhe coldly sneered, "I told you earlier, if you don't roll, I will kill." Saying that, he threw a punch at the head of one of them, and both immediately passed away. After finishing, Qin Zhe turned and fixed his gaze on Qin Tai. Qin Tai shivered, fear flashing in his eyes. Even if he was stronger, he couldn't kill all 5 martial artists of the Earth Spirit realm's 8th or 9th level. Could it be that Qin Zhe's strength was already above his? "Qin Zhe, you dare kill. I'll report you to the City Lord's mansion. You're dead." Qin Tai yelled loudly. Qin Zhe coldly sneered. "You guys wanted to kill me first. I'm just defending myself. What's the problem? Besides, this is an internal matter of the Qin family. Even the City Lord can't interfere." After saying this, Qin Zhe quickly walked toward Qin Tai. Qin Tai gritted his teeth, knowing there was no way to escape today. His energy surged, and with one martial technique, he attacked Qin Zhe. Fierce Tiger Claw. This was a martial technique of the Qin family, but Qin Zhe had never learned it. Over the years, Qin Wuyang had controlled the Qin family and never gave Qin Zhe any martial arts resources. Seeing this technique now, Qin Zhe's anger exploded in his heart. "Break for me." Boom! A punch was thrown. Though it was just an ordinary punch, the power was immense. The punch hit Qin Tai's claw with the force of a hammer. Crack! His hand was broken. Qin Tai staggered back in pain, gritting his teeth as he looked at Qin Zhe. His face showed disbelief. Although he knew Qin Zhe was stronger than him, he didn't expect him to be this much stronger. He had used a martial technique, yet it was still shattered by a simple punch. Next, it's your turn, Qin Zhe said coldly. Qin Zhe, I'm the fifth elder of the family. Do you dare kill me? Qin Zhe shouted directly at Qin Taiji. Qin Taiji coldly smiled. Now who would dare to kill him? However, he indeed had no intention of killing Qin Taiji right now. Tonight is the Qin family meeting. Let him go back to report and make Qin Wuyang and Qin Hao uncomfortable. As for himself, he would take his time and return when the meeting started. Did you just say you want to break my legs? Qin Zhe stepped forward and kicked Qin Taiji's leg bone. With a crack, Qin Taiji cried out in pain, holding his leg. I won't kill you, get lost. Qin Zhe shouted in a low voice. Qin Taiji thought Qin Zhe really didn't dare to kill him, so he angrily said, Qin Zhe, this is not that simple. Wait for me. After saying that, he dragged his broken leg back towards the city. Qin Zhe withdrew the supreme, undying mantra, restoring his cultivation to the 6th level of Earth Spirit Realm. Lei Ling Er looked at Qin Zhe with curiosity in her eyes. In fact, she could tell that Qin Zhe must have used some powerful technique to temporarily boost his strength. Such things existed in the 8th Desolation Realm. Although rare, they were not unseen. However, the calmness and decisiveness Qin Zhe displayed when killing were something she had never seen in people her age. Only her father's generation, which had been fighting for years, possessed such temperament. While she was thinking, she saw Qin Zhe rummaging through a few bodies on the ground. What are you doing? Lei Ling Er frowned and asked. Qin Zhe tossed a few small bags in his hand and said, Sure enough, my guess was right. The Qin family sent them to deal with me, and the price was 2 Earth Spirit pills per person. Why not take them? Seeing Lei Ling Er's shocked expression, he laughed. I've gotten used to searching for treasures after killing people all these years. Lei Ling Er looked speechless, thinking Qin Zhe was bragging. He was only 16 or 17. How many years could he have been killing? At this moment, Qin Zhe had already come to Su Shan's side. Su Shan looked at Qin Zhe with tears of excitement in his eyes. Young master, how did you become so powerful? I was terrified just now. Qin Zhe carefully examined Su Shan, who still had his round body and round face. Working as a laborer in the family mine for years hadn't made him thinner. At this moment, he was covered in dust, with a dark footprint on his belly from where Qin Taiji had kicked him. Su Shan, from now on, with me around, no one will bully you again. Qin Zhe patted Su Shan's shoulder firmly. Su Shan grinned foolishly and said, As long as you are safe, young master, I'm tough and strong, so it's okay. Were you planning to run? I will follow to serve you. Qin Zhe looked towards the city gate. I'm not running. I'll head back to the Qin family later and settle the score. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes, flashing a hint of killing intent. Su Shan became anxious. Young master, you can't go back. I heard that Qin Wuyang called all the major families to come. If you go, won't you be walking into a trap? Qin Zhe patted Su Shan's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, Su Shan, I'm different now, and I will also make you become someone that others cannot compare to. Su Shan laughed, his eyes squinting even smaller. I don't care. As long as you are strong, young master, I will follow you even to death. Qin Zhe laughed heartily. Living and dying together is what makes a good brother. Let's go. We'll enter the city first and enjoy a meal. We will return to the Qin family later tonight, he said, leading Su Shan and Lei Ling Er into the city. On the way, Lei Ling Er kept observing Qin Zhe. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, I see your martial arts cultivation is okay, but why haven't you learned any martial skills? I haven't had the time. I'm too busy, and I haven't had a good sword yet, so I haven't learned. Qin Zhe said casually. Lei Ling Er felt that Qin Zhe seemed to be boasting. Learning martial skills wasn't as simple as he thought. Qin Zhe then thought carefully and realized that what Lei Ling Er said was also true. This time returning to the Qin family was for a fight, so it was indeed useful to learn a martial skill. But without a good sword at hand, he felt quite troubled. At this moment, Lei Ling Er stopped in her tracks, the ring on her hand shimmering slightly. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Clearly, this was a storage ring, and at that moment, she was scanning the objects inside the ring with her mind. Storage rings are extremely rare in the 8th Desolate Realm, and only someone of Miss Lei's caliber among the younger generation could possess one. But this girl has no cunning, wearing such a treasure casually on her finger. No wonder she was targeted for assassination. Others don't even need a reason to kill her. Just for this ring alone, there's a high chance. Before long, Lei Ling Er pulled out a few martial skill manuals and handed them to Qin Zhe These three are all sword techniques, but they are just low and middle grade of the common tier. Martial skills and treasures in the first sky are divided into 6 ranks according to power and rarity: common, spirit, noble, heavenly, holy, and divine tiers. Each tier is further divided into low, middle, and high grades. Qin Zhe's current cultivation is at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit realm, and 2 strong martial skills would definitely be beyond his capacity. However, low and middle grade skills are a bit too weak. Moreover, he remembers quite a few martial skills, but they are too distant in time, making them a bit troublesome to recall. He waved his hand at the 3 skill manuals, saying, "I can handle sword techniques myself. Do you have a suitable sword for me?" Lei Linger retracted the skill manuals, but still found a crimson, long sword from the storage ring and handed it over. This Fury Flame Sword is a middle-grade weapon of the Spirit tier. I don't know if you can use it with your current cultivation. He wanted to see what sword technique Qin Zhe could cultivate after getting the sword. Qin Zhe took the Fury Flame Sword and swung it a few times, finding it quite suitable. However, with every swing, a scorching aura penetrated his body. Using spirit energy could repel this scorching aura, so it wasn't a big problem. "Okay, this works. Thank you," Qin Zhe said. With a suitable spirit tier weapon in hand, Qin Zhe quickly searched his memories for corresponding martial skills. However, in his previous life, he mainly practiced simple fist techniques and palm techniques rather than swordplay. He didn't learn sword techniques until later, mastering a noble tier sword technique called the Blue Ming sword art over a long period. Normally, martial artists at the Earth Spirit realm could not utilize noble tier sword techniques. Even if they could, their bodies couldn't bear it. But Qin Zhe possessed the supreme, indestructible mantra, greatly increasing his cultivation, allowing him to endure the Blue Ming sword art. The Blue Ming sword art is grand and powerful. Although it is a sword technique, it doesn't focus much on precise strikes. Instead, the key moves are sweeping slashes. Such sword moves are extremely useful against multiple opponents. When having the advantage in strength, even 4 or 5 people couldn't get close. Qin Zhe entered the city with Lei Ling and Su Shan, finding a high-end restaurant where they ordered a table full of dishes. Having previously searched 20 taels of silver from Chunyan, it was just enough for this. Chapter 11. I'm back. Soon, the food arrived, and the 3 of them, starving for several days, began to devour it eagerly. While eating, Qin Zhe extended 2 fingers with his right hand, continuously mimicking sword moves to familiarize himself with the Blue Ming sword art. By the time the meal was finished, he had already grasped the simple moves of the sword art. As the sky turned dark, the 3 were full and satisfied, setting off towards the Qin family's direction. Before leaving, Qin Zhe took out a brown pill and handed it to Su Shan. "Little Shan, taking this pill will be beneficial for you," Qin Zhe said. This was the martial sovereign ascension pill, which, once consumed, could enhance one's supreme martial realm in a few months. Su Shan's martial talent is relatively weak, and he originally had slim chances of cultivating. But with this pill, he would soon become a top expert in the 8 Desolate realm. Su Shan let out a big belch. He originally had no appetite, but feeling embarrassed to refuse the pill Qin Zhe offered, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed it. The pill entered his stomach, and Su Shan immediately felt a strange change in his body. The energy inside him flowed, and the originally tiny meridians were suddenly flushed by a great wave of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, becoming thicker. Su Shan's face was filled with shock as he looked at Qin Zhe. "Young master, He couldn't speak, not knowing how to describe it. Qin Zhe smiled slightly. "When we return to the Qin family, find a corner to break through. After I'm done with my business, see how high you can cultivate." Su Shan nodded vigorously. Lei Linger looked surprised and leaned close to whisper, "Have you gone crazy? This is the Ascension Pill. This thing is useless to me. In fact, you have good talent, so don't take it either." Qin Zhe smiled and walked ahead. At the City Lord Mansion, Mo Tunwen and Lei Longhu paced back and forth, their brows full of anxiety and restlessness. Qin Zhe had been gone for many days, but there was still no news of him. During this time, Mo Tunwen had also been searching everywhere, and it was as if the two had evaporated from the world. There were no signs of them inside or outside the city. City Lord, Qin Zhe is back." A loud shout from outside made their expressions suddenly change. "Where is he? Has he returned to the City Lord's mansion?" Mo Tianwen rushed outside to ask. The guard replied, "Someone saw Qin Zhe dining at a tavern with a dusty maid and a chubby boy. After they finished eating, they headed toward the Qin family." Hearing this, Mo Tianwen felt a sudden jolt in his heart. A dusty maid? That shouldn't be. Lei Linger is a famous beauty. He helplessly looked at Lei Longhu and asked, "Domain Master, what should we do now?" Lei Longhu was clearly also a bit restless. He stood up and said, "Come with me to the Qin family." As he spoke, He was about to step out the door. However, when he reached the front hall, he stopped. My identity and whereabouts shouldn't be exposed. You help me get a set of guard clothing, and I'll follow you to the Qin family. Lei Longhu said. Mo Tungwen understood and hurriedly said, Quick, go notify the Qin family that the city lord is going over. Someone, find the largest set of guard clothing. At this moment, in the square of the Qin family, the sky was darkening, but the square was ablaze with fire. Today is the day when the young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, officially becomes the head of the family. Several families from Moondragon City sent people to attend. The Qin family engages in the business of forging, and they have many dealings with major families like the Wang family, Yi family, Ji family, and Sita family. In Moondragon City, who becomes the head of the Qin family doesn't really matter. But the weapons and armor forged by the Qin family absolutely cannot be missed. At the Qin family conference today, everyone would surely come to celebrate. The Grand Elder Qin Weiyang and the young Master Qin Hao stood in the square, cheerfully welcoming guests. Qin Weiyang's ancestor was originally a laborer for the Qin family. Due to contributions and protection, he was included in the Qin family clan. Branches of the Qin family could only become elders, and it was not possible for them to become the head of the family originally. Today marks the first time in hundreds of years that a branch family member has become head of the Qin family in Moondragon City. Hence Qin Weiyang made it particularly grand. The only regret now is that Qin Zhe did not come. Without Qin Zhe's endorsement, Qin Hao's position as head of the family will always feel somewhat flawed. As more and more guests from various families arrived in the square, Qin Weiyang's brow furrowed tighter. The Qin family conference was about to begin, yet Qin Zhe still had not arrived. Today, all the notable and influential people in Moondragon City came to witness. Without Qin Zhe's endorsement, it would always feel imperfect. At this moment, many people's gazes turned toward the entrance. The newcomers were the people from the Yi family. In the crowd, Yi Pianyu, dressed in a green martial outfit, had an unparalleled beauty. I heard that the young lady from the Yi family comprehended the family's heavenly soul disc a few days ago. I've also heard that in just 10 days, her cultivation went from the 9th level of Earth Spirit to the 3rd level of Heaven Spirit. I heard it even caught the attention of one of the 3 major sects, Xianyang sect, which sent someone to deliver an enrollment token. The crowd whispered and murmured, their words filled with envy. Qin Weiyang hurriedly brought Qin Hao forward to greet the head of the Yi family, Yi Chong, who was the father of Yi Pianyu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Chong walked toward the guest area. Yi Pianyu glanced around and asked, Where is Qin Zhe? Why haven't I seen him? Qin Weiyang was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. Yi Chong said coldly, Why do you care about that ungrateful fool? Qin Zhe had Du Dong Toyahun, which somewhat slapped the Yi family in the face. The Yi family had never thought highly of Qin Zhe, and this made Yi Chong hate him even more. Yi Pianyu nodded and said, I just wanted to tell him that I have comprehended the heavenly soul disc that he cannot understand. If he hadn't broken off the engagement, Yi Pianyu, would not be the kind of girl who values wealth over poverty. But since he was so heartless before, even if he kneels and begs me now, there is no chance of restoring the engagement. She deliberately spoke loudly, and most of the guests heard her clearly. They whispered among themselves, mocking Qin Zhe as a fool. He clearly has a stunningly beautiful fiancée, but he doesn't cherish her. For the sake of a little face, he boldly broke off the engagement. Now that Yi Pianyu has comprehended a treasure, her cultivation has soared to the 3rd level of the heavenly spirit realm and has gained the favor of a large sect. Who knows if Qin Zhe would regret it deeply after hearing this news? Qin Weiyang said, To not hide it from Miss Yi, Qin Zhe seems to have objections about the family stripping him of his position as young master. Hence he has left home. I have sent many people to look for him, but they still haven't found him. Qin Hao, seeing this, hurriedly chimed in, That waste is just useless on his own. What can be done? In such a large Qin family, we can't let a waste be the head of the family, right? I became the head of the family to help the Qin family develop better. Yet the Qin family meeting had him throwing a tantrum and leaving home. Qin Hao, put it this way. If this Qin Zhe is stronger than me, I am willing to let him be the head of the family. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. This Qin Hao shows great demeanor, indeed suited to be the head of the Qin family. Qin Zhe has been a useless nobody for so many years. Losing the position of young master was just a matter of time. Who knows what he was making a fuss about? Elder brother, elder brother. Just as they were speaking, a voice called out from the entrance. Qin Weiyang focused his gaze and saw a familiar figure limping toward the square. It was Qin Taiji, looking disheveled, being supported by a few people as he arrived at the square. Which bastard hit you? Qin Weiyang asked with suppressed anger. In Moondragon City, how dare anyone hit a member of the Qin family? Are they tired of living? Qin Zhe, that damned Qin Zhe. Qin Taiji gritted his teeth, squeezing out these words through clenched teeth. What? Everyone present was surprised and looked at each other. Qin Zhe did it? Is this a mistake? Isn't this Qin Zhe said to be a useless nobody with no cultivation? To break one of Qin Taiji's legs takes strength. At least he must be in the heavenly spirit realm. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It really was Qin Zhe. Qin Weiyang asked in a low voice. Qin Taiji said with a pained expression, it really was him. That little bastard killed 5 of my subordinates and broke my leg. Qin Weiyang was shocked, taking an involuntary step back. Qin Zhe killed 5 martial artists? How can this be possible? There must be a mistake. It has to be a mistake. Qin Weiyang was furious, ordering people to take Qin Taiji for treatment. Report to the elder. The city lord's mansion has sent a message saying that the city lord wants to come to the Qin family in person. A guard hurriedly reported. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Qin family was very excited. All the major families were also astonished. The city lord is personally coming to offer congratulations? Qin Weiyang's influence is really substantial. Report to the elder. We also saw Qin Zhe on the way. Qin Zhe. At the mention of this name, everyone felt tense. Qin Weiyang's eyes turned sharp as he hissed. Come, capture Qin Zhe and deal with him after the Qin family meeting ends. At this moment, he had already developed a killing intent. No need, I'm back. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. Chapter 12. Kill Qin Hao. Everyone's gaze turned quickly towards the entrance. It was Qin Zhe, rushing in with 2 people heading towards the square. The crowd immediately began to discuss. This person is that useless Qin Zhe, who had been stripped of his position as the young master. They previously thought he had some backbone and had escaped from the Qin family. Unexpectedly, he actually came back. They wondered if this fool was captured or just came back on his own. What a simpleton, being used as a stepping stone by others. A useless person is just useless. After being used up, he would probably be casually killed by the Qin family for some excuse. Killing intent flashed in Qin Weiyang's eyes as he coldly said, Qin Zhe, hurry up and get to the square. The Qin family meeting is about to start. He suppressed the anger in his heart. No matter what, he must make Qin Hao's position as head of the family legitimate. The Qin family let Su Shan and Lei Linger go aside while he made his way toward the square. He looked at Qin Weiyang without flinching. Elder, you sure of something? You send so many people to find me. Didn't I say I would definitely come to the family meeting? Are you afraid I'll change my mind? Qin Zhe spoke as he walked, glancing at Yi Pinyu as he passed by. Behind Yi Pinyu stood a young man. He couldn't see his appearance clearly, but his cultivation was very strong. He shouldn't be from Yulong City. Stop! Just as Qin Zhe was about to leave, he heard Yi Pinyu's sharp voice. She stepped forward and said to Qin Zhe, I have figured out the secret of the heavenly soul plate. In these 10 days, my cultivation has risen by 4 levels. I am now at the 3rd level of the heavenly spirit realm. As she said this, her eyes were full of disdain. She wanted Qin Zhe to regret proposing the annulment of their engagement, and even saying such words to cut off contact. Qin Zhe turned to look at Yi Pinyu. Memories of the past stirred hatred in his heart. The 3rd level of the heavenly spirit realm. Is that impressive? Qin Zhe asked with a cold laugh. Yi Pinyu also laughed mockingly. Not impressive, but it's 100 times better than you. Oh really? Qin Zhe smiled faintly, then turned and walked away. Yi Pinyu called out coldly to Qin Zhe's back. Qin Zhe, you're destined to be a useless person in this life, while I, Yi Pinyu, shall now start my journey to become strong. Qin Zhe ignored her and continued on his way. Yi Pinyu's lips curled up, believing Qin Zhe had backed down. She finally vented her anger, taking revenge for what happened 10 days ago. Qin Zhe arrived at the center of the square, where the other members of the Qin family were gathered. Qin Weiyang lowered his voice and said, Qin Zhe, you best behave yourself later. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. I will naturally behave, Qin Zhe said with a grin. Qin Weiyang felt uneasy. Qin Zhe's behavior was too strange, and he didn't know what he was up to. But now that the family meeting was about to start, he could only take it one step at a time. Boom! At that moment, bonfires blazed around the square, flames soaring into the sky. The Qin family meeting officially began. First, Qin Weiyang introduced the newest weapons and armor produced by the Qin family. Qin Weiyang went on and on for a long time. Finally, it was time for his son Qin Hao to receive the family seal. With a command from Qin Weiyang, a martial master hurriedly brought the family seal to the center of the square. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Qin Zhe. After all, as the former young master of the Qin family, if he were to hand over the family seal, the Qin family would officially complete the transfer. Qin Zhe passed the family seal to Qin Hao. Qin Weiyang ordered, as the family seal was presented before Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe picked up the family seal and slowly walked towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao had a smug look on his face, mouth moving, though he didn't make a sound. He formed the shape of the word waste. Qin Zhe approached, but did not hand over the family seal. Instead, he suddenly stuffed it into his own robe. Qin Hao was startled and shouted, "Qin Zhe, what are you doing?" Qin Zhe replied indifferently, "If you want to become the head of the Qin family, let's see if you have what it takes to be the head. Defeat me, and I will gladly hand over the family seal." Qin Hao was overjoyed. He was just worried he couldn't find an excuse to kill this kid. "This just came right to my door," he said loudly. "You said it yourself. Don't blame me for being too harsh. In a match, fists and feet have no eyes. If I, Qin Hao, die at Qin Zhe's hands, I will never blame Qin Zhe." "Qin Zhe, I believe you think the same way, right?" Qin Hao hurriedly said everything he wanted to say, wanting to take advantage of the situation and get rid of Qin Zhe under the guise of a match. Qin Zhe's expression was calm. Of course, the great elder, no problem, right? He looked at Qin Weiyang, seeking his approval. Qin Weiyang furrowed his brows, nodding slightly. He still felt something was off. Could Qin Zhe really have cultivation? But after thinking about it, it didn't seem likely. After all, he was still a useless person just 10 days ago. "All right, I have no problem," Qin Weiyang said. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Qin Hao activated his martial arts cultivation, the aura of the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, pressing toward Qin Zhe. Tiger Claw, a roar, and Qin Hao charged toward Qin Zhe. The power of this move was even weaker than that of Qin Tai. Qin Hao's martial arts talent really was pitifully bad. Fall! Qin Zhe stepped forward with his right foot, his body lunged out, and his right fist struck like a meteor falling to the ground. Crack! Bang! The fist smashed directly through Qin Hao's palm, then slammed hard into his chest. Qin Hao was sent flying 5 steps, crashing heavily to the ground. His breastbone caved in, blood gushing wildly from his mouth and nose. The crowd was shocked, all eyes glued to Qin Hao's dying face. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. This useless Qin Zhe actually knocked Qin Hao flying with one punch. "Howler!" Qin Weiyang roared, rushing toward Qin Hao. "Quick, get the elixir." He helped Qin Hao up, wiping away the blood pouring from his mouth and nose. "It's useless, don't waste the family's resources." Qin Zhe stood aside, speaking lightly. Qin Weiyang, furious, shouted at Qin Zhe, "Qin Zhe, how dare you kill him?" Qin Zhe spread his hands and said, "He said it himself earlier, it doesn't matter if he dies at my hands." "What? Are you trying to back out now?" "BFF." At this moment, Qin Hao spat out his last breath, unwillingly dying in Qin Weiyang's arms. Qin Weiyang's eyes turned red with rage. He threw his head back and roared. "Ah!" He suddenly stood up, his angry eyes locking on Qin Zhe. "You little bastard, die." He clenched his fists, a wave of energy rising violently from his body. This was the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm, far beyond the people who had been with him earlier. Qin Zhe spoke calmly. "Great Elder, my match with your son was agreed to be life and death by fate." "What? Only your son can kill me, but I can't kill your son? Your Qin Weiyang's authority, is it bigger than the domain lord's?" Qin Weiyang was completely enraged. Originally, in front of several great families, he didn't want to act directly. At most, he would kill Qin Zhe when no one was around. But now, he couldn't wait anymore. He was about to kill Qin Zhe and avenge Qin Hao. "Come kill him!" Qin Weiyang yelled angrily. Among the Qin family crowd, some people began to stir, 3 of them already stepping forward, their eyes locked onto Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe raised the family seal, shouting loudly, "The family seal is here. Anyone who dares to attack me is a traitor to the Qin family. Kill." The Qin family members were slightly taken aback. They didn't expect Qin Zhe to reveal such a powerful side at the Qin family gathering. If this had happened before, they would have unconditionally supported Qin Weiyang. But now, Qin Zhe's cultivation was no less than Qin Hao's, and Qin Hao had already been killed in one blow. Qin Zhe's strength completely crushed Qin Hao. Since the direct descendants of the Qin family have the ability to manage the Qin family, why bother finding someone for the branch families to be the head of the family? Chapter 13, Emo Tianwan appears. Qin Weiyang was enraged, shouting, "I, Qin family's disciple, whoever kills Qin Zhe, I will reward them greatly." From a crowd, 5 more people stepped forward. Among these people, several were Qin Weiyang's trusted subordinates. Among them were the 2nd Elder Qin Zhang and the 3rd Elder Qin Shun. Qin Zhang's strength was at the 4th level of the heavenly spirit realm, and Qin Shun had even broken through to the 5th level of the heavenly spirit realm. They slowly approached, surrounding Qin Zhe. "I'll say it again, I am the direct descendant of the Qin family. If you attack me, you are a traitor of the Qin family. Kill, no mercy." Qin Zhe's eyes were cold, his gaze sweeping over the 8 people in front of him. He said coldly, "Kill him, quickly kill him." Qin Weiyang shouted loudly from behind. Qin Zhang and Qin Shun exchanged a glance and surrounded Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe sneered coldly and pulled out a bright red long sword from behind him. He swung the sword, his cold eyes sweeping across the crowd. Who wants to die first? Trash, such big words. Qin Zhang yelled angrily and leaped up. He also struck with the tiger claw, his hand grabbing toward Qin Zhe's chest. Qin Ming's sword technique. Qin Zhe murmured, his right hand trembling as the sword move naturally followed. The sharp sword light flashed, the sword energy flowing through the gaps in the air, precisely reaching near Qin Zhang's wrist. With a slight twist, a scream echoed. Ah! Qin Zhang clutched his severed wrist, and a bloody hand was already on the ground. The crowd was shocked, many of them gasping in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, however, looked at Yi Pinyu, their gazes meeting. Yi Pinyu's eyes were full of hatred. A strange sense of humiliation surged in her heart. She had just said that her cultivation at the Earth Spirit Realm, 3rd level, was 100 times stronger than Qin Zhe, this waste. But now, Qin Zhe had severed Qin Zhang's hand with one move. Clearly his strength had surpassed hers. Yi Pinyu bit her lip, her strong sense of pride making it hard for her to accept Qin Zhe's power. Impossible! I have to get to the bottom of this, she thought to herself. At this moment, Qin Zhe shouted, and his long sword pierced through Qin Zhang's throat. The remaining 7 people were stunned. The second elder, Qin Zhang, had been crippled with one strike and killed with another. What was going on with Qin Zhe's strength? Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? All of you together! Qin Shun also felt that Qin Zhe was not simple, shouting as he charged forward with a few others. Qin Zhe flicked his wrist and performed the Qin Ming sword technique. A flash of cold light moved through the air. The sword move was exquisite beyond imagination, with red light flashing wildly in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, a head flew up, blood splattering. The Heaven Spirit Realm martial artists were casually reaped like cabbages. Waste. Such strength, how could he be waste? Everyone was stunned. Qin Zhe's figure moved like a ghost in the night. He weaved through the group, and they couldn't even catch his exact position. Even if martial skills struck him, it seemed to have no effect. And with every swing of his sword, one person would fall. One step, one sword, one life. Simple and direct, yet like a ghost harvesting lives. Some were stabbed to death, others had their throats cut directly, but no matter who it was, they all died with one strike. Hisses. The sounds of gasping filled the air. Qin Zhe's strength was so terrifying, who would still dare to call him a waste? When Qin Zhe first appeared today, everyone present was almost laughing at him. But now, who would dare to laugh at him anymore? This defiant display was like a series of loud slaps, striking the faces of those who had casually talked about him. How could someone like Qin Zhe be a waste? If he was a waste, then how many others in Moondragon City weren't waste? Qin Zhe hit it really deep. Such heavy scheming, we were all fooled. Not only scheming, his strikes are ruthless, so vicious. Qin Zhe stood at the center of the square, with only Qin Shun left among the 8 people in front of him. He was Qin Wuyong's younger brother, the 3rd elder of the family. Qin Shun was obviously panicking, slowly retreating. The ground was littered with bodies, and the smell of blood filled the air. To Qin Shun, Qin Zhe seemed like a hellish demon. And behind him, Qin Wuyong's anger was growing more intense. Qin Zhe, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame anyone else. He placed his son's body on the ground, then stood up, his aura exploding. Peak of the Heaven Spirit Realm, just one step away from reaching the profound Spirit Realm. Qin Shun, come back. Qin Wuyong said calmly. Qin Shun, as if granted a pardon, quickly turned to run towards Qin Wuyong. Trying to escape? Qin Zhe coldly shouted, taking 2 steps forward, and his long sword pierced through Qin Shun's body. Qin Shun froze, turning his head to look at Qin Zhe. He collapsed to the ground. Qin Wuyong's eyes were about to pop out, his entire body filled with rage that seemed ready to explode. The crowd began to murmur. Qin Shun has already given up the fight, yet he was still killed by Qin Zhe. This young Qin family kid is truly so ruthless. I said, if you lay a hand on me, you will be killed without mercy. Qin Zhe said coldly, looking at Qin Shun, who was convulsing on the ground. Qin Wuyong looked at the bodies scattered across the ground, all of them the people closest to him in the Qin family. He smiled through his anger. Ha! You little beast, you've done well, killing my own son and brother. I will make you die. Qin Wuyong gritted his teeth, assuming a stance like a fierce tiger preparing to strike. The crowd fell silent. Qin Wuyong was a master in Moondragon City. Even his slightest move could spell death for Qin Zhe. Boom! Qin Wuyong's aura rose to its peak again, his body tense to the limit, ready to pounce like a mountain tiger, charging directly at Qin Zhe. Stop! A deep voice rang out from the entrance, and a fat figure walked into the Qin family compound. The City Lord? The City Lord is here. Qin family's face is truly big. City Lord Mo Tianwen himself is personally attending the Qin family gathering. No, it's not the Qin family's face, but Qin Wuyong's face. After all, the Qin family is now completely controlled by Qin Wuyong. Now that the City Lord is here, even if Qin Zhe is a master, he will surely die today. The crowd murmured, their eyes all focused on the fat figure at the door. It was indeed Mo Tianwen. Though his cultivation was average, his status as the City Lord, along with the powerful guard behind him, made him a formidable presence wherever he went. As soon as Mo Tianwen entered the Qin family, Qin Wuyong hurriedly went to greet him. City Lord, thank you for coming. Qin Wuyong bowed and flattered, his face full of respect. Mo Tianwen ignored him, his face cold and proud. He took a few steps, saw the bodies on the ground, and furrowed his brow, saying, "What happened to the Qin family?" Qin Wuyong quickly replied, "Qin Zhe suddenly went crazy, killing my son Qin Hao and many others from the Qin family. I was about to kill him, but you, City Lord, stopped me." He gritted his teeth as he spoke of Qin Zhe. Mo Tianwen didn't even look at Qin Wuyong, walking straight toward Qin Zhe. Qin Wuyong quickly followed, saying, "City Lord, this is Qin Zhe, the former young master of the Qin family, who was cast out. He couldn't accept being deposed, and today, during the Qin family gathering, he caused trouble and killed many people. Please, City Lord, allow me to kill him." Qin Wuyong quickly took a few steps forward and bowed, blocking Mo Tianwen's way. Mo Tianwen stopped, his gaze grew colder. This little tyrant Qin Zhe was someone he couldn't afford to offend. The scoundrel in front of him actually wanted him to agree to kill Qin Zhe. He wanted to die and still try to drag him down with him. You said Qin Zhe was deposed as young master. Why was he deposed? Mo Tianwen asked coldly. Qin Wuyong was overjoyed and quickly said, Qin Zhe's martial arts were too weak to support the Qin family. So after discussions, the family decided to depose him. Mo Tianwen nodded. Since his martial arts were too weak, how did he kill so many people on the ground? Qin Wuyong was instantly speechless. Qin Zhe was deposed because he was too weak, but now he could kill so many people, which meant he was very strong. If he was so strong, what reason did the Qin family have to depose him? Qin Wuyong's explanation formed a deadlock. Qin Wuyong gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, Qin Zhe has killed so many people. He definitely deserves to die. Since City Lord Mo Tianwen has come to give me face and attend the Qin family gathering, please, one last time, give me face and allow me to clean up the family." He bowed deeply, a pleading expression on his face. Mo Tianwen's gaze was indifferent, a sneer escaping his lips. "You think I came to the Qin family because I was giving you face?" Qin Wuyong was a bit puzzled and replied, "Isn't that the case? For years, the Qin family has been under my control. You came to attend the Qin family meeting. Shouldn't it be to give me face?" Mo Tianwen coldly laughed. "What is Qin Wuyong? What face do you have in front of me?" As soon as this was said, Qin Wuyong turned pale. If Mo Tianwen wasn't here for himself, then could it be? He had a vague, ominous premonition in his heart. Everyone else was also curious, their eyes focused on Mo Tianwen. But they watched as he bypassed Qin Wuyong and directly walked toward Qin Zhe. In front of Qin Zhe, Mo Tianwen slightly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Young friend Qin, I hope you're well. Today, hearing about your family meeting, I specially came to visit." As soon as he spoke, the crowd burst into murmurs. Mo Tianwen came to the Qin family, and it turned out he was here for Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was just the useless young master of the Qin family. How could he have the face to invite the City Lord Mo Tianwen? Qin Zhe also clasped his hands in return. "I've met the City Lord." Though privately Qin Zhe didn't think much of Mo Tianwen, he still had to give face. Mo Tianwen smiled awkwardly and said, "I originally thought young friend from the Qin family wouldn't return, so I had no plans to come. Later, I heard you were back, so I hurried here. I came late, please forgive me." The crowd whispered. This statement confirmed that Mo Tianwen was indeed here for Qin Zhe. The murmurs flowed, one after another. Qin Wuyong stood to the side, like a fool being discussed by others. His fists were tightly clenched. A strong sense of humiliation made him feel on the brink of explosion. Yet with the City Lord here, he dared not act rashly. Qin Zhe waved his hand at Mo Tianwen. "If the City Lord has something to say, please wait. I still need to deal with internal matters of the Qin family. I will host you later." Mo Tianwen caught on to Qin Zhe's meaning and shot a cold glare at Qin Wuyong. "Young friend Qin, rest assured, you are now my friend Mo Tianwen. Anyone who dares to touch you is touching the Lord's mansion. The guards of my Lord's mansion will never just sit and watch as someone bullies you." Behind Mo Tianwen stood several tall, handsome guards, their eyes sharp and full of killing intent. But Qin Zhe waved his hand and said, "City Lord, don't you know me? I only bully others. Who can bully me? Today, it is not Qin Wuyang who wants to kill me. It is I who will kill Qin Wuyang. So, for the internal matters of my Qin family, the City Lord does not need to worry. If I am not strong enough and get killed, there is no need for revenge on my behalf." After saying that, he flicked his sword, and the crimson sword light flashed fiercely in the night. "Qin Wuyang, come here and die!" Qin Zhe shouted angrily. Mo Tianwen was shocked and exchanged glances with Qin Zhe. After all, he knew Qin Wuyang's strength. He was at the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm, not easy to provoke. Qin Zhe's gaze was firm as he stared fiercely at Qin Wuyang. After all these years, he had to settle this account today. He looked at Qin Wuyang and loudly declared, "Today, this is all a matter of my Qin family's internal affairs. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I still say, whoever dies is our Qin family's business." After saying that, he twisted the long sword and shouted, "Qin Wuyang, die!" His figure moved, and Qin Zhe's sword aimed at Qin Wuyang. Qin Wuyang thought Qin Zhe had come to seek a fight, using his Tiger Claw technique with reckless abandon. The power of Qin Wuyang's Tiger Claw was extraordinary. Each strike came with a whistling sound. His hands continually intertwined, the martial arts executed like the wind, his movements so fast it was hard to catch. His figure constantly pressured Qin Zhe, and in the blink of an eye, his claws were about to tear at Qin Zhe's head. The crowd held their breath, watching as the hand claw was about to make contact with Qin Zhe. In an instant, Qin Zhe's figure suddenly moved. In his right hand, the crimson long sword suddenly shot out. The speed was so fast it created an explosive sound in the air. Fast, accurate, fierce. The sword tip pierced through Qin Wuyang's 2 claws, accurately stabbing towards Qin Wuyang's throat. Qin Wuyang was greatly shocked. He had thought that even if Qin Zhe caught his Tiger Claw, unexpectedly, Qin Zhe's swordsmanship was so exquisite that it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If he moved forward even an inch, he would undoubtedly die. But at this moment, retreating would lose the initiative. If their cultivation levels were similar, he would become completely passive. Qin Wuyang had no choice but to retreat. However, after just one step back, he saw that the tip of the sword was moving forward even faster than he could retreat. Frightened, he quickly retreated 2 more steps. The sword tip directly pierced his throat, drawing a trickle of blood. Qin Wuyang felt a sharp pain in his throat, terrified to the point of losing his mind. He retreated a few steps and stood still, touching his neck with one hand covered in blood. Fortunately, he had retreated a little extra just now. The sword tip had not pierced through his throat, but merely punctured the skin. If he had hesitated for even a moment, he would now be a corpse. One move. Qin Zhe had killed people with just one move before. At this moment, facing a master at the 9th level of the celestial realm, he also used just one move. A cold sweat dripped down Qin Wuyang's back. Who exactly was Qin Zhe? How could he be so strong? His eyes turned dark and ruthless as he scrutinized Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe's strength was indeed above his. This was a fact. If he wanted to kill Qin Zhe, he could only rely on others. Who in the Qin family still wants to kill Qin Zhe? Come with me. Suddenly, Qin Wuyang shouted loudly. As a master at the 9th level of the celestial realm, he still needed help from others to kill Qin Zhe. Unfortunately, his trusted followers had already died at the hands of Qin Zhe. Now, among the Qin family members present, many did not like Qin Wuyang, but they dared not speak up. Now that Qin Zhe had won, they were even less likely to help Qin Wuyang deal with him. Seeing no one step forward, Qin Wuyang gritted his teeth tightly. Today's situation had reached this point. Qin Zhe must die. In a hurry, Qin Wuyang turned around and shouted urgently to the crowd. "I seek help as the grand elder of the Qin family. All family heads come together to help me eliminate this little beast." After he finished speaking, he ran towards the direction of the city's powerful clans. Chapter 15. The Young Man from Xianyang Sect. Qin Zhe's eyes were filled with rage. The Qingming sword technique was unleashed, and the long sword in his hand was wrapped in energy, heading straight for Qin Wuyang. Qin Wuyang was shocked and hurriedly turned to block it. Sir. A few sword strikes fell, and Qin Zhe's swordsmanship, both in finesse and power, was simply something Qin Wuyang could not withstand. He hurriedly retreated. With this retreat, he was almost next to the crowd. Yet, Qin Zhe's swordsmanship did not end. With a flick of his hand, he swept horizontally with his sword. Qin Wuyang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Are you not going to take action? If I die, you won't have an easy time either." As soon as those words were spoken, 4 figures quickly moved forward from the crowd. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. A silver-long knife blocked Qin Zhe's long sword. The one who came was none other than the head of the Yi family, Yi Chong. Behind Yichong were members of the Wang family, Ji family, and Sidu family. They protected Qin Wuyong, on guard against Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, you should show mercy where you can. Didn't your parents teach you this when you were young? Yichong said coldly. Qin Zhe looked over at Yichong and said coldly, is he family head trying to save this jerk? Exactly. You've killed enough people today. Don't kill anymore. Yichong replied, putting on a facade of moral superiority. Qin Zhe felt disgusted, sneering, you're the head of the Yi family. Why care about my Qin family's affairs? Even if I kill every single person in the Qin family, that's my own business. Yichong's expression turned cold, and he said lightly, Qin Wuyong is my friend, and he's also a friend of several family heads. Qin, young friend, give us some face. Qin Zhe coldly laughed. What if I refuse to give that face? He turned his right hand, and the crimson long sword emitted a scorching heat again. Clearly, even facing four powerful families, Qin Zhe felt no fear at all. After all, he had the support of the city lord of Moondragon City behind him. If a fight broke out, Imo Tongwen would not stand idly by while Qin Zhe was killed by their four families. Both sides were at a stalemate. At this moment, a voice came from among the Yi family members. What an arrogant kid. Do you really think you're invincible with your little cultivation level? At this moment, the young man who had been standing beside Yi Ping stepped forward and said coldly. Qin Zhe glanced at him. Although this young man was dressed in an ordinary martial robe, the accessories at his waist indicated he was a disciple of Xinyang sect. Xinyang sect is one of the three major powers in the 8 wilderness domain and is also a sacred place for the youth's cultivation. Being in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm in Moondragon City already makes one a master, but in Xinyang sect, they are just the weakest disciples. Young people from Moondragon City consider joining Xinyang sect as their life's goal. Once you enter Xinyang sect, you can at least become a strong person in the 8 wilderness domain. If your talent is good enough, there's a chance to reach even stronger regions, becoming an even more powerful martial cultivator. Imo Tongwen obviously recognized the identity of the person and knew he was someone he couldn't offend, so he hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Young Master Qin, let me say a fair word about today's matter, Imo Tongwen said. I suggest that the Qin family expels Qin Wuyong from the family, and let Qin Zhe be the head of the Qin family. As for the grudges between Qin Wuyong and the Qin family, let's not discuss that for now. What does everyone think? Qin Wuyong, of course, found no problem with this, and quickly said, I am willing to leave the Qin family and join the Yi family. Once he left the Qin family, Qin Zhe could no longer kill him at will. At least for the time being, his safety was guaranteed. Mo Tianwen turned to Qin Zhe and asked with a smile, Young Master Qin, what do you think? Qin Zhe said, Don, I have no objections. Although he did not kill Qin Wuyong today, at least the Qin family had returned to him. Qin Zhe walked toward the people of the Qin family and said, Today, if you want to leave the Qin family, feel free. But after today, if anyone has ulterior motives against the Qin family, they will die. As his words fell, a few people in the crowd had uncertain looks. However, upon seeing Qin Wuyong, they did not choose to leave, but instead decided to stay with the Qin family. Qin Zhe knew that there were still many direct descendants of Qin Wuyong in the Qin family. To completely eliminate them would definitely require some effort. But at this moment, he did not expose these people. Instead, he said, From now on, I, Qin Zhe, officially become the head of the Qin family. Is there anyone who opposes? Qin Zhe's strength had already surpassed Qin Wuyong's, so naturally, no one would oppose. Qin Zhe scanned the other families and coldly said, Today's Qin family meeting has concluded. This family head will not keep you any longer. Please feel free to leave. The various families left awkwardly. At this moment, Qin Wuyong had already left the Qin family and fell bolder. He approached Qin Zhe and sneered. Qin Zhe, do you think managing the Qin family is easy? I'll say this. You'll be the head for no more than 3 months, and the Qin family's business will completely collapse. You don't have to worry about that. I will handle it myself. But you still have to be careful and not wander around outside. Qin Zhe's words caused Qin Wuyong's expression to change slightly, and he quickly took a few steps back. He could tell that Qin Zhe still had killing intent towards him. It seemed that in the future, he indeed needed to be more cautious. The people of the Yi family also slowly left, and Yi Pingyue walked to Qin Zhe's side, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Just a moment ago, she was confidently claiming her strength was hundreds of times stronger than Qin Zhe's in the 3rd level of the heavenly spirit realm. At this moment, after seeing Qin Zhe's strength completely crushing her, it felt like a slap in the face, a humiliation she couldn't bear. Qin Zhe, so you were hiding your strength so deeply. I misjudged you at the beginning, Yi Pingyue said. Don't get too complacent. You're just at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. I have the heavenly soul plate. It won't be long before I reach it. and your power only shines in Moondragon City. The world is far larger than you can imagine. For instance, you're nowhere near Brother Wu's level. As she spoke, she deliberately wrapped her arm around the young man's arm beside her. Qin Zhe smiled faintly. The world is indeed far greater than your imagination. By the next time we meet, Little Mountain's power might crush your cultivation. Do you believe it, Little Mountain? That good-for-nothing Su Shan? Yi Pianyue's pretty face flushed. Qin Zhe, you can humiliate me, but don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhe laughed. I said the world is far greater than you can imagine. How strong do you think your soul plate is? It's just SOSO. Didn't I say I would visit the Yi family last time? I'll bring Xiao Shan with me, and at that time he will easily crush you. Just wait. Also, a friendly reminder, when your lower abdomen hurts at night, drink more spirit tea. It can relieve the pain. After Qin Zhe finished speaking, he turned and left. Yi Pianyux stood frozen in place, her face filled with shock. The young man beside her gently asked, Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Yi Pianyux slightly shook her head, but her heart was in turmoil. Lower abdomen pain. How does Qin Zhe know? Could it be that he poisoned me? No, it should be the side effect of cultivating the soul plate. Could it be that Qin Zhe knows the reason behind this? Never mind, I need to focus on my cultivation first. Yi Pianyux glared at Qin Zhe again before quickly leaving. Chapter 16. Father and daughter reunited. After everyone had left, Mo Tongwen approached Qin Zhe. Young Master Qin, the domain lord has arrived. Qin Zhe glanced over and stopped at a tall guard not far away. The mighty Lei Longhu actually dressed as a guard. He truly would do anything for his daughter. Let's go, we can talk in the meeting hall. Qin Zhe led everyone toward the meeting hall while asking someone to fetch his maid to come as well. Once inside the meeting hall and the door closed, Lei Longhu finally took off the guard's robe. This outfit is so uncomfortable, he said as he sat down. Young friend Qin, I came today specifically to ask you about Linger. Qin Zhe knew that Lei Longhu was indeed anxious to find him. He didn't want anyone to know he was in Moondragon City, so he disguised himself as a guard and hurried to the Qin family to look for Qin Zhe. The guard uniform was tight and small, almost suffocating him. As the lord of the 8 desolate domain, only his daughter could make him endure such humiliation. Seeing that Qin Zhe wasn't speaking, Lei Longhu became even more anxious and stood up. Linger is okay, right? What exactly happened? His face was filled with urgency, but before Qin Zhe could respond, a voice came from the inner hall. Dad, I am fine. At this moment, the dirty-faced Lei Linger rushed in. Lei Longhu hadn't reacted yet, but when he looked closely and saw it was his daughter, his heart, which had been hanging, immediately relaxed. It turned out that someone had reported that Qin Zhe brought in a dirty-faced girl, who was actually Lei Linger in disguise. It seemed she had been safe all along. Lei Longhu finally sighed in relief and laughed. Silly girl. How did you end up like this? Lei Linger looked at her father's outfit and chuckled. You're saying, well, you look like this yourself. But as she spoke, she remembered her father's worried expression, and her eyes turned red. Dad, I won't run around anymore. Lei Longhu looked at her with loving eyes, smiling. As long as you were safe, that's all that matters. The father and daughter hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they sat together and talked about what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that the Red-Eyed Wolf event was man-made, a flicker of killing intent passed through Lei Longhu's eyes. His gaze shifted slowly to Qin Zhe. Young brother, this time, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your cleverness, Linger would have been in great danger. He looked at Qin Zhe with even more admiration. If it were just rescuing someone, that wouldn't be much. But Qin Zhe managed to set up a scene where Lei Linger appeared to have been killed, allowing her to disguise herself as a maid and return to the Qin family in Moondragon City. This kind of operation is not something an ordinary young person can accomplish. Qin Zhe's character and wisdom are definitely superior to most people. After the father and daughter finished chatting, Lei Longhu stood up and asked Qin Zhe, Young brother, given the current situation, what do you think is the best course of action? Qin Zhe didn't hide anything and directly said, I think it's best for Lei Linger to remain hidden. You should find a secluded place for her to stay for a while, and once you find out who wants to harm her, then you can let her go back. Lei Longhu nodded and then gazed at Qin Zhe with his eyes. Then tell me, how does Linger living at your Qin family during this time sound? Qin Zhe couldn't help but scratch his head. She brought back Lei Linger, initially to deal with the matters of the Qin family first. After handling it, she was supposed to find Lei Longhu. Now that she had to live in the Qin family, considering she was the young lady of the Domain Lord's mansion, it was a bit of a burden. Lei Longhu smiled and said, She is more than willing to put on such an ugly disguise and pretend to be your maid for a few days. That shouldn't be a problem. Once I handle the internal matters, I will find someone to take her back. You can rest assured. Seeing that Lei Linger had no objections, Qin Zhe could only nod in agreement. He thought for a moment and then said, By the way, I suspect that the person wants to kill Lei Linger to throw you into chaos, which would be bad for you. Also, I suspect this incident is related to Kai Fanzu. What? Lei Longhu was shocked in his heart. Kai Fanzu is one of the 3 great domain lords of the 8 Wilderness region and is also his good brother. He would never suspect Kai Fanzu. How did Qinzhe, so far away in Moondragon City, know Kai Fanzu and realize that this matter was related to him? That's not likely, right? Lei Longhu said. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Just be careful, Qinzhe answered lightly. In his past life, Lei Longhu, out of anger from his daughter's death, killed many of his subordinates. Numerous people became disheartened by his actions and were poached by others. Many territories were then occupied by the other 2 domain lords. In the end, Kai Fanzu and Lei Longhu fell out, leading to a massive battle where Lei Longhu suffered a crushing defeat and fled the 8 Wilderness region. After several twists and turns, he ended up as Qinzhe's subordinate. So this time's incident had the biggest suspicion directed at Kai Fanzu. Qinzhe continued, You must indeed have internal traitors. The news about the red-eyed sky wolf in Moondragon City has definitely spread within your own ranks, and eventually reached Lei Linger's ears. Lei Longhu nodded. He looked at Qinzhe, then reached out and slapped Qinzhe's shoulder hard. Little brother, you are actually quite good. Have you considered coming with me to develop in the domain city? Lei Longhu asked. Qinzhe smiled and waved his hand to decline. He didn't want to rush into some overly powerful area too soon. Although those places have many opportunities, they're also filled with dangers. Lei Longhu chuckled and said, I just heard Linger speaking. She seems to think very highly of you. Work a bit harder, and you might just become my son-in-law. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Lei Linger blushed as she shouted from the side. Qinzhe smiled wryly and said, Lei Zi, I take you as a brother. Do you want to be my father? Lei Longhu laughed heartily, and the atmosphere lightened a lot. Qinzhe, promise me, if you come to Domain City, you must join my side, Lei Longhu said earnestly. Qinzhe nodded but didn't say anything. Lei Longhu winked at a nearby tiger guard, who came forward holding a green object. Young friend, this is a gift for you. Lei Longhu picked up the item and handed it to Qinzhe. Qinzhe took it and found it was a spatial jade pendant. Spatial treasures are rare and top-notch in the 8 Wilderness region. Only those at the Domain Lord level can truly obtain one. Qinzhe happened to need this item, so he happily accepted it. With a drop of blood to recognize the master and a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered that there was actually 10 million taels of silver stored in the pendant. Though this sum is not much for a Domain Lord, it's still a fortune in Moondragon City. Qinzhe, if you need anything in the future, just find this fat guy. If he can't solve it, have Linger send me a message, Lei Longhu said before indicating that he was about to leave. His departure from Domain City was supposed to be kept secret, and with an internal traitor among his subordinates, he must hurry back to deal with it. Linger, take good care of yourself and the Qin family during these days. Remember to send me messages with carrier pigeons when something happens. Lei Longhu gently patted his daughter's head. He then looked at Qinzhe and said, Qinzhe, you little brat have some skills. I've seen everything you did to regain the Qin family today. I deliberately did not intervene, just to see how far you can go. I am very satisfied with this result. You lad's future achievements are likely to surpass mine. Qinzhe smiled silently. Of course, I will be above you. You will still have to work for me. However, from what I know, the 4 great families are not that simple. They will unite against you. Including your elder, your family still has his power. If you want to truly control the Qin family, you still need to put in some effort. Qinzhe smiled lightly. You can rest assured, the mere 4 great families, the mere Qin Weong, are like a few ants to me. Good. Thunder Dragon praised loudly. Qinzhe, you should properly organize the Qin family. If you get the chance to join a sect and cultivate further, I will wait for you in the 8 Desolation domain. You must come find me. Mo Tonwin also said, Qinzhe, if there's anything in Moondragon City, feel free to find me, but you must also be careful. Qinzhe nodded, watching the 2 leave. Thunderlinger looked at her father's back with a hint of loneliness. But when she thought about leaving home temporarily to cultivate and grow outside, she was suddenly filled with confidence. The next morning, as soon as Qinzhe got up, Sushan brought in the washing water. Just like the life from years ago, Sushan always took care of Qinzhe, ensuring everything was calm and steady. However, this time, Sushan kept breaking things. He had unexpectedly soared to the 7th level of Earth Spirit Realm overnight. He had not yet adapted to such a strong body due to the increased cultivation. Young Master, is the clan meeting starting? Sushan asked. He knew that today was the first day of the clan meeting, and the several elders in the family would definitely make things difficult for Qinzhe. He wondered if his young master was prepared. Qinzhe tidied up and changed into his clothes. He opened the door. His handsome face greeted the rising sun, looking somewhat radiant. "Let's go," Qin Zhe said, then led Su Shan and Thunderlinger toward the clan's conference hall. Chapter 17, Refining Hall. Early in the morning, the great elders were already seated. However, the seats of the first elder, second elder, third elder, and fifth elder were all empty, making the entire hall seem a bit vacant. When Qin Zhe walked into the conference hall, the several elders stood up to welcome him. At the top was a wide black ironwood chair. Qin Zhe approached it, turned, and slowly sat down. Now, Qin Zhe officially took over the Qin family, becoming the true head of the Qin family. His gaze swept across. There were originally 10 great elders in the family, but now only 6 remained. Among these 6 elders, 4 seemed to have a close relationship with Qin Wuyang. As soon as Qin Zhe sat down, their voices echoed. "Master, the family funds are down to 180,000 taels, enough for at most 20 days. Master, the refining halls, or is about to run out. The Yi family is unwilling to sell us, or we will run out in 10 days. The weapons and armor we previously refined, the Sidhu family's merchant association is unwilling to help us sell them. Without a sales channel, we have no source of income. Master, the refining formations need maintenance. The Ji family said they won't come unless it's for the first elder's sake." On the first day of becoming the head of the family, so many problems arose. It was obvious that all of this was Qin Wuyang's arrangement. The entire Moondragon City was originally a complete refined tool industry. The Yi family owned the mines, the Qin family was responsible for refining, the Ji family had formations, and the Sidhu family ran the merchant association responsible for selling the refined weapons and armor. If any one link was missing, all the families would be affected. Qin Zhe's gaze swept across the people, clearly feeling the slightly smug gazes of 4 individuals. The 4th elder Qin Wang, 6th elder Qin Yi, 7th elder Qin Mo Xie, and 9th elder Qin Yulu. These 4 were Qin Wuyang's people. They remained in the Qin family and surely wouldn't be at ease helping him. Qin Zhe said calmly, "How did you normally handle these matters?" The 4 looked at each other, then spoke. "You are the master. These matters all need you to handle personally. Previously, the Grand Elder also handled this personally. We were just responsible for running errands." Their tone was respectful, but their meaning was clear. Qin Zhe was fully responsible. Qin Zhe pondered slightly. The major families of Moondragon City were clearly helping Qin Wuyang deal with him. Since this was the case, he would show them a thing or two. Solving this problem was simple. Find new sources of ore, locate new array masters to maintain the weapon refinement formations, and find a merchant association to sell the crafted weapons. The weapons and armor originally refined by the Qin family were of the mortal rank. If he could refine spirit-ranked weapons and armor, he could collaborate with families from larger cities, even domain cities. If the 4 families wanted to isolate the Qin family, then the Qin family would stand out, not play with them, but seek higher-level partners. Qin Zhe began formulating a plan in his heart. If they wanted to kill him, he would destroy these families instead. He looked at the 4 elders with a carefree expression and said, "Since we can hold out for 10 days, there's no need to rush. 4th elder, help me arrange for the heads of the Yi family and the other 3 families to come to the Qin family for a discussion after 10 days. "Yes." Qin Wang responded respectfully. He slightly curled his lips. He exchanged a glance with the other 3, their expressions somewhat smug. They thought Qin Zhe was completely clueless, so they felt self-satisfied. After the family meeting ended, the elders left the conference hall. Before Qin Wang and the others even made it out the door, they began discussing among themselves. This kid can't possibly think he can persuade the 4 major families to cooperate to the limit, can he? He really is too naive. If he can't get any, or he won't be able to make any weapons. Plus, even if he does create some, he has no merchant association to help sell them. The Qin family is currently isolated. This is a deadlock. Unless he kneels and begs the Grand Elder to return, then we will see a good show. Right, send a message to the Grand Elder. Unless he kneels and pleads, don't let the Grand Elder agree to him. The group didn't care whether Qin Zhe heard them and spoke loudly outside the door. Inside the conference hall, Lei Linger was so angry she almost tipped over the table. They're going too far. This is openly opposing you, right? Do they not even regard you, the head of the family, at all? Today, she had wiped the dust off her face, exuding an air of nobility. If she hadn't purposely worn coarse cloth clothes, she was unmistakably a lady of high birth, not mere maid. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes, watching the 4 departing figures, a hint of killing intent in his gaze. Lei Linger looked at Qin Zhe with some worry and asked, "What should we do now? Should I send a pigeon to ask my father for help?" Qin Zhe waved his hand and said, "No need. I have my ways." If he needed to turn to the domain lord for such a small matter, then he might as well not be the head of the Qin family. After considering for a moment, he wrote a letter to Su Shan. Little Shan, take this letter to City Lord Mo Tianwen. After you return, just focus on your own training. Can you reach the later stage of the heavenly spirit realm in 10 days? Qinze asked. Su Shan nodded vigorously. He had reached the 7th level of the earth spirit realm just in 1 day yesterday. In 10 days, reaching the later stage of the heavenly spirit realm would definitely not be a problem. Su Shan hurriedly ran out with the letter. Qinze stood up and said to Lei Linga, let's go. Accompany me to the refining hall. Lei Linga was a bit surprised, but nodded and followed along. The back courtyard of the Qin family was a large area, with many neatly arranged houses. The houses were single-story, not too tall or too short, and well-spaced. This area was where the Qin family's refining hall was located. All the houses before them were refining rooms. There were over 100 refining rooms here, enough to accommodate 200 people refining at the same time. The Qin family was a refining family, and at their peak, weapons and armor from over 20 surrounding cities came from the Qin family. Even now, though slightly declining, they could still supply weapons to 3 or 4 cities. Qinze and Lei Linga arrived at the refining hall. Several guards stepped forward to greet. Qinze glanced at the chimneys of each room. At this moment all were quiet. Today, it seemed like a holiday here. He walked into the largest forging room, which housed 4 large forging furnaces. Beside the furnaces, there were various molds. Some were for forging knife-type weapons, some were for swords, and there were even molds for hammers, axes, and other less common weapons. However, this room was empty, and the furnaces were cold. After walking through 3 or 4 empty rooms, Qinze felt somewhat displeased and asked, where is the master of the forging hall? Call him over. A few guards went to deliver the message, and soon a middle-aged man slowly walked into the forging room. Qinze recognized this man, named Tang Bai, whom Qin Weiyang had invited to be the master of the forging hall. The master of the Qin family's forging hall had always been a member of the Qin family. However, as Qin Weiyang did not understand forging and did not want to hand the forging hall over to the direct lineage of the Qin family, he found an outsider. Tang Bai yawned lazily and approached Qinze. Master Tang, why is the forging hall not in operation today? Tang Bai shot a glance at Qinze, sneering, and said, the Qin family will eventually fall, and when the Qin family collapses, we will seek refuge with the Great Elder. Then we can open another forging hall elsewhere. Qinze's gaze turned colder. Before he could speak, Lei Linga couldn't help but say, this is too much. How can you, as a forging master of the Qin family, speak in favor of traitors after receiving Qin family salary? Tang Bai looked at Lei Linga, suddenly furious. What are you? How dare you speak to me like this? Looking for a fight? As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to strike. Chapter 18. Qinze's plan. Qinze stepped forward, his icy gaze glaring at Tang Bai, causing Tang Bai to involuntarily take a step back. Tang Bai glared back at Qinze, looking displeased. Tang Bai's forging skills were among the top in the entire Moondragon City. Weapons forged by him often reached high quality and could sell for good prices. Even Qin Weiyang had treated him with great respect before. Yet the former nobody, Qinze, now stood as the head of the family, disrespecting him like this. He coldly said, Qinze, if you dare to touch me, I will take all my subordinates and leave. At that time, your Qin family will have no forgers, and in a few days, you will collapse. Qinze coldly smiled. I'll give you 3 days to roll out of the Qin family. If you haven't left after 3 days, don't blame me for being impolite. Get lost. With a low shout, Tang Bai angrily stormed off. Lei Linga happily let out a sigh. This kind of scum should be kicked out of the family. At this time, many people were already gathered outside to watch. Qinze's gaze fell on one person, and he quickly shouted, Hey, is that Uncle He? His gaze fell upon a slightly hunched, middle-aged man. The man hurried over and bowed. Qin He greets the family head. Qinze recognized Qin He, who was once the master of the forging hall and even the top forger in Moondragon City. Later, when Qin Weiyang took control of the Qin family, he replaced him. It was said that he had quarreled with Qin Weiyang over some matters and had broken several bones before quieting down. Seeing him again now, Qinze couldn't help but feel some emotion. Uncle He, Qinze called out again, as Qin He was, by relationship, Qinze's paternal uncle. Qin He also looked at Qinze, tears glistening in his eyes. After many years, the direct line of the Qin family finally regained control of the Qin family again. Qinze asked, Uncle He, today is my first day taking over the Qin family. Tell me about the situation of the forging hall. Qin He wiped away his old tears and nodded in response. The two looked around the forging room. While they looked, Qin He explained. The current prospects for forging in the Qin family were not good. A low-grade weapon could only sell for 200 taels. However, the materials needed cost 150 taels. There was only a difference of 50 taels, making it difficult just to support a single forger. It is meant to support many people in the Qin family, mainly because in recent years, the Yi family raised mineral prices, while the Sidhu family lowered weapon prices, making the Qin family suffer losses from both sides. And slightly higher-grade materials were all taken by Tang Bai and his subordinates. They forged some mid-grade and even high-grade weapons of the mortal rank, secretly sold through Tang Bai and Qin Wuyang. Over the years, the Qin family has become increasingly destitute, while Qin Wuyang and Tang Bai pocketed a lot of money. After hearing this, Qin Zhe frowned slightly. Qin Wuyang was driven away yesterday. It happened suddenly, and he might still have a lot of money left in the Qin family. Qin Zhe ordered the guards beside him to carefully check everyone coming in and out of the Qin family these days. Moreover, he secretly instructed Lei Linger to pay attention to Tang Bai. Lei Linger already had a strong dislike for Tang Bai, so she was happy to take on this task. After arranging these matters, Qin Zhe asked, "Uncle He, if I want to forge spirit-level weapons, can our Qin family produce them in bulk?" Spirit level. Qin, he was taken aback for a moment, his eyes filled with excitement. "Master, to forge spirit-level weapons. Actually, we old folks are capable. It's just that raw materials and formations need to be resolved. Other than that, we have no problem." "Good." Qin Zhe nodded. "I'll take care of the raw materials and formations. Uncle He, you continue being the head of the forging hall, and you must ensure that there are more than 10 craftsmen to make spirit-level weapons. I have a technique here to enhance spiritual power. Everyone can learn it, and we'll officially start in 10 days. Saying this, he took out paper and pen, wrote some text, and handed it to Qin He. When Qin He saw these words, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Qin Zhe, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, being old and steady, he just nodded slightly without asking more questions, silently accepting the technique. Qin He was about to leave, but thought for a moment and waved to the crowd. A young boy stepped forward, looking about 14 or 15 years old. Qin He said, "Master, this is my son, Qin Yang." Qin Yang bowed to Qin Zhe. Qin Yang pays respects to the master. Qin He continued, "My son also has some understanding of forging. In the coming days, he can follow the master, and if you have any questions about forging, you can ask him directly." Qin Yang? Qin Zhe recalled that in his previous life, the renowned master of forging, Qin Yang, was from the Qin family of Yulong City, but he had never had a chance to meet him because he had been busy dealing with other matters. Could it be this person? "Little Yang, can you forge?" Qin Zhe asked. Qin Yang blushed a bit, but nodded. Replying to the master, "I know a little." Qin Zhe smiled. "Just call me brother from now on. These days, just accompany me in forging. We can communicate together." When Qin Yang heard that Qin Zhe was willing to bring him along, he immediately looked excited. After chatting with Qin He, Qin Zhe found a small forging room to stay in. He lit the furnace, and the whole room instantly became warm. Qin Yang was a bit surprised and asked, "Brother, do you also know how to forge?" Qin Zhe smiled slightly. "I know a little." In his previous life, Qin Zhe was almost a jack of all trades, and forging was something he surely focused on studying as a member of the Qin family. Even later, when he went to the Star River sect, he personally forged some important divine weapons. Qin Zhe took out paper and pen and wrote down a list. It contained some advanced ores, high-grade auxiliary materials, and so on. He handed the list to Qin Yang and gave him 50,000 taels of silver. "Go to the merchant association in the city and buy these materials for me. You must get them all within 3 days, Qin Zhe instructed. Qin Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the materials. "Brother, are you going to forge spirit-level weapons?" he asked excitedly. Qin Zhe nodded, but did not speak. Qin Yang carefully placed the list into his clothes, his face filled with respect as he ran out of the room. After Qin Zhe closed the door, he sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath. With a thought, the supreme, undying mantra activated. A rush of heat coursed through his body, and his meridians felt a unique sensation. He intended to use the supreme immortal mantra to boost his mental power. Whether it was artifact crafting, pill refining, or even formation spells, they all required mental power. Without mental power, these tasks could not be accomplished. Mental power is divided into 9 levels, each with 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. To forge a spirit-level weapon, one only needed their mental power to reach the middle grade of the first level or above. However, the methods for forging spirit-level weapons were complex and required strong formation cooperation, making it challenging. Qin Zhe felt no fear. For him, as long as his mental power was sufficient, he understood everything else, like the material ratios and forging steps, clearly in his mind. Even the formations needed for artifact crafting, he could easily create. In the following days, Qin Zhe spent all his time in the artifact crafting room. He practiced his mental power daily, and finally on the third day, his mental power broke through to the middle grade of the first level. Training mental power is usually a long process. Many people without talent might practice their whole lives without reaching the lower grade of the first level. In his previous life, Qinze took over a month to reach the lower grade of the first level. Now, he accomplished it in just 3 days, thanks to the great aid of the supreme immortal mantra. Qin Yang had already gathered all the materials Qinze needed. For these days, the furnace had been kept burning continuously, aiming to make it more permeable for the upcoming crafting. Qinze was ready to start forging, planning to create a spirit-level weapon in the following days. Moreover, his goal was the middle grade of the spirit level. Just as he was about to start, a voice came from outside the door. "Qinze, hurry out. I caught that Tang Bai. He has a lot of money and wants to escape from the Qin family." Qinze stepped outside and found Lei Linger just at the door. She held a large package in one hand and Tang Bai in the other, like lifting a small chicken. At that moment, Tang Bai sat on the ground with a long face. Lei Linger, having regained most of her strength, found it very easy to handle him. Though she wore maid's clothes, her aura was stronger than any guard in the Qin family. "Young Master Qin," Tang Bai tried to escape with a lot of silver in the middle of the night. "I've already interrogated him. This silver was all earned in the Qin family. If he says he earned it, I bet he just swindled the Qin family." Qinze walked over to open the backpack, revealing many silver coins, treasures, and a lot of silver notes from merchant associations. Estimating roughly, there were at least 7 or 8 million taels. Qinze didn't have time to ask more and picked up the bag on the ground, saying, "Come here, Tang Bai has stolen the Qin family's money. Lock him up first." With a command, several guards quickly came over. Tang Bai furiously shouted, "Qinze, this is all my own money. If you dare to lock me up, I will not let you go. Qinze, I will go to the Artifact Forging Association to report you. The Qin family will be expelled from the association." "Qinze, you bastard." Qinze paid no attention. These several million were not such a large sum, but they were just right for his current needs. A mere master of the forging hall could gather so much money. That means Qin Wuyong must have even more money in hand. This money was definitely still within the Qin family, and it must not be allowed for Qin Wuyong to carry it out. This money is the cornerstone for the Qin family's resurgence. "Linger, I will send some people to you in the next few days. Pay attention to anyone coming in and out of the Qin family. If Qin Wuyong appears, you must inform me immediately." Lei Linger nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Qinze, are you so sure Qin Wuyong won't bring news in, letting others come and take this money?" Qinze nodded and said, "This money is considerable. Qin Wuyong won't feel at ease with anyone else coming. With this money, he could easily restart a new Qin family. If he loses this money, he will be just a useless piece in the 4 great families." Lei Linger understood and hurried down to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Qinze returned to the alchemy hall. Now everything was ready, and he asked Qin Yang, "Do you want to become the best alchemist on the continent?" Qin Yang was slightly stunned. His goal was ambitious, wanting to become one of the strongest alchemists in the 8 Desolate region. But to be the best on the continent, he didn't even dare to think about it. However, seeing the burning gaze of Qinze at this moment, Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement. "I want to," Qin Yang said with determination on his face. Qinze looked at the furnace and said, "All right, watch me refine. I will only teach once, and from now on, you must rely on your own understanding." Refining is divided into 3 stages, the first stage being melting iron, or is also classified by grade. The lowest grade is green copper, followed by iron, black iron, and meteorite iron. In Moon Dragon City, meteorite iron cannot be bought. This time, Qinze used black iron ore. He placed the ore into the furnace, first melting it to remove the impurities. The higher the grade of the ore, the longer this stage takes. This melting process requires mental energy to continuously control the fire. If the fire is too strong, the weapon will be too brittle. If the fire is too weak, the melted ore will have too many impurities and cannot be used at all. Black iron ore has a very high melting point, taking a full half-day to completely melt. The originally black stone now turned into a red liquid. Next is the second step, forging. Forging is divided into 100 strikes and 1,000 strikes. If the alchemist's skill is insufficient, the best form can only be achieved after 100 strikes. But if the alchemist is confident enough to control the force of every strike well, then 1,000 strikes can yield weapons of a higher grade with the same materials. At this moment, the molten iron in the refining furnace in front of Qinze had completely melted. He found a mold and poured the liquid metal completely into it. After a while, the liquid solidified and turned into the shape of a large sword. Qinze picked up the hammer and began to forge. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of Qin Zai's hammering echoed endlessly. With each strike, his gaze was focused, showing great intention. Qin Yang watched as Qin Zai continuously hammered the long sword. 10 times, 100 times, 200, 500. 1,000 strikes were something he had only read about in books. Only alchemists with strong mental energy and incredible skills dare to use 1,000 strikes to forge weapons. When the 1,000th strike fell, the long sword in Qin Zai's hand shone brightly, emanating a heavy aura. The last step, sharpening the blade. Sharpening the blade is actually about officially turning it into a weapon. Sharpening requires the array to empower it, so the weapon's power can be highlighted. After sharpening, the weapon will show auras, indicating what stage it might be in. Sometimes, sharpening can even bestow spiritual intelligence on the weapon. Of course, such weapons are extremely rare in the 8 Desolate region. Qin Zai approached the array table and placed the weapon on it. This array was originally drawn up by the family with the Ji family. However, in this room, the array on the table had already been completely modified by Qin Zai, different from the previous array. Once the weapon was placed on the table instantly radiated a beam of light. Qin Zai used his mental energy to control the array and began to exert power on the weapon on the table. The blade gradually received the array's power, emitting a faint aura. The so-called sharpening is not about making the weapon sharp, but about adding special power to its blade. This sword's edge had already become sharp during the hammering. However, this sharpness cannot break through the aura defenses of martial artists. Forcing an attack would only shatter the weapon. Only after being empowered by the array, gaining special power, can it truly break through the defenses of martial artists. The stronger the empowering array, the stronger the defenses it can break through. A weapon capable of breaking the aura of a martial artist in the respect martial realm can sell for tens of millions of silver in the 8 Wilderness domain. So a good weapon can be worth the entire fortune of a family in Moondragon City. Buzz. After a buzzing sound, various runes gradually appeared on the sword blade. A thin layer of light shimmered on the blade, exuding a powerful aura. Qin Yang was already stunned. This was the strongest weapon he had ever seen since his birth. Although it was a large sword, both the strength of the blade and the power attached to it were the strongest he had ever encountered, not one excluded. Boom! An aura was released, and the forging was finally complete. Qin Zai raised the large sword, and the aura emitted from the blade made it hard for him to control himself. After all, his cultivation level was still only at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. This is spiritual grade, top quality? Qin Yang stammered. He widened his eyes, looking at this rare, top-quality spiritual weapon. Big brother, what level of martial artist can this added power break? Qin Yang asked cautiously. Chapter 20. People from the great families of the Domain City have arrived. Qin Zai sensed roughly and said, it can't break the respect martial realm, but it should be able to break through the defenses of martial artists at the 7th and 8th levels of the Mysterious Spirit Realm. Mysterious Spirit Realm? 8th level? Qin Yang was dumbfounded. This weapon can break the defense of a martial artist at the 7th level of the Mysterious Spirit Realm. In other words, a martial artist at the Heavenly Spirit Realm could sneak up on a powerful martial artist at the 7th level of the Mysterious Spirit Realm with this weapon. With just one sword, he could kill the opponent. So strong a weapon. Qin Zai picked a more beautiful sword handle, carefully crafted it, and then placed the weapon in front of him. Let's name this sword. In the next few days, you will learn to forge a large sword by yourself. Qin Zai walked to the bedside and rolled into the blanket. He had spent the whole day forging, and now his mental strength was exhausted, feeling drowsy. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, since this is the sword you forged, big brother, let's call it the Great Zai Sword. After speaking, he looked at Qin Zai, who was already fast asleep. 10 days passed quickly, and outside Qin Zai's forging room lay many discarded weapons. These weapons were all large swords, with 4 or 5 of them, each having its own problems, anyway unusable. Not far outside, Qin Wang and 4 elders looked pleased. This kid really thinks forging is so easy. In these 10 days, the Qin family's money is almost running out. If this goes on, we won't even be able to pay the guard's monthly salary. Don't worry, after today, you will bow down to the Grand Elder. We'll be ready to welcome back the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder will come today. Perhaps soon Qin Zai will kneel down and ask the Grand Elder to preside over the Qin family. The 4 laughed loudly and hurried to the entrance to welcome the people from the 4 great families. At this moment, in the forging room, a powerful aura suddenly flashed. Then came Qin Yang's excited voice. Big brother, I did it. I finally succeeded. He raised the long sword in his hand, although it was only a middle-grade spiritual weapon. although the added power could only break through the defense of a fifth-level martial artist in the mysterious spirit realm. But the selling price of this long sword had already exceeded $1 million. In the Qin family's conference hall, the heads of the four great families finally arrived. The head of the Yi family, Yi Chong, came with Qin Wuyang. The head of the Wang family, Wang Mingshan. The head of the Situ family, Situ Bo. The head of the Ji family, Ji Wuli. Everyone waited for a while and began to feel a bit impatient. "Where is Qin Zhe? He called us over, but hasn't arrived yet," Yi Chong said unhappily. The others quickly agreed. Qin Zhe was too disrespectful. As the head of the Qin family, he still hadn't come by now. "If Qin Zhe doesn't come soon, then we'll leave," Yi Chong said loudly. "If your family head can't wait, then you can just leave." At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Qin Zhe walked in slowly with Su Shan, Lei Ling'er, and Qin Yang. He scanned the crowd with a cold and proud gaze. He said quietly, "The doors of the Qin family are wide open. You can come and go as you please, and no one will stop you." Yi Chong glanced at Qin Wuyang, who shook his head slightly, signaling him to sit down. After all, they came here today to watch the good show of Qin Zhe. There might even be a chance to share some benefits. Yi Chong sat down, casting a displeased glare at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe moved forward and took the seat of the family head. Su Shan and his two companions stood beside him. At this moment, to his left stood the elders of the Qin family, while the members of the four great families stood to his right. Yi Chong stood up first and asked, "Qin family head, you called us here today for something important to discuss, right? Why not get straight to the point?" "Yes." Situ Bo also said, "If the Qin family is facing difficulties, just say it. We are all in the same city, and we will definitely help." The few exchanged glances, a hint of pride in their eyes. Qin Zhe nodded and said, "Our Qin family is a family of weapon forge. Making weapons requires raw materials. Once they are completed, we need to sell them. The families of all you uncles just happen to provide raw materials or run businesses to sell the finished products. We are all in the same boat. If any link encounters a problem, everyone suffers loss. So today, I want to discuss prices and cooperation methods with you." Yi Chong exchanged glances with the other heads of families, unable to hide the smirks on their faces. Yi Chong said, "Qin family head, then tell us how you want to cooperate?" Qin Zhe replied, "It's very simple. I will continue to buy ores from the Yi family, and family head Ji will continue to send formation masters to help us adjust the formations. And the C2 family's business will continue to help us sell the finished products, and we will all make money together as before." The heads of the families nearly burst into laughter. "Are you Qin Zhe stupid? Can't you see we are openly against you?" Yi Chong was the first to speak. Recently, costs at the mines have surged. The price of each piece of ore needs to be adjusted. It used to be 150 per piece. Now it has to rise to 250. C2 Bo hurriedly followed. "My business is also facing high costs now, so we can only buy weapons at 180 each." Right, Ji Wuli said. "Our formation masters also require more money, doubling the previous price. What do you think, Qin family head?" Qin Zhe didn't speak, still wearing a smile on his face. "The raw materials cost 250, but the finished products can only be sold at 180. And he still has to pay the formation masters." He took out paper and pen, wrote some words, and handed it to Su Shan to give to everyone. "Everyone, if you want to do business properly in the future, the prices will be according to what I wrote." How does that sound? As soon as they saw the prices, everyone was furious. "Qin Zhe, what do you mean? You want to buy my families, or for 50 per piece? You want to sell finished weapons for 300? Are you going to rob them? The price for the formation masters is only so little? Are you dreaming?" Qin Zhe smiled and looked at the several family heads, saying, "Gentlemen, these prices are based on those from several other cities. They are absolutely fair and just. As far as I know, the Oyi family sells to others is indeed 50 per piece, and the weapons your C2 family sells go for 400 each. Is it unreasonable for me to accept 300? Moreover, I can guarantee that my weapons are not the same low-quality goods made by Tang Bai. Every one of mine is assured in quality." The heads of the four families all wore faces of anger. "Qin Zhe, these prices are impossible. You can expect your Qin family to go bankrupt. Right? If you don't follow our prices, just watch your Qin family close down. Even if you have the city lord backing you, your Qin family has such a big hole, he can't fill it." Qin Zhe looked at the others and sighed, saying, "Since everyone feels there is no need for cooperation, then my Qin family will find someone else to cooperate with. When the time comes, don't blame my Qin family for not giving you opportunities. It's just that your prices are too unreasonable, and you all voluntarily gave up the chance to work with me." Yi Chong was the first to stand up. "Qin Zhe, you said it yourself, so we will end our cooperation." "We will end it too," Situ Bo said loudly. One by one, everyone wanted to cut ties with the Qin family, then looked at Qin Zhe with eyes full of glee. "All right, this is what you all said. Each family head better not regret it, Qinze said. Regret? You think too much. Yi Chong and others laughed out loud. Qinze, your Qin family has no source of, or no sales channels. Within a month, the Qin family will be bankrupt. They looked at Qinze, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Qin Wuyong, standing behind Yi Chong, stepped forward and coldly smiled. Qinze, I've already said that managing the Qin family is not easy. If you kneel down and beg me to come back, and you abandon your own cultivation, maybe I will consider saving your Qin family. Otherwise, just wait for your Qin family to go bankrupt. Ha ha! As Qin Wuyong laughed, everyone else followed suit. They seemed to envision the Qin family, led by Qinze, collapsing in ruins. Family head, several major families from Yu City have sent people to our Qin family. Should we let them in? At that moment, a guard rushed in to ask, Yu City? Several major families? Yi Chong and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. Chapter 21. This weapon was not forged by me. In the hall of the Qin family, Mo Tianwen hurried in with a few people. He said to Qinze, these people are from the suppliers in Wanli City, the Meng family, the Yang family, and the Chun family. Today, according to your wish, I have invited these 3 families here. I hope you do not let them down. Wanli City is one of the 3 major cities. Although it is the smallest, it is much larger than Yulong City. The representatives from the 3 families sat down, and one of them said, I am Yang Gu, the head of the Yang family from the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, representing our 3 families to discuss with you. Qin Xiao. However, it seems you are already in talks with someone. I wonder if our visit is a bit excessive. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Chong and the others. Qinze smiled and said, Elder Yang, you are overthinking it. What I discussed with them is not the same kind of business as with you. Furthermore, I have already fallen out with them. There is no possibility of cooperation. Yi Chong's eyes slightly darkened as he stood up and coldly said, Qinze, you can't even cooperate well with our Yulong City families, and you still expect to harm the families in Wanli City? That's just laughable. Situ Bo also sneered and said, Do you think you can do as you please just because of your relationship with the city lord? Your Qin family has no strength. What do you have to cooperate with them? Wang Mingshan turned to Yang Gu and asked, This friend, although I don't know what conditions Qinze used to trick you into coming, it's very likely you've already fallen for his trick. Yang Gu glanced at the others, evidently having no good feelings toward these people who were kicking someone when they were down. Whether I have fallen for it or not, you don't need to worry about that. After speaking, Yang Gu looked at Qinze and said, Since we are already here, you should take out what you've prepared. Let us take a look. Yi Chong and others were filled with doubts after hearing this, and they looked towards Qin Wuyong. Could it be that Qinze was going to sell treasures from his family? But the treasures of the Qin family had long been hidden away by Qin Wuyong. Just then, Qin Yang hurried down and soon returned with a long sword, placing it in front of the representatives of the 3 families. Yang Gu stepped forward, drew the sword forcefully from its sheath. Whoosh! The sword vibrated and made a thunderous sound. Everyone's gaze began to focus. This was actually a mid-grade spiritual tier longsword. The mere Qin family could forge a mid-grade spiritual tier weapon. The representatives from the 3 families surrounded the weapon and began to examine it. They originally wanted to find some flaws, but after looking for a long time, they could not find any defects. On the contrary, Yang Gu was surprised to find that the formation used to sharpen the blade seemed quite powerful. This longsword's power can break through the defenses of a 5th-level mystical spirit realm cultivator. Yang Gu slowly said. As soon as these words came out, the few people with Yi Chong were shocked, especially Qin Wuyong, who could hardly believe his own eyes. A mid-grade spiritual weapon is already very hard to refine. The power granted by the formation above can actually break through the defense of a 5th-level Xianling martial artist. He glanced at Ji Wuli, who shook his head in confusion, indicating he did not know. But in Moondragon City, only the Ji family can make formations. Besides the Ji family, who else would help Qinze? Yang Gu was a bit excited at that moment, asking, Qinze, my young friend, you said you want to cooperate with us. Can you mass-produce weapons of this quality? If it's this kind, we can sign the agreement immediately. If the Wanli Chamber of Commerce can obtain a stable supply of this quality, it will definitely boost the business immensely. Qinze nodded and smiled, saying, I can now guarantee that for this quality, the monthly output will be between 30 and 50 pieces. After some time, the output can be increased. And I am sure that after some time, the quality of the weapons can be improved as well. With the current productivity of the Qin family, as long as there are 10 refiners, producing 50 pieces a month is definitely a small matter. Moreover, with money, he can recruit more refiners. By then, the monthly output would be at least several hundred pieces. Yang Gu said, mid-grade spiritual weapons start at 200,000 apiece. If there's a formation boosting it, able to break through the defenses of a third-level Xianling or above at 100,000 for each additional level. What do you think, Master Qin? Really? Qin Yang said excitedly from aside. According to Yang Gu's calculation, the long sword he refined before is worth 500,000. This is an astronomical amount. He has never seen so much money in his life. Senior Yang, please don't be fooled by this kid. At this moment, Qin Huiyang suddenly stepped forward. Senior Yang, everyone, I was previously the elder of the Qin family, and just a few days ago, I was kicked out by this treacherous Qin Zhe. Everyone, Qin Zhe can't refine weapons at all. This weapon must have been refined by the first refiner in Moon Dragon City, Tang Bai. As far as I know, Tang Bai planned to leave the Qin family to follow me, but was detained by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, you say, is this weapon not something you forced Master Tang Bai to refine and then pretended it was made by your Qin family? Qin Huiyang spoke many words in one breath, and Qin Zhe did not interrupt, just quietly watching him. Yang Gu's brow furrowed, clearly not having a good impression of Qin Huiyang. Whether Qin Zhe had deceived him or not, he could actually tell. It was obvious the other party was here to provoke trouble and said so much. Qin Zhe smiled slightly, looking unconcerned. A clean person clears themselves. However, this Tang Bai did indeed commit a slight offense and was caught by me. If everyone is interested, I can also call him out for you to ask. After Qin Zhe finished speaking, he gave Lei Linger a look. Lei Linger left for a short moment and then brought a middle-aged man into the hall. It was Tang Bai, who immediately entered the hall and cursed at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, your ancestors from 18 generations, you locked me up for so many days without giving me food, starving me to death. City Lord, you came just in time, quickly save me. Suddenly, he saw Mo Tanwan and hurriedly ran towards him. Then he saw Qin Huiyang and said, Elder, this Qin Zhe is not a good person. Quickly take me away, take me away. Qin Huiyang stepped forward and asked, Tang Bai, don't worry, I will definitely not let him bully you anymore. But first, you need to see if this weapon is what you refined. Tang Bai's gaze shifted to the long sword on the table, and then his eyes trembled slightly. Mid-grade Xian grade? Where did it come from? He looked blankly at everyone, a puzzled expression on his face. Qin Huiyang and the others also looked at him, equally bewildered. Could it be that this thing really wasn't refined by Tang Bai? Even if it wasn't Tang Bai, it couldn't possibly be a Qin family member. Qin Huiyang quickly asked, Tang Bai, after so many years of refining weapons in the Qin family, do you understand? Is there anyone in the Qin family who can refine a weapon of this level? Tang Bai sneered coldly and said, I dare to guarantee with my reputation, these wastes in the Qin family. Maybe Qin he can refine a low-grade spirit weapon. As for others, dreaming is all they can do. Especially this Qin Zhe. He's just a waste. How could he possibly refine weapons? Qin Huiyang heard this and was overjoyed. He came in front of Yang Gu and said, Friend, you saw it too. This is our Moon Dragon City's top weapon refiner, Tang Bai. You don't believe our words, but you must believe his, right? Yang Gu looked at Qin Zhe, about to speak, but heard Qin Zhe speak first. To be honest, this weapon was not refined by me. Qin Huiyang was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Qin Zhe, you can't hide it anymore, finally being honest. Tell me, where did you buy it? Qin Zhe glanced at Qin Huiyang and said, This weapon was made by my disciple, and the one I made, Qin Yang. Go get it. At the order, Qin Yang excitedly ran out the door. Chapter 22. The Falling Heavenly Fire. Everyone, you can see clearly this kid's true nature. Everyone please leave. Qin Huiyang still wanted to speak. Yang Gu couldn't hold back anymore, coldly said, What are you? Do you think the big families of ours need you to yap around? Qin Huiyang froze for a moment, not knowing how to respond. After all, the other party was from a major family in the domain city, both in power and status, far above him. Everyone, I mean well. Qin Huiyang quickly said. Someone beside Yang Gu couldn't stand it and coldly said, You mean well? Do you think we are fools? No wonder you were kicked out of the Qin family. You're just a despicable villain. Qin Huiyang looked depressed, unable to say another word. At this moment, Qin Yang hurriedly entered the hall with a large sword. The sword had no sheath, just wrapped in cloth strips. When the cloth strips were opened, a strong and domineering aura hit them. Spirit grade, upper grade? Yang Gu immediately exclaimed. They had seen spirit grade upper tier weapons before, but for Qin Zhe to say he refined it, it seemed ridiculous. This young man appeared to be only about 16 or 17 years old. How could he possibly refine a spirit grade upper tier weapon? Wait a minute, someone from the Meng family said beside Yang Gu. Take a look at the force of the cutting edge array. Several people sensed it, their expressions even more shocked. They saw the array power on the blade could actually break through the defense of an 8th level Xianling realm martial artist. 8th level? It really is the 8th level. Yang Gu sensed it several times, all yielding the same result. So powerful, this weapon refiner is really strong. Impossible, this weapon could not possibly have been refined by Qin Zhe. Qin Weiyang shouted loudly. I'll watch him grow up. He has never refined weapons. Tang Bai also shook his head and said, yes, this kid doesn't even have spiritual power. How could he refine weapons? Yi Chong and the others did not speak, but their eyes were full of doubt. Qin Zhe stepped forward and released his spiritual power. Buzz! The blade of the large sword actually resonated. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the slightly vibrating sword body. Only when the residual spiritual power in the sword's body is consistent with the spiritual power of the person who refined it would the weapon vibrate like this. This means, without a doubt, this large sword was refined by Qin Zhe. Yanggu finally couldn't hold back and said, Qin family head, let's be friends. I'll buy this weapon for 2 million taels, future cooperation. Everything can be discussed. Someone from the Meng family stood up and said, Qin family head, our Meng family will offer 4 million. Our Qin family will offer 5 million. The three great families, at this moment, were actually unwilling to give way. It wasn't that they hadn't seen good weapons, although spirit-grade upper-tier weapons were considered top-tier in Domain City. But if you have money, you can still buy them. But a weapon refiner so young, if the family could establish a good relationship with him, the benefits they would gain later would far surpass a few million taels. Sometimes, many things cannot be achieved simply with money. Qin Zhe smiled slightly and said, sorry, gentlemen, I won't sell this weapon. But don't worry. Our future cooperation is absolutely fine. Since the city lord has chosen your three families, it is fate that we meet. In the coming years, my Qin family's partners will be you three families. Yanggu was somewhat excited. Among the three families that came today, the Chun family develops mines, the Meng family is a formation family, and the Yang family runs a commercial association. If Qin family joins in, then the four families will form a relatively perfect chain. Qin Zhe waved his hand. And Qin, he stepped forward with the contract that had been prepared earlier. Yanggu and the others looked at the contract. Their expressions changed slightly, but they still accepted it. Just as they were about to sign the contract, Yi Chong walked up. Qin young master, if you need black iron, or my Yi family also has mines, why go buy from someone else? Yi Chong said. Ji Wuli also hurriedly said, Qin family head, actually, the formation master in my clan has finished his work and is ready to help you anytime. Yes, we are all in the same city. So convenient. Qin Zhe looked at the four families and smiled slightly. You three just now united to try to kill me. Sorry, now it's you who are dying, he said indifferently. Qin Zhe, Yi Chong shouted angrily. Do you really think we can't survive without you? We'll see. After saying that, he turned to leave. Qin Weiyang said, Qin Zhe, although I left the Qin family, there are still some personal items I haven't taken. I want to take them now. Is that okay? Qin Zhe's heart moved slightly and said, you can take them, but I need to send Su Shan with you. Is that okay? Su Shan? Qin Weiyang glanced at the fat man behind Qin Zhe, and a cold smile appeared in his heart. Fine, no problem. After he finished speaking, he walked outside. Su Shan exchanged a look with Qin Zhe and hurriedly followed him. Qin Zhe and the three families signed a contract, agreeing to deliver more than 30 mid-grade spirit weapons every month. Other ordinary weapons would be purchased at normal prices. From then on, every supply of ore and transportation of weapons will be handled by the Yang family's commercial association. The Qin family would be completely responsible for forging the weapons. After the contract was completed, a cheer rose from the Qin family in the plaza outside the main gate. The Qin family not only survived this time, but was now more prosperous than ever. The cooperation with the big families of Domain City would certainly make the Qin family stronger and stronger. The city lord, Mo Tanwen, was somewhat pleased as he looked at Qin Zhe's small success. He walked up and patted Qin Zhe on the shoulder. Next, keep it up. Qin Zhe nodded and said, I must thank the city lord for your help. Mo Tianwen smiled helplessly. In the beginning, he did not think much of Qin Zhe, but he didn't expect him to be this capable. By the way, Mo Tianwen suddenly remembered something and said, 3 days ago, a piece of meteorite iron fell 200 miles outside the city. The surrounding forest is filled with heavenly fire. The heavenly fire is expected to burn out in 20 days. Would you be interested in going to see it when it's over? Forging families are always most interested in meteorite iron. After all, only meteorite iron can forge the strongest weapons. At this moment, Qin Zhe fell into deep thought. 3 days ago, heavenly fire? Could it be that time? In his memory, after the heavenly fire ended, a spirit fire appeared. But at that time, no one knew about it, and it was only much later that the news spread. The person who obtained the spirit fire later became one of the strongest fire element martial cultivators in the 8 wilderness domain. Spirit fire is a naturally formed flame that can be used for alchemy, forging, and can also help martial cultivators train in powerful fire element martial skills. Although spirit fire is just an ordinary thing in the entire star domain. But in the 8 wilderness domain, spirit fire is one of the top treasures. If everyone knew that spirit fire would appear this time, probably all the top forces would come out to fight for it. At that time, there would definitely be a bloody storm. In memory, it seemed that no one knew about this matter back then. If Qin Zhe hurried over, the chance of obtaining the spiritual fire would be very high. After the meteor fell, there was already a certain probability of spiritual fire appearing. However, this was only recorded in certain ancient texts, and most people in the 8 wilderness region didn't know about it at all. That's why in the last life, that person got a huge advantage. In this life, he would be the first to acquire that spiritual fire. If he could get it, his strength would increase even faster. Qin Zhe felt a bit excited and hurriedly said, "Lord of the city, please pay more attention and notify me as soon as you get any news. These days, I'll go into seclusion to improve my cultivation so that I can compete for that fallen iron later." Mo Tianwen nodded, looking pleased. At this moment, in the Qin family's guest room, at the residence of the Grand Elder, Qin Weiyang was rummaging through boxes, making the room a mess, but it didn't seem like he was looking for anything. It was more like he was causing trouble. Suddenly, he pressed an oil lamp on the wall, and then the walls on both sides suddenly opened. "Is this a secret chamber?" Su Shan blurted out. Qin Weiyang laughed coldly. "Waste, I'll tell you the truth. There are several million taels in this secret chamber. I could kill you now, take these treasures, and Qin Zhe wouldn't be able to do anything about it." Boom! After he finished speaking, he drew in his breath and smashed a punch towards Su Shan's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Shan extended his chubby hand and surprisingly caught the punch. At this moment, Su Shan unleashed a violent force. His cultivation level had actually reached the first level of the Xianling realm. Su Shan was shocked himself. He knew his skills had improved significantly, and he was now in the Xianling realm. He just didn't know that the first level of the Xianling realm was actually this strong. Even Qin Weiyang's full-powered strike could be easily caught. He never expected that his strength would be stronger than Qin Weiyang's. "You have cultivation?" Qin Weiyang looked at Su Shan in shock. Su Shan's expression was still a bit simple-minded. "Qin Weiyang, the young master already knows you have hidden a lot of money in the Qin family. Surrender obediently," Su Shan said. Qin Weiyang gritted his teeth fiercely. He had thought that Qin Zhe had sent a waste to follow him, planning to kill him later. But he never expected this fat guy to be so strong. That blow just now had made his shoulder feel sore and numb. What to do? There are several million taels in this room. He had to risk everything. Qin Weiyang raised his hand and struck out a fierce tiger claw at Su Shan's chest. Boom! The wind howled, and Qin Weiyang's fierce tiger claw had been practiced to perfection. Although it was just a mundane level martial skill, the power was still strong when unleashed. Su Shan had never studied martial skills and instinctively didn't know how to evade, taking the hit to his chest. With a ripping sound, his clothes were torn, leaving 4 bloody scratches. Fortunately, Su Shan's cultivation was much stronger than Qin Weiyang's, so he didn't get seriously injured. If their cultivation levels were similar or if he was weaker, it would have likely torn through the skin and possibly broken bones. "Beast!" Qin Weiyang cursed silently. Clearly, the gap in cultivation made his martial skill seem insignificant. "Get lost!" Su Shan raised a fist and smashed it towards Qin Weiyang's face. Qin Weiyang was alarmed and raised his hand to block. But with a crack sound, his wrist was directly broken. The difference between the 9th level of the Tianling realm and the Xianling realm was still not slight at all. "What on earth is your cultivation?" Qin Weiyang looked gloomy and cursed at Su Shan. He had always been proud of being the strongest martial practitioner in the Qin family, but now he found himself inferior to a waste of the Qin family. At this moment, a group of martial masters from the Qin family hurriedly rushed over. Qin Weiyang gritted his teeth and shouted, "You little beast, wait for me." After that, he broke the window and ran outside the family. The martial masters all chased after him, and Su Shan also wanted to rush after him, but was stopped by Qin Zhe. "Little Shan, there's no need to chase," Qin Zhe said. He had already seen the previous fight, and even though Su Shan's strength crushed Qin Weiyang, but he had no martial skills. If the other party used their movement techniques, Su Shan would never catch up. Qin Zhe entered the secret room and saw many silver coins, silver notes, rare treasures, and high-ranked weapons and armor. Roughly estimated, the total value was around 70 million taels. With these things, and the cooperation of the 3 major families in the domain city, the Qin family would rise in no time. At this moment, Qin Wang hurried over with several elders. Seeing the secret room before them, Qin Wang and others looked dejected. They had stayed in the Qin family for the wealth inside the secret room. Originally, their plan was to bring down the Qin family and swagger away with the wealth. Even if they couldn't ruin the Qin family, they could secretly transfer the wealth. But they never expected that all this money would end up in Qin Zhe's pocket. Qin Zhe entered the secret room and stored everything into a space jade pendant. Having a spatial treasure made storing items much more convenient. Qin Wang and the four elders felt like they had lost their souls. They saw no reason to stay in the Qin family any longer and planned to leave quietly. Elders, don't rush to leave just yet. At this moment, Qin Zhe suddenly turned his head to look at the four of them. The four felt their hearts leap, sensing a bad omen rising within. Patriarch, I'm feeling unwell and would like to return to my room to rest for a while. Is there anything else? Qin Wang asked boldly. Qin Zhe's gaze turned cold. You wanted to unite with Qin Weiyang to bring down my Qin family, and now that you've seen my treasures, you want to sneak away, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the four changed instantly. Patriarch, you can't say such things carelessly, Qin Wang hurriedly replied. The others also spoke up. Patriarch, we are absolutely loyal to the Qin family. We would never do anything to harm the family. Qin Zhe had already done his research. How could he change his mind based on a few words? Bring them in, strip them of their cultivation, break a leg, and throw them out of the Qin family. From now on, anyone who dares to betray the Qin family will meet this fate. As soon as these words were spoken, the four were horrified. Patriarch, it's a misunderstanding. We truly did not collude with Qin Weiyang. If you strip us of our powers, who will handle the affairs of the Qin family? Such a large Qin family still needs us to manage various matters. Qin Zhe coldly smiled. You don't need to worry about my family's matters. Starting today, I will reselect 10 elders to handle the family's affairs. During these days, through communication with Su Shan and others like Qin He and Qin Yang, Qin Zhe had already chosen several loyal and capable members of the Qin family. Starting tomorrow, the entire Qin family would undergo a complete transformation. Take action. With a single command from Qin Zhe, Su Shan stepped forward and punched Qin Wang. All the years of grievances were concentrated in this punch. Qin Wang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. The members of the Qin family cheered. After removing these four confidants of Qin Weiyang, the Qin family truly belonged to Qin Zhe. In the conference hall, Qin Zhe began to arrange family matters. Su Shan's cultivation was rapidly advancing and would continue to improve until reaching the realm of martial respect. So, he would be responsible for the safety and security of the entire Qin family. Qin He, as the master of the weapon refining hall, was in charge of all weapon refining matters. And Qin Yang became the chief weapon refiner, responsible for teaching qualified weapon refiners to forge weapons and armor above the Xian level. The Qin family's roots in weapon refining were originally strong. Producing more than 30 Xian-level weapons each month was entirely feasible. At the same time, Qin Zhe also called in a few direct uncles of the Qin family to serve as elders. He made it clear what needed to be handled in the family and assigned responsibilities. Everyone was extremely excited. In just a few short days, Qin Zhe as patriarch had everything falling into place. The prosperity of the Qin family was only a matter of time. In the Yi family's hall, the heads of the four great families gathered in Yi family's hall, and besides them, there were also Qin Weiyang with a broken wrist and several elders from the Qin family with broken legs. Qin Wang was the most miserable, with only half a life left, lying on the ground still spitting blood. Too much, this Qin Zhe, he simply deserves to die. Qin Weiyang shouted angrily, covering his broken wrist. The others also had angry expressions, but they couldn't do anything. Qin Zhe's cultivation was very strong, and now Su Shan had also become a master in the Xianling realm. You have to know, the strongest experts of the four great families are only in the Xianling realm. Yi Chang's eyes slightly chilled, and he said, this Qin Zhe cannot be left alive. Sima Bo nodded firmly, looking at the others, and said, we also want to kill this brat, but Yi family head, right now, we are not his match. Yi Chong narrowed his eyes and coldly said, there's another way, one that can definitely deal with him. After speaking, he looked towards his daughter, Yi Pinyu. Yi Pinyu understood, and said, I'm sure Qin Zhe still has old feelings for me. As long as there's a chance, I will approach him. Yi Chong said, Qin Zhe is extremely lustful, but Pinyu, you must be careful, don't let him take advantage of you. Yi Pinyu said, this Qin Zhe is too hateful. If we allow him to continue his rampant behavior, it will bring harm to all the four great families with no benefit. No matter what, I must find a way to kill him. While they were talking, a tall young man walked in from the door. It was the disciple of Xianyang sect. Brother Liu, what brings you here? We are discussing how to deal with Qin Zhe. Yi Pinyu said, lowering her head. Brother Liu's face was cold, and he said, I have heard of Qin Zhe's actions, too outrageous. But you're putting yourself at risk. If you fall into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Pinyu's face softened, and she said, I know this Qinze is more beastly than a beast, but his strength is rising too quickly, and he has the city lord backing him. The four great families are no match for him. If we don't come up with a way to deal with him soon, there will be no place for us to survive in Yulong City." Brother Lu's gaze shifted slightly, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "If it really doesn't work, I will kill him. But everyone must keep this matter secret. The sect doesn't allow us to kill people at will," Brother Lu said coldly. Yi Pianyu was overjoyed, secretly exchanging a glance with Yi Chong. Clearly, the reason they said these things was to make Brother Lu voluntarily offer to kill Qinze. This Brother Lu was a disciple of the Xianyang sect, Lu Kong. He came to Yi family in Yulong City to deliver an invitation letter from the sect, inviting Yi Pianyu to join the sect. However, as soon as he arrived at the Yi family, he was captivated by Yi Pianyu's beauty. He found an excuse to stay at the Yi family, intending to get closer to Yi Pianyu. Yi Pianyu was aloof, neither accepting nor rejecting him. After a few days, Lu Tsong acted like a puppy, thinking about how to please Yi Pianyu every day. This time, when he heard that Yi Pianyu was going to take personal risks, he voluntarily offered to kill Qinze. And what Yi Pianyu wanted was precisely his initiative. Everyone was overjoyed and said, "If Brother Lu makes a move, then this Qinze is definitely dead." Now, they estimated that Qinze's cultivation was probably between the 9th level of the Tianling realm and the 1st level of the Xianling realm. Not very strong, but not weak either. Lu Tsong was a martial cultivator of the 2nd level of the Xianling realm, and with his Xianyang 8 trigrams palm martial skill, he could easily deal with Qinze. Last time in the Qin family, it was because Lu Tsong could not make a move that allowed Qinze to be so arrogant. If Lu Tsong had acted, Qinze might have already been dead. At this moment, Lu Tsong furrowed his brows and said, "I can kill him, but I can't just go to his family and kill him. That would be too eye-catching. Disciples of the Xianyang sect are not allowed to kill people at will, and if they go to someone's family to kill, the sect would definitely find out." Yi Chong hurriedly said, "As far as I know, in 20 days. Outside the city, where the meteor fell, the heavenly fire has extinguished. Many families would go in search of meteorite iron. I think since Qinze comes from a weapon refining family, he will definitely go looking for meteorite iron as well. If you plan to take action against him, 20 days later will be the best opportunity." Lu Tsong nodded and said, "All right, it's settled. I will stay at the Yi family for these 20 days and help Miss Yi Pianyu improve her cultivation and martial skills." He was pleased, having an excuse to stay at the Yi family for another 20 days. Yi Pianyu was a bit excited. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. Pianyu will definitely work hard on my cultivation." She had also been improving her strength quickly in recent days. "After 20 days, I might be able to reach the 1st level of the Xianling realm. Qinze, you just wait for me. Yi Pianyu, will definitely crush you. Next time we meet, I want you to kneel on the ground and beg me to let you go," Yi Pianyu thought to herself. 20 days passed, and everything in the Qin family's affairs went very smoothly. The first batch of 15 Xiantier weapons had been successfully transported away. Meanwhile, the payment of 3 million taels from the Yang family had also arrived at the Qin family. 3 million in half a month made the entire weapon refining hall quite excited. Everyone expressed they wanted to improve their mental strength and learn better refining techniques to create Xiantier weapons. On Qinze's side, he took time every day to cultivate. He fully consumed 400 Earth Spirit pills and found someone to buy some more. The speed of his cultivation was very fast, although it couldn't compare to the speed of the Ascension pill like Su Shan's or Yi Pianyu's speed using the Heavenly Soul Plate. It had many benefits. Firstly, it was steady and solid. Secondly, during the refining process, he could also practice other techniques and martial skills without interference. In just over 10 days, Qinze's martial cultivation finally reached the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, on the verge of breaking through to the Heavenly Spirit Realm. At the same time, he was also practicing the Supreme Immortal Incantation. After more than 10 days, he had also ascended 2 levels, reaching the 6th level. The 6th level of the Supreme Immortal Incantation brought a tremendous boost to Qinze's strength. Under normal circumstances, he could defeat martial practitioners at the 5th level of the Xianling realm. Moreover, he also possessed the Day's Sword. If luck was on his side during battles, he could even slay martial practitioners at the 6th or 7th levels of the Xianling realm. Meanwhile, in these 10-plus days, Su Shan's cultivation was also continuously improving, having reached the 2nd level of the Xianling realm. He was also training the family martial skill, the Fierce Tiger Claw. Though his training speed was not fast, Su Shan was very serious, and after a few days he was becoming somewhat competent. His martial strength could practically be considered unrivaled in the entire Moondragon City. Lei Linger had also made good progress in her recovery. Her body was almost completely healed. On the 18th day, the city lord, Mo Tianwen, sent two pieces of news. The first was naturally that the heavenly fire had extinguished. If they wanted to search for meteorite iron, they could now set off. The second news was that various sects would be coming to Moondragon City soon to recruit disciples, and the Xianyang sect was among them. If one could become the first, there would be exceedingly rich rewards. Xianyang sect is one of the three major sects in the 8 Desolation realm. This sect also belongs to the domain of the Thunder Dragon Tiger. In his previous life, although Qin Zhe never joined the Xianyang sect, he knew that the sect had abundant spiritual energy and many cultivation resources. Now, Qin Zhe lacked nothing but cultivation resources. If he could acquire the spiritual fire and join the Xianyang sect, he would definitely become a core disciple and receive full support from the sect. The speed of his cultivation would be astonishing. Furthermore, the Qin family was on the right track now. If he could gain the attention of the Xianyang sect, more people from the Qin family could join the sect, greatly benefiting the overall strength of the Qin family. As soon as the news spread, Lei Linger and Su Shan were eager to try their luck. Lei Linger did not want to return to the domain city. If she could join the Xianyang sect, she would have much more time outside. During these days of martial arts cultivation, Su Shan had developed his own pursuit of the martial path. Although he felt that his talent was not strong, he believed that with hard work and training, he could definitely make progress. Qin Zhe discussed with the two and decided to let Su Shan stay at the Qin family, while he took Lei Linger to search for fallen iron. Although they were looking for fallen iron, Qin Zhe's true intention was to find spirit fire. Moreover, when spirit fire appears, there would definitely be accompanying fire-type spirit beasts being born. If Lei Linger went along, it would be a good opportunity to find her a fire-type contracted beast. After a night of preparation, at dawn the next day, the two hurriedly left the Qin family and headed toward the location of the meteor's fall. Chapter 25. Aoki's Sect Disciple. The area burned by the heavenly fire was only a few hundred miles from Moondragon City. With a mount, they could reach it in half a day. If they were walking, it would take at most 2 days. Qin Zhe was not in a hurry. The spirit fire would definitely burrow into the ground after the heavenly fire extinguished, and it would take about 10 days before it reappeared. In his past life, it was only after everyone had almost grabbed the fallen iron and many families had left that the spirit fire was obtained. As a result, when the spirit fire appeared, there was not a single piece of news about it. Only after that person became a powerful dominator in the 8 Wilderness domain did the news spread. Qin Zhe and Lei Linger did not take the official road, but chose a small path instead. On one hand, Lei Linger's identity needed to be kept somewhat hidden. On the other hand, Qin Zhe wanted to collect some spirit herbs. He planned to refine some breaking spirit pills. Breaking spirit pills are a type of medicine that helps martial artists break through their realms. Although it cannot provide a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy, it can help martial artists be more peaceful and smooth during breakthroughs. Not many people can refine this type of pill, and it is generally hard to find in the market. Currently, Qin Zhe did not lack heaven and earth spirit energy, but he thought that using breaking spirit pills would be the best way to quickly break through to the celestial spirit realm. Right now, his 6-layer supreme, undying mantra could let martial artists rise to the 4th or 5th layer of the profound spirit realm. But the pressure on his body was quite large, and every time he used it, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. If he could break through the celestial spirit realm, the pressure on his body would be much smaller. To refine breaking spirit pills, he needed to use jade bamboo, fairy flower, jade tree, heavenly treasure, and a high-quality 2nd-level monster core. Along the way, he did collect quite a few spirit herbs. Qin Zhe had prepared a Dan stove in advance. Once he gathered everything, he could start refining pills. After half a day's journey, they had collected all the herbs, but they were still missing the 2nd-level monster core, which was not very rare. They could easily obtain it by slaying some monster beasts along the way. As they were walking, they noticed several figures ahead, seemingly engaged in battle with a monster beast. It was a 2nd-level mid-stage bear-type monster beast, and its heavy roar indicated that it was very strong. The monster core from this beast was exactly what Qin Zhe needed. He brought Lei Linger closer, not intending to rob, but to wait for them to finish the hunt, and then offer money to buy the core. There were 4 people fighting ahead, all at the celestial spirit realm, with varying strengths. The strongest was a tall, thin man at the 7th layer of the celestial spirit realm. The other 3, 2 women and 1 man, were all around the 4th to 6th layers of the celestial spirit realm. The 4 sensed someone approaching and showed expressions of alertness. After all, in these wild mountains, if they encountered a sneak attack, both they and a monster beast would be in danger. However, seeing that Qin Zhe and Lei Linger were standing a bit far away, they felt somewhat at ease. Their combat had some coordination, They fought in pairs, supporting and defending each other. After a fierce battle, the giant bear finally fell to the ground. Seeing the monster beast was dead, Chinze stepped forward to ask if he could buy the monster core. All four were young, around 20 years old, wearing similar clothing, clearly disciples of the same sect. Two of the men were tall and strong, and another figure was tall and thin. The two women were both beautiful, one tall and the other slightly shorter. The burly young man seemed to be the leader. He stepped forward and asked, "Friend, what brings you here?" Chinze was about to explain his intentions when suddenly the giant bear's body moved. It suddenly opened its eyes, and its claws were about to strike the person in front of it. The person in front of the giant bear was the petite girl. She turned and was scared out of her wits. The giant bear was immensely powerful. If its claw struck her, she would either die or be crippled. "Be careful." The tall and thin young man was about to come over to save her, but he was a step too late. Chinze reacted quickly and pulled the girl away. Then, he drew the big Zay sword from his back and swept it with a single stroke. Poochie! The giant bear's claw was sliced in half, and the great sword stabbed into its head. Blood sprayed wildly, and this time, the giant bear was truly dead. Phew! The burly young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to check the giant bear. The petite girl was still in shock, her chest heaving violently, and her face flushed red. Once he confirmed the giant bear was really dead, the burly young man came to Chinze's side. "Brother, my name is Lu Feng, and this is my sister, Luan. Thank you for saving her just now." Chinze waved his hand to signal that it was nothing. Lu Feng continued, "This is junior sister Zhang Wan, and this is senior brother Chao Mufei. We are disciples of the Qingmu sect. Today we are out on a training mission, and senior brother Chao brought us to hunt second-tier monsters." He explained their identities to show his sincerity. After all, Chinze had just saved his sister, so Lu Feng was also trying to make a good impression. Qingmu sect? Chinze's heart stirred slightly. The sect master of Qingmu sect, Lu Dawei, had a good relationship with him in his past life. When Chinze was still weak, Lu Dawei had helped him a lot. The Qingming sword technique that Chinze used was given to him by Lu Dawei, and it was said to be the sect's martial skill. These two people also shared the surname Lu, so Chinze wondered if they were relatives of Lu Dawei. He felt a sense of familiarity and said, "My name is Chinze, and this is my maid, Ling Er. We're just passing through. It was just a coincidence that I saved her. No need to make a big deal of it." The group looked at Chinze and then at Lei Linger. Seeing that Lei Linger was exquisitely beautiful but was just a maid, they were somewhat surprised. Of course, today Lei Linger was dressed specially and appeared a bit darker. If she were in her usual appearance, she would likely stun them into silence. Chinze continued, "I am from the Qin family of Yulong City and haven't joined any sect. This time, I also plan to hunt some second-tier monsters and collect some second-tier monster cores." After Chinze spoke, Lu Feng and the others didn't show any strange reaction. But Chao Mufei's eyes showed a hint of disdain and displeasure. Chinze had lived two lives, so his ability to read the room was very sharp. He immediately noticed the unfriendly look. However, Yulong City was one of the weakest cities in the 8 Desolate region. For some disciples of sects, they would look down on young people who couldn't join a sect. He didn't mind others' opinions, since it was just a chance encounter. But Lu Feng was very enthusiastic. He pulled Chinze aside and said, "Our sect only requires us to hunt monsters, and there is no requirement for monster cores. Why don't we travel together? We will give you all the monster cores we collect." Chinze felt a bit awkward, wanting to refuse but unable to find a reason. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." He was originally planning to hunt monsters anyway, and now he had encountered disciples from an old acquaintance's sect. It seemed polite to accept their offer, so he agreed to travel together. The 6 of them set off together, with Lu Feng and the others leading the way, and Chinze and Linger following behind. Lei Linger had an angry expression on her face and walked for a long time without speaking to Chinze. Chinze was puzzled. Normally, she would chatter away like a little sparrow, but now she didn't say a word. "What's wrong with you? What have you been thinking about all the way?" Chinze asked softly. Lei Linger glanced at him and said coldly, "Did you not see just now? That man clearly looked displeased with us. Why are you still butting in with him? Is it because these two women are beautiful, making you lose your sense of direction?" Chinze was slightly taken aback, then instantly understood what was going on. He asked quietly, "Oh my, are you jealous?" "You nonsense. Who is jealous of you? I just can't stand that guy. With such a little skill, he acts so high and mighty. If I weren't hiding my identity, I would have slapped him twice just now," Lei Linger said angrily, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chinze laughed and said, "I have some connections with Lu Dawei from the Qingmu sect. I'm just helping a friend's junior on this journey." Lei Ling'er rolled her eyes. How old are you? Qin Zhe, that you have connections with the leader of the Qingmu sect? Although the Qingmu sect was not far from Moondragon City, the age gap was quite significant, and Lei Ling'er definitely wouldn't believe such a thing. Qin Zhe didn't offer much explanation. At this moment, saying more was pointless. Anyway, it was on the way. They would just continue walking. Chapter 26, Valley Crisis. As they journeyed, they indeed encountered several second-tier demon beasts. Because there were many people, there was no need for Qin Zhe to take action. Lu Feng and the others resolved the demon beast themselves. Lu Feng was also very trustworthy, taking out the demon cores every time and giving them to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe received 5 demon cores, finally gathering enough materials for alchemy. When night fell and everyone rested, Qin Zhe found a relatively secluded area, took out the alchemy furnace, and began refining pills. There were not many alchemists in the 8 wilderness domain, and even if there were, the vast majority were only first-tier alchemists, only able to refine earth spirit pills. Broken spirit pills belonged to the second tier and required a second-tier alchemist to refine, making them quite rare. Having rested for many days, Qin Zhe's spiritual energy was already enough. He opened the alchemy furnace, sorted the materials, and placed them into the furnace one by one. In less than an hour, the pills were successfully refined. 3 broken spirit pills of not low grade came out of the furnace. Qin Zhe was quite satisfied. It seemed that the methods from his past life in the early stages of alchemy were still solid. He pressed on, and by dawn, he had refined a total of 5 furnaces, yielding 18 broken spirit pills. Among them were 6 superior grade and 12 medium grade, with no inferior grade broken spirit pills. One swallowed down, and a cool sensation surged into his meridians, making his body suddenly feel indescribably comfortable. After swallowing the pill, Qin Zhe planned to share some with everyone since they took down the demon beasts, and he hadn't contributed any effort this whole way. Just before reaching the campsite, he heard Chao Mufei over there speaking coldly. Lu Shidi, this time I brought you all down the mountain to experience hardship. Now you want me to take along 2 more useless people who do nothing and still want to take the demon cores. What's that supposed to mean? Qin Zhe's brows furrowed slightly. Although Chao Mufei had shown disdain towards them before, Qin Zhe had already put aside his grudges. He didn't expect him to be so calculating at this moment. Qin Zhe stepped forward and said coldly, "You must be Chao Shixiao. I'm sorry for taking 5 of your demon cores yesterday. I can exchange them for silver." Lu Feng suddenly looked embarrassed and said, "Brother Qin, it's fine, there's no need for that." Chao Mufei sneered, "As long as you know your place. After all, you contributed nothing, so you are not qualified to take anything." Qin Zhe smiled slightly and nodded. Chao Shixiao is right. The market price for second-tier demon cores is 300 taels each. I'll give you 500 taels for each one, a total of 5, which makes 2,500 taels. Does that work? When Chao Mufei heard there was money to be had, his eyes instantly lit up. "If you're willing to pay, then that's best," he said with a grin. Qin Zhe directly pulled out a banknote and handed it to Chao Mufei, who looked even more radiant upon seeing it. "Now, this is more like it. All future demon cores will be yours at this price." Qin Zhe waved his hand. "No need. If I need demon cores later, I'll kill them myself. No trouble for Chao Shixiao. But let's be clear, whatever monsters I kill later and whatever I get from them has nothing to do with you, right?" Qin Zhe said. Chao Mufei paused for a moment, then sneered. "You, a useless person who can't even join a sect. What strength do you have to kill monsters?" As he spoke, he put the silver note into his pocket. Lu Feng felt a bit awkward and hurriedly said to Qin Zhe, "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. I'll make sure to repay you this silver later." Qin Zhe waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. He knew that Lu Feng and the others were actually pretty decent. Although Chao Mufei was in the same sect as him, he clearly was not on the same side as them. At this moment, Qin Zhe took out a few mid-grade breaking spirit pills and said, "Brother Lu, I used the monster cores you collected to refine some pills. Since the cores were provided by you, I thought it would be nice to share these pills." As he spoke, he gave Lu Feng, Luan, and Zhangwan 2 breaking spirit pills each. Lu Feng held the pills, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Qin Zhe in front of him was actually an alchemist? "Brother Qin, you can refine pills?" he said, looking at Qin Zhe with excitement. Qin Zhe smiled. "I know a little." Zhangwan looked at the pills in her hands and exclaimed in surprise, "These breaking spirit pills are second-tier pills. You're not just knowledgeable. Your ability matches that of the sect's pill hall elders." Breaking spirit pills? Chao Mufei immediately turned his gaze toward them. He initially thought they were just low-level earth spirit pills, which didn't interest him much. He didn't expect them to be breaking spirit pills, something he desperately needed right now. Lu Feng felt a bit embarrassed accepting the pills and said, "Brother Qin, It turns out you are an alchemist. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Zhang smiled and chimed in. Luan was silent, but her beautiful eyes kept glancing at Qinze. Such a young alchemist, with a promising future ahead. At this moment, Chao Mufei frowned and stepped forward. Breaking spirit pills? Why don't I have any? He said with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Qinze glanced at Chao Mufei and turned to leave. Stop. Chao Mufei caught up with Qinze and said coldly. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? We all fought for the monster cores together. Why do they have breaking spirit pills while I don't? Qinze smiled coldly, his gaze on Chao Mufei. These breaking spirit pills were refined by me last night. I intended to return the favor for the monster cores you gave me. 2 pills each. But you said earlier that the monster cores can't be given to me for free, that I have to pay. So those monster cores were purchased from you, and at a price higher than the market rate. Since it was a purchase, I don't owe you any favors, so why should I give you breaking spirit pills? Chao Mufei was left speechless. He had just taken 2,500 taels from Qinze, thinking he hit the jackpot today. He didn't expect to lose the chance to get 2 breaking spirit pills. After all, breaking spirit pills could sell for 8,000 taels each in the market. 2 pills would amount to 16,000 taels. Realizing this, Chao Mufei took out the 2,500 taels silver note and handed it to Qinze. I'll give the silver note back to you. I choose the 2 breaking spirit pills, Chao Mufei said. Qinze smiled lightly. This guy really had a lot of nerve. Sorry, if you don't want to sell me the monster cores, I'll just return them after I capture some later. But from the 4 of you, I'll only return 2 pills. As Qinze spoke, he made a move to grab the silver note. Chao Mufei's face turned red with anger, quickly hiding the silver note and shouted, Kid, but doing this on purpose, aren't you? Qinze scoffed. I'm trying to anger you? Do you have that privilege? After saying that, he ignored him and walked on with Lei Linger. Lu Feng and the others were on the same path and followed behind. Chao Mufei's gaze turned cold. After pondering for a moment, he quickly followed. Ahead, there was a canyon surrounded by steep mountains, with cliffs as sharp as knives and smooth as mirrors, impossible for ordinary people to climb. At the bottom of the canyon was a natural path, though not many walked on it, as it was overgrown with weeds. As soon as Qinze stepped into the canyon, he felt that this place was unusual. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Around the body, it spread. In 2 lives, Qinze was very sensitive to unknown dangers. He slowed down his pace, just about to walk out of the canyon, when suddenly there was a tremor from the ground below. Chapter 27, Beast Crystal. In the next moment, a shadow rose from the ground, appearing on the surface. It turned out to be a giant lizard dragon beast. The lizard dragon looked similar to an ordinary lizard, but its body was enormous, and its bite force was astonishing, with very agile movements. Its sharp teeth, like daggers, were filled with poison. If bitten, it was basically over. Oh no, a second-tier, 7-level lizard dragon. Lu Feng blurted out instinctively, retreating immediately. However, as he stepped back, he suddenly felt a chilling, killing intent behind him. Turning his head, he was shocked to see another lizard dragon beast flanking them. And within the canyon, more and more lizard dragon beasts were emerging from below, a total of 6, with their tongues flicking as they approached everyone. This is bad. We've fallen into the trap of these beasts. Lu Feng shouted in alarm. They knew some beast hunted in groups, and this narrow canyon was the perfect hunting ground. These lizard dragons guarded the exit, slowly closing in on a few of them. Lu Feng protected everyone, retreating toward the middle of the canyon. The second-tier 7-level lizard dragon was equivalent to a 7-level martial artist in the heavenly spirit realm. And now there were 6 of them at once. This battle was extremely difficult. Lu Feng hurriedly said, Brother Chao, let's fight forward together. Let them follow behind. Only 2 lizard dragons were ahead. If they killed quickly enough, there was still a chance to escape. After saying this, Lu Feng was ready to charge forward, but saw that Chao Mufei had no intention of making a move at all. Brother Chao, what's wrong? Lu Feng asked, a bit confused. Chao Mufei sneered, pointing at Qinze, saying, Didn't this guy just say to rely on him entirely? Then let him come forward and help you hunt the beasts. Lu Feng was instantly anxious. Without Chao Mufei, they might die here. Brother Chao, I beg you. This is not a joke. Lu Feng yelled. Chao Mufei still wore an indifferent expression, thought for a moment, and said, If that useless one can't do it, it's fine if you let me take over. But if I'm going to take action, I have a condition. Let Luan be my partner. Luan froze, staring blankly at Chao Mufei. Lu Feng was also stunned and frowned, saying, Brother Chao, why? Chao Mufei clearly stopped pretending, glaring at Qinze, and said, The reason I helped you this time was for Luan. I was supposed to be the hero saving the beauty, but unexpectedly, this idiot emerged. Now, Luan doesn't even look at me, stealing glances at this guy all the way. If I don't fight for it now, I'll really have no chance. As soon as these words were said, Lu Yin's pretty face suddenly flushed. Her small eyes darted around, staring at the ground, not saying a word. Lei Ling pinched Qin Zhe's arm, whispering, "He really is flirtatious, spreading affection everywhere." Qin Zhe felt helpless. He couldn't help it if his handsome looks attracted people. But as for these lizard dragon beasts, he was not afraid at all. Chao Mufei looked at the others with pride, saying, "So what? If you agree, I'll take action. If you don't agree soon, be careful that someone might die here." He stood in place, waiting for Lu Feng and the others to compromise. Just then, they heard a poochie sound. Everyone turned in surprise, only to see Qin Zhe holding a big sword, with the corpse of a lizard dragon beast in front of him. "What?" Chao Mufei widened his eyes, looking at Qin Zhe. Lu Feng and the others looked at Qin Zhe and the beast's corpse in shock. The head of this lizard dragon beast had been chopped off, blood spraying everywhere. He said as he stepped back, giving way to a space. The lizard dragon beasts, sensing the blood of their companion, crawled even faster toward the front. Chao Mufei chuckled and said, "Come on, what's the matter? Are you afraid? You got lucky and killed one before, and now you really think you're good enough? Don't even look at your own cultivation, Earth Spirit Realm 9. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Qin Zhe move, still quick and agile despite carrying a big sword. The rhino dragon beast, seeing someone attacking, opened its mouth and lunged. There was a splash sound and blood splattered. The lizard dragon beast's head was directly split in two, with blood gushing out. With that sword strike, all the lizard dragon beasts seemed to go mad, rushing toward Qin Zhe. "Brother Qin, be careful," Lu Yin shouted worriedly. Qin Zhe, however, was unafraid, and he performed a Qingming sword technique. The sword light spun in the air, forming a sword net in front of him. As soon as a lizard dragon beast pounced, it was instantly slain. After a few moves, the ground was already covered with the bodies of lizard dragon beasts. Lu Feng and the others were in shock. Chao Mufei's face darkened, and though he was surprised, he felt frustrated. He had thought this guy was useless, but it turned out he was hiding his true strength, having some real ability. Lu Feng lowered his voice and said to Lu Yin, "Did you see Qin Brother's sword move just now? Doesn't it look like our father's Qingming sword technique?" Lu Yin nodded absent-mindedly and didn't say anything. Zhang Wan said, "Let's quickly take the demon core and leave this place." Only then did Lu Feng snap out of his daze, hurrying to dissect the beast. Chao Mufei was still glaring at Qin Zhe, his eyes full of jealousy and hatred. At that moment, they suddenly heard Lu Feng shout, "Brother Qin, this beast has a sky crystal." A demon beast sky crystal? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This was a good thing. Beast warriors, when training their contracted beasts to increase their power, need to use the demon beast sky crystal. Lu Feng held out a fist-sized crystal. This was a top-grade second-tier demon beast sky crystal. Such a thing was extremely rare. Thousands or even tens of thousands of beasts might only produce one. If sold on the market, it could fetch up to 1,000,000. Lu Feng held the sky crystal in front of Qin Zhe and said, "Brother Qin, you hunted these beasts so naturally, the loot belongs to you." Qin Zhe indeed needed this demon beast sky crystal, as Lei Ling was a beast warrior and was currently searching for a suitable contracted beast. When she heard about the demon beast sky crystal earlier, her eyes lit up. A second-tier, top-grade demon beast sky crystal was exactly what she needed at this stage. "I'll take the item, and I'll give you 300,000 silver each," Qin Zhe said, taking the sky crystal and handing over a few silver notes. Lu Feng and the others refused, saying they didn't want it. After all, it was Qin Zhe who killed the beasts, and they hadn't contributed at all. Chao Mufei stepped forward and said, "If you're not going to take it, let me take it for you," he said as he reached to grab the silver notes. Qin Zhe quickly pulled his hand back and stuffed the silver notes back into his pocket. "Lu Feng, you don't want the silver notes, and I'll give you something of equal value later," Qin Zhe said, then turned to walk forward. "What do you mean by that?" Chao Mufei immediately became upset and blocked Qin Zhe's way. "We're all acting together. After killing this demon beast and getting good things, I should have a share too. Why give him, but not me? Hand over my share." Chao Mufei shouted angrily. Qin Zhe smiled faintly. "Did you forget what we said earlier?" Chapter 28. How You Agate. Chao Mufei's face turned red. Of course he remembered, but he couldn't admit it at this moment. "I forgot, but I know that I should have a share of this. Whether you give it or not, you're going to give it today." Beside them, Zhang Wan couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, "Senior Brother Chao, you're shameless. We hunted the demon beast together, and you said Qin Brother didn't do anything, so he should give you the money for the demon core. Since you took his money, now you haven't done anything for these demon beasts, and you have the nerve to ask him for money?" Chao Mufei was so angry that his face turned pale. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You guys are helping outsiders to deal with me, right?" Lu Feng wanted to act as a mediator and stepped forward, but was shouted at by Chao Mufei in anger. "You too. Are you also helping outsiders against me?" Lu Feng and the others looked embarrassed. No one expected Chao Mufei to be so unreasonable. With a sigh, he said, "Brother Chao, this matter is indeed our fault from the start. Moreover, we did not take any silver from Brother Qin, so you shouldn't have taken it either." Chao Mufei's face darkened as he bit his teeth hard. Fine, 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 you're siding with outsiders. Then, from now on, don't come to me for anything. I want to see how you complete the sect training without me. With that, he turned and left quickly. Lu Feng and the others looked at each other, feeling quite embarrassed, but they did not try to keep him. After all, Chao Mufei's actions were truly excessive. Lu Feng stepped forward and said to Qin Zhe, "I'm sorry, Brother Qin, for making you see this." Qin Zhe smiled faintly. "There are all kinds of people. It's pretty normal. I've seen it many times." Lu Feng thought he was comforting himself and said, "We should be more careful in the future. If we encounter too strong of monster beasts, everyone should stay away." Qin Zhe waved his hand and said, "As long as it's not a third-tier monster beast, it won't be a big problem. Even if it is, it's not a huge issue." The group continued on their journey towards the direction of the fallen meteorite. Ahead, the area burned by heavenly fire began to show various charred trees. In some places, the fire burned fiercely, leaving only a thick layer of ash. Monster beasts were almost extinct here, but various meteorites and fallen iron were scattered everywhere. Lu Feng and others were a bit excited, because these things had considerable use when brought back to the sect. Qin Zhe and Lei Linger also came to collect these, so they began searching for fallen iron together. Just as they were looking, a group of people quickly approached Qin Zhe and the others. Qin Zhe glanced and realized he did not know these people. Lu Feng looked up and his expression changed slightly. "Oh no, it's the people from the Hao US sect." Upon hearing this, Lu En and Zhang Wan quickly hid the fallen iron they had picked up. Qin Zhe was relatively unfamiliar with the Hao US sect, thinking it should not be a major sect. Lu Feng hurriedly whispered, "The people from Hao US sect are quite domineering, so if something happens, don't step forward. If they take some fallen iron from us, we could just continue looking." Qin Zhe frowned and asked, "Is the Hao US sect very strong?" Lu Feng smiled bitterly. "Our Qingmu sect is a Tier 3 sect. We are few and weak. The Hao US sect is a Tier 2 sect, much stronger than us. Of course, the strongest are the 3 major sects, which are first tier." While they were speaking, a young man at the front, followed by 6 others, walked over quickly. That man had a mocking smile on his face. "Haha, useless Lu Feng. It's good to know your place as a Tier 3 sect. Hand over your things to me, or you'll be humiliated." Lu Feng frowned slightly and said in annoyance, "Yu Xiang, it's you again? Are you addicted to stealing?" Yu Xiang chuckled. "Last time, you held on to that spirit stone and wouldn't give it to me. In the end, you still got beaten and obediently handed it over. Hand over the treasures this time as well, or you'll get beaten again." Lu Feng felt depressed, but had no choice, so he took out the fallen iron and handed over. Suddenly, Lei Linger stepped forward and angrily said, "In the Baja domain, the domain master has regulations against random plundering. Are you not afraid of being punished by the domain master for such unlawful acts?" Once these words were spoken, not only Yu Xiang, but also Lu Feng's side was stunned. They did not understand why Qin Zhe's maid suddenly became so angry at that moment. In the Baja domain, the strength of martial cultivators was paramount, especially in the wild areas. Although the various domain masters had regulations to follow, things like robbing resources and treasures were usually not overseen. "Hey girl, you have quite a temper, using the domain master to pressure me. If you're so capable, why don't you let the domain master come out right now?" He said this while looking at Lei Linger. After carefully examining her, Yu Xiang's eyes slightly trembled. He found her stunningly beautiful and was suddenly shocked. Lu Feng hurried forward, blocking in front of Lei Linger, handing over the meteorite iron in his hand. "Here you go. Can we leave now?" Lu Feng said. Slap. Yu Xiang suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lu Feng's face. "Get lost, you useless fool. Want to trick me? Where's the monster beast crystal? Hand it over." Yu Xiang shouted angrily. Qin Zhe's eyes chilled slightly. On one hand, it was because Yu Xiang was hitting people. On the other hand, it was because Yu Xiang knew about the monster beast crystal, which was information leaked by Chao Mufei. Chao Mufei even sold out his own sex people. It seemed he was truly not a good guy. "Damn it, I'm asking you, where's the monster beast crystal?" At this moment, Yu Xiang grabbed Lu Feng by the collar and asked furiously. Luan was so scared that he dared not step forward, his face full of worry. "Let him go. The monster beast crystal is with me," Qin Zhe said coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Feng was a nice guy. He could be a friend. Like Lu Daowei in his previous life, he was someone worth befriending. Qin Zhe was someone who valued emotions. He hated seeing his friends being bullied. Kid, where did this useless person come from? Yuxiang let go of Lu Feng and looked towards Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe coldly said, "You don't need to know who I am. The thing is in my hands. I just want to know if you dare to come and take it." Upon hearing this, Yuxiang and the others started to laugh. Who does this guy think he is? He's so arrogant. Look, he isn't even a disciple of Qing Mu's sect. He probably can't even get into such a trashy faction. A useless person is so cocky. Does he not know who we are? The group laughed as they surrounded Qin Zhe. Do you need help? Lei Ling'er came to Qin Zhe's side and whispered. Qin Zhe shook his head, signaling her not to reveal her strength. He could handle these people. At that moment, the leader, Yuxiang, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes and said in a low voice, "Grab the monster beast crystal. Take all 3 of the women." The others were slightly stunned. Although it wasn't unusual to rob some treasures in the wild, abducting people seemed a bit excessive. Yuxiang sneered and said, "I promise that guy. Once I get the monster beast crystal, I will help him capture a woman. I don't know which woman it is. Let's just take all 3. After finishing, Yuxiang drew a long sword and called everyone to get ready to attack. "Useless piece of trash. I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you'll suffer." With an order, Yuxiang drew a long sword as he waved for everyone to come towards Qin Zhe. Just then, dozens of figures appeared not far away. "Qin Zhe! It's Qin Zhe! He's over there!" Those people shouted loudly as they rushed over. Chapter 29. Kill. Yuxiang was somewhat puzzled and frowned, saying, "Damn, there are more helpers?" Qin Zhe looked towards the newcomers. He recognized them as people from the Yi and Sidu families. Yi Cheng was not present, but the deputy family master, Yi Gang, was leading the group. The Sidu family was led by their family head, Sidu Bo, with each family bringing along 10 to 20 martial artists. This group was quite large, at least more than 40 people. Yi Pianyu was among them, her stunning beauty instantly capturing the astonished attention of Yu Xiang and the others. "Qin Zhe, today, let's see where you can run." Yi Gang glared fiercely at Qin Zhe. Situ Bo signaled to those beside him, and soon, the martial artists of the family spread out to encircle Qin Zhe and the others. Yi Pianyu glanced at Qin Zhe and then at Lei Ling'er, Luan, and Zhang Wan. All these girls were attractive, especially Lei Ling'er. Even in plain clothes, she was still dazzling. Having such a girl beside Qin Zhe made her feel slightly jealous. Yi Gang scanned the crowd and asked, "You guys, are you Qin Zhe's companions or foes? If it's a companion, I'll tell you to roll, but if it's an enemy, this Qin Zhe is ours to kill." Yuxiang thought they were here to seize the beast crystal, but the other side had more people and strong strength, so he could only unwillingly walk towards the outskirts for a while. Yi Gang looked at Lu Feng and the others. "What about you? Don't you want to roll?" Lu Feng frowned and said, "Brother Qin is a friend of our Qingmu sect. Anyone who dares to harm him is going against our Qingmu sect." "Qingmu sect?" Yi Gang laughed loudly. "Today, the disciples of Xianyang sect are here to kill Qin Zhe. What does your Qingmu sect count for? Roll." "Xianyang sect?" Lu Feng and the others immediately widened their eyes, and their gaze quickly fell on the young man beside Yi Pianyu, dressed in martial clothes. The young man was Lu Tsong, his gaze cold as he stared at Qin Zhe. "Qin Zhe," Lu Tsong said coldly, "you betrayed and abandoned the 4 great families, causing them great losses. Today, the 4 great families will surely kill you." Qin Zhe smiled lightly. "Kill me? With these wastes?" He looked at the people brought by Situ Bo. These are all martial artists from the Situ family and the Yi family. Although there were not few of them, their strength was truly insufficient. Most of them were Earth Spirit Realm, and there were a few from the Heaven Spirit Realm, but not many. Together, they had about 30 to 40 people, but if a fight broke out, it would probably take Qin Zhe only the time of an incense stick to kill them. If there was more time, it would probably be too much to kill them all. Situ Bo and Yi Gang were both angry. Although they knew their family's strength was not as strong as Qin Zhe's, today's situation was different. "Qin Zhe, don't be proud. This time, senior brother Lu from Xianyang sect will personally deal with you," Yi Gang said loudly. Lu Tsong's eyes were cold and arrogant, looking at Qin Zhe with slight contempt. These past few days, he had been acting like a sycophant, but still couldn't win Yi Pianyu's favor. Today, by killing Qin Zhe, he could make a contribution. At this moment, he couldn't wait. "Qin Zhe, today you will definitely die." Lu Tsong took a few steps forward, his eyes full of cold, killing intent, staring fiercely at Qin Zhe, as if the two had some deep grudge. Qin Zhe smiled lightly. "What? Xianyang sect disciples can manage the grudges of other forces? You can kill people just like that?" Lu Tsong's old face turned red. He naturally knew the regulations of Xianyang sect. Disciples were absolutely not allowed to interfere with the affairs of other families, let alone kill people without reason. If the sect found out, he would definitely be punished by the law hall. But for Yi Pinyu, he was willing to go all out, although Xianyang sect doesn't allow it. Now, I'm a friend of the Yi family, and the Yi family's affairs are my affairs. If Miss Yi Pinyu asks me to kill you, I will definitely kill you. Lu Tsong released his aura, revealing his cultivation at the second level of the Xianling realm. Lei Ling'er was slightly surprised. This strength was even stronger than hers. If she had a contracted beast, she could still fight, but with her current strength, she would probably lose. Qinzhe, why don't you leave first? Lei Ling'er whispered. Qinzhe smiled lightly. This level of strength couldn't trouble him. However, when it came to Yi Pinyu, a hint of hatred flashed in Qinzhe's eyes. The Yi family, Yi Pinyu, Yi Chong. He hadn't gone to find trouble with the Yi family, yet the Yi family came looking for him. Since they've come, there's no need to leave now. All right, make your move. Qinzhe drew out the great Zhe sword, releasing his aura, and looked at Lu Tsong with a majestic demeanor. Lu Tsong's eyes turned cold. He was about to make a move when Yi Pinyu stopped him. Senior brother Lu, let me do it myself. Yi Pinyu held a blue long sword in her hand and slowly stepped forward. She released her aura, completely revealing her cultivation at the first level of the Xianling realm. In the past few days, Yi Pinyu's cultivation had skyrocketed to the first level of the Xianling realm. This was thanks to the Tianhun plate, and of course, Lu Tsong's wholehearted effort. He had almost exhausted all his family's resources to buy many spiritual pills and medicines for Yi Pinyu, allowing her to reach such a cultivation level. The Yi family and the Sidhu family were all extremely surprised. Lei Ling'er sized up Yi Pinyu and said, "This girl's talent is pretty good, but it's a pity that her cultivation increased too fast, and her foundation is unstable." Yi Pinyu swung her long sword, and the sword shadows danced around her. This is the swordsmanship of the Xianyang sect, the Xianyang sword technique. Her figure was graceful. Her sword moves were a blend of softness and strength, incredibly exquisite. Qinzhe, I told you, you'll never catch up with me. Today, I'll let you see the real difference between us. She had a cold and proud expression. Her long sword flicked, heading straight towards Qinzhe. Make your move. Even if you lose, do it like a man, with dignity. Don't make me look down on you. After Yi Pinyu said this, the shadow of her sword came towards Qinzhe. Qinzhe almost wanted to laugh. This woman was truly a fool. The first level of the Xianling realm, and she thought she was very strong. In his past life, he didn't even know what had gone wrong with him to have liked her for so long. But in this life, he had finally woken up. Just as he was about to make a move, Lei Ling'er grabbed him. "Young master, let me handle this." Lei Ling'er took a step forward, assuming a starting stance. Yi Pinyu furrowed her brows, her gaze once again sizing up Lei Ling'er. At first glance, she thought Lei Ling'er was the most dazzling among the three women. But now, after taking a closer look, Lei Ling'er's beauty was exquisite, no less than her own. It turned out that there was such a stunning woman by Qinzhe's side. Lei Ling'er was displeased, her sword technique becoming even fiercer. "Little b asterisk asterisk chi," she whispered, charging forward, her sword moves enveloping Lei Ling'er. Lei Ling'er smiled faintly, her figure unfolding as she easily dodged the fierce sword moves. Her movements were calm, and although she had no weapon in hand, Yi Pinyu's sword moves couldn't harm her in the slightest. "With this level of strength, you want to fight the young master? How laughable." Lei Ling'er sneered. Yi Pinyu was both angry and anxious. She had worked hard for days, practicing tirelessly day and night, just to defeat Qinzhe. But now, she couldn't even defeat his maid. Get lost. At this moment, Lei Ling'er raised her hand and slapped it directly on Yi Pinyu's chest. Yi Pinyu's face turned pale, her body staggered backward into the crowd. Lei Ling'er touched her palm, a displeased expression on her face. "This little girl, her figure is even better than mine. So annoying," she muttered softly. Yi Pinyu's face was deathly pale, standing still in disbelief, staring at Qinzhe. One move, just one move. All of Yi Pinyu's confidence and pride were shattered. She had attacked for so long, but couldn't even touch her opponent. Yet her opponent defeated her with a single strike. "Who are you really?" Yi Pinyu asked unwillingly. Lei Ling'er smiled faintly. "I am the young master's maid. If you can't even defeat me, how do you think you can fight the young master? You're really overestimating yourself." Yi Pinyu bit her lip, her eyes filled with unwillingness. If she lost to Qinzhe this time, she might have accepted it. But losing to a maid, her pride couldn't accept that. Pff. Anger surged in her chest, and Yi Pinyu spat out a mouthful of blood. She got up, looking at Qinzhe coldly, and spoke in a cold voice. "Qinzhe, I'll tell you the truth. I had a dream. I dreamt that you used my Yi family's heavenly soul disc to become the strongest martial cultivator in this world. This dream felt so real, so I believe the heavenly soul disc is definitely not that simple. Yi Pinyu, am also not that simple. Qin Zhe, I will definitely become a powerful figure in this world, just like you in my dream. Qin Zhe's heart stirred suddenly. It seemed that Yi Pinyu's memories from her past life had begun to resurface. The Starry Sky ruler hadn't lied to him. When Yi Pinyu encountered him, her memories began to appear. However, these memories were appearing in dreams, half real, half illusion. Qin Zhe sneered coldly. Heavenly Soul Disc, you'd better use it more often. When you know the truth, let's see how you regret it. Pinyu, let me handle this. At this moment, senior brother Lu stepped forward and said. His eyes were cold, and he was already prepared to kill. Chapter 30, Killing Lu Tsong. Qin Zhe Dai. Lu Tsong's palm technique broke through the air, accompanied by the sound of wind. With the third level of the Xianling realm cultivation, he was the strongest in the area. Lu Feng and the other two dared not even look, afraid to witness Qin Zhe being struck to death. But Qin Zhe remained calm and unhurried, drawing out the great Zhe sword with his right hand, facing the attack head-on. Since Lei Linger had already won, he certainly couldn't fall behind. Boom! A sword struck out. The wildness of the large sword had no technique, only power. And right from the start, it was full force. Lu Tsong met the sword blade with the palm of his hand, thinking he could block it all, but unexpectedly, his palm suddenly became hot. He looked down and saw that his palm had been slashed by Qin Zhe, and blood was oozing from the wound. Beast! Lu Tsong roared in anger, gritting his teeth tightly. Though he was furious, there was some surprise in his heart. This move from Qin Zhe actually injured him. Could it be that his strength was already close to his own? But he was at the third level of the Xianling realm. How could this be possible? Perhaps he just got lucky. Lu Tsong thought, and the power within his body surged. Boom! His breath released, and layers of aura swirled around his palms. As his palms moved, the wind howled, making a sharp sound. Qin Zhe, this is you seeking death. No one else is to blame. Lu Tsong, with bloodied palms, swung them down towards Qin Zhe's forehead. The palm's wind was fierce, as if it could split apart all obstacles in the world. That gust of wind struck Qin Zhe's head, and it seemed like his skull would be split open on the spot. Qin Zhe's gaze was cold, his killing intent growing sharply. Suddenly, he spun his sword, shifting from slash to a thrust. Be careful! Lei Linger cried out in alarm. Qin Zhe's thrust was clearly slower than Lu Tsong's palm technique. If the palm wind landed on Qin Zhe's head, he would surely die. Lu Tsong sneered, slamming down his palms. But in that instant, the sword tip suddenly accelerated. The great sword shot forward like a shooting star, piercing Lu Tsong's chest. Puffed. Lu Tsong's palm technique had only been half executed when his chest was already pierced. He stared at Qin Zhe in disbelief, never expecting that the long sword in his opponent's hand would fly out of his grasp. And the speed it came with was so fast, it was impossible to dodge. Lu Tsong felt his world spin, his body went limp, and all his strength seemed to drain away. He glared at Qin Zhe and said, You dare kill me? Of course I dare. Qin Zhe stepped forward, pulled the sword out, and a spray of blood followed. Lu Tsong collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Yi Gang and Sidu Bo were shocked. If even Lu Tsong was no match for Qin Zhe, what could they do? Go! Quickly go! Yi Gang ordered a retreat, and everyone fled in panic, running in all directions. Not far away, Yu Xiang and the others had also been scared out of their wits. Yu Xiang was only at the 9th level of the Tianling realm, and this Qin Zhe could even kill Lu Tsong. Killing him would be like child's play. Run! Yu Xiang turned to flee. Did I say you could leave? Qin Zhe's voice suddenly came from behind them. Yu Xiang was so frightened that his legs gave way, almost falling to the ground. Boss, when did you come up? He forced a smile, repeatedly saying. Qin Zhe said indifferently. Didn't you just say you wanted my monster's heavenly crystal and to take the 3 women with you? Now that I'm done with my business, you can continue. Yu Xiang felt like he wanted to die. He never imagined this person would be so strong. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I really won't dare again. Yu Xiang hastily said. Qin Zhe said indifferently. If you don't come, I'll make my move. Don't kill me. I can give you money. Yu Xiang shouted in panic. Qin Zhe's eyes were cold. Give me money? How much do you have? Yu Xiang froze, realizing he hadn't brought much money on this trip. I can introduce you to the Hao US sect. I'm the sect master's nephew. I can get you directly into the sect. Hao US sect? What kind of trash sect is that? Do you think I would care about such a sect? Qin Zhe said calmly. Yu Xiang was at a loss. Now that he had fallen into Qin Zhe's hands, he had no way out. Qin Zhe turned to look at Lu Feng and said, Come here, kill him. Lu Feng was stunned and shook his head. That doesn't seem right. Qin Zhe sighed. Indecisive, just like Lu Dawei. This world is much harsher than you think. If you're too kind to people, you'll suffer sooner or later. Lu Feng and Lu and both froze. The two of them heard these words very clearly, and their hearts were shocked beyond measure. How did he know their relationship with Lu Dawei? After all, Lu Dawei had never announced their relationship in the sect in order to train Lu Feng and Luan. The people outside, it's even more impossible for them to know. How did Qin Zhe know about this then? Lu Feng looked at Yu Xiong and sighed. I still can't bring myself to do it. Forget it. Let him go. Yes, let me go. Yu Xiong said excitedly. Let you go? No way. Qin Zhe slapped Yu Xiong, knocking him over, then pointed the tip of his sword at his head. Just now, it was Chao Mufei who sent you to find us, right? He also told you to capture Luan and bring him to him, right? Qin Zhe asked. Yu Xiong nodded vigorously after hearing this. Yes, it was his idea. He said you guys have the demon beast heaven crystal, and he said to trade it for this woman. All right, Qin Zhe said. Take us to him, and I'll spare your life. Yu Xiong excitedly jumped up from the ground, leading Qin Zhe and the others ahead. Soon, everyone arrived at an abandoned camp. Did you bring them? A voice full of excitement came from inside the camp. It was indeed Chao Mufei, yawning as he crawled out from a tent. Upon seeing everyone, he was slightly stunned. Didn't you say all the men were killed? Why are they still alive? He said with surprise, walking up to them. Yu Xiong was furious. This idiot only said there was a demon beast heaven crystal, only said they wanted a woman, but didn't mention how unbelievably strong Qin Zhe was. All the people around him were dead, and he almost lost his own life. And this guy, he's sleeping. Slap. Yu Xiong rushed up and slapped Chao Mufei, sending him crashing to the ground. With his 9th level of heavenly spirit realm strength, dealing with Chao Mufei was more than enough. Chao Mufei was dazed from the slap, standing up to look at Yu Xiong. Brother Xiong, what happened? Didn't you capture them? I just want that girl. The rest are yours. Chao Mufei said, covering his cheek. I'll kill you, little bastard. Do you think everyone is as disgusting as you? Yu Xiong turned into an embodiment of justice, punching and kicking Chao Mufei. Chao Mufei was beaten to the ground, his bones broken in several places. He couldn't understand why. After everything had been agreed upon with Yu Xiong, the other side suddenly turned against him. But after Yu Xiong finished beating him, rubbing his sore fists, he turned to Qin Zhe and smiled. Boss, are you satisfied with this? Boss. Chao Mufei was stunned, hastily saying, Yu Xiong, don't be fooled, this guy is not a boss at all. Yu Xiong was even angrier. It was because of this guy that he almost lost his life. He immediately swung his fist and beat him some more. After beating him, Yu Xiong asked Qin Zhe, Boss, how do you plan to deal with him? Qin Zhe smiled and said, Kill him. Yu Xiong was momentarily stunned, but quickly his eyes grew cold. He picked up his long sword and immediately stabbed it into Chao Mufei's body. Chao Mufei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his chest. His plan had been flawless, but in the end he lost his own life. After killing Chao Mufei, Yu Xiong turned to Qin Zhe and said, Boss, I helped you kill him, so you let me go, right? Scram. Qin Zhe shouted coldly. Yu Xiong thanked him profusely and quickly ran off. Lu Feng was a bit worried and said, Brother Qin, you've offended both the Haoyue sect and the Xianyang sect. Is everything all right? Qin Zhe replied, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You guys, however, should go back to report to your sect about Chao Mufei. Lu Feng nodded, agreeing with Qin Zhe's words. After all, a person had died this time, and he needed to report back to the sect. Brother Qin, we're leaving. After some time, we'll come to Moondragon City to recruit disciples. If there's a chance, we'll visit the Qin family. Sometime later, besides the Xianyang sect, several other sects also came to Moondragon City to recruit disciples, including the Qingwu sect. Qin Zhe bid farewell to Lu Feng and the others, then took Lei Linger back to the meteorite falling valley, continuing to collect meteorite iron and waiting for the arrival of the spirit fire. Meanwhile, outside the valley, on a cliff, a black-clad old man, in his 60s, stood there, facing the wind and looking at the ground. At the bottom of the valley, in the center of the meteorite crater, a faint red light was flickering. That thing will appear in 3 days. Quickly return to the sect and gather trustworthy people. Be fast. The old man in black said. Behind him was a middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man nodded earnestly. Elder, rest assured, this matter will be handled properly. Remember, this matter must not be made public. Our identities must not be exposed. If anyone obstructs, eliminate them secretly. Yes. The middle-aged man responded and quickly disappeared. Chapter 31. Spiritual Fire and Spiritual Beasts. 3 days later, in the morning, the dawn light began to appear. Outside a cave, Qin Zhe sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in morning light. At this moment, a surge of energy erupted from him, then suddenly dissipated. This was the aura of a breakthrough in cultivation. After swallowing 6 spirit-breaking pills, his cultivation finally broke through, becoming a level 1 martial cultivator in the heavenly spirit realm. Qin Zhe stood up and unleashed the indestructible true words of the Taishan. His body's capacity for endurance had indeed improved a lot. Using this 6th-level divine ability now felt effortless. Moreover, his overall martial strength had also increased a bit. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, a wave of power fluctuated. Qin Zhe was slightly startled. He knew that the soul-devouring tower was releasing power. Could it be that because his cultivation had reached the heavenly spirit realm, the soul-devouring tower was giving him new divine abilities? Qin Zhe was delighted and hurriedly entered the soul-devouring tower in his consciousness. This towering and ancient tower was just as it had always been. But once inside, waves of information surged into Qin Zhe's consciousness like a tide. Soul-devouring sky technique, devouring divine ability, 2nd level, all spirits devoured. The devouring divine ability has a 2nd level. Qin Zhe was overjoyed and quickly sensed the information within his consciousness. Devouring divine ability, 2nd level, all spirits devoured. This not only allows for the absorption of the spiritual energy of inanimate objects, but also the refined breath from living beings, turning it into his own use. Qin Zhe was thrilled. If absorbing the spiritual energy of inanimate objects like spirit herbs or pills required physical refinement, then absorbing the innate spiritual energy from living beings like demonic beasts or martial cultivators does not need refinement. It can directly transform into cultivation power. The spiritual energy within others can be used directly for himself. No need for refinement. That is the most crucial part. Qin Zhe saw not far away. Several red-tailed foxes were darting around. He expanded his form and quickly caught one. Using the devouring divine ability must be under the premise of the opponent's consent or in a situation of extreme weakness where they can't resist. In the instant the fox was killed, Qin Zhe activated the devour. A surge of energy frantically flowed into Qin Zhe's palm, heading towards his body. Meanwhile, the fox's body rapidly withered, its death seemed quite tragic. Qin Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. This all spirits devoured, while powerful, was somewhat too cruel. The absorption ratio was not very high. For this 2nd-tier beast, after Qin Zhe completely absorbed it, he found his cultivation only increased by about 1%. In other words, to improve his cultivation, he would need to absorb 100 beasts of the same level. Furthermore, after absorption, the fox's blood, flesh, fur, and even core became nothing but useless waste. This seems somewhat not worth it, unless he continued to rapidly increase his cultivation. Of course, the all spirits devoured could also absorb martial cultivator's breath. But Qin Zhe wouldn't kill for the sake of improvement. After all, he had many ways to enhance his martial skills. However, he wouldn't mind absorbing some energy from certain enemies or foes. So, did you break through in your cultivation? At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was Lei Ling-er. Qin Zhe nodded and asked, "What about you? Has your body fully recovered from your training these past few days?" Lei Ling-er waved her arm, flipped her right hand, and gathered a small ball of ice. The flames here are very intense, and the fact that she can condense such a block of ice shows that her power has completely recovered. Lei Ling-er looked at Qin Zhe and asked, "What are we going to do next? Continue searching for meteor iron?" Qin Zhe smiled lightly. "Not looking for meteor iron. I came here to find spiritual fire." Spiritual fire. Lei Ling-er's eyes suddenly trembled. She is the daughter of the domain master, so she naturally knows what spiritual fire is. "Is there spiritual fire here? Are you joking?" Lei Ling-er asked, somewhat suspicious. Qin Zhe said, "Not only is there spiritual fire, but there are also fire-type spiritual beasts that accompany it. Do you want them?" Lei Ling-er's eyes widened in an instant. Fire-type spiritual beasts are the best contract beasts for her. She cultivates an ice-type technique, and if she could have a fire-type spiritual beast with both ice and fire, her opponents would have no way to defend against her in battle. "Are you sure there really are spiritual fire beasts?" Lei Ling-er felt a bit sudden happiness and asked again. Qin Zhe didn't respond, brushed off the dust on his body, and looked off into the distance. Days passed, and the fiery atmosphere nearby had obviously thickened a lot. Some fire-type demon beasts were also gradually increasing around. But at a glance, it seemed that no one was collecting meteor iron in the distance. What's going on? She only confined herself in the nearby cave for 3 days. How come it feels like everyone has vanished from this area? As they walked, there was clearly a lot of meteor iron on the ground, but very few people around. Qin Zhe didn't think much and decided to first look for any spiritual beast born. If not, he could find a fire-type demon beast as a contract beast. Choosing a contract beast is actually quite difficult. First, the demon beast that can become a contract beast needs to have a certain level of obedience. So generally, wolf-type and lion-tiger-type demon beasts are more popular. Of course, well-trained eagle and falcon types are also good choices. As for those lizards and snakes, unless they are special beast warriors, few would choose them. Besides that, the contract beast must have a certain space for growth. After spending time and energy on training, they should be able to gain strength quickly. Only such a contract beast can accompany its master for a longer time. Of course, if the contract beast is a spiritual beast, all previous restrictions do not matter. Spiritual beasts possess a certain level of intelligence and have extremely strong talent. Any one of them would be a top-tier existence in an 8 desolation domain. Qinzhe and Lei Linger continued on their way and saw many demon beasts along the way. After encountering most of them, the two of them killed them without the intention of recruiting them as contract beasts. This place is already very close to the center of the meteorite falling area. Perhaps with a bit of luck, they would encounter unearthed spiritual fire. Qinzhe walked carefully, always sensing the surrounding fiery atmosphere. As they walked, a strong smell of blood wafted ahead. Lei Linger frowned slightly. The disgusting smell made her a bit uncomfortable. Has there been a battle here? Lei Linger said. Qinzhe had a bad premonition in his heart and spoke in a low voice. Be careful. Let's go check it out together. As he said this, he headed towards the forest ahead. The further they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Once they entered the forest, they saw about a dozen corpses lying scattered on the ground. These corpses were in a tragic state. Their bodies were torn apart by claws and blood. Why, for no reason at all, must so many people be killed? Qinzhe looked around again and found nothing special, so he decided to quickly take Lei Linger and move on. Rustle, rustle! At that moment, a sound of rapid footsteps was heard coming from a distance, heading towards them. Qinzhe pulled Lei Linger and hid behind a charred stone, concealing their presence. 2 black figures ran past them. Clearly, they saw the bodies here and then stopped. These people must have been killed by old Luo and his gang, right? It should be. These unlucky souls probably didn't listen to old Luo's advice and didn't want to leave here, so they were killed. The bosses ordered that this time, the spirit fire and spirit beasts must be secured. Anyone we see must be made to leave. Those who refuse are to be killed. Also, everything must be kept confidential. The appearance of spirit fire here must not be known to others. After saying this, the two headed off in a specific direction. Chapter 32. Killing the Mysterious Man in Black. Lei Linger looked horrified as she stared at Qinzhe. Who are they? Not sure. Qinzhe frowned and shook his head. He originally thought that not many would know about the spirit fire, and he could take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, others also want it. Who on earth are they? Sensing the cultivation level of these two, they were both in the Xianling realm. They should not be from Moondragon City. These two were clearly lackeys, but even lackeys had Xianling realm cultivation. Their boss's strength was unfathomable. They had to be careful this time. Qinzhe, there are others looking for spirit fire and spirit beasts. At this moment, Lei Linger whispered. Her expression was serious. She could see that these people's strength was not weak, and that there were quite a few of them. It seemed that it was going to be a bit troublesome for the two of them to obtain the spirit fire and spirit beast this time. Qinzhe thought for a moment and said, Let's take it step by step. Just follow my lead. Although he was unclear about the identities of the others, Qinzhe was not flustered. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Help! At that moment, a cry for help came from ahead. Lei Linger instinctively wanted to rush out, but Qinzhe pulled her back. Don't expose yourself. Otherwise, we'll get into trouble too. Suddenly, 5 or 6 figures were seen rushing towards their location. In front, 4 people were fleeing in a panic, while 2 others were chasing madly behind. Seeing the distance between the two sides quickly closing in, both groups were headed straight towards Qinzhe. Qinzhe focused and saw that these were people from the Zhong family of Moondragon City. The 4 should be young members of the Zhong family, 1 man and 3 women, being pursued by 2 men in black. We've agreed to leave here. Why are you still trying to kill us? One tall and fierce-looking woman from the Zhong family shouted. Swish, swish. With 2 slashes, one Zhong family youth was directly cut down into a pool of blood. Hee. One of the black-clothed men sneered coldly. I haven't had fun in months. Seeing 3 beauties, I must have a bit of fun. Saying this, he reached out towards the tall beauty. The tall beauty gritted her teeth and raised her weapon to strike. However, the gap in strength was too big, and her weapon was struck away with a single blow by the black-clothed man. Hee. Accept your fate. I'll play with you and then take you back. I won't kill you, he said, moving towards the 3 women. Get away. At a critical moment, Lei Linger made her move. A blast of icy energy was hurled at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was startled and hurriedly swung his blade to deflect the icy blast. Clang! The icy blast shattered. The black-clothed man took a few steps back, his wrist trembling slightly. "Who is it? Come out!" he shouted angrily, looking in the direction of the big stone. Qinze felt helpless. He didn't want to get involved in such matters. But Lei Linger was clearly very righteous, and now they had definitely startled the snake. However, since they had been discovered, they had to maintain their momentum. Qinze slowly stepped out from behind the big stone, his gaze sharp. "Who are you? Why are you killing people from Moondragon City?" The two black-clothed men exchanged glances, then their gazes turned icy as they shouted. "There's someone else? Kill!" Two men rushed towards Qinze, and Qinze raised his hand to draw the day sword, sweeping it horizontally with a move of the Qingming sword technique. Gale force of 1,000 miles. Qinze shouted loudly. Having used his martial arts numerous times, he had already comprehended the strongest few moves of this technique. With that, he swept through, forcing the two men in black to retreat. The two men in black were slightly taken aback, their killing intent deepening in their eyes. "Dare to ruin our plans, kill!" One of them bellowed and charged towards Qinze. This person was at the second level of the Xianling realm, and his knife technique was unleashed, instantly enveloping Qinze with a fierce aura. Qinze was not afraid at all, raising his great sword and cleaving forward. Huashan breaking. This was the second move of the Qingming sword technique, a powerful sword strike. The man in black raised his weapon to block, but with a heavy sound his weapon was cleaved in two, and his head was also split in half. The other man's eyes widened in panic. The information they received was that everyone in Moondragon City was below the first level of the Xianling realm, allowing them to kill at will. But they didn't expect that someone so powerful would emerge. "Tell me, who are you?" Qinze looked at the other man in black. That man said nothing and pulled out a hidden weapon to shoot towards Qinze. "Be careful," the beautiful woman from the Zhong family exclaimed. However, those hidden weapons hit Qinze with no effect, unable to break through his martial aura. Just this moment of hesitation, the man in black had already run far away. Qinze had not learned any movement techniques, feeling it was unnecessary before, but now he regretted it a bit. He had to chase. If the other side had many more people, he would be exposed. "Chase!" Qinze said in a low voice and ran after him. Lei Linger hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. The beautiful woman from the Zhong family stood in place, a bit confused as she watched their disappearing figures. "Isn't that Qinze from the Qin family?" she muttered to herself. "Sister, isn't Qinze someone you played with when you were young? Can't you recognize him?" a girl beside her asked. The beautiful woman from the Zhong family furrowed her brows slightly. Wasn't he stripped of his position as the young master by the Qin family and rejected by the Yi family? How has he become so strong? Forget it. Let's hurry back to our family first, and we can thank the Qin family later. Saying this, she led her two younger sisters and left quickly. On the other side, the man in black fled desperately, with Qinze and Lei Linger closely pursuing. They darted into the woods and quickly arrived at a rocky area. In that rocky area, many figures were moving, seemingly hunting beasts. Boss Luo, there are experts," the man in black shouted while running. Qinze sensed that it was bad and hurriedly focused on the aura ahead, detecting 5 distinct auras. In the rocky area ahead, there were at least 5 people who all turned their heads outwards upon hearing the shout. All 5 were dressed in black and wore masks, the only difference being their heights. The leader was particularly tall, with a sinister and terrifying gaze. "What's going on?" he said in a deep voice. The man gasped for breath and replied, "Boss, someone discovered us and killed Sun Ming. He's chasing us here." "Useless." Slap. Boss Luo slapped the black-clad man's face, scolding, "You fool, I am about to find the spirit beast, and at this time, you bring someone over. Are you tired of living?" The man looked gloomy. "I didn't know you had found the spirit beast. I just instinctively wanted your help." Boss Luo said coldly, "Now that people are here, we must kill them first." Chapter 33. Spirit Beast Cub. Big Brother Luo quickly said, "Did you find the spirit fire? Bring it out, let us see." Qinze smiled faintly. "I'm not a fire-type cultivator. How could I absorb the spirit fire? I only know the location of the spirit fire. I want to sell it for a good price. Since you're also looking for the spirit fire, how about we trade?" Big Brother Luo narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "How do we trade?" Although he had some doubts, if he could really get this spirit fire, his reward would definitely be generous. But he didn't know how much this kid wanted. Qinze looked around and said, "Come over here, let's talk privately." Big Brother Luo sensed Qinze's power, then glanced at the people behind him and said, "You stay here, I'll go meet him." Saying this, he walked toward Qinze. Speak. How can you tell me the location of the spirit fire? Big Brother Luo asked. Qinze smiled slightly. How can I tell you? You just have to die. Boom. Qinze didn't give him any chance to think, instantly activating the supreme immortal mantra to its maximum. Then his body suddenly shot forward, and a sword struck at Big Brother Luo. Big Brother Luo was greatly shocked. He thought that the opponent's strength must not be as strong as his, so even if he came over, there wouldn't be any danger. But to his surprise, the other person was so strong. Quick, come up. Let's kill him together. As soon as Big Brother Luo finished speaking, Qinze's great sword was already close. He used a fist technique with an iron fist guard on his right hand. At this moment, he struck a punch, smashing towards Qinze's great sword. Swoosh, a sound, and a section of his arm flew off. Qinze's great sword changed direction, directly cutting off Big Brother Luo's arm. Big Brother Luo screamed in pain, retreating repeatedly. Qinze's Qingming sword art was fast and furious. In the blink of an eye, it pierced several vital points on his body. Big Brother Luo was on the verge of death. Qinze stepped forward and grabbed his throat. Devour, open. With a low growl, Big Brother Luo's body instantly shriveled. The remaining 5 people were about to step forward, but when they saw this scene, they were instantly scared out of their wits and dared not approach. Qinze saw the opportunity and shouted, Linger, let's go. As soon as the words fell, his body shot forward like an arrow, rushing towards the opponent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword moves filled the sky, and after a few moves, 3 people fell to the ground. Lei Ling finally came to her senses, her heart still filled with the fear of seeing Big Brother Luo turned into a shriveled corpse. But since Qinze called her to act, she instinctively formed 2 balls of ice. Stop that person from escaping. Qinze shouted, and Lei Ling woke up from her daze. The 2 balls of ice flew towards the person. Bang, bang, 2 sounds, and the person fell to the ground. Qinze then killed another person, swiftly walking over to the fallen person's side and stabbing into their back. In a few breaths, the 6 people were all killed. The action was clean and swift, and there was absolutely no mercy, especially when he devoured just now. Even Lei Ling was frightened. She didn't know what kind of devilish power this was, but it was so terrifying. Qinze looked at the corpses on the ground, searched their bodies, but didn't find silver or resources, only a token. This token was pitch black with a character engraved on it. A token from the Xianyang sect? But it didn't seem right. It looked similar, but the Xianyang sect's token was silver white, while this one was black. The corpses on the ground could not be devoured for spirit energy. Devouring must be done when the person is still alive. Of course, with Lei Ling present, Qinze didn't want to scare her a second time. Fortunately, Big Brother Luo was a 4th-stage Xianling realm cultivator, and now Qinze was about to break through to the 2nd-stage Tianling realm. Qinze, come quickly and have a look. At this moment, Lei Ling shouted loudly. Qinze hurriedly stepped forward, only to see 2 crimson demon wolves lying dead in a pile of stones, blood pooling around them. These wolves were called blackback flame wolves. They were bright red all over, but their backs were black. These wolves liked the fire attribute, so they lived in places rich with fire elements. Originally, these wolves would have been great contract beasts. Unfortunately, he arrived a step too late. The person had already been killed. Qinze felt a bit regretful, but there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to leave, he heard some movement from under a distant rock. Woo woo woo. Some faint cries came from beneath the stone. Qinze went up to move the stone and saw 2 black-backed flame wolf cubs, who were barking wildly at the outside. The 2 cubs radiated a faint fiery red aura. This aura was very weak, but if one looked closely, it could still be seen clearly. Qinze sensed it slightly, and then his heart trembled. This is a spirit beast, he said hurriedly. Lei Ling opened her beautiful eyes wide, her watery large eyes pure, yet carrying a hint of pity, excited, but also tinged with a faint sadness. Is this really a spirit beast? Such poor little wolf cubs. Lei Ling reached out and picked up the 2 cubs. The 2 little guys bared their teeth ferociously. Lei Ling was not angry at all, but softly said, We are not the ones who killed your parents. The ones who harmed your parents have already been killed by us. We avenged you. She took the 2 wolf cubs and looked at the ground covered with corpses, then returned to the rubble area. The cubs struggled for a moment, jumped to the ground, and quickly ran to the bodies of the black-backed flame wolves, desperately licking their eyes. But no matter how much they licked, the 2 great wolves could no longer open their eyes. The cubs seemed anxious, making a whimpering sound. Lei Ling looked on with tears in her eyes. After a moment, she quietly said, looking at them, I think of when my mother passed away when I was little. I thought she was just sleeping, and if I touched her face, she would wake up and play with me. After saying this, the girl leaned against Qinze's chest and started to sob. Qinze felt a bit helpless, so he gently patted her back. "At least you still have your father," he said softly. Qinze had lost both parents at a young age, so in his past life, he valued emotions immensely. This also led to him being betrayed by relatives and friends later. Sometimes giving too much would make others take it for granted. In this life, he would definitely open his eyes and not unconditionally give to anyone. After a while, the two wolf cubs were also tired and fell into a deep sleep against the bodies of the big wolves. Qinze gave a knowing look and said, "Go ahead, spirit beasts, it's hard to come by. Make them your contracted beasts." Lei Linger felt a bit reluctant. After all, the little ones had just lost their parents. Qinze said, "Only by becoming your contracted beasts can you protect them better. If they fell into the hands of those men in black just now, what do you think would happen to them?" Lei Linger nodded and took out 2 talismans. "My current strength can only contract with 1 spirit beast. Can you also contract with one?" In his past life, Qinze had also contracted spirit beasts and had learned beast taming technique. Stronger ones might be hard to control, but newborns would definitely be fine. He took the talisman, found a male, and directly pressed the talisman to its forehead. Lei Linger used the talisman on the other little female wolf, then dripped a drop of blood on its forehead. With a flash of light, the contract was formed. Chapter 34. Moving in Danger. Qinze had completed the contract as well. The 2 young beasts opened their eyes and recognized their masters. After they landed, they surrounded Qinze and Lei Linger's feet, sniffing and licking. Lei Linger was amused to the point of giggling, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, beautiful beyond compare. Qinze dug a large pit and buried the 2 flame wolves. Then he said to Lei Linger, "Linger, you go back to the Moondragon City Qin family first and bring the 2 little ones along." Lei Linger knew that Qinze was going to seize the spirit fire. Her eyes were a bit worried as she asked, "Qinze, if it doesn't work, I can ask my father to send someone over." Qinze shook his head. "There's no time. I'll send you out first." The 2 quickly arrived at the valley's edge, and after watching Lei Linger leave, Qinze quickly returned to the area near the stone forest. He first found a similar-sized black outfit and put it on, then covered his head and face with black cloth, leaving only his eyes visible. With everything ready, he quickly moved towards the center of the valley. 2 days later, at the center of the valley, in the deepest pit, a flame was already hiding, about to break free from the ground's pressure and burst forth. Surrounding the flame, dozens of black-clothed men formed a circle. In the center, there was an old man in black and a middle-aged man in black. The 2 focused their gaze on the ground beneath them. Now, everything was ready, just waiting for the spirit fire to break free from the earth. The middle-aged man looked at the increasingly thick flame and asked, "Elder, we have gone through so much effort and risked our reputation to get this spirit fire. What is it for?" The old man in black stared intently at the ground, not taking his gaze away for a moment. "You don't know, a big shot instructed us that his son is cultivating fire-type spiritual martial arts and needs a flame. Moreover, it is best if the flame is just formed. It is more malleable. Such a good opportunity. How could we let it slip away? If we can offer this spirit fire, it will benefit our sect and us personally. It is all gain and no harm." The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, clearly in strong agreement. Now, only one last step was left to obtain the spirit fire, and their mission would be successfully completed. Meanwhile, not far away, Qinze rushed here. Seeing the scene at the center, his brow immediately furrowed. This group had made full preparations. They were willing to kill innocent people just for this spirit fire. Although the spirit fire was valuable, this group must be powerful and wealthy people. They clearly could reveal their identities and directly participate in the competition. Probably no family could outcompete them. But they chose to hide their identities and kill all witnesses to ensure absolute safety. Could it be that they were not going to use this spirit fire themselves, but deliver it to someone else? Qinze fell into deep thought. In his previous life, he only found out later that this place had spirit fire appear. And the person who obtained this spirit fire was another domain lord of the 8 Desolations, the youngest son of Yu Yunfeng, Yu Lang. That's right. Qinze's eyes lit up. Everything clicked into place. In the last life, Yu Lang was previously unknown. Suddenly one day, he emerged, wielding the mysterious dragon spirit fire, and dominated the 8 Desolation region for quite some time. He once casually mentioned that his spirit fire came from this meteorite. Now that he thought about it, in his previous life, this group had secretly helped Yu Lang find this spirit fire. Now, thinking about it, everything lined up. So in this life, it was probably the same. This group, after obtaining the spirit fire, would also deliver it directly to Yu Lang. Yu Lang? Qinze frowned, and a bold idea began to take shape. He originally planned to wear black clothes and mix with the crowd to seize the moment to snatch it. But seeing the scene, he realized he had no chance at all. At this moment, he had another idea. Chinze took off the black clothes and put on a blue martial outfit, tying his hair neatly, then walked towards the crowd. Who goes there? In the crowd, someone spotted Chinze and immediately shouted loudly. Dozens of sharp eyes turned toward Chinze. Every gaze was incredibly fierce, alert, filled with aggression and killing intent. Especially the two in the middle, their eyes sharp as eagles, as if they could see through everything. They did not leave the center, but their gaze locked onto Chinze. Chinze's expression was calm as he smiled and said, I am Yu Lang, son of Yu Yinfeng. My family appreciates the efforts you all have made to find a spirit fire for me, and my Yu family will surely reward you generously. Upon hearing this, the old man in black's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Chinze, his eyes filled with confusion. But he also couldn't be sure. The middle-aged man in black paused for a moment, then asked, Elder, is this spirit fire originally for the son of the domain master? At this moment, Chinze was still a little far away. He had already planned that this sentence was just a test. If the other party could see through it, he would know from the look in their eyes and just her to leave. If the other side hesitated or looked doubtful, then today would basically be secure. The young master has come personally? Where are the guards? The old man in black hurriedly welcomed him, although his gaze had been somewhat suspicious just now. Only he and Yu Yinfeng knew about the spirit fire for Yulan Ge. No one else could possibly know. The young man in front of him spoke of the spirit fire, so it must be without a doubt Yulan Ge. Chinze smiled and said, It's an urgent trip to Moon Dragon City. Why would I need to bring guards? I just wanted to see the spirit fire quickly and came over after telling my father. The old man in black took off his mask and smiled, bowing to Chinze. Old man greets the young master. A jolt ran through Chinze's heart. He recognized this face, the leader of the Xianyang sect, Su Huaifeng. Everything made sense now. The Xianyang sect was under the jurisdiction of Lei Longhu. Su Huaifeng should have been one of Lei Longhu's people, but now he secretly collaborated with Yu Yinfeng. This matter definitely needed to be kept confidential. No wonder this group of people was hiding their identities and driving away those who passed by, even killing them. Initially, he thought they were hiding the news of the spirit fire. Now it seemed they were hiding Su Huaifeng's own identity. One of the three major sects in the 8 wilderness domain, the Xianyang sect, unexpectedly engaged in such disgusting acts of indiscriminate killing. In his past life, Chinze always thought the Xianyang sect was an esteemed sect. Even in this life, he planned to join the Xianyang sect and practice hard. At this moment, his heart was stormy, but his expression remained calm. Chinze also bowed and said, Sect Master Su is too kind. My father often speaks of you. This time you have helped me so much. I will certainly repay you in the future. The smile of the old man in black grew even brighter. A small matter. These are all loyal members of our sect. He pointed to the black-clad people around. For some tricky matters, I will work with them. For now, let's not introduce you. There will be opportunities in the future for you to serve the young master. Chinze said no more and just played with the space jade pendant in his hand. Seeing the jade pendant, Su Huaifeng's suspicions completely disappeared. A space treasure, extremely rare in the 8 wilderness domain, could only be worn by the most valued person of the domain master. This person before him could only be Yulan Ge. Boom! At that moment, the ground trembled. The earth cracked open, and a ball of flame shot into the sky. The spirit fire had manifested. Chapter 35. Leaving Fire Brahmin Heaven Art. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a bright red flame slowly rose. Along with it, groups of flames were vying to spread outward, keeping the fireball in the center. Spirit fire. The middle-aged man in black looked at the flames, his eyes revealing excitement and envy. Chinze, however, remained unbothered and did not step forward. Instead, he stood outside with his hands behind his back. Seeing Chinze's demeanor, Su Huaifeng felt even more convinced. Who else could have such composure, witnessing a treasure like spirit fire? He stepped forward and asked Chinze, Young master, should I take the spirit fire first with the spirit box, or will you absorb it directly? To absorb the spirit fire, one must first practice fire-type cultivation methods. Ice, fire, thunder, and poison types are considered advanced methods in spiritual cultivation, difficult for ordinary families to obtain. At this moment, if Chinze couldn't absorb the spirit fire directly, he would surely reveal himself. However, his supreme, immortal true words could allow his body to merge with any spiritual element. Otherwise, before departing, Chinze would have certainly practiced a fire-related skill. I will absorb it directly. Chinze stepped forward, and the black-clothed men made way for him. The air ahead was scorching, and spiritual fire danced before him. Qinze stretched out his hand and grasped the spiritual fire in his palm, the intense heat spreading from his hand throughout his body. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Qinze. Without the flame technique, his body would have ignited just now. However, Qinze's expression was calm, and his body showed no unusual signs. Then he clenched his hand, and the flames were quickly absorbed into his body. Young master is so strong. This spiritual fire can be absorbed just like that. He must have a very strong fire technique. So impressive. He is indeed the son of the domain master. Everyone spoke, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Qinze. Qinze maintained a detached expression, but inside, a storm was raging. After all, it was spiritual fire. It wouldn't be easy to suppress it and use it immediately. He looked at Su Huaifeng and said, "Master Su, everything went smoothly, so I will go back and enter seclusion now. For today's matter, there will definitely be a significant reward in the future." Su Huaifeng bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, please be careful on your way back. It's not convenient for me to escort you, so I won't accompany you." Qinze felt a thrill of joy in his heart. It was best for him to get away from these people quickly. Just as he was about to leave, he thought for a moment and said, "Master Su, there is one more thing I would like to trouble you with." Upon hearing this, Su Huaifeng hurriedly responded, "Young master is too polite. If there's anything I can do, just say it." Qinze said, "The reason I came here personally is mainly because there are others in my family who are also coveting the spiritual fire. If my father's people come to ask you about the spiritual fire, just say that you found nothing. I will explain everything clearly to my father after I go back. Oh, and even for my father's carrier pigeon message, do not reveal the truth. There are too many eyes in the mansion, which could easily leak information. This time, regarding the spiritual fire, besides my father and me, I don't want anyone else in the domain master's mansion to know." Su Huaifeng thought for a moment and quickly agreed. After all, in the domain master's mansion, there are many young masters, and everyone covets the spiritual fire. The people sent by the domain master to inquire were surely from the domain master, but they might not necessarily be people of the young master. If the news leaks out, it would definitely affect the young master. This young master is the most cherished child of the domain master, has obtained the spiritual fire, and will surely be a top existence in the 8 wilderness domain in the future. This flattery must be given. Young master is so young, yet has such a meticulous mind. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, Su Huaifeng said, cupping his hands. Qinze waved his hand and smiled. Born in the domain master's mansion, one must be careful and prudent. This time, Master Su has helped me so much. I will remember it in my heart. Su Huaifeng laughed heartily and cupped his hands, saying, "If young master ever needs my help in the future, please feel free to ask, and I will definitely do my best." "Thank you." Qinze cupped his hands in return and then turned to leave. After he walked far away, Su Huaifeng turned back to the others. "Regarding today's matter of the spiritual fire, no one is allowed to reveal a word. If I find out someone is talking nonsense, they'll be killed without mercy." Facing the warm and friendly Su Huaifeng, his words now carried a heavy authority, leaving no room for doubt. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black stepped forward and said, "Master, during our cleaning of this area, several disciples were killed." Su Huaifeng's brow furrowed sharply. "How many people?" The middle-aged man in black frowned and said, "A total of 7. It doesn't seem like they were killed by beasts. They have sword wounds on them. Moreover, one person's body was drained dry." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Huaifeng's expression immediately became serious. This area did not have particularly strong martial cultivators. To be able to kill and drain someone dry, what kind of demonic technique was this? "Lu Chang, go check the nearby area, especially in Moondragon City, to see if there are any particularly strong individuals. By the way, wasn't Elder Lu supposed to go to Moondragon City to recruit new members? You should go with him to take a look as well." Lu Chang nodded and quickly headed towards Moondragon City. After leaving Su Huaifeng and the others, Qinze hurriedly quickened his pace. He couldn't wait to return to the Qin family. The spiritual fire inside him was about to scorch his 5 organs. If it weren't for the supreme immortal incantation, he would not have been able to hold on for this long. Running wildly, Qinze finally found a concealed stone cave. He hurriedly crawled into the cave and sat cross-legged. The supreme immortal incantation circulated, and the energy of the spiritual fire spread throughout his body with the incantation. The hot sensation that had just been overwhelming had now faded considerably. The pain in his body disappeared, and Qinze felt completely relaxed. After solving the immediate problem, Qinze closed his eyes and searched through his memories for fire-controlling techniques. Although the supreme immortal incantation could integrate various spiritual elements to better use the flames, a technique was still needed. The reason Qinze had not practiced a fire-based technique before was mainly because he didn't know what type this spiritual fire belonged to. There are many types of flames. Some are pure flames that can release terrifying temperatures. Some are cold flames, with lower temperatures but possess the power of death. There are also poisonous flames, beast flames, and so on. Different flames require different techniques to unleash their strongest power. This time, the spiritual fire is pure fire, so he would use the sky-burning fire technique that he was very familiar with from his past life. This belongs to the supreme tier technique, and normally, it would be very difficult for someone at Qinze's heavenly spirit realm level to practice it. In fact, it could be said that a martial artist in the heavenly spirit realm would find it impossible to successfully train in a supreme tier technique. However, Qinze was very familiar with this technique from his past life, plus his true strength had already surpassed the 5th layer of the Xin spirit realm. Forcibly practicing this sky-burning fire technique should not be too much of a problem. It would just take a certain amount of time. How long specifically was still unclear. Chapter 36. Yi Pianyu's Plan. Moon Dragon City, Yi Family, Conference Hall. Silence. A pin drop could be heard. In the hall sat many people. The head of the Yi family, Yi Chong, and the deputy head, Yi Gang. The heads of the other 3 major families in Moon Dragon City, as well as other important figures. The gaze of these people was focused on the guest seat, on an old man. The old man wore a dark martial robe, exuding a fierce aura, with cold murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. He was Lu Yuhui, an elder of the Xianyang sect. He was also Lu Tsong's grandfather. Lu Yuhui was the responsible elder for recruiting disciples for the Xianyang sect in Moon Dragon City. He had sent Lu Tsong ahead to recruit Yi Pianyu to scout for talents for the sect, and also to seek a potential daughter-in-law for his grandson. But unexpectedly, Lu Tsong was killed. Recruiting disciples was supposed to happen 5 days later, but upon receiving news of his grandson's death, Lu Yuhui hurriedly came to the Yi family in Moon Dragon City. He wanted to know the truth as soon as possible. Lu Tsong's body was still in a side room, encased in ice, with a sword piercing through his chest, dying in one blow. There were such powerful experts in Moon Dragon City. Lu Yuhui's expression darkened as he coldly said, "Where is that kid named Qinze now?" Yi Chong quickly replied, "Elder, we went to the Qin family to investigate, and Qinze hasn't returned to Moon Dragon City yet. I suspect he is afraid of your revenge, so he doesn't dare to come back." Lu Yuhui's eyes narrowed, and his murderous intent only increased. "If he doesn't come back, won't you take action against his family? Why have the people of the Qin family been safe all this time?" Yi Chong quickly replied, "Elder, to speak honestly, the reason Qinze is so arrogant is entirely because the Lord of Moon Dragon City is protecting him. Otherwise, we would have long since gone to the Qin family to seek justice for Lu Kong." The Lord of Moon Dragon City? Lu Yuhui sneered coldly. "What is he? Just a mere Lord of Moon Dragon City, not even worthy enough to be a dog beside the Domain Lord. Today you will go to the Qin family and leave no one alive. If anything happens, Old Man will take responsibility for it." As soon as the words were spoken, the eyes of the 4 great families brightened. After this month, the income of the 3 great families have been slashed in half, all thanks to the Qin family. If they could take down the Qin family and let Qin Wuyang take control again, then the 4 great families could return to their original path. "Let's go, we'll go to the Qin family now and kill a few of their people to vent our anger," Lu Yugu said, ready to lead his men out the door. "Elder Lu." At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. It was Yi Pianyu. Yi Pianyu quickly walked into the hall and gave a salute to Lu Yugu. "Elder Lu, I heard everything you said. If you go like this without caution, if Lord Moon Dragon reports to the Domain Master, it will be us and you who suffer," Yi Pianyu said slowly. A killing intent flashed in Lu Yugu's eyes as he saw Yi Pianyu, clearly feeling somewhat displeased. His grandson, Lu Tsong, wouldn't have met his death if he hadn't been fond of Yi Pianyu. Lu Yugu squinted his eyes and asked, "Then what do you suggest? What's your plan?" Yi Pianyu replied, "From what I know, during the competition for meteorite iron, many people from different families were killed by some black-clad individuals. These black-clad individuals are very powerful, and the families dare not express their anger." Lu Yugu and the others nodded. Indeed, this was true. Although the Yi family and the Situ family were quick, they also heard that many families had lost a lot of people. Yi Pianyu continued, "Elder Lu can spread the word that the investigation is clear, and it was Qinze who led the people to kill members of these families. The families will then gather and agree to go to the Qin family 5 days later to settle the score with Qinze. If Qinze isn't there, capture those who resist, and it will naturally allow Qin Wuyang to regain control of the Qin family. If Qinze is there, Elder Lu can seize the opportunity and kill Qinze." Yi Pianyu slowly finished speaking. a cold, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Qin Zhe, even if your strength exceeds mine, when it comes to intelligence, you are no match. This time you are dead. Lu Yugu and the others' eyes lit up upon hearing this. This plan is good. The families are already angry about their people being killed, and now that we have a target for their anger, it will surely escalate the situation. Right, we'll say Qin Zhe, kill these people just to get a piece of high-grade meteorite iron. As long as we direct the anger towards the Qin family is doomed. Everyone spoke excitedly, their faces full of enthusiasm. Lu Yugu looked at Yi Pianyu with approval in his eyes. This woman is exceptionally talented. Her wisdom is outstanding, indeed a good prospect. It's a pity she can't be my granddaughter-in-law, but she can be my disciple. Lu Yugu said, "We'll do it, as Yi Pianyu suggested. I'll get a few trusted disciples involved in this matter, while you all spread the word and contact the other families. In 5 days, we must destroy the Qin family and see if Qin Zhe returns." Everyone was overjoyed, with strong fighters from Xinyang sect helping. Even if the Qin family had the support of the city lord, they were still doomed. Yi Pianyu said, "Thank you, Elder Lu. I have one request. If Qin Zhe returns, I want to kill him with my own hands. Please grant me this opportunity." Lu Yugu was slightly surprised. He saw the killing intent in Yi Pianyu's eyes, which was very eager, so he nodded slightly. "All right, I will give you this chance, but you must continue your training and strive to become a core disciple as soon as you enter the sect." Saying this, he took out a bag of pills and handed them to Yi Pianyu. Yi Pianyu respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Elder Lu. I will continue my training, and I appreciate your pills." She accepted the pills and quickly turned to head towards the training room. In the hall, Lu Yugu did not end the conversation. He looked at the others and said, "There's one more thing." This time, in Xinyang sect's inner sect, several experts were killed while collecting meteorite iron in the forest. I want to ask everyone, have you seen any strong martial artists in Moon Dragon City recently? Everyone fell silent. The experts in Moon Dragon City. Everyone knows them well. How could they not know? But during those days, these experts were all at home. Moreover, to kill the inner sect experts of the Xinyang sect, how strong must one be? It's clear they are much stronger than a few of us. Yichong shook his head and said, "Elder Lu, we truly do not know about this. Yes, our strengths are considered strong in Moon Dragon City, but we are only at the first level of the Xianling realm." Lu Yugue furrowed his brow. Among those killed this time, the weakest had the strength of the first level of the Xianling realm. The stronger ones were at the third level of the Xianling realm and above. If it weren't for someone at the fifth level of the Xianling realm, it would have been impossible to kill those guys. Who on earth is it? A martial artist above the fifth level of the Xianling realm. Lu Yugue muttered to himself, but still had no answers in his heart. Chapter 37. Trouble at the Qin family. On the other side in the training room, Yi Pianyu sat cross-legged, her aura quickly circulating. In front of her was a black disc, the Yi family's precious treasure, the Tianhun disc. At this moment, colorful light was swirling on the Tianhun disc, and streams of rich heavenly and earthly spiritual energy were surging into Yi Pianyu's body. Meanwhile, within Yi Pianyu's body, some of her own power was also being absorbed by the Tianhun disc. Suddenly, an aura was released from Yi Pianyu's body. This was a sign of a martial artist breakthrough, but the aura suddenly disappeared, and Yi Pianyu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her face was pale as she got up and opened her clothes to look. A layer of black aura was floating on the surface of her abdomen. "What is this?" Yi Pianyu gritted her teeth, her expression dark. Since coming back, she had broken through to the second level of the Xianling realm in the first 3 days. However, her cultivation after that had not gone smoothly. Every time she felt a breakthrough coming, her abdomen would have a sharp pain. At first, this pain was fleeting, and Yi Pianyu did not pay much attention to it. But in the recent few times, it would last for several breaths. Every time there was pain, Yi Pianyu felt as if something was gnawing at her flesh and blood from within her dantian. She remembered that Qin Zhe had mentioned to her before about abdominal pain. At that time, she thought Qin Zhe was just guessing randomly, but he happened to guess correctly. But now that she thought about it, did he know something? Recently, every night when she went to sleep, Yi Pianyu had the same dream. In the dream, Qin Zhe became the strongest emperor in the star domain. Although she was also strong, she was always suppressed beneath him. The reason seemed to be because of this Tianhun disc. The Tianhun disc can't be wrong. I too will become an unparalleled strong person like Qin Zhe in my dream. Qin Zhe, wait to be crushed by me. Yi Pianyu clenched her delicate fist, her eyes firm. She endured the sharp pain and forcibly cultivated. Suddenly, her aura flashed, as she finally broke through to the third level of the Xianling realm. Yi Pianyu did not stop, took a deep breath, and continued to push forward. 100 miles outside Moondragon City, in a cave in the woods. Qinzhe had spent 15 days on the Lihua Wen Tianju. During these 15 days, aside from devouring and cultivating medicinal pills, he hardly did anything else. Even eating and sleeping were done hastily. Qinzhe's entire mind and body were focused on cultivating the Lihua Wen Tianju. After 15 days, he finally completed the cultivation of this superior level technique. Of course, to say he had completed it actually meant he had reached only the first level. But as a superior level technique, even the first level was already very strong. Qinzhe spread out his hand, and the spiritual fire instantly appeared in his palm. He clenched his hand, and the spiritual fire disappeared automatically. This violent and fierce fire, at this moment, was like a well-behaved child, very obedient. Qinzhe extended a finger, wrapping the fire around it. Then he pointed forward, and a pillar of fire shot toward the front. Boom! A large stone was directly shattered, the power as strong as the strength of a martial master. Spirit fire, even a casual strike, is an existence that shakes the heavens and the earth. However, using spirit fire this way seems too straightforward. Others can immediately tell that this is spirit fire, and it won't take long for it to spread throughout the 8 Desolation territory. Wealth should not be displayed. This principle Qinzhe firmly believes in. So now, to learn a martial technique, not only is powerful strength needed. Furthermore, spirit fire must be well hidden. Qinzhe thought of the furious flame sword that Lei Linger had given him. He took the sword out from his space jade pendant and held it in his hand. The flames surged, and the furious flame sword was engulfed in a blaze of crimson fire. Azure Sky Sword Technique. Qinzhe shouted softly, and the sword energy wrapped in flames rushed forward. Boom! A huge sound echoed as the ground was sliced open with a massive opening. The soil, scorched by the immense heat of the flames, turned directly into charred earth. Qinzhe gasped for breath. This sword move that condenses spirit fire indeed has great power, but it consumes a tremendous amount of stamina. However, this furious flame sword's quality is still somewhat low. Though it is a fire-type weapon, it still cannot withstand the powerful force of spirit fire. If he wants to fully unleash the power of spirit fire, it seems he needs to forge the furious flame sword bit. Qinzhe dug a deep pit underground to serve as a forge and found a flat large stone to use as an anvil. He threw in the spirit fire and added a lot of meteorite iron. A huge piece of meteorite iron was first forged into a hammer. Then Qinzhe began to modify the furious flame sword with this meteorite iron hammer. The presence of spirit fire greatly reduced the mental energy consumed in alchemy and forging. After a day and a night, Qinzhe finally completed the modification of the furious flame sword. At this moment, the center of the long sword was crimson, while the blade edges were a light blue color. The blade had not been inscribed with formations. The power of spirit fire was enough to break through all defenses below the martial master level. Qinzhe eagerly searched for an empty space, concentrated his mind, and raised the supreme eternal true word to the highest level. With his right hand raised, the spirit fire was fully empowered on the furious flame sword. Boom! The power of the flames. Dominant. Sharp. Furious. Qinzhe smiled with satisfaction, roughly estimating that even a martial master could be defeated in one strike. This ferocious power gave Qinzhe the strength to protect himself throughout the 8 Desolation territory. Even when facing the 3 great domain masters, he could injure them with spirit fire or even seriously wound them. Of course, the stronger the power of spirit fire, the greater the backlash on Qinzhe's own body. So, usually it is better not to use it. Even if he must use it, he doesn't necessarily need to unleash its full power. After all this time, he was finally a bit satisfied with his strength. Next, he could continuously improve his cultivation. If he could elevate his strength above martial master, he could leave the 8 Desolation territory and venture into stronger realms for cultivation. Having thought this through, Qinzhe felt that because he had been busy training, many days had passed, and it was about time to return home to see his family. For some reason, he always felt a bit uneasy about the Qin family. After all, he had been away for so many days, not knowing if everything was well. And, counting the time, the day for major sects to receive disciples was just around the corner. He packed himself up and quickly headed toward Moondragon City. At this moment, at the entrance of Moondragon City, the Qin family was already crowded with people. Various families were jammed together, loudly calling for Qinzhe to be handed over. Behind the crowd, Yi Chong and the 4 great families looked on with silent amusement. They had already been causing a commotion at the Qin family for 2 days. The atmosphere had built to this point, and they were about to make a move. At the entrance of the Qin family, Su Shan firmly blocked everyone. With the cultivation of a fourth-level Xian spirit martial artist, he stood at the entrance, and indeed no one could catch up to him. But because even such a minor character as Su Shan had such cultivation, everyone believed even more in the events that occurred that day in the wild where people were killed. It's all related to the Qin family. Everyone calm down. Go back for now. When the head of the Qin family returns, there will be an explanation. He shouted anxiously, but no one paid him any attention. The crowd's emotions grew more and more agitated, ready to take action at any moment. At that moment, Liu Yu saw the timing was right and waved his hand slightly. A bearded middle-aged man walked toward the entrance of the Qin family. Since Qin Zhe won't come out, let's go in, grab his family, and see if he comes back. After saying this, he threw a punch, crashing towards Su Shan's chest. Chapter 38. The Qin Family's Predicament. The middle-aged man's punch struck suddenly, shaking the air like a fierce beast charging at Su Shan's chest. Su Shan instinctively blocked, only to find that the opponent's cultivation was at the third level of the Xianling realm. In these days without Qin Zhe, Su Shan had spent much energy managing the family and had somewhat neglected his training. More than 10 days ago, he was at the second level of the Xianling realm, and now he was still at the second level. Though close to the third level, he still hadn't reached it. The Xianling realm is the third major level of martial cultivation, and the gap between each level is already considerable. This sudden punch suppressed Su Shan's realm. Su Shan couldn't block it, and his chest was hit hard, sending him flying. This person is a helper of Qin Zhe. Take him back to the Yi family for interrogation. With this order, several martial cultivation experts restrained Su Shan. The remaining people rushed into the Qin family. Qin Weiyang swaggered back to the Qin family, shouting loudly, "Someone, take down all of the direct line of the Qin family. The Qin family ultimately belongs to me, Qin Weiyang." The next morning, Qin Zhe rushed all night and had arrived at the gates of Moondragon City. As soon as he entered the city, a figure hurriedly approached him. "Young Master Qin." This was a woman's voice. Upon closer inspection, it was the alluring beauty from the Zhong family he had rescued in the wild. "You are Zhong," the woman said. "I am Zhong Minyu. I haven't had the chance to thank you, young Master Qin, for saving my life before, but I am waiting for you at the city gate today due to an urgent matter." "What urgent matter?" Qin Zhe asked hastily. Zhong Minyu replied. "A few days ago, it was rumored in the city that you were the masked murderer from the wild. Yesterday, the major families caused a commotion at the Qin family. Not only did they capture people, but the Qin family has also been controlled by Qin Weiyang." "What?" Qin Zhe felt a surge of anger. "Qin Weiyang, again Qin Weiyang. This guy's ghost never leaves. If I don't kill him, the Qin family will never be at peace." Seeing Qin Zhe's furious expression, Zhong Minyu quickly added, "Young Master Qin, please calm down. This time they're causing trouble with the help of powerful experts. Their goal is to force you to show yourself. If you rashly return, it will surely be dangerous." Qin Zhe frowned. "Powerful experts? How strong are they?" Zhong Minyu replied. "If I'm not mistaken, these should be experts from the Xianyang sect, all at the third level of the Xianling realm or above." Xianyang sect. Qin Zhe understood. After killing Lu Tsong, the Xianyang sect would definitely favor the four major families. But he didn't expect them to be so bold as to go to his Qin family in broad daylight to arrest people. Moreover, they allowed Qin Weiyang to return and take charge of the Qin family again. It seems this time I must settle things with Qin Weiyang once and for all. Qin Zhe glanced at Zhong Minyu's anxious eyes and said softly, "Thank you, Miss Zhong. I can handle my own matters. There's no need to worry too much." Zhong Minyu was slightly taken aback, thinking Qin Zhe was being polite, and quickly said, "Young master, I waited here at the entrance specifically so that you could take refuge in my Zhong family. Even if something happens, my Zhong family has a few experts who can escort you elsewhere." Qin Zhe lightly smiled, thanked her, and then walked toward the city gate. Zhong Minyu was alarmed and hurriedly followed, saying, "Young Master Qin, don't act impulsively. If I'm not mistaken, there are several experts next to Qin Weiyang, lying in wait for your return to the Qin family right now. If you go like this, aren't you just walking into a trap? Why do that?" Qin Zhe did not stop, calmly saying, "If you come with me, you will know whether I am walking into a trap." Zhong Minyu frowned tightly. She wanted to persuade Qin Zhe, but he clearly did not listen. Now the only way was, as Qin Zhe said, to follow to the Qin family. At a critical moment, she might be able to help. Although her identity as the eldest lady of the Zhong family meant nothing in Moondragon City, but she had another identity, which, if revealed, might be useful. Thinking of this, Zhong Mingyu quickly followed behind Qin Zhe. They moved ahead, soon arriving at the Qin family. At this moment, several guards stood at the gate of the Qin family. These were all new faces, obviously guards just hired by the four great families. "Stop! Who comes to the Qin family?" one guard shouted loudly upon seeing them. Qin Zhe stepped forward, coldly saying, "Head of the Qin family, Qin Zhe." Upon hearing this, the two guards turned to flee. Qin Zhe kicked each guard, directly knocking them unconscious. The huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of people from the family. At this moment, over 20 martial artists rushed out one after another, and among the crowd, one figure looked somewhat familiar. It was Qin Taiji, coming out with a proud expression. The last time he was interrupted by Qin Zhe, and instead of being punished, he had been recuperating in another courtyard. Nothing else had happened. Now, seeing Qin Zhe, his eyes were naturally filled with hatred. "Qin Zhe, you brat really came back. Someone, Qin Zhe has returned, kill him." With a command, a group of martial artists rushed forward. Qin Zhe coldly smiled, drew his great Zhe sword, and swept it out with a move of the Qing Ming sword technique. Chi 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 chi. In just one move, 5 martial artists fell to the ground. With one sword, 5 were killed. The sword technique was decisive, each move fatal. The remaining martial artists halted, standing still in place. "Go on, you bunch of useless fools. There are so many of us. Kill him." Qin Taiji shouted angrily from behind. However, these martial artists only earned a few thousand silver taels a month and had no reason to risk their lives. If they encountered the weak, they would rush up to take credit. But when faced with a real tough opponent, who would want to die? "Qin Taiji. Oh, Qin Taiji, how did I almost forget you?" Qin Zhe said with a wicked smile, walking towards Qin Taiji. The martial artists beside him had long since scattered like birds and beasts. Qin Taiji was terrified, his legs went stiff, and he couldn't stand still. Head of the family, don't kill me. I'll tell you where the Qin family's direct lineage is," Qin Taiji said while retreating. Qin Zhe coldly stared at Qin Taiji. Before he could speak, Qin Weiyang rushed towards the square with 2 guards. The 2 guards were around 40 years old, with sharp eyes and quick speed. At a glance, they were clearly not from the Yi family, nor were they under Qin Weiyang. If guessed correctly, they should be from the Xianyang sect. "Kill him. He is Qin Zhe, the one Elder Lu wants," Qin Weiyang shouted, pointing at Qin Zhe. Boom! Boom! The 2 Xianyang sect elders raised their cultivation levels, both at the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. In their view, Qin Zhe barely killed Lu Tsong. At most, he could handle the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. Dealing with one was more than enough for the 2 of them. "Go die!" one of them shouted, using martial arts to charge at Qin Zhe. "Be careful, these 2 are not simple." Zhong Mingyu rushed up, trying to pull Qin Zhe back. But the warning came out a bit too loudly. "Ha ha!" One of them laughed, "Knowing we are not simple, then surrender. Useless fools daring to kill Elder Lu's grandson, go die." The 2 attacked from the left and right, one using fists and the other using palms, directly targeting Qin Zhe's head. Whoosh! Qin Zhe gripped the sword with his right hand. His body suddenly sank. The wide sword was drawn from its sheath, unleashing a powerful aura. "Kill!" Qin Zhe shouted, his gaze cold and merciless. The wide sword in his right hand moved forward with a shout, stabbing towards one person's chest. That person laughed coldly. "A mere weapon from the mortal realm of Moondragon City can't possibly break my martial artist's true energy." After he spoke, he directly welcomed Qin Zhe's sword with his body. Puff! The great Zhe sword easily pierced into that person's body without any effort. That person held the sword body, shocked, staring at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe coldly smiled, stretched out his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, directly split the person in half. Shock spread through everyone present. A trace of fear flickered across Qin Weiyang's face. How strong has Qin Zhe become, capable of killing even a 3rd-level Xianling realm martial artist with a single sword? Elder Lu had left 2 3rd-level Xianling realm experts behind, planning to wait for prey in the Qin family. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be no match for Qin Zhe at all. "Quick, everyone together, kill him, hurry!" Qin Weiyang shouted. Dozens of martial artists clutched their weapons, yet none dared to step forward. These were all sent by various families to assist Qin Weiyang. But at this moment, they feared for their lives and dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, a group of people burst out from inside the Qin family. "Master, you finally returned." "The elders are locked in the back courtyard dungeon," called out Qin Yang. Behind him were over 20 Qin family members, wielding weapons as they charged toward the martial artists. The 2 sides quickly clashed. The Qin family's people fought fiercely, driving the martial artists from various families out of the Qin family. At this moment, another expert from the Xianyang sect saw the unfavorable situation and turned to flee. Qin Zhe would give them no chance. Lifting his hand, a sword cleaved him in half. Qin Weiyang's eyes widened, frozen in place. Qin Zhe walked toward him, and seeing the trembling Qin Tai nearby, he casually delivered another sword strike. No matter whom he killed, it was always with a single sword. Clean and efficient, with no hesitation whatsoever. Qin Weiyang's spirit collapsed completely. He hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. We are at least from the same family. I am your elder." As his words fell, the sword's tip was already at Qin Weiyang's throat. Qin Weiyang's body went slack with fear, panting heavily. "Elder," Qin Zhe said with a cold smile, "if you had been diligent for the Qin family all these years, I might have truly spared your life today. But over the years, you treated the Qin family like your cash cow, squeezing us dry. How can you still have the nerve to call yourself a Qin family member?" Qin Weiyang's face was filled with sorrow. "It's all about the four major families. When the old master had an accident years ago, they supported me. I was just their puppet. Most of the money I received from the Qin family went to the four major families. If you want revenge, you should go after them." Qin Zhe coldly laughed. "Don't worry, they won't escape either." After saying this, he struck down with his sword. In the Qin family square, the enemies were finally cleared away. Qin Yang came to Qin Zhe's side, saying, "Master, it's great to have you back. They captured the major elders and forced us to forge weapons." Qin Zhe patted Qin Yang's shoulder, saying, "Let's go to the back courtyard." In the back dungeon, there were still a dozen martial artists from various families guarding the door. When they saw someone approach, those martial artists welcomed them with arrogance. "Qin family trash, you can't come in here. Hurry up and get lost," the leader shouted, ready to strike. Swish! Qin Zhe raised his sword and split that person in half. The group of martial artists were instantly shocked, scrambling for their weapons. Qin Zhe's eyes flared with anger, his sword technique. He had some worries in his heart and hurriedly asked, "Qin Yang, have you seen my maid Linga?" "Linga? I haven't seen her." Qin Yang shook his head. "Ever since the major families attacked the Qin family, I haven't seen Linga. Could she have been captured like Chief Steward Su?" "What? Little Shan was captured? By whom?" Qin Zhe's heart tightened, and he quickly asked. Qin Yang said, "Chief Steward Su was guarding the Qin family. He was injured by several experts and then taken away by the Yi family. Head of the family, the wealth in the storeroom has been moved to the Yi family by Qin Wuyang. The preliminary estimate is around 10 million taels." Yi family. Qin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to head towards the door. At the entrance, he just happened to encounter Zhong Minyu coming with some martial masters to help. However, upon entering the Qin family, he saw a group of Qin family members already cleaning the bloodstains on the ground. The battle had ended so quickly. "Qin Zhe, is the Qin family all right?" Zhong Minyu saw Qin Zhe coming and quickly inquired. She had thought there would be a fierce battle today, but did not expect that the Qin family was already completely under Qin Zhe's control. Qin Zhe glanced at Zhong Minyu and said, "Thank you for your help, but I've already resolved it. You can go back now." After he said this, he walked toward the outside. Zhong Minyu felt that something was still wrong with Qin Zhe, so she hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Qin Xiao, where are you going?" "Yi family." Qin Zhe did not hide it and said calmly. Zhong Minyu's expression changed abruptly, and she hurriedly said, "Qin Xiao, you mustn't." Although the Yi family is not very powerful, Elder Lu from Xianyang sect and a few sect experts are staying in the Yi family. They just want you to take the initiative to come to them. If you go like this, it's no different from seeking death. Seeking death? Qin Zhe smiled wickedly and looked at Zhong Minyu. He pinched Zhong Minyu's chin and said, "You care so much about me. Do you like me? Do you want to be my woman?" "You?" Zhong Minyu's face turned red all of a sudden. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just trying to repay you for saving me last time. That's why I'm stopping you." Qin Zhe looked carefully at the woman in front of him. Her skin was fair and radiant, her nose was high and delicate, and her lips were warm and soft. A beautiful woman. His gaze moved down to her curvaceous figure. The places that should be slim were slim, and the places that should have curves were perfectly shaped. "Repay me? Being my woman is also a way to repay me. I understand now. You want me to go to your Zhong family. Is it because you really have feelings for me?" Qin Zhe sneered. "You." Zhong Minyu was so angry that she pushed Qin Zhe away. "You bastard." She cursed loudly and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she turned her head to find that Qin Zhe had already vanished without a trace. "Oh no, he must be deliberately provoking me to shake me off." Zhong Minyu was not foolish and immediately realized Qin Zhe's plan. She frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Someone, go to the family and help me bring the Xianyang order." After receiving the order, her subordinates hurriedly left. Zhong Minyu looked in the direction where Qin Zhe had disappeared and murmured, "Qin Zhe, you mustn't act impulsively. Wait for me. Wait for me to rescue you." At the Yi family, in the meeting hall. "Ha ha ha." Laughter echoed in the hall. 10 million taels, this is just the first batch. There's still a lot of money left in the Qin family that we will take out. And the method for the Qin family to refine profound grade weapons, as well as their cooperation with the family in the Yu City, will all be ours. This Qin family is simply a money tree. Yi Chong and others were sitting together, discussing loudly. This time, taking down the Qin family was simply a windfall for them. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside. Not long after, a martial master hurriedly rushed. This person is... Yi Chong focused his gaze and was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Qin Zhe has come. As soon as this was said, the heads of several big families broke into a cold sweat. Quick, find Elder Lu, Elder Lu, Yi Chong shouted. At this moment, Qin Zhe had already killed more than 20 martial artists of the Yi family. Those who were not killed no longer dared to approach casually. Qin Zhe glanced at the corpses on the ground, and then slowly walked towards the conference hall. Yi Chong, come out. A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. Yi Chong was also a martial artist to the Xianling realm, but at this moment, he was trembling in fear. The few of them hid inside the conference hall and hurriedly closed the door. But this was completely useless. Qin Zhe took out a large sword, struck out with a move, and the door was smashed to pieces. Yi Chong, hand over Su Shan, and I will leave you with your whole corpse, Qin Zhe bellowed, scaring the heads of several families so much they looked like mice seeing a cat. They had nowhere to escape, standing in the hall with faces full of fear. Qin Zhe, let's talk properly. Yeah, if you kill people casually, the city lord will punish you. Qin Zhe, put away your weapons. We could discuss anything. The heads of several families retreated while loudly speaking. Qin Zhe's eyes were cold, and he spoke in a deep voice. I'll say it again. Hand over Su Shan, and I will leave you with your whole corpse. Qin Zhe, you're looking for death. A deep voice exploded from afar, shaking the entire hall. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, looking into the distance. He saw an old man quickly approaching with 7 or 8 people. The old man's aura was extremely violent. Just speaking could shake the hall. If he guessed correctly, this person should be the elder from the Xianyang sect sent to deal with the Qin family. Qin Zhe stood at the entrance of the Yi family's hall, unmoving, waiting for the other party to arrive. The newcomer was Liu Gue, accompanied by 7 elite disciples. He arrived at the entrance of the conference hall, confronting Qin Zhe for several seconds. Qin Zhe felt the aura from this person was very strong and estimated he should be above the Zunwu realm. Of course, Qin Zhe was not afraid even at Zunwu realm. Now with the spiritual fire, he could kill martial artists at Zunwu realm. Qin Zhe, it was you who killed my grandson, Liu Tsong. Liu Gue shouted angrily. Qin Zhe glanced at Liu Gue and coldly said, wait and see. I will kill you too. You. Although Liu Gue was very strong, he was no match for Qin Zhe in a battle of words. Go kill him. Liu Gue did not even need to act himself. With a wave of his hand, 5 people nearby instantly raised their levels to come towards Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe glanced at the 5 people, the weakest being at Xianling realm 3rd level. The other few were at Xianling realm 4th level and above. His aura surged, the power of spiritual fire ready to burst forth. Elder Lu, wait a moment. At that moment, a woman's voice came from outside. It was Yi Pianyu, slowly walking into the hall. She wore a green martial skirt, standing tall and graceful. As soon as she appeared, she attracted all the young men's burning gazes. But her eyes were as cold as frost, filled with a bone-deep hatred as she looked at Qin Zhe. Elder Lu, I want to deal with him myself, while also resolving our conflict, Yi Pianyu said. Liu Yuge didn't mind and said indifferently, all right, if you kill him, I'll make you an elite disciple of Xianyang sect directly. Yi Pianyu was overjoyed and looked at Qin Zhe with a cold smile. Qin Zhe, you are too arrogant. Today, in our battle, I will let you know what a true genius is. Yi Pianyu shouted lowly, her aura fully erupting. Everyone was shocked. Yi Pianyu had surprisingly made a leap and broken through to the Xianling realm 4th level in the Mir Yulong city. Xianling realm 4th level. How hard was that to achieve? Yi Pianyu looked at the astonishment of everyone, her lips curled coldly. Qin Zhe, I've been practicing hard all this time, waiting for this day. Today, I will defeat you, and then I will kill you. But don't get too smug. You'll soon realize the problem yourself. Yi Pianyu's face darkened after hearing this, and an inexplicable pain hit her abdomen. How did Qin Zhe know that something was wrong with her body? But now is certainly not the time to think about this. No matter what, she must defeat Qin Zhe first. Yi Pianyu suddenly drew her sword, and with a move of the Xianyang sword technique, she charged straight toward Qin Zhe's face. The long sword unsheathed, moving as fast as lightning. This strike was a downward slash aimed directly at Qin Zhe's forehead. If it landed, his head would be split open directly. The crowd widened their eyes, eager to see how Qin Zhe would die at Yi Pianyu's hands. Yi Chong and the others' expressions even relaxed slightly. Cling! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. They saw that Qin Zhe had somehow already drawn a large sword and blocked Yi Pianyu's attack. Yipinyu only felt a powerful force rebound against her. Her tiger mouth ached terribly, and she gritted her teeth tightly. The force was so strong it nearly made her wrist unstable, almost causing her long sword to fall. Go to hell. Yipinyu had already made up her mind. This strike was her killing move, and it was meant to be fatal. The long sword shot through the air like a shooting star, aiming directly at Qinzhe's chest. Qinzhe remained unfazed, holding his sword horizontally. The two weapons collided once again. Cling! The sound rang out as Qinzhe's sword technique suddenly spread like a storm. The overwhelming force immediately sent Yi Pinyu's weapon flying, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. At the same time, Qinzhe's sword was now across Yi Pinyu's throat. Hand over Su Shan, Qinzhe said coldly. Yi Pinyu was stunned, staring at her sword that had fallen to the ground and the tiger mouth that was cracked, still oozing blood. Qinzhe's strength was so powerful, his ability had already surpassed the 4th level of Xianling realm. She had endured so much hardship and pain just to reach the 4th level of Xianling realm. But she never expected that to Qinzhe, it was nothing. Yicheng hurriedly gave a signal to his subordinates, and soon, Su Shan was brought to Qinzhe's presence. Qinzhe saw that although Su Shan had been beaten, he was otherwise unharmed. However, Lei Linger was not by his side, and Qinzhe became a little anxious. He quickly asked, "Little Shan, have you seen Linga?" Su Shan was taken aback and shook his head slightly. "I haven't seen Miss Ling. Since the last time the Qin family caused a commotion, I haven't seen her." Qinzhe felt puzzled. How could such a large person like Lei Linger just disappear without a trace? But since Lei Linger hadn't been captured, Qinzhe felt somewhat relieved. "Give it to me, fall down." Just then, a furious voice came from behind. Qinzhe turned around to see a tall disciple of Xianyang sect already standing behind him. A powerful iron fist came through the air, aiming directly at Qinzhe's chest. Qinzhe turned and swept his sword. The wide blade of the Zhe sword collided with the opponent's violent punch. Bang! The tall youth was forced back a few steps, and Qinzhe also felt a powerful force that almost made him lose his grip on the wide sword. To release the force, Qinzhe had no choice but to step back a few steps. "You little beast, this is not the place for you to be wild," the tall disciple coldly shouted, his gaze arrogant and domineering. Yi Cheng and the other 4 family heads saw this situation and immediately saw their savior. "Elder Lu, save me," Yi Cheng shouted. The others also shouted, "Elder Lu, this is the Qinzhe who killed Lu Kong. You must make a move and kill him." Lu Yugu blocked the door, his gaze locked on Qinzhe, ready to strike at any moment. "Elder Lu, don't act hastily. Let me observe first." Just then, a very low voice came from behind Lu Yugu. Lu Yugu was startled and quickly suppressed the energy he had been about to release. Not far behind Lu Yugu stood a man, his expression a bit shocked as he looked inside the conference hall. This man was Lu Chong. He had received instructions from Xianyang sect master Su Huaifeng to come to Yulong City to investigate the expert who killed their sect's disciple. Unexpectedly, the one who broke into the Yi family to kill was actually the young lord, Yu Longa, who had obtained spiritual fire in the wild that day. No, they clearly called him Qinzhe. How could he be Yulonga? Could it be that we were tricked? Or perhaps Yulonga used the name Qinzhe to train in the Qin family. Many powerful figures have some strange quirks, making their children go through various trials to cultivate their abilities. No matter what, let's observe everything first before deciding. Lu Yu stayed put, making the heads of the 4 families anxious. Qinzhe completely ignored Lu Yugua and others, quietly watching Yi Pinyu. "What's wrong? No more fighting? Your heavenly soul plate isn't that great after all," Qinzhe said calmly. Yi Pinyu glared at Qinzhe, her eyes full of resentment, her expression stubborn. Several times, she thought she could crush Qinzhe, but each time, she was miserably defeated. The first time was at the Qin family, when Qinzhe returned, while she was at the 3rd level of the heavenly spirit realm. At that time, Qinzhe could actually fight against Qin Wuyang head-on. The second time was outside the city, when she was at the 1st level of the profound spirit realm. As a result, she couldn't even defeat Qinzhe's maid, and Qinzhe directly killed Lu Tsong with a single move. The third time was today, when she couldn't even block a single move from him, and if luck were worse, she might have died on the spot. The gap was so large that it couldn't be caught up with after just a few days of effort. "What?" Yi Pinyu stared fiercely at Qinzhe, murmuring. That dream was so real. In the dream, she was deceitfully robbed of the heavenly soul plate by Qinzhe. As a result, Qinzhe's strength soared, dominating every place he went. Even when facing dangers, it was always for herself or other beauties. The heavenly soul plate must be very powerful, but she clearly obtained the heavenly soul plate. Why was she still not as good as Qin Zhe? What secret was he hiding from her? The more Yi Pinyu thought about it, the angrier she became, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Pinyu, are you okay? Yi Chong hurriedly supported Yi Pinyu. Did Qin Zhe hurt you? Qin Zhe glanced at Yi Pinyu and said indifferently, do you really think the heavenly soul plate is that powerful? Along with the powerful strength you gain, you must also pay a lot. The faster you cultivate, the quicker your body will deteriorate. Upon hearing this, Yi Pinyu felt a jolt in her heart. These days, she had indeed practiced harder to defeat Qin Zhe, and the pain in her abdomen was becoming more intense. Could it be that what Qin Zhe said was true? Lu Yuhua looked at Qin Zhe with a glare that could tear. Qin Zhe, why did you kill Lu Tsong? He asked hoarsely and coldly. Qin Zhe looked at Lu Yuhua and said indifferently, whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them. Lu Yuhua's eyes trembled, wishing he could immediately strike down Qin Zhe. But since Lu Chong didn't speak, he couldn't take action. Luckily, Qin Zhe was inside the house, blocking the entrance. This guy was trapped and couldn't fly away. At most, he would kill the heads of the 4 families and die along with them. How strong do you think you are? If I fight you now, if you lose, how about kneeling down and bowing to Sister Yi? Qin Zhe swept his gaze over the 5, saying lightly, come at me together. What? The 5 were furious. This Qin Zhe was too arrogant. These 5 were all direct disciples of Lu Yugu, the weakest among them at the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. The strongest one was at the 5th level of the Xianling realm. That tall young man was indeed the strongest. He angrily declared, what a big mouth. I alone can make you unable to stand. After saying that, he leaped up, arms spread wide like a rock spreading its wings. With a flap of his palms, he created 2 energy nets that rushed toward Qin Zhe. Qing Ming's sword technique, sweeping through the armies. Qin Zhe shouted softly, sweeping his great sword with his right hand, the blade meeting the palm winds, directly breaking through the energy nets. Just at that moment, the tall young man suddenly pulled out a wolf-tooth club from behind his back and swung down hard. Qin Zhe stepped back half a step, just avoiding the range of the wolf-tooth club's attack. The enormous force smashed on the ground, sending shards of stone flying as if howling with sound. Yi Pinyu was overjoyed. She felt she was finally seeing Qin Zhe's limit. Previously, whenever she saw Qin Zhe take action, it was always a single move. Killing Qin Hao, defeating Qin Wuyang, killing Lu Tsong, defeating herself, it was all a single move. People felt he was unfathomable. In this battle, Qin Zhe was clearly at a disadvantage. It seemed his cultivation was only around the 5th level of the Xianling realm. He wasn't much higher than herself. Qing Ming's sword technique, Qing Ming's sword prison. Qin Zhe shouted softly, his aura suddenly rising, raising the long sword upward, and in an instant, the sword energy filled the entire hall. Kneel down. The tall young man's wolf-tooth club swung down again. The muscles in his arm suddenly bulged. This strike's power felt like it could shake the entire meeting hall. Chapter 42. It's better to live badly than die well. Yi Chong and the others were overjoyed, as if they could already see Qin Zhe being beaten to a pulp, kneeling on the ground and continuously bowing. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wolf-tooth club hit as if striking an iron meteor, bouncing back directly. The tall young man landed but staggered back, clearly unstable. Meanwhile, Qin Zhe stood firm, his expression becoming slightly serious. 2 moves now, your strength is okay. Qin Zhe's lips curved into a smile, a wicked grin. Anyone familiar with him would know that he was getting serious. The tall young man felt he had lost half a move, feeling somewhat unwilling. He quickly stepped forward, dragging the wolf-tooth club behind him with his right hand. Then he leaped forward, smashing the wolf-tooth club down with all his strength. Break for me. Qin Zhe clenched his teeth, elevating the Taishang immortal verbal to the highest level. He didn't like to forcefully match strength against strength. This was something only the most basic martial cultivators would do. But today, he intended to use strength to overcome the opponent's specialty in strength. Qin Zhe didn't use any sword skills, but relied purely on strength, swinging the great sword upward. Boom! As the sword and club collided, 2 strong forces slammed together, creating endless sparks that charged outward, forming a wave of air that spread like a storm. The guards at the entrance were directly blown back, while those weaker in cultivation within the room, like Yi Chong, were nearly suffocated by the blast. The tall young man's right hand went numb, unable to grip the wolf-tooth club, which flew out of the hall. He staggered back, his body losing balance. Qin Zhe seized the moment, pushing the wide sword forward, the sword tip aiming at the young man's chest. The tall young man widened his eyes, but at that moment he had no strength left to resist Qin Zhe's sword. He watched as the sword tip was about to pierce his chest. If it pierced, He would basically meet his end here today. Boom! A surge of energy slammed into the tip of Qin Zhe's sword. Qin Zhe felt a sharp pain in his thumb. If he didn't release his grip, his arm would probably have broken. He flipped his wrist, tossing the long sword upward. Then he swung his right hand to dissipate the overwhelming force above, stepping back 3 paces, returning to the original point of battle. At that moment, the wide sword spun in the air a few times before falling. It just so happened to fall into Qin Zhe's hands. A flicker of surprise finally flashed in Liu Yugu's eyes. I am a respected martial realm practitioner. This attack was supposed to be filled with anger, at least enough to break his arm. Unexpectedly, not only did Qin Zhe remain unharmed, but he retreated gracefully without any sign of embarrassment. This guy's combat skills are exceptionally strong, almost unbelievable. Compared to him, my 5 disciples are completely unqualified. Outside, Lu Chang also let out a sigh of relief. Qin Zhe's series of maneuvers could be called perfect, if he really is just an ordinary head of the Qin family. Even if he accidentally acquired some treasures, rising to this level of strength is impossible. Without years of battle experience or a good teacher guiding him from a young age, these skills cannot be learned. At 17 or 18 years old, being able to use some clever tricks is already impressive. With a cultivation level around the 5th layer of the profound spirit realm, to be able to nullify the power of the martial realm is simply amazing. Could it be that he really is the young master of a domain lord? At this moment, Qin Zhe stood in the center of the hall, looking at Liu Yugu and others with a mocking gaze. What? Didn't you say you wanted me to kneel? Come on, he said with a cold laugh. The tall young man gritted his teeth, his face filled with resentment. But lacking strength compared to Qin Zhe, he could only endure his anger in silence. Master, please make a move and kill this little beast, someone next to him spoke. The tall young man hurriedly added, Master, please take action. Liu Yugu glanced back slightly. He wanted to strike too, but with Lu Chang's order, he felt helpless. Su Shan stood behind Qin Zhe, looking at his proud expression, quickly tugged at his sleeve. Young master, I'll distract them. Then you hurry and run. As Su Shan spoke, he quietly moved forward, getting ready to charge in and attract their attention. Just as he was about to make a move, Qin Zhe pulled him by the collar. It's not your matter. Just stand aside and watch. Qin Zhe said lightly, then looked at Liu Yugu. Elder Liu, if you want to act, do it now. If you don't act, I will settle accounts with the 4 great families. Liu Yugu looked gloomy. He glanced back again. Lu Chang still shook his head. Liu Yugu couldn't understand why Lu Chang would not allow killing, despite this being merely the little master of a small family in Moondragon City. If Lu Chang were not there, he would have killed him without hesitation. But as the other party stood right behind him, he certainly couldn't disobey orders. Liu Yugu gritted his teeth and said, Our Xianyang sect always acts openly. We won't randomly kill inside Moondragon City. Your Moondragon City matters are naturally managed by the City Lord. But Qin Zhe, let me tell you, this debt is not so easy to settle. Don't let it fall into my hands. We're leaving. After saying this, he led his 5 disciples, slowly departing under the shocked gazes of Yichong and others. Elder Liu, Yichong shouted, but received no response. A few people stared in disbelief, trembling as they looked at Qin Zhe. They thought that with Liu Yugu's backing, Qin Zhe would surely die. But unexpectedly, Liu Yugu left. No matter the reason, he walked away. How could they, mere beginners, compete with this world-dominating demon? Qin Zhe, what do you want? Yi Pingyu stood in front of Yichong, asking angrily. Qin Zhe looked at the 4 great family heads, coldly smiling. You few took advantage of my absence to occupy my Qin family's territory, took away my Qin family's wealth, and captured my brother. So, say it yourself, how do you want to die? With these words, the 4 family heads directly retreated to the wall. Yichong gritted his teeth, saying, Qin Zhe, you merely want money. Just say how much you want. Money? Qin Zhe smiled with satisfaction. Of course I want money, but first there's something. Su Shan, come up. Su Shan stepped forward, asking, Young master, what do you need me to do? Qin Zhe looked at the scars on Su Shan's body and asked, Who from which family attacked you just now? You hit back. I don't know who did it, but I know it was on Yichong. Su Shan was stunned. His nature was honest, and although he was angry about being hit, now that he was saved, he didn't care that much. Now, Qin Zhe suddenly told him to take revenge, and he didn't know how to make a move. If you don't do it, don't ever call yourself my brother, Qin Zhe said indifferently. Only then did Su Shan step forward, look at the 4 family heads, and then raise his hand to slap. Slap! Yichong was stunned by the slap. Su Shan used to be a minor under his family's control, and now he had the right to slap him. Qin Zhe, do you really want to humiliate my Yi family like this? Yi Pingyu shouted from side. Qin Zhe said indifferently, Yes, This is exactly how I want to humiliate you. If you can't stand it, you can commit suicide." Upon hearing these words, the four family heads were instantly speechless. Better to live miserably than to die a good death. Chapter 43, Tianji Sect. "Qinze, what do you want?" Yichong's spirit deflated instantly, and he asked with a drooping face. Now, as long as they spared his life, he would agree to any condition. Qinze looked at the four family heads and said indifferently, "How much property have you four families taken from my Qin family over the years? You will repay it double. Everything that happened before, we will consider it as if it never happened, all debts wiped out." The four of them exchanged looks, not knowing what to do. Over the years, they had indeed received many benefits from the Qin family, but now they couldn't even calculate how much. And even if they could calculate it, it would be an astronomical sum. Just as they were about to speak, Qinze said, "You don't need to worry. I've already calculated it for you. As for the Yi family, 2 mines, and the Sidu family will give half of the Chamber of Commerce's management rights to my Qin family. As for the other 2 families, just 30 million silver coins." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 family heads turned extremely ugly. "Qinze, are you trying to kill us?" Yichong shouted loudly. The Yi family only had 3 mines in total. Giving Qin family 2 would essentially cripple their family's lifeblood. How would they support such a large family in the future? Qinze smiled faintly. "If you don't give it, it's fine. I'll kill you. I'm sure there are people in your 4 families who want to become the new family head. I'll use this condition to negotiate with them. I think someone will agree." The faces of the 4 family heads turned as white as paper. Back then, they used the same method to support Qin Wuyang. In 10 years, they sucked the Qin family dry for being the biggest family in Moondragon City to a small, ordinary family. Now, Qinze was simply using the same method to return the favor. Yichong and the others were helpless. Qinze was not someone who just talked empty words. He wasn't even afraid of Lu Yugue. So how could he be afraid of dealing with them? Yichong, like a frostbitten eggplant, lowered his face and said, "Young Master Qin, in the future, can we still have something to eat in Moondragon City?" Qinze smiled coldly. "Don't worry, I'm not someone who leaves people with nothing. Once you repay what you owe me, and don't bother with my Qin family in the future, I won't make things difficult for you." The 4 family heads looked at each other and finally sighed. "All right, we'll do as you say." The 4 of them sent people to fetch contracts or write IOUs. Qinze took the documents in hand, then smiled with satisfaction. "Let's go." Qinze glanced at Su Shan and turned to leave. Just as they were about to leave the meeting hall, they saw Yi Pinyu quickly chasing after them. She blocked Qinze's path, her beautiful eyes full of complex emotions, a mix of sorrow and a hint of affection. "Qinze, tell me, how did you know about my condition?" Yi Pinyu asked. Qinze smiled faintly. "I guessed. If nothing's wrong, I'll leave now." He was about to walk away. "Wait." Yi Pinyu opened her arms to block Qinze. She looked at Qinze, those deep eyes reflecting a slightly disheveled version of herself. Not long ago, in the Qin family's hall. At that time, she was full of confidence, demanding the Tianhun plate. She had believed that after getting the Tianhun plate, she would soar to the sky. But now, after all this time, not only was I being oppressed by Qinze, but my body was also having issues. Yi Pinyu's spirit was also somewhat worn out. She took a deep breath and said to Qinze, "Azay, can we stop fighting between us? I know you must still have feelings for me, right? Before, when I came to ask for the Heavenly Soul Disc, it made you lose face, but you publicly broke our engagement, and that made me lose face too. Now my family has also suffered greatly because of you. Why don't we just call it even? Let's go back to how we used to be, okay?" Qinze looked at Yi Pinyu's stunning face and recalled the fierce face from the last moments of his previous life in the sky. Qinze was indeed a sentimental person. He often had no resistance when seeing beautiful women. But after falling into the pit once, he would not fall in a second time. He would not take back the words he had said. Qinze looked at Yi Pinyu and smiled slightly. "You're overthinking things. I feel nauseous just seeing you. Go away." After speaking, he pushed Yi Pinyu aside and strode out of the Yi family. Yi Pinyu stood there, her eyes red as she watched Qinze's departing figure. "Qinze, you will regret this," Yi Pinyu said through clenched teeth. As Qinze left the Yi family and reached the gate, he ran into Zhong Minyu, who hurried over holding a token. The two met at the gate of the Yi family, staring at each other for a moment. "Why are you here? Why did you leave?" They spoke almost simultaneously. Qinze's keen eyes quickly noticed the Xianyang token. This was a token given by the leader of the Xianyang sect to some families who had helped the sect. At critical moments, it could be used to ask any member of the sect to do something under the leader's authority. Qinze suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, you thought I would be killed by Elder Lu, so you brought the Xianyang token to save me, right? I get it, you like me." Zhong Minyu's face flushed instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm here to repay you for saving my life last time. Qinze laughed heartily. Repaying your gratitude? Don't you think it would be better if you offered yourself? Zhong Minyu stomped her foot in anger and glared at Qinze. I thought you were a gentleman, but turns out you are so bad. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Sushan looked at Qinze and sighed. Young master, I can tell that Miss Zhong seems to like you. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to tease her? Qinze replied. What are you thinking? Let's first go to the city lord's mansion and see if Lei Linger is there. As they spoke, the two headed towards the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, not far away, an old woman and a young girl were watching everything that had just happened. The girl was Lei Linger, her face full of excitement. Grandma, do you think this Qinze is very capable? Beside Lei Linger stood an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s. She watched Qinze's departing back and nodded slightly. Not bad, but I find it strange why the Xianyang sect elder did not take action. And he seems not afraid of this Xianyang sect elder. What cards does he have up his sleeve? At Lei Linger's feet were two young wolves, playfully biting her shoes. The girl giggled, looking as beautiful as a begonia. I don't know the circumstances, but last time he mentioned going for the spirit fire. I wonder if he succeeded. Lei Linger said, Spirit fire? The old woman was taken aback for a moment, then thought and said, This kid probably didn't get that spirit fire. Usually, when young people get such treasures, they can't wait to show off. His talent and strength are decent, but his character doesn't seem to match that level. The spirit fire should not be with him. Lei Linger didn't care, playing with the two young wolves while saying, Grandma, just say if you want him in your Tianji sect. If you do, I'll let him know so he can prepare well. The Tianji sect is also one of the three major sects of the 8 desolations. But whether it's strength or reputation, it far exceeds the other two sections. The Tianji sect is extremely strict about accepting disciples, especially with regard to the talent required for martial arts cultivation, which is very high. The old woman smiled faintly. You little brat, I originally planned to take you to the Tianji sect, but now you recommend someone else. Aren't you afraid that if he goes, you won't have a chance? Grandmother, please think of something. Lei Linger whined playfully. The old woman sighed and said, all right, but I still need to test this boy. Let's see if he can successfully join the Xianyang sect. If he can make a name for himself there, the Tianji sect will definitely have a place for him. Then fine, I'll go chase them. I'll participate in the sect selection with him. Lei Linger said before chasing after Qinze. Chapter 44. Qin Shui returns, another white-eyed wolf. After Qinze left the Yi family, in the Yi family's backyard, Lu Yugu was furious but didn't dare to explode. He stood behind Lu Chong and asked, Sect leader Lu, why didn't you let me take action just now? That Qinze killed my grandson, Lu Kong. Although Lu Yugu's tone was respectful, his hands were trembling incessantly. Qinze had been so arrogant earlier, yet he couldn't kill him. Even now, he couldn't suppress the hatred in his heart. Lu Chong said, There are things you don't know, and I can't tell you. But I'll observe his every move. If I can kill him, I'll inform you immediately. Until then, don't act rashly. Do you understand? In the final 4 words, Lu Chong's tone grew slightly heavier. After all, the young master of the domain lord was someone no one could offend, especially for their Xianyang sect. If they offended him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After saying this, Lu Chong quickly left. Lu Yugu stood still, his gaze turning cold and vicious. At this moment, a few of his disciples walked up to him. Master, Qinze is too arrogant. We feel extremely dissatisfied if we don't kill him, said the tall young man. Lu Yugu glanced at him and coldly said, Lei Hu, you're useless. You missed your chance. What's the point of saying this now? Lei Hu lowered his head. If he had been able to solve the problem with a stick earlier, his master wouldn't have been so angry. At this moment, someone beside him said, 3 days from now is the sect selection. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him then. Lei Hu frowned. It's not about making myself look strong, but I think the 5 of us together are not his match. The other person said, Don't worry. I know the leader of the Guanglong Mercenary Corps. We can pay them some money to ambush this boy on the way. Once he's dead, with the Qin family's wealth, we can take whatever we want. Lu Yugu still felt some doubt. He thought for a moment and said, Contact the Mercenary Corps first. If you can kill him, I'll inform you immediately. Yes, the disciple replied respectfully. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Lei Linger stopped Qinze, who was about to enter. When Qinze saw Lei Linger standing calmly in front of him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where have you been these past few days? You made me think you were also captured, Qinze asked. Sushan sighed and said, Young master, you were so angry when you ran to the Yi family. I thought it was because I was caught. Turns out it was because Miss Linger was captured. You jealous bastard. Qinze kicked Sushan's butt. Lei Linger laughed so hard she almost fell over. She pointed at the two wolf cubs at her feet. I was walking the dogs, but when I returned, I found the Chin family blocked. I had to stay outside for a few days. Chinze knew it was an excuse, but didn't call her out. Lei Linger leaned closer and asked, Chinze, do you want to go to the Tianji sect? Tianji sect? Chinze naturally knew the position of the Tianji sect in the Eight Desolations domain. However, the Tianji sect was very cautious in accepting disciples, and the entire sect was very mysterious. In his previous life, when he roamed the Eight Desolations domain, he had crossed paths with people from the Tianji sect several times. Each one was mysterious and aloof, so he didn't have a particularly good impression of them. But the resources of that sect are truly abundant. The Heavenly Machine sect has supplied a lot of talents to several powerful forces in the continents, so those strong forces have given the Heavenly Machine sect a tremendous amount of resources in return. Therefore, in the Eight Wilderness domain, the Heavenly Machine sect is basically an unmatched existence. Even the three domain lords are inferior to the Heavenly Machine sect in both influence and strength. However, Chinze didn't feel that he could join the Heavenly Machine sect. He thought he could go to the Xianyang sect to secure some resources first and then work with some continental forces. He could still make a decent life. Of course, if he had the chance to join the Heavenly Machine sect, that would be even better. What's wrong? Do you have a way? Chinze asked, knowing that Lei Linger had a special background. Lei Linger said, in any case, you should first pass the selection to join the Xianyang sect. The Heavenly Machine sect will come to the Xianyang sect to pick people. With your talent, it should not be a problem. Chinze then remembered that in 3 days, it would be the sect selection. Although in the surrounding area, among those under 20, Chinze's strength had almost no rivals. However, when Elder Liu from the Xianyang sect came to recruit disciples, he would definitely make it difficult for him. Moreover, he wasn't sure how long he could keep the matter about the spirit fire hidden from Su Huaifeng of the Xianyang sect. If he didn't join the Xianyang sect, then, after pondering, Chinze had roughly formed a direction in his heart. No matter what, he had to focus on improving his cultivation first. Returning to his family, Chinze immediately sent Qin Yang to the Merchant Association to buy the Heavenly Spirit Pills. The Heavenly Spirit Pills were not abundant in the Moon Dragon City Merchant Association. After a round of shopping, they only got a little over 600 pills. But for Chinze, that was enough for now. He arranged all the family affairs to Qin He and also informed them about recovering debts from the 4 major families. When the Qin family learned that Chinze had recovered a large amount of resources and money, everyone was overjoyed. The Qin family was now pursuing a profound path, which had caused some weapon refiners to be unable to work. Now that they were acquiring mines and merchant associations, the Qin family could continue to produce lower-end weapons. Furthermore, now that the mines and merchant association belonged to them, they wouldn't have to split profits with others. After the Qin family became affluent, everyone could purchase cultivation resources and start practicing. The entire strength of the Qin family could rise to a new level. In 3 days, Chinze had quickly broken through to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. However, for his current strength, the change was not very significant. At the same time, the 2 little wolf cubs' strength was rapidly increasing. Chinze and Lei Linger named the 2 young wolves. The mother wolf was called Ling Ling, as she was a spirit beast and also Lei Linger's contracted beast. As for the male wolf, Chinze called him Erguzi. When asked why he chose this name, he simply said it was convenient to call. Lei Linger had no way to argue and was so angry that she only ate 3 meals a day. However, Chinze's beast control technique, the Fuhu Jianglongju, was still very effective. After practicing together for 2 days, both young wolves had broken through to the 2nd level, equivalent to a martial cultivator in the Heavenly Spirit Realm. If they are raised for a few more months, it shouldn't be a problem for their strength to break through to the 4th level. 3 days quickly passed, and the day of the various sect elections arrived as scheduled. This time, the youth from 6 surrounding cities gathered in Moon Dragon City for the selection. And this time, there were more than a dozen sects participating in the selection. Among the 1st-tier sects, there was the Xianyang sect. As for 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier sects, there were also more than 10. The sect selection is held once a year. As long as one is over 16 years old and not more than 20, they can participate. Early in the morning, many people gathered in the Qin family plaza. In addition to Chinze, Lei Linger, and Su Shan, there were also 8 young men, including Qin Haoren and Qin Chuan, who planned to participate. Chinze was not in a hurry. Just as he got up, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Bang! The wooden door of the courtyard was kicked in, and a petite girl stormed in with a fierce expression. Chinze, why didn't you inform me when you became the head of the family? 害得我还在青木中受苦. I'm still suffering in the Qingmu sect. 噤着双眼，微微一眯, 看向门口那女子。Qinze narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the woman at the door. 秦雪，父母当年捡回来的养女。Qin Shui, the adopted daughter picked up by his parents back then. 当年父母的本意是要给自己多童养媳。His parents' original intention was to give him more child brides. 父母去世前交代要自己好好照顾秦雪。Before his parents passed away, they ordered him to take good care of Qin Shui. 自己做到了，但是没想到他也是一只白眼狼。He did so, but he didn't expect that she would also turn out to be an ungrateful wolf. 秦泽走上前，冷冷看着秦雪。Qinze stepped forward, 冷冷 looking at Qin Shui. 秦泽，你看什么看？我问你话，你怎么不回答？秦雪看着秦泽，一脸咄咄逼人的模样。Qinze, why are you staring? Why aren't you answering my question? Qin Shui glared at Qinze, looking aggressive. 秦泽眼神微微一冷，忽然一个耳光甩在秦雪脸上。Qinze's eyes turned slightly cold, and suddenly he slapped Qin Shui across the face. 放肆！谁让你这么和我说话的？ Impudent! Who allowed you to speak to me like that? D45 Zhang, Laizu, Fancheng, Tinsai de Taoxing, Chapter 45. Provocation from the Genius of Heiyang City. 秦雪一下子被打懵了，呆呆看着秦泽。Qin Shui was stunned by the slap and stared blankly at Qinze. 好一会儿，他才回过神来。秦泽，你疯了吗？你打我？ After a while, she came to her senses. Qinze, have you gone mad? You hit me. 秦泽瞥了秦雪一眼，抬手又是一个耳光。Qinze glanced at Qin Shui and raised his hand for another slap. 叫我家主，或者哥，谁让你这么没大没小的？ Call me master or brother. Who gave you the right to be so disrespectful? 你秦雪坐在地上，豆大的泪珠滚落下来。You. Qin Shui sat on the ground, tears rolling down her cheeks. 他做梦都想不到，向来对他逆来顺受的哥哥，今天竟然动手打他了。She never dreamed that her brother, who had always been obedient to her, would actually hit her today. 秦泽则冷冷看着他。Qinze coldly looked at her. 前世自己疼他入骨，他丝毫没有感激，反而觉得理所当然。In his past life, he pampered her to the bone, yet she showed no gratitude and instead took it for granted. 这一世自己不会重蹈覆辙。In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. 秦泽看着地上的秦雪，淡淡说道：“我现在出去一下，等我回来的时候，我要看到你修好这扇门，否则你知道会有什么后果。” Qinze looked at Qin Shui on the ground and said flatly, "I'm going out for a bit. When I come back, I want to see you fix this door, or you know what the consequences will be." 他说完，走出院子，对着外面的人说道：“谁敢帮秦雪修理院门，一律逐出秦家。” After he spoke, he walked out of the courtyard and said to the people outside, "Whoever dares to help Qin Shui fix the door will be expelled from the Qin family." 外面众人听了，都脖子一缩，他们知道秦泽这次是认真的。The people outside shrank their necks when they heard that. They knew that Qinze was serious this time. 走到外面，徐山凑上来说道：“少爷，以前你最疼秦雪小姐了，就算被她打骂，都是笑脸相迎的。” When he got outside, Sushan came over and said, "Young master, you used to love Miss Qin Shui the most, even smiling when she hit or scolded you. 仅有的一些修炼资源都要给秦雪小姐，让她顺利加入了青木宗。The few cultivation resources you had were all given to Miss Qin Shui, allowing her to smoothly join the Qingmu sect." 雷凌也有些惊讶地看着秦泽。Leilinger was also somewhat surprised, looking at Qinze. 他了解过秦泽之前的情况，作为一个被废弃的少主，能够培养妹妹加入宗门。She knew about Qinze's situation before. As a discarded young master, he managed to help his sister join a sect. 就算只是一个三流宗门，也实属不易了。Even if it was only a third-rate sect, it was still quite an achievement. 他之前应该是很疼爱这个妹妹，为何今天会这么严格？ He must have loved this sister very much before. Why was he so strict today? 秦泽蹙眉说道：“这白眼狼被我宠坏了，以后你也不许宠着她，我就当没这个妹妹。” Qinze frowned and said, "This ungrateful wolf has been spoiled by me. From now on, don't spoil her either. I will treat her as if she is not my sister." 说完，便带着二人朝着跃龙城广场而去。After saying that, he led the two of them toward the Yulong City Square. 月龙城广场上早已人山人海。The Yulong City Square was already crowded with people. 广场里搭起了一个高台，上面坐着十几个宗门的强者。A high platform was set up in the square, with several strong experts from various sects sitting on it. 三级宗门和二级宗门基本都是宗主亲自前来。The third tier and second tier sects were mostly represented by their respective leaders. 而咸阳宗作为一级宗门，只找了一个长老刘于归来。The Xianyang sect, as a first-tier sect, only sent an elder, Liu Yu, to attend. 不过按照实力来说，刘于归并不逊色于那些三级宗门的宗主。However, in terms of strength, Liu Yu is not inferior to the leaders of those third-tier sections. 城主莫天问也在高台上。这一次宗门选拔放在月龙城，他作为城主主持这次的选拔。City Lord Mo Tengwen was also on the high platform. This time the sect selection was held in Yulong City, and he presided over the selection as the city lord. 广场上参加选拔的青年已经接近1000人，而且还有更多的青年在集合。Nearly 1,000 young people had already gathered in the square to participate in the selection, with even more arriving. 今年这一次的选拔似乎比往年几次更加火热。This year's selection seemed even more heated than the previous years. 人群之中，秦家众人终于到达。Among the crowd, the members of the Qin family finally arrived. 秦家如今是月龙城最大的家族，这一出场便吸引了不少目光。The Qin family was now the largest family in Yulong City, and their arrival attracted many gazes. 秦家最前面正是秦泽和雷凌啊。At the forefront of the Qin family were Qin Zhe and Lei Ling. 秦泽凭借自己一人压制四大家族。特别是前几日他大闹叶家，并且和四大家族签下契约的事情，已经传遍了各大城镇。Qin Zhe had single-handedly suppressed the 4 major families, especially after he caused a stir at the Yi family a few days ago and signed contracts with the 4 major families. This news had spread across towns. 这突然崛起的天才，也让各大宗门纷纷眼馋。This suddenly risen genius made all the major sects envious. 当然，二流三流的宗门也没什么太多的想法。Of course, the second tier and third tier sects didn't have too many thoughts. 毕竟如此天才，肯定是选择咸阳宗。After all, such a genius would undoubtedly choose the Xianyang sect. 他们只是想看看今日这秦泽到底能不能拿到第一。They just wanted to see if Qin Zhe could take first place today. 秦泽身旁，今日的雷凌已经换掉了侍女服饰。穿上了平日里雷大小姐的舞服。Next to Qin Zhe, today Lei Linger had changed out of her maid's outfit and put on her usual martial attire as Lady Lei. That charming and stunning face, framed by the blue martial attire, drew the gazes of countless young men. Who is this girl? Is she Qin Zhe's fiancée, Yi Pianyu? No, it said that Qin Zhe and Yi Pianyu called off their engagement, and the Qin family and Yi family have fallen out. Not Yi Pianyu? Then is there such a beautiful girl in the Moon Dragon City? A golden boy and a jade girl, such a perfect match. The crowd buzzed with admiration, and for a moment, Qin Zhe and this girl became the focal point of public opinion. On the sidelines, Yi Pianyu stood quietly, her gaze also fixed on Lei Ling. She could not understand why a maid would possess such a noble aura. Now the Qin family was flourishing in Moon Dragon City, while the Yi family and herself, who should have been a genius, seemed so mediocre. Yi Pianyu felt unjust in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. Brother Qin. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe turned around to see Lu Feng and Lu In, the brother and sister. Lu In still, like before, had a blush on her face and kept her head down in silence. Qin Zhe smiled and said, Brother Lu, are you also here to participate in the selection? Lu Feng and the others were already disciples of the Greenwood sect, so they technically didn't have to participate in the selection. Lu Feng chuckled, saying that people should aim higher, hoping that a selection might allow them to join the Xianyang sect. At this moment, the crowd erupted again. A young man and woman slowly approached from the crowd, instantly stirring excitement and debate among the people. The genius siblings from Heyang City, Shun Yun and Shun Mo. I heard that Shun Yun's cultivation was at the Xianling realm last year, enough to join the Xianyang sect. It said that he deliberately didn't participate last year, planning to take first place this year. After all, the reward for taking first place in the selection is quite generous. Speaking of the rewards, many people's gazes shifted to the high platform. There was a large box on it, which was said to be filled with cultivation resources. These resources were offered by the Xianyang sect as rewards for the top disciple in the selection. In addition, the disciple who took first place could directly become an elite disciple of the Xianyang sect. At this moment, Xinyan walked straight towards Qin Zhe and stopped in front of him. "You are Qin Zhe?" Xinyan looked at Qin Zhe with great interest. Qin Zhe was not interested in answering, lightly saying, "Yes, so what?" Xinyan chuckled. "I heard people suddenly say that you, Qin Zhe, are a genius. A year ago, we met, and you looked like a fool. Do you not remember?" Qin Zhe's memory was a bit fuzzy, but it seemed like he had indeed seen Xinyan at the Yi family a year ago. Xinyan also admired Yi Pianyu, and at that time, he had ridiculed Qin Zhe in every possible way. With no cultivation whatsoever, the gap was too great, and Qin Zhe could only swallow his resentment. But now he was no longer the same person he was a year ago. Qin Zhe smiled faintly, looking at Xinyan, and said, "I remember now. You were barking like a dog a year ago, and a year later, your bad temperament has not changed." Xinyan's eyes turned cold, angrily saying, "Who are you calling a dog? Whoever barks is a dog." Qin Zhe replied calmly, "You used to try so hard to insult me just to chase Yi Pianyu. Now that I've called off the engagement, you could go chase her if you have a skill." Xinyan's face immediately turned crimson with anger. Such matters were generally not said outright, but Qin Zhe suddenly laid it bare, making him deeply uncomfortable. "Qin Zhe, since ancient times, beautiful women match heroes. You are useless, you don't deserve Miss Yi, so don't blame others." Xinyan was pushed to the limit, shouting loudly. Qin Zhe smiled faintly. "You say I'm unworthy, so I'm unworthy, but you say I'm useless. I'm curious to know, if you can't beat me later, does that make you worse than useless?" Xinyan sneered. "I can't lose to you? Dream on." After saying that, he walked towards Yi Pianyu. Lei Ling air puffed up her cheeks, angrily stating, "Why is this guy so annoying? It's making me furious." Qin Zhe smiled lightly. "What's there to be angry about? Just beat him up later." At this moment, a figure walked out on the high platform. It was Mo Tianwen. A powerful voice spread across the square as the true energy was mobilized. "Everyone, the selection will begin shortly." Chapter 46, Ambush. As Mo Tianwen's voice echoed, the crowd instantly fell silent. Then, Mo Tianwen explained the selection process. The selection was quite simple. A high platform was placed 100 miles outside of Moondragon City. On the platform, there were 300 tokens. Those who take a token and return to Moondragon City, the first 50 to arrive, will qualify to join Xianyang sect. The following 250 will be chosen by other sections. As for the young people who did not receive a token, they would not qualify to join any sect this time. Among the first 50 young people, the strongest 3 will be determined through challenges, and all 3 can become elite disciples of Xianyang sect. The one who wins the top spot will receive a wealth of resources. Once Mo Tianwen finished explaining the selection process, he pointed out the direction of the high platform. With a command, the crowd quickly headed towards the city gate. Over 1,000 young martial artists moved forward in a massive wave towards the outside. On the high platform, the gaze of Elder Lu Yugu of Xianyang sect remained fixed on Qin Zhe. Since that night, when Lu Chang said he would investigate further, he had been waiting for news from Lu Chang. Although he did not know what Lu Chang was investigating, he dared not defy the sect's orders. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly ran up to the high platform and whispered a few words to Lu Yugu. Lu Yugu's expression changed slightly as he headed down from the high platform. After walking through a few turns, he found a secluded spot where a middle-aged man in black stood. That was Lu Chang. Wearing a black cloak, he clearly did not want to be recognized. Lu Chang looked serious, raised his head to look at Lu Yugu, and said in a low voice, "It's been confirmed, this Qin Zhe can be killed." As he said this, there was a trace of anger in his eyes. In the past days, he had thoroughly investigated Qin Zhe in Moondragon City. Upon investigation, he found that Qin Zhe had lived in Moondragon City since childhood. Furthermore, he had been an orphan since young, making it impossible for him to be the little lord of the domain. He and Su Huaifeng had both been deceived. Though he didn't know how Qin Zhe had tricked them, the most important thing now was to retrieve the spiritual fire and kill Qin Zhe. Lu Yugu was overjoyed and quickly said, "I won't hide it from the deputy sect master. I've already contacted the Crazy Dragon mercenary group, and I just need your command to let them act." Crazy Dragon mercenary group? Lu Chang nodded in reassurance. After all, the leader of Crazy Dragon mercenary group, Qi Kuanglong, was at the 7th rank of the Xianling realm. To kill a Qin Zhe, it would be more than enough. Lu Chang thought for a moment and continued, "Wait a moment, I will go with you. I want to say a few words to him before he dies." On the other side, Qin Zhe, Su Shan, and Lei Linger were moving very quickly, almost reaching the first team as they just exited the city gate. Not far away were the siblings Shun Yun and Shun Mo, as well as Yi Pianyu. Other people had already fallen far behind. The journey had gone very smoothly, and after 2 hours, they arrived at the high platform. There were several disciples guarding, and Shinzei noticed that they were Lu Yugu's disciples from Xianyang sect. The tall young man he had previously defeated handed him 3 tokens, his cold eyes constantly staring at Shinzei. Shinzei didn't care. He was just a defeated foe. He took the tokens, distributed them to Su Shan and Lei Linger, then ran back together. Along the way, Shun Yun, Shun Mo, and Yi Pianyu kept following closely behind. Everyone's speed was nearly the same, so it was fine being close together. Halfway there, 3 tall figures suddenly appeared in the forest ahead. Shun Yun and Shun Mo were startled and quickly stopped in their tracks. Yi Pianyu was also startled, halting her steps as she scrutinized the group. These people were clearly not here to compete, and their ages didn't match. Could it be that they were here to rob? Just as she was thinking, the foremost man asked, "Is there a Shinzei among you?" A faint killing intent filled the air. It sends chills down the spine. The mercenary group has long been killing, looting, and hunting Al-Sog with a heavy aura of hostility. Just standing still can make people feel a cold chill behind them. Shun Yun hurriedly said, "Shinzei is right behind. That's Shinzei." As he spoke, he pointed toward the distance, in the direction of Shinzei. Shinzei and his 2 companions were also coming this way. The man looked at Shinzei and then said, "All right, you can scram now." Shun Yun breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to escape. Yi Pianyu glanced back at Shinzei, but didn't say anything, quickly running away. In her heart, she understood that Shinzei seemed to have gotten into trouble again. But she also knew that if Shinzei couldn't come back this time, or couldn't get into the top 50, then the position of the first pick might be hers. The 3 men quickly approached Shinzei's direction. Shinzei did not hide and walked straight towards them. "Are you looking for me?" Shinzei asked as his gaze swept over the 3, stopping on the middle one. That man was tall and sturdy. His skin bore the marks of years of sun and wind exposure, with plenty of scars on his neck and shoulders, likely living a life on the edge. If he guessed correctly, these men should belong to some mercenary group. "Shinzei, someone paid us to kill you, so sorry." The middleman grinned. Lei Linger's eyes filled with anger as she said, "No matter how much they offered, we'll pay double, no, triple, you go kill them." The 3 men exchanged glances and suddenly found it amusing. "Little girl, if we do that, who would dare do business with us in the future? You 2 can go. Their target is only Shinzei. Our Quanglong mercenary group never kills the innocent." Seeing the situation, Shinzei thought it might take some time to deal with them. He said to Su Shan, "You 2 go first." Su Shan looked anxious. "Young master, we fight side by side." Shinzei kicked Su Shan in the butt. "I said a scram, now move." It was the selection time now. Being late, even a bit, might mean missing out on the top 50. Su Shan was worried, but seeing the confident gaze from Shinzei, he felt a bit relieved. He said to Lei Linger, "Linger, let's go first." Lei Linger naturally knew the power of the Quanglong mercenary group, but with her strength, staying here would be completely useless. Better to go back to town and ask her grandmother for help. Thinking this, Lei Linger also quickened her pace toward the direction of the Moondragon City. In the wild forest, only Shinzei was left alone. The middleman stepped forward with a smile. "Kid, I'm Chi Quanglong, don't hate me. Those who want your life are from others." As he spoke, he was about to make a move. "Wait, let me talk to him alone for a moment." At this time, a deep voice came from behind Chi Quanglong. A man in black walked out from behind a big tree. Shinzei recognized this person. It was Su Huaifeng's deputy, who should be the vice master of the Xianyang sect, Lu Chang. Chi Quanglong smiled helplessly. "The employer has spoken. We naturally have to comply. If I need to make a move later, just say the word." The 3 retreated, disappearing into the bushes. Chapter 47. Kill the Quanglong mercenary group. Shinzei's heart jumped. Lu Chang's appearance meant he had already seen through his identity. The Xianyang sect was somewhere he must avoid. It seems Liu Yue didn't make a move before because Lu Chang was nearby. He hadn't investigated clearly into Shinzei's identity, so he didn't dare act rashly. After these few days, he probably had checked everything. So, everything could be laid bare now. Lu Chang looked at Shinzei and slowly said, "Kid, you have quite the skill. Even the sect master has been deceived by you." Shinzei smiled slightly. "There's no choice. To get spirit fire, one must use some brains." Lu Chang frowned slightly. He couldn't understand. Su Huaifeng sought spirit fire for Yulanger, and even he didn't know about it. How did Shinzei know? But it held no significance to pursue this matter now. Lu Chang continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the disciples of our Xianyang sect before, they were all killed by you, right?" This recent investigation not only revealed that Shinzei was not Yulanga, but also showed that he had been in that area during that time. So, The one who killed the disciples of Xianyang sect is very likely to be him. Qinze did not hide anything and said calmly, "Yes, they killed innocent people recklessly, so I took action and killed them." "Very good." The murderous intent flashed in Lu Chang's eyes. "Do you know the consequences of offending our Xianyang sect?" Qinze smiled faintly and said, "Xianyang sect is Lei Longhu's territory, and yet you are helping Yu Yunfeng to find the spirit fire. If Lei Longhu finds out, I wonder what consequences Xianyang sect will face." Lu Chang's face darkened slightly. Qinze was right. If Lei Longhu knew about this, even if he didn't directly turn against them, Xianyang sect would no longer be trusted. If things got serious, they might even send someone to secretly eliminate Su Huaifeng and himself, replacing them with someone who would obey as the sect master of Xianyang sect. Lu Chang said, "Little brat, I am giving you a chance now. Hand over the spirit fire, and I will let you join our Xianyang sect to work for the sect master in the future. I am giving you this opportunity because I see your good talent and intelligence. So think carefully." Qinze would definitely not believe this kind of talk. It was just Lu Chang's stalling tactic. He said calmly, "Deputy Sect Master Lu, you can take action anytime, but the main forces will arrive soon. Are you sure you want to kill me now?" Lu Chang frowned, his eyes filled with murderous intent, yet he suppressed it forcefully. "Kid, you have courage, but you don't even have to make me act. The Wild Dragon Mercenary Group is an existence you cannot fight against, no matter what. You guys come over and kill him." With a single order, Qi Kuanglong ran quickly with 2 people. Lu Chang said, "Kill him and bring back his body intact." "Understood." Qi Kuanglong grinned. "Don't worry, our Wild Dragon Mercenary Group always gets the job done." Lu Chang nodded, and as he saw someone running quickly from the distance, he moved his body and disappeared into the bushes. Qi Kuanglong clenched his fist, took off a large knife from his back, and said with a smile, "Kid, sorry, but we have to take action now." Qinze smiled faintly, flipping his right hand, and the angry flame sword appeared in his hand. Space treasure. Qi Kuanglong's eyes widened. He did not expect that the person he was supposed to kill would have a space treasure. "Looks like today is going to be quite a harvest." Qi Kuanglong licked his lips and said with a grin. He signaled to his men on both sides, and the 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Xianling realm blocked Qinze's retreat. Boom! Qi Kuanglong clenched his fists, releasing his full martial artist aura. Holding the knife in his right hand, the blade suddenly turned red. With one move, he slashed toward Qinze. "Crazy Dragon Slash!" Qi Kuanglong shouted. The huge knife danced like it could cut through anything, its blade flashing as it descended on Qinze. The grass and trees flew wildly, all shredded by the fierce knife Qi, soaring into the air. Qinze's steps were steady, and the angry flame sword in his hand began to channel the spirit fire energy. Qingming's sword technique, sweeping through the army. The long sword didn't dodge or retreat, it went straight to meet the huge blade. Boom! With one clash, sparks flew in all directions. The scorching heat from the angry flame, sword's surroundings surged out, directly roasting the small grass and trees around them. Qi Kuanglong felt his right hand was burning, almost unable to hold onto the large knife. A wave of intense heat surged into his body, moving restlessly inside, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Qi Kuanglong gritted his teeth, his right hand trembling, and he once again moved forward. 4 split manhwa. The blade came down, striking at Qinze. It was a strike from the 7th level of the Xianling realm, with overwhelming force. Even a huge rock could easily be split open. Qinze's eyes narrowed, and he increased the spirit fire power in his right hand. The scorching flames made his own body feel uncomfortable, let alone his opponent. "Break for me!" The long sword swung upward, and the force of the flames surged into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, Qi Kuanglong's long knife was sliced in half. This was not the clash of weapons being severed, but the blade itself was melted by high temperatures. A deadly, scorching force burrowed into Qi Kuanglong's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. His whole body turned bright red, and he screamed in agony, unable to control himself. Aha! This sudden scene terrified the 2 people beside him. These 2 were also martial cultivators at the 5th level of the Xianling realm, and they had lived their lives on the edge of danger. But at this moment, they looked shocked, somewhat at a loss for what to do. A few young people passing by in the distance, intending to watch, saw the terrifying scream and quickly fled without a trace. "Qinze, what is this? What kind of power?" Qi Kuanglong felt as though his internal organs were being burned to a crisp and, with his last bit of strength, asked. Qinze smiled faintly and stepped forward, grabbing Qi Kuanglong's wrist. "Devour, open." Pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured into Qinze's body. After all, This was the energy of a 7th-level Xianling realm cultivator, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Once he absorbed it all, Qin Zhe's cultivation directly reached the 5th level of the Tianling realm. Meanwhile, Qi Quanglong had already withered to the appearance of a dried corpse. The two people beside him, terrified, turned and ran. But how could Qin Zhe let them go? Since they had come, they might as well stay here. He stepped forward, one sword for each of them, knocking them to the ground. Then, following the same method, he devoured all the spiritual energy of these two 5th-level Xianling realm cultivators. His cultivation rose to the 6th level of the Tianling realm. This wave of progress satisfied Qin Zhe greatly, and he instantly felt favorable towards the Xianyang sect. If they kept sending more mercenary groups to kill him, he wouldn't even need to join another sect for cultivation. He could go straight to the Tianji sect. Qin Zhe searched the 3 people's bodies and found a silver note worth 500,000 taels. If he wasn't mistaken, this was probably the deposit for his assassination. The Xianyang sect was truly wealthy, and the deposit should have been higher. Qin Zhe pocketed the silver note, patted his pocket, and then noticed many people were heading towards Moon Dragon City. Oh, he wasn't sure if he could make it into the top 50. Moon Dragon City Square. On the high platform, the various sect leaders and elders all stared at the city gates. A long time had passed, and it should be the time when the young ones would return. At this moment, the crowd below began to stir. 3 figures were the first to return to the city and hand over their tokens. It was none other than the Shenyun siblings and Yi Pianyu. The crowd sighed in admiration. As expected, the old-school geniuses were the strongest. Shenyun returned earlier than Qin Zhe, indicating there was still a slight gap in strength. Shenyun handed over the token with an air of smugness and pride. Not long after, 2 more figures appeared. It was Su Shan and Lei Linger. But where was Qin Zhe? The crowd was confused. 3 people had gone out together, yet only 2 had returned. Lei Linger handed in the token and quickly left, not sure what she was up to. Then, one after another, people began handing over their tokens, but Qin Zhe still had not shown up. On the high platform, Lu Yugue finally showed a long-lost smile. He looked down at a certain spot in the crowd, where a man in black stood, Lu Chong. The two exchanged a glance, each feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. Having dealt with Qin Zhe, Lu Yugue had avenged a past grievance. As for Lu Chong, with the spirit fire in hand, he was about to seek Yulonga. He had already made up his mind. This time, he would bypass Su Huaifeng, since he didn't know anything. If he could gain the domain master's favor, even the sect leader of the Xianyang sect might not be out of reach. By now, nearly 40 people had handed in their tokens. Yet, Qin Zhe still had not appeared. The new genius of Moon Dragon City couldn't even make it into the top 50, which was somewhat strange. Time passed, and more people handed in their tokens. 43, 44. The crowd stretched their necks, eager to see if Qin Zhe would make it in time. Suddenly, a figure sped in like lightning from outside the city. The speed was astonishing, though the figure seemed a little unsteady. It was a bit strange as he stumbled over. As he got closer, everyone gasped. Qin Zhe has come. As soon as the words came out, Lu Yugu raised up suddenly on the high platform. He looked towards the city gate, squinting his eyes. That figure was moving very fast, but it was quite clear. If it wasn't Qin Zhe, who else could it be? Qin Zhe. He clenched his fists tightly, anger surging in his eyes. How could Qin Zhe still be alive? And he was full of life, not at all showing signs of having faced the crazy dragon mercenary group. What was going on? He looked at Lu Chong, who also wore a shocked expression, staring at Qin Zhe. He had seen the crazy dragon mercenary group preparing to attack. That's why he had escaped. The crazy dragon mercenary group's reputation goes without saying. Everyone knew it. Could it be that Qin Zhe killed that Qi Quanglong? How could that be? He couldn't possibly be that strong. Breathless, Qin Zhe rushed up to the high platform and submitted his token. 48th, he finally caught up. The martial skill he learned on the way, the sun and moon movement, was still unrefined. A few times he nearly crashed into trees. Finally, it was all just a scare. He had to secure a spot in the top 50. Otherwise, he wouldn't get the chance to claim the first-place resources. Gasping for breath, Qin Zhe turned his head several times before finding Su Shan. "Where is Lei Ling?" Qin Zhe asked. Su Shan shook her head, indicating she didn't know. She had rushed away as soon as she arrived. Qin Zhe understood that she might have gone to find help, but the crazy dragon mercenary group had already been dealt with, so it wasn't a big problem. He walked into the crowd, but saw Shan Yun giving him a look of disgust. Qin Zhe didn't care. There were many who disliked him. What was this guy even? Soon, the crowd gradually arrived at Moon Dragon City, and the competition entered its second round. The top 50 martial practitioners would challenge each other to decide the top spot. Anyone interested in becoming the #1 in Moon Dragon City would have to start from the 50th place and accept challenges on stage. Qinze was ranked lower, so he would have to go up first to accept challenges. He stood on the platform, looking at everyone. I'll go up and challenge. Soon a voice shouted. It was Shun Mo, Shun Yun's sister. Qinze had long anticipated this. Shun Yun would definitely not let him off, so he was mentally prepared. Shun Mo stepped onto the high platform and respectfully bowed to the spectators. Heyang City, Shun Mo, greetings to all the sect masters and elders. Shun Mo was very polite, displaying the demeanor of a lady from an esteemed family. She looked at everyone, as if she were already certain of victory. Mo Tianwen, standing on the platform, slowly spoke. Shin Mo, are you sure you can defeat Qinze? Shin Mo's eyes were determined as she nodded vigorously, replying to the city lord, defeating him is as easy as pie. As soon as the words fell, Shun Mo gracefully leaped in front of Qinze. She drew 2 short swords from her waist, bending her body into a combat stance. Qinze, make your move, Shin Mo said coldly. The crowd cheered. After all, even if it was just a contest between young martial practitioners, such an arena battle was still very exciting. Moreover, Qinze was now being called a genius of Moondragon City. Everyone was eager to see what kind of martial skill he truly possessed. You go first, otherwise people will say I'm bullying a girl, Qinze said indifferently. Shun Mo snorted coldly. Her figure moved, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Qinze. Both short swords stabbed in simultaneously, aiming directly at Qinze's temples. Wow! The crowd gasped. Shin Mo had already launched a deadly move right from the start. This martial skill was exceptionally fierce, as if the two had some personal feud. If Qinze had reacted slowly, the next moment he would likely have been pierced in the head. However, Qinze remained calm. He stepped back slightly, dodging this lethal blow. Then, with a swift movement of his long sword, he aimed directly at Shun Mo's chest. Shin Mo was shocked. She pulled back her 2 short swords to block. But Qinze's sword had immense power. What appeared to be a light move completely overwhelmed her dual swords, unable to block even a bit of that force. Oh no! Shin Mo's heart sank. If Qinze's long sword thrust like this, it would. Not dying is also a serious injury. But at this moment, there was no time to change tactics. The gap in their martial skills was too great. The difference in power was simply staggering. Shin Mo felt a chill in her heart, only to think that she was about to be unlucky. She tightly shut her eyes, not knowing what to do. In the next instant, Shun Mo felt a cold sensation on her neck. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the sword was somehow resting against her throat. She looked at her body and saw that she was not pierced by the sword. Qinze's actions of pulling back and changing moves were shockingly fast. Qinze calmly said, "Little girl, you're just too weak." Shin Mo's gaze quivered as she looked at Shun Yun. Shun Yun's brows were tightly furrowed, clearly shocked by Qinze's previous move. Originally, he thought Qinze was just a name, but unexpectedly, he could defeat Shin Mo with a single move. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Qinze? Mo Tianwen asked excitedly, his voice loud. Shun Yun frowned. Seeing no one else stepping up, he slowly walked onto the stage. Qinze, I will fight you, Shun Yun shouted. Qinze glanced at Shun Yun and said indifferently, I won't fight. What? The crowd questioned, both being geniuses, Qinze and Shun Yun. Could it be that Qinze truly could not compare to Shun Yun? Chapter 49. Su Shan fights Shun Yun. Shun Yun was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit pleased. Qinze, you really know how to cherish your reputation. You saw my sister was weaker than you just now, so you fought her. Now that you face me, you won't dare, Shun Yun said with a cold smile. Mo Tianwen looked at Qinze curiously and asked, Qinze, why won't you fight? Qinze replied loudly, I just fought a match. It's reasonable to take a break, right? This. Mo Tianwen was a bit confused. Although Qinze indeed had fought, he had only made one move. How exhausting could that be? It was basically just catching his breath. And Qinze definitely would not be afraid to fight. Mo Tianwen understood this well, but he didn't know what Qinze was planning. Shun Yun curved his lips in a mocking smile and said, still calling yourself a genius of Moondragon City, but you're this stingy. Fine, then I'll fight first. No, I'll fight 3 matches before fighting you. How about that? After he finished speaking, he looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, who will challenge me? Qinze smiled slightly. You won't be able to fight 3 matches. The moment someone comes up, you'll be knocked down. Su Shan, come up. With a command, Su Shan, who was sitting on the ground, instantly jumped up from his chubby body. Young master, you called me? He ran cheerfully towards the stage. The crowd suddenly became noisy. This Su Shan is said to be a servant of the Qin family, who was previously a minor. To let a minor challenge Shun Yun. Isn't this insulting to Shun Yun? Being able to disrupt the opponent's mood will surely be a great help for their battle later. Qin Zhe is quite calculating. But if Shen Yun gets angry, he will definitely fight to the death. Just a minor. Being used as a pawn is already quite good. The crowd murmured, and a flash of anger passed through Shen Yun's eyes. Qin Zhe, are you using a minor to insult me? A minor? Qin Zhe was instantly infuriated. Shut your mouth. Su Shan is my brother, 1,000 times more noble than you. Qin Zhe's eyes had turned upset. Shen Yun angrily retorted. Wasn't he a minor before? Who are you trying to fool? You're clearly using him to insult me and disrupt my fighting mindset to gain an advantage later. Qin Zhe, you are so despicable. Qin Zhe coldly chuckled. You're thinking too highly of yourself. Do you really think you're someone special? Do I need to use tricks to deal with you? Your Shen family had ancestors who were brothel keepers. Does that mean your Shen family will always be brothel keepers? The crowd was stunned, then erupted into laughter like waves. Indeed, the ancestors of the Shen family had been brothel keepers. This was the most taboo subject for the Shen family. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe brought it up publicly. The various sect leaders and elders on the high platform frowned and exchanged glances with Mo Tianwen. After all, today was about recruiting disciples for the major sects, and the argument was so loud, it seemed like petty street thugs, slightly tarnishing the reputation of the major sections. Mo Tianwen coughed lightly and said, You two, stop arguing for a moment. Who is fighting whom? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. He insulted my brother first, and besides, I'm not making things up. You. Shen Yun was already driven mad with anger, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. He looked coldly at Qin Zhe and the other, saying, Which of you two wants to die first? Su Shan stepped forward and said, Young Master Shen, I will fight you. Qin Zhe stepped down from the challenge platform, and Mo Tianwen gestured for the bout to begin. Boom! Shen Yun was the first to gather all his cultivation, his strength as a third-layer Xianling realm warrior, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. He picked up an iron rod and charged wildly towards Su Shan. The iron rod was black all over, and when he wielded it, it was like a black whirlwind rushing towards Su Shan. Dragon Roar 9 strikes. A roar echoed as Shen Yun leaped up, swinging the rod down towards Su Shan's face. With the sounds of dragon roars, the rod transformed into 9 illusory shadows, all crashing down on Su Shan. The crowd murmured, such a magical martial skill. The scene was grand, like a massive wave crashing down. Ordinary warriors watched in a daze, completely bewildered on how to defend against it. Su Shan was just as stunned, standing there with his mouth agape, not knowing how to resist. This must already be a mysterious level martial skill, indeed powerful. Boom! The rod finally fell, and all eyes were fixed on Su Shan. Yet he stood there as if he were not a martial artist, raising his arm to block this move of Dragon Roar 9 strikes. He was dressed in a short, tight outfit. His arm took the hit, only reddening slightly without showing any signs of injury. The fat all over his body merely shook symbolically. Shen Yun stood firm, staring at Su Shan. He had thought the strike would knock him down to the ground, blood spurting wildly, or even render him unconscious. Unexpectedly, it only reddened the man's arm. That hurt so much. Su Shan rubbed his arm, vigorously rubbing the injured spot. The crowd was stunned, each one with their mouths open wide enough to fit several eggs. Dragon Roar 9 strikes. Shen Yun, not willing to give up, launched another attack. At this moment, Su Shan came to his senses and raised his fist to meet the rod. Boom, 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 boom. With a surge of energy, Su Shan's punch directly sent the rod flying back. Shen Yun was pushed back by the immense force, landing on his feet, but stumbling as if he could hardly steady himself. He looked at Su Shan, shock written all over his face. If he couldn't defeat Qin Zhe today, he wouldn't be surprised. But now, even this Su Shan was too much for him, filling Shen Yun with gloom. What on earth was happening? Was his martial cultivation suddenly regressing, or was something special occurring? He bit hard on his teeth, boosting his aura up and confirming repeatedly. Then he gritted his teeth and executed another Dragon Roar 9 strikes. Qin Zhe below the stage said lightly, Little Shan, don't you have any martial skills? Only then did Su Shan realize, performing the opening move of Tiger Claw. The crowd burst into laughter. This was a common-level martial skill, the entry-level technique of the Qin family from Moondragon City. Using it to counter Dragon Roar 9 strikes seemed rather odd. Boom! Su Shan struck out with his claw, rushing directly toward the rod's direction. The two martial skills clashed, a powerful force sweeping toward Shen Yun. Shen Yun felt an overwhelming pressure, the rod slipping from his grip and flying away. His body was pushed back involuntarily, taking several steps to barely steady himself. Looking back at Su Shan, he struck a strange pose. That last move was truly simple, the Tiger Claw. Shen Yun gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. He clenched his fists tightly, small whirlwinds forming around his knuckles. His body flowed like wind as his fists, entwined with the whirlwinds, surged towards Su Shan. Storm Fist. Shen Yun gritted his teeth and shouted angrily as he charged at Su Shan. Su Shan maintained the opening stance of Tiger Claw, his body bouncing slightly, leaping to a higher height. Then, with a claw launched forward, crash into the Storm Fist. Chapter 50. Was Lei Lingner captured? Boom! The two attacks collided, releasing an astonishing wave of energy. Su Shan stood firm, while Shen Yun knelt on the ground, his hands trembling, unable to drop them. Shen Yun looked at his arms, filled with reluctance and shock in his eyes. Su Shan, what level is your cultivation, really? Shen Yun asked. Su Shan thought for a moment and said, It seems to be the 5th stage of Xianling Realm. Xianling Realm, 5th stage? Shen Yun was completely stunned. Just a few months ago, Su Shan was a mind slave, yet now his cultivation had reached the 5th stage of Xianling Realm. How did you do it? Shen Yun asked. The crowd also looked puzzled, not understanding why Su Shan's cultivation was so strong. Su Shan scratched his head and said, I don't know either. I just know that young master made me eat a pill, and my cultivation started to improve. Pill. A single pill could raise one to such strength? Could it be an ascension pill? But how could the mere Qin family of Yulong City obtain an ascension pill? Not to mention a Zunwu ascension pill. Even a Xianling ascension pill would be impossible to get. Xiao Shan beat him. At that moment, Qin Zhe gave the order. Su Shan had always been obedient and quickly walked toward Shen Yun. What are you going to do? Shen Yun asked in surprise. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Shan slapped him and sent him tumbling to the ground. Then, he raised his huge fist and began to pound Shen Yun's face. Shen Yun was beaten black and blue, his eyes squinting so much that he could barely see. He wanted to concede, but before he could say anything, he took a few more punches to the mouth. In the end, he didn't know how many punches he had taken, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Brother Shan, please stop. I concede. Shen Yun mumbled. Su Shan looked helpless and said, Young Master Shun, I'm sorry. Young Master told me to make a move. I can't refuse. Shen Yun was about to go mad. Brother Shan, how much monthly stipend does the Qin family give you? I'll triple it. No, I'll quintuple it. Just don't hit me anymore. Su Shan's hands and feet didn't stop, continuing to strike Shen Yun, saying, That's not possible. I won't leave, young master. No amount of money will make a difference. Qin Zhe saw that the beating was almost done and signaled Su Shan with his eyes. Only then did Su Shan step back from Shen Yun. Shen Yun took a few hard breaths. Su Shan's weight made it hard for him to catch his breath. I concede, Shen Yun shouted, then fled down the high platform. As he passed by Qin Zhe, Shen Yun didn't dare to look at him. But Qin Zhe, stop Shen Yun. Qin Zhe said lightly, Before, you kept calling me useless. Now I ask you, who is really the useless one? Shen Yun was filled with unwillingness, but strength was the hard truth. Since he had been defeated, he could only leave in disgrace. The competition continued. However, once Su Shan mentioned reaching the 5th stage of the Xianling realm, most people abandoned their preparation to battle him. Even Yi Pianyu was secretly grinding her teeth, feeling extremely displeased. Qin Zhe was strong, that was fine. Now even Qin Zhe's servant was so powerful. The more skilled people around her, the more Yi Pianyu felt her choice at that time was a mistake. Su Shan must have obtained a rare treasure to raise his cultivation so quickly. But would Qin Zhe actively give rare treasures to Su Shan? Why wouldn't he use them for himself? After waiting another quarter of an hour, indeed, no one came forward to challenge. Mo Tianwen looked at Su Shan and then at Qin Zhe. He felt a bit helpless and could only say, in this sex election, the first place is Su Shan. Su Shan was stunned. He only fought on stage for a moment. How did he end up being first? Wait, young master, you fight on stage and defeat me. Su Shan hurriedly said. Qin Zhe, however, smiled slightly, said nothing, and didn't go up on stage. He had often been in this first-place scenario in his previous life. So this time, he decided to give it to Su Shan. Mo Tianwen announced that Su Shan took first place and handed the bag of cultivation resources to Su Shan. At the same time, Elder Liu Yugu came before Su Shan and loudly asked, now granting Su Shan the status of an elite disciple. Su Shan, from today onward, you are officially one of our Xianyang sect's elite disciples. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Xianyang sect truly kept their promises. The top 50 could join, and the top 3 could become elite disciples. But Su Shan finally achieved it. However, soon the noise gradually quieted down. But the atmosphere on the stage seemed a bit off. Su Shan did not reach out to accept it at all. He looked at Liu Yugu and said respectfully, Hello, Elder. May I join your Xianyang sect? It's not up to me. I want to follow our young master to take care of him. So wherever the young master joins, I will join too. Lu Yugu frowned slightly. This guy is being overly indecisive. He needs someone else to confirm this simple matter. Among the top 50, who wouldn't want to join the Xianyang sect? Lu Yugu looked at Qin Zhe, knowing that the young master mentioned by Su Shan was Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, my Xianyang sect can also accept you as a disciple. Prepare to join with Su Shan. Qin Zhe smiled faintly and replied, Sorry, Elder Lu, I don't plan to join your Xianyang sect. What did you say? Lu Yugu could hardly believe Qin Zhe would refuse to join their Xianyang sect. I said, I don't plan to join the Xianyang sect. Is that clear enough? Upon hearing this, Su Shan quickly said, Sorry, then I can't become your Xianyang sect disciple. I want to follow the young master. This, Lu Yugu was momentarily stunned. In previous years, people would try to use backdoors to join the Xianyang sect. This year, the two strongest disciples actually did not choose the Xianyang sect. Mo Tianwen loudly asked, Qin Zhe, since you don't choose the Xianyang sect, do you have a sect you fancy? Qin Zhe looked around, and his gaze stopped on an unremarkable middle-aged man in the back row of the high platform. This man was the leader of the Qingmu sect, Lu Dawei. Qin Zhe said, I choose the Qingmu sect. What? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Qin Zhe choosing the Qingmu sect meant that Su Shan would also choose the Qingmu sect. The Qingmu sect would suddenly welcome two genius-level newcomers, greatly enhancing its overall strength. Lu Dawei stood there, still in disbelief. Nearby, several sect leaders congratulated him, but Lu Dawei himself remained dazed, thinking it was a dream. Lu Yugu gritted his teeth, coldly sizing up Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, do you think joining the Qingmu sect means I can't kill you? You are doomed without a doubt. Lu Yugu thought coldly in his heart. After that, all the youths who passed the test began choosing their sects, when suddenly a member of the Qin family rushed over to Qin Zhe and whispered, Head of the family, someone wants you to go to West Street immediately. They say Miss Ling is in their hands. Upon hearing this news, Qin Zhe's eyes jumped immediately. Lei Linger was captured? Chapter 51. The Blossoming Heart in the Prime of Life. Qin Zhe immediately wanted to follow the Qin family member, but just as he was about to leave, he heard Lu Yugu shouting from the stage. Stop him, don't let him go. With this order, Lei Hu and 5 other disciples quickly stepped up to block Qin Zhe's path. Qin Zhe's eyes turned cold. He instinctively thought that it was the Xianyang sect who had captured Lei Ling. Do you know what you are doing? If you don't move aside, you'll die. A killing intent flashed in Qin Zhe's eyes. The 5 men instinctively took a step back, especially Lei Hu, who was filled with dread. The last time Qin Zhe fought with him, he didn't have such a fierce glare. This time, for some reason, he seemed especially anxious. Lu Yugu spoke from the stage. Qin Zhe, since you don't choose my Xianyang sect, you owe us a reason. You can't just leave without saying anything. How will that make my Xianyang sect look? Qin Zhe's heart was anxious, and at this moment, he no longer cared about anything else, coldly saying, What's so great about your Xianyang sect? I won't choose your Xianyang sect, so what? As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Lu Yugui's face turned from green to purple. He had planned to make things difficult for Qin Zhe, but never expected that the other party would dare to insult the Xianyang sect like this. Qin Zhe, Lu Yugui shouted angrily. Even if you are not satisfied with me, the Xianyang sect is a well-known sect in the 8 Desolation domain. Do you dare to disrespect my sect? Qin Zhe couldn't be bothered with Lu Yugui, roaring, Get lost. He took a step forward, pulled out the Deze sword, and struck with a sweeping motion that could crush an army. Boom, boom. A fierce aura surged over like a giant wave towards Lei Hu and the other 5. The 5 of them retreated, unable to withstand this powerful force at all. Since Qin Zhe absorbed the cultivation power of Qi Kuanglong and the other 2, his strength had greatly improved, and the power from using the supreme indestructible mantra had increased quite a bit. Now, he could already contend against martial cultivators at the 7th level of the Xianling realm. Lei Hu and the others were at most at the 5th level of the Xianling realm, and they were definitely no match for him. Get lost. With another swing of his sword, he slammed it down onto the ground. Stones exploded forward, striking at Lei Hu and the 5. The 5 were startled, hurriedly using their hands to shield their vital spots. The stones pierced into their bodies, though not fatal. They left them battered and bloodied. Taking this chance, Qin Zhe accelerated and moved forward. Lu Yugui on the high platform looked at Qin Zhe's terrifying power, shocked in his heart. It had only been a few days, and Qin Zhe had become stronger. Last time, when fighting Lei Hu, he could only suppress him. Now he could completely crush him. It had only been 3 days. Qin Zhe quickly advanced towards the direction of the Qin family. At this moment, most people were in the square. This place was deserted and eerily quiet. Boom! Suddenly, a strong aura attacked from the side. Qinze reacted quickly, turning his body and raising the Zhe sword in front of him. With a loud bang, Qinze's body slid back a dozen steps before he barely steadied himself. The force of this attack was strong, definitely above the Zunwu realm and in the mid to late stage. Who is it? Qinze looked towards the shadowy area beside him. Two figures stepped out from the shadows. It was Lei Ling Air and an old lady in red. From Lei Ling Air's appearance, it was clear she had not been captured, which relieved Qinze a little. Kid, your reaction speed is pretty good, but your strength is a bit weak. You're not worthy of my Ling Air, the old lady said lightly. Qinze rolled his eyes. This old lady, are you mistaken? You sent word to tell me that Lei Ling Air was captured, and now you come here just to test my strength. If you want to test, you could have just come to the arena and taken a look. The old lady shot him a reproachful look. You brat, you really have quite the sharp tongue. I wonder what my Ling Air sees in you, always speaking good of you. Grandma, Lei Ling Air was beside, stamping her feet anxiously. Qinze sighed and said, since we're already here, Grandma, what is it that you want? Just speak frankly. The old lady said, Qinze, why did you choose the Qingmu sect instead of the Xianyang sect? Have you forgotten your agreement with Ling Air? Agreement? Qinze was a bit confused. What kind of agreement could he have with Lei Ling Air? Thinking carefully, could it be the agreement to go to the Tianji sect? Qinze replied, I wanted to join the Xianyang sect, but I offended their upper ranks. Going there would be no different from seeking death. The old lady's face slightly darkened after hearing this. After a moment, she said, I know you have some grievances with Liu Gui, but that's all there is to it. With the sect master, vice sect master, and the various elders in the Xianyang sect, can't they protect you? Qinze briefly explained the matter of Su Huaifeng helping Yunfeng's son find the spirit fire. The 8 Desolation domain is divided into 3 regions, each ruled by different domain masters. This area originally belonged to Lei Hu. Even if the spirit fire has been released, Su Huaifeng should still deliver it to Lei Longhu after finding it. Now he contacted Yu Yunfeng directly, which resulted in 2 possibilities. One possibility is that Su Huaifeng is trying to please both Lei Longhu and Yu Yunfeng. However, this possibility is rather slim. After all, Su Huaifeng is not a fool. Trying to gain favor from both sides often leads to losing both. The other possibility is that Su Huaifeng knows something. He is aware that someone intends to deal with Lei Longhu and is convinced that Lei Longhu might lose. Thus, he wants to find a new backing in advance. In his past life, Lei Longhu was indeed targeted a few years later, and his power was completely wiped out. Strangely, as the strongest force under Lei Longhu, Xianyang sect suffered no losses at that time. Qinze felt that his guess should be correct. He briefly explained the situation, and the old woman nodded slightly after listening. The 3 domain leaders appear friendly, but are actually at odds. A conflict is bound to happen sooner or later. I've already warned Longhu to be careful of the other 2, but he never listened. This time when I return, I need to have a serious talk with him and make sure he prepares in advance. Kid, you might be young, but your mind is quite meticulous, the old woman said, looking at Qinze. Qinze replied, I'm just a brother to Lazy. Helping him out is nothing to worry about. Lazy? The old woman was momentarily confused. This kid is bold enough to call himself brothers with Lei Longhu? However, she came to find Qinze for a serious matter today and didn't dwell on the name. Kid, let's skip the small talk. You said you promised to join Tianji sect. Now Linger wants to go with me to Tianji sect. What will you do? The old woman asked. Qinze thought for a moment and didn't have an answer, so he just shrugged his shoulders. It was said that joining Xianyang sect and performing well could lead to being recommended to Tianji sect. Now that I can't enter Xianyang sect, I have to give up. Give up? The old woman chuckled coldly. Linger is infatuated with you and wants to cultivate together in Tianji sect. Are you really going to give up? Infatuated? Grandma, don't say that, Qinze quickly exclaimed. He looked at Lei Linger, whose little face was flushed like a ripe apple. Could it be that this little girl really has feelings for him? Chapter 52. Qinze stops for a robbery. The old woman looked at Qinze, somewhat angry. You brat, just now Linger saw you being attacked. She rushed to find me for help, crying with red eyes. She has been raised with care since she was a child and has never been so concerned about anyone. Do you really want to let her down? Qinze felt speechless. Why say all this? When he heard that Linger was captured, didn't he rush over as well? However, he didn't want to argue much. After all, Linger was indeed quite pretty, and he liked her. Plus, her figure was good. A graceful lady is what a gentleman seeks. There was nothing wrong with this, but in his past life, he was betrayed by 9 women. This time, who knows if he would again end up being the fool. What are you hesitating for? Are you incapable? The old woman asked. Qinze had a face full of questions. What do you mean by incapable? I mean, as a man, You are incapable, which is why you dare not accept my granddaughter, the old woman said bluntly. Qinze immediately became furious. Am I incapable? Back in the day, He nearly opened his mouth to say that he could handle 9 at once back then. Now, he has only 1, and he could make her unable to stand up in minutes. Qinze didn't want to drag on the argument. He said, Grandma, I know Linger's feelings. Please show me a way to join Tianji's sect, and give me a little time. I will definitely go to Tianji's sect to find Linger. The old woman thought for a moment and said, Let's do this. When I return, I will issue an order. In 3 months, all sects in the southern domain of 8 desolations will hold a competition. Before the competition, there will be opportunities to enter Tianji's sect for cultivation. If one can gain Tianji's sect recognition, they can officially become a disciple of Tianji's sect. However, Qinze, 3 months is short. Can you, among all disciples, make it into the top 3? Qinze immediately laughed. Grandma, does what you say about Tianji's sect actually count? This plan is indeed good, but it should at least be recognized by the higher-ups of Tianji's sect. After a long silence, Lei Linger smiled and said, You silly, of course it counts when Grandma says so. She's the sect master. Sect master? Isn't the sect master of Tianji sect an old man? He remembers it being a man. How did it become a woman? Moreover, Qinze said with a face full of confusion, If you're the sect master, you could just let me join Tianji's sect directly. What's with this test nonsense? The old woman said lightly, That won't work. Even though I'm the sect master, Tianji sect is not something I can decide all by myself. Moreover, I have already allowed Linger to join Tianji sect. I cannot recruit anyone else. Qinze, anyway, you must make it into the top 3 within 3 months. Otherwise, Linger will fulfill her marriage contract and marry Yulanga. Qinze was stunned for a moment. It turned out that before, Lei Longhu forced Lei Linger to marry, and the one she was to marry was Yulanga. What a narrow path for enemies. He had just used the other's name to obtain spiritual fire. Now he also had to go after the fiancé of that person. This truly felt like pulling wool from a sheep until it was completely bald. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. We will wait for you at Tianji sect. After the old woman finished speaking, she pulled Lei Linger and was about to leave. Lei Linger felt a little reluctant and thought for a moment before running back to Qinze. Qinze, Lingling, and Air Guzi will be taken by me. They are too small and cannot be separated. Lei Linger said with slightly red eyes. Qinze nodded. He was not very good at raising contract beasts anyway. Go on. I will make it in the top 3. Looking at Lei Linger's delicate face and the tear that flowed down her cheek, Qinze said slowly. I will wait for you. Lei Linger softly said, and then turned to run back to her grandmother. Qinze returned to the Qin family, and Lu Daowei, the sect master of Qingmu's sect, had been waiting for a long time. For so many years, it was the first time someone gave up Xianyang sect to join his Qingmu sect. Though he did not know the reason, Lu Daowei still wanted to come personally to confirm it. Qinze was quite calm, definitely going to join Qingmu's sect. Moreover, his Qin family, as a forging family, could also cooperate with Qingmu's sect later on. Qingmu's sect was not far from Moondragon City and was situated between Moondragon City and Domain City. The Qin family's business was expanding, and there was a shortage of manpower. Qingmu's sect's disciples could help Qin family in transporting goods and similar tasks while cultivating. Lu Daowei naturally agreed. Qingmu's sect was a third-rate sect, and it was often difficult for them to support themselves. Many times, disciples had to go out to find cultivation resources themselves. Now that there was the Qin family, disciples could earn silver in the Qin family, which was very good. Just as they were speaking, Su Shan returned from outside, empty-handed, with a slightly swollen face. Young master, Xianyang sect is playing tricks. They said that the bag of rewards was for the first place in the competition. But then Elder Lu took it back, saying if you don't join Xianyang sect, there are no rewards. Qinze's face suddenly changed. They dare to take back his things? They really have a death wish. He thought lightly. Within 10 days, Lu Yugu would bring his disciples back to Xianyang sect. Qinze had already decided. He must get his things back. After sending off Lu Daowei, they agreed to meet at the sect in 10 days. In the following days, Qinze began to arrange family affairs. Several elders, after a period of training, were now capable of handling matters. Originally, Qinze needed to make various connections and occasionally teach about forging. But now, with Qin Yang and Qin He around, there wouldn't be any problems in the Qin family in the short term. On the 4th day, someone from the Qin family came to report that the Yi family, Lu Yugu, and others were preparing to depart. They had come this time with nothing, but when they left, they took away 2 carts of goods. The Yi family itself was wealthy, and this time, Yi Pinyu also joined Xianyang's sect. The Yi family definitely has to express their intentions. Qin Zhe received the news and immediately headed towards the outskirts of the city. He found a relatively remote spot, right next to an official road that carriages frequently passed by, and leisurely waited. Before long, a carriage quickly approached from the front. Qin Zhe's spirits slightly lifted, knowing that the target had appeared. On the carriage sat 6 people. Besides Lu Yugue, there were also Lei Hu and 5 other disciples. Lu Chang was not present, which made Qin Zhe breathe a sigh of relief. If it was just Lu Yugue, then using all his strength with the spirit fire would ensure the other's death. If he could absorb Lu Yugue's cultivation, his own martial arts would improve even faster. Thinking this, Qin Zhe leaped forward, landing right in front of the carriage. The horse was frightened and immediately neighed. Soon, a sharp voice came from inside the carriage. Who the hell is blocking the road? Are you seeking death? It was indeed Lei who got out to look and was instantly dumbfounded. The person was none other than Qin Zhe. Master, it's Qin Zhe. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yugue felt a rush of excitement. Is this Qin Zhe a fool? He didn't come looking for me, yet he came to my doorstep. Quick, block his escape route. Don't let him run away. Lu Yugue smiled as if he had just seen his long-missed family member stepping out of the carriage. Chapter 53, Reclaiming Resources. Lei Hu and the 5 others had witnessed Qin Zhe's power. The fading pain from their wounds still lingered. They guarded against him cautiously, simply blocking Qin Zhe's escape route without rushing to attack. Lu Yugue stepped out of the carriage, his face showing a grudge-filled smile. Qin Zhe, there's a path in heaven that you refuse to take, yet you break into hell without a door. Qin Zhe fixed his gaze on the materials in the carriage and said nothing. Lu Yugue squeezed his fist, his aura slowly rising. The surrounding air trembled slightly, the powerful force of a respected martial artist already able to faintly stir the space around. Lei Hu, go keep watch from a distance. Don't let anyone pass by here. Lu Yugue was very careful in his actions. After all, they were still members of the Xianyang sect, and every action outside needed to consider the sect's reputation. Lei Hu nodded and ran off into the distance. Lu Yugue focused his gaze on Qin Zhe and slowly approached, like a beast enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Qin Zhe, are you regretting killing my grandson, Lu Tsong? Lu Yugue asked coldly, his eyes burning with hatred as if they wanted to devour Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe chuckled slightly. Do you really think I'm a fool? As soon as he spoke, Lu Yugue was slightly taken aback. Qin Zhe continued, you're out of your mind if you think you can catch me off guard. It was like this last time, and it's the same this time. If I didn't have some skills, would I dare to venture into the Yi family last time? Would I dare to intercept your carriage this time? Lu Yugue thought for a moment, feeling slightly surprised, but soon he dismissed it as Qin Zhe bluffing. Haha, did you think I don't know if you're not on the carriage? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. When you left, how many people you took, and what you took, my Qin family had already reported clearly. Since I dare to come, I'm here to kill you today. Upon hearing this, Lu Yugue's eyes filled with rage. What big words! I want to see what abilities you have to kill me. Qin Zhe slowly drew out the rage flame sword, and the spirit fire on him began to brew. You must be very curious why Lu Chang didn't let you kill me last time. Lu Yugue was startled. How did Qin Zhe know about Lu Chang? He frowned slightly, holding back his anger and refraining from attacking for now. Qin Zhe continued. Actually, this time your Xianyang sect was looking for spirit fire in the meteorite pit, but in the end, I tricked you all and got it. Lu Chang didn't let you attack because he wanted to get the spirit fire from me. You must know the power of spirit fire, right? Spirit fire? Lu Yugue was stunned, but he quickly dismissed it as unlikely. Qin Zhe, you think too highly of yourself. Don't talk about whether you can get spirit fire. Even if you really possess spiritual fire with your identity, you have no cultivation skills to use. You say you have spiritual fire? Use it now. Even if you kill me, I would accept it willingly. He coldly looked at Qin Zhe and said. He knew that Qin Zhe was cunning and believed this was just a delaying tactic. If Qin Zhe couldn't gather the spiritual fire now, he would immediately strike to kill. Boom! At this moment, Qin Zhe spread his right hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. The surrounding temperature instantly rose. Aside from Qin Zhe, the others felt the violent aura of the flames and retreated a few steps. This is spiritual fire? Lu Yuguang's eyes widened. Can Qin Zhe really use spiritual fire? How is this possible? I originally planned to attach the spiritual fire to my sword to keep a low profile, but it would weaken the power. Since you want me to use it directly, then I won't hold back. Lu Yuguang, I now ask you, do you regret taking Su Shan's reward for being the first in selection? You dare to touch my brother. Today, you will surely die. These few words made Lu Yuguang wake up from his dream. This Qin Zhe actually came to take back the reward that rightfully belonged to the Qin family's first selection. He came all this way just for that little reward, to have a battle with himself. Could it be that he really has the confidence to win? Lu Yuwang felt a bit flustered in his heart. Suddenly, he threw a punch with his right hand, but his body retreated. Qin Zhe knew Lu Yuwang wanted to create distance because the further away from the flames, the weaker the power. But how could Qin Zhe let him succeed? He immediately used his movement skills to close the gap. Didn't you say I would definitely die? Why are you running? Qin Zhe coldly said. With his right hand, the spiritual fire slammed towards Lu Yuwang's back. Boom! A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, and Lu Yuwang let out a miserable scream as he fell to the ground. The terrifying temperature of the flames burned a small black pit into the ground. Lu Yuwang's back was almost entirely charred, but since his cultivation was still at the martial domain level, he didn't die immediately. He struggled to turn over and looked at Qin Zhe. You really have spiritual fire, Qin Zhe said indifferently. Now, do you regret it? Lu Yuwang's face was filled with terror as he said, Don't kill me. You can take everything. From now on, I will never provoke you again. Qin Zhe stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yuwang's wrist. Devour. With a thought, a surge of pure power rapidly flooded into his body. At the same time, Qin Zhe's cultivation was rapidly rising. Before long, he had already reached the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm. Lu Yuwang gasped his last breath in despair. Before he died, he couldn't understand how this young Qin Zhe, just a small family head from Moondragon City, could be so strong. Qin Zhe turned his head. The 4 people behind him had already run far away. He didn't hurry and climbed onto the carriage, then gave a command to pursue. While martial artists run quickly, their endurance is still vastly inferior to that of horses with beastly bloodlines. Soon, the 5 figures ahead became clear. Tang, who was still somewhat confused as the 4 pulled him to escape, saying the master had been killed. How could the master be killed by this little beast, Qin Zhe? Turning around, he saw Qin Zhe madly chasing after them in the carriage. The 5 people immediately felt a sense of collapse, turning to beg for mercy, but were all killed by Qin Zhe, one sword at a time. After finishing off these people, Qin Zhe organized the materials from the carriage. He packed everything useful and useless into the space jade plate. The several corpses were all burned, erasing all traces to avoid trouble from the Xianyang sect. Having done all this, Qin Zhe quickly left. 10 days quickly passed. Early in the morning, Qin Zhe and Su Shan prepared to leave the Qin family and head to Qingmu's sect. In the square, the Qin family members had already. The Qin family can stand firm in Moondragon City. Qin Zhe looked at the crowd, and then his gaze stopped on one person. Qin Yang, he called softly, and Qin Yang quickly ran towards Qin Zhe. Head of the family, if you have something to say, just command me, Qin Yang said respectfully. Qin Zhe addressed the crowd, saying, I now announce that Qin Yang will be the young master of the Qin family, and after 3 years of training, he will succeed me as the head of the Qin family. Chapter 54. The Troubles of the Qingmu Sect. Everyone was stunned and began to discuss among themselves. Qin Yang's crafting skills were indeed strong, but his martial cultivation was lacking, which was well known. Of course, it was unlikely for him to be like Qin Zhe in martial skills, but at the very least, he shouldn't be bullied by a few other families. Head of the family, Qin Yang couldn't believe it himself and stammered, unable to speak. You can do it. Qin Zhe nodded at Qin Yang. Qin Zhe knew that he couldn't stay in the Qin family forever. His parents were no longer around, and the Qin family was just a regret from a past life for him. Now that the regret was filled, it was time to embark on another journey of life. His goal had always been to dominate the galaxy. In the future, Qin Yang would be a very strong crafting master, one of the best in the 8 Wilderness realm. Handing over the Qin family to him would absolutely be no problem. After giving all instructions, Qin Zhe set off with Su Shan. As soon as they reached the door, they saw a familiar figure waiting at the entrance. It was Qin Shui. Seeing Qin Zhe come out, she hurriedly approached him. Brother, you're here, Qin Shui said, lowering her head, looking somewhat docile. Brother, I was rude before, didn't realize how strong you were. I didn't expect you to be even better than Yi Pinyu. Qin Shui came closer and began to flatter Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe hardly paid her attention. If it were in his past life, he would have cherished Qin Shui as a treasure. But after that betrayal, Qin Zhe understood. Knowing someone's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Simply flattering will not gain true feelings. If you have something to say, hurry up, otherwise I'll set off. Qin Zhe glanced at Qin Shui, speaking lightly. Qin Shui smiled and said, Brother, I've fixed that courtyard door. This time, I'll go back to the Qingmu sect with you. The reason you chose Qingmu sect over Xianyang sect, is it because of me? Actually, as long as they agree, I could go to Xianyang sect with you. Qin Zhe still ignored her and walked towards the city gate. Qin Shui followed behind Qin Zhe, chattering all the way. When they reached the city gate, a figure caught Qin Zhe's eye. Qin Zhe's eyes slightly jumped. In front of him stood a young man who seemed somewhat familiar. Miss Qin Shui. The young man approached directly and smiled gently at Qin Shui. Then he looked at Qin Zhe and said, "Hello, Brother Qin. My name is Zhou Mo." Zhou Mo. Qin Zhe finally remembered that this person was the man Qin Shui had been thinking about for a lifetime in his past life. Zhou Mo. Brother. At this moment, Qin Shui chimed in. Brother, young Master Zhou is the son of the city lord of Shangzhou City. He has also participated in the selection. He originally qualified for Xinyang sect, but because of you, he chose Qingmu sect. Zhou Mo also chimed in. Brother Qin, I admire you very much, and I want to cultivate with you in the future. Is that okay? Qin Zhe looked at the simple-looking young man, and a surge of disgust rose in his heart. In his past life, Zhou Mo naturally became his follower. Just like a Qin Shui, Qin Zhe tried his best to teach Zhou Mo everything he had learned. And Zhou Mo was the first to betray Qin Zhe, almost costing Qin Zhe his life. That incident caused many deaths. If it weren't for Lei Longhu and others risking their lives to protect Qin Zhe wouldn't have survived at that time. In the end, Qin Zhe naturally killed Zhou Mo for revenge. To avoid hurting Qin Shui, Qin Zhe deliberately said nothing, making Qin Shui believe Zhou Mo was simply missing. Unexpectedly, Qin Shui held a grudge against Qin Zhe for thousands of years because of this, and ended up betraying him. Now, both of them stood in front of him. A chill rose in Qin Zhe's heart. In this new life, he didn't want to bother with any of these traitorous wolves. Sorry, we're not familiar, Qin Zhe said calmly, then pushed Zhou Mo aside and walked alone ahead. Zhou Mo stood frozen, looking at Qin Shui. Shui, didn't you say your big brother is very nice and easy to communicate with? Zhou Mo asked. Qin Shui looked at Qin Zhe with some confusion. It shouldn't be. This dead Qin Zhe has always listened to me. Even though he got mad at me last time, he didn't do anything after. Don't worry, young Master Zhou. I will definitely convince Qin Zhe to let you cultivate with him. Zhou Mo nodded vigorously and quickly followed the direction of Qin Zhe and the others. At Qingmu sect, the sect leader Lu Dawei frowned, watching the two below. The two below were stewards from the Domain City Dan Association. Today they came, bringing a piece of news that gave Lu Dawei a huge headache. Disciple Duan Yunlang from Benlei sect is coming to Qingmu sect for a Dan competition in a few days. If Qingmu sect loses this Dan competition, then the Dan Hall will be disbanded and will no longer recruit Dan Masters. Instead, the qualification for alchemy will be transferred to Benlei sect. Qingmu sect's martial cultivation has always been weak, and the resources for martial cultivation are limited. However, Qingmu sect had always recruited many alchemists. And in terms of alchemy, Qingmu sect had done exceptionally well. Not only were there more than 20 new alchemists each year, but also some alchemists continuously joined because of it. Alchemists are already rare in the 8 Desolation domain, but Qingmu sect has a total of 12 formal alchemists. Thus, Qingmu sect can be said to be supported by alchemists as its core. But recently, the Dan Hall hasn't cooperated well with Lu Dawei, which has made him somewhat depressed. All right, Lu Dawei bowed to the two. I Lu, welcome fellow practitioners to come and spar in martial arts or in alchemy. The two from the Dan Association stood up and returned the greeting. One of them said, I hope sect leader Lu prepares well. I've heard your alchemy elder and you do not quite agree. I wonder if he will attend this debate. Lu Dawei couldn't pinpoint it. He could only take it one day at a time. If worst came to worst, the Dan Hall would be sealed. From now on, Qingmu sect would no longer engage in alchemy. At dusk, someone shouted outside the mountain gate. There are strangers visiting the mountain, claiming to be this year's newcomers. Newcomers. Hearing this news, Lu Dawei immediately became spirited. He hurriedly ran to the mountain gate area and finally saw Qin Zhe and Su Shan. There were 2 people behind them, but Lu Dawei didn't know their names. Lu Dawei greeted them warmly. Qin Zhe, you finally made it. Lu Dawei grabbed Qin Zhe's hand and walked toward the conference hall. Qin Zhe followed at a relaxed pace into the conference hall. Lu Dawei hurriedly ordered someone to serve tea, letting Qin Zhe and Su Shan sit down. He looked at the two and said, Qin Zhe, Su Shan, although you both are very strong, you have unhesitatingly chosen my Qingmu sect. From today onwards, you are disciples of my Qingmu sect. If anything happens, just invoke my name, Lu Dawei. Chapter 55, Dan Competition. Qin Zhe nodded and replied, Sect leader, don't worry, whatever happens, we will invoke your name. Lu Dawei was overjoyed, laughing. My face, Lu Dawei, will earn respect from all the experts in the 8 Desolation domain. Qin Zhe, I know you've offended Xianyang sect, but here, I will definitely protect you well. Just focus on your cultivation. Lu Feng, go get some cultivation resources for the two junior brothers. Lu Feng and Luan were standing quietly by. Lu Feng received the order and quickly left, while Luan quietly stood by, his gaze constantly lingering on Qin Zhe. Lu Dawei continued, Qin Zhe, Sushan, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly now. Qingmu sect is not very large, but there are fewer than 100 disciples, but everyone is very harmonious, and there absolutely won't be any situation like the big sects that oppress newcomers. When it comes to the sect, Lu Dawei still has a proud face. Although the Qingmu sect is a third-rate sect, he has personally managed and taught it over the years, and the entire sect is in harmony. Qin Zhe smiled slightly and stood up to bow. Sect Master, rest assured, we will be fine. With his current strength, even if he were a formal disciple of the Qingmu sect, only Qin Zhe could bully them. They wouldn't have the chance to bully Qin Zhe. However, Qin Zhe changed his tone. Speaking of which, has our sect encountered any troubles recently? He remembered that during this time in the previous year, the Qingmu sect was being targeted by the Benlei sect. The Benlei sect and the Qingmu sect were competing for the qualification to recruit alchemy masters. Among the third-rate sects, only 3 sects have the qualification to train and certify alchemy masters, which is decided by the Domain City Alchemy Association. The Qingmu sect originally had this qualification, which was also one reason why the Qingmu sect could attract some disciples. Moreover, the alchemy hall of the Qingmu sect continuously brought income and cultivation resources to the sect. But soon, the Benlei sect would come to compete in alchemy, and if the Qingmu sect lost, they would lose the qualification to certify alchemy masters. Without the alchemy hall, the Qingmu sect would completely collapse. In his past life, Lu Dawei ran around but ultimately couldn't save the Qingmu sect. In this life, since Qin Zhe joined the Qingmu sect, he wouldn't just stand by and watch his friend fall into despair again. Lu Dawei's expression was a bit awkward as he waved his hand and said, How could our Qingmu sect encounter troubles? You can rest assured and cultivate. I, as the sect master, will shoulder everything. Luan, go arrange accommodation for the 2 junior brothers. Luan, blushing, took small steps to Qin Zhe's side and said, Qin junior brother, Su junior brother, please follow me. The back mountain of the Qingmu sect has rows of low houses. In the distance, the houses are emitting blue smoke, which should be the alchemy rooms. In the nearby arranged rooms are the disciples' quarters. Luan had everything prepared and brought Qin Zhe and Su Shan to a spacious room. The room was very tidy and had a faint fragrance. The Qingmu sect's room is really well decorated. Su Shan couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Not every room is decorated so well. This room was personally tidied by Arnon. She put in a lot of effort, so don't let her down. The speaker was Zhang Wan, who was also present during their wild training. Luan's face turned red with embarrassment as she quickly said, Senior Sister Wan, what are you talking about? The sect master said that Qin junior brother and Su junior brother are very strong and that the sect must treat them well, so I tidied up with care. Zhang Wan stepped forward and pinched Luan's blushing face. Your face is so red it could squeeze out water, yet you say there's no private intention. If it weren't for your big brother Qin coming, would you work this hard? Flustered and embarrassed, Luan couldn't think of what to say and turned to run away. Zhang Wan glanced at Qin Zhe and Su Shan and smiled. This little girl likes to hide her feelings inside. Qin Zhe, you must not let her down. Qin Zhe appeared helpless, unsure of what to say. After Zhang Wan left, Qin Zhe and Su Shan tidied up and finally settled down. For several days, Qin Zhe and Su Shan were quite comfortable. There was no unified cultivation in the Qingmu sect, so they could arrange their time according to their preferences. During these days, Qin Zhe worked hard to cultivate his spiritual power. With the Benlei sect coming to compete in alchemy soon, if the Qingmu sect fails, he would need to act on his own. Fortunately, with the support of the supreme, unchanging mantra, his spiritual power cultivated quickly. In 7 days, Qin Zhe's spiritual power finally broke through to the 2nd level, lower grade. With lower grade 2nd level spiritual power, he already qualified to become a 2nd-tier alchemy master. Although alchemy masters need to be assessed and certified, Qin Zhe's alchemy skills were far stronger than those of 2nd-tier alchemy master. Even ordinary 3rd-tier Dan pills, he could easily refine them. The next morning, there was a commotion in the sect. Disciples in the dormitory area rushed towards the square, each with anxious expressions. Qin Zhe knew this was likely the Thunderclap sect come to cause trouble. In his previous life, it was about this time that the Greenwood sect suffered a disastrous defeat in a Dan contest. Not only did they lose their Dan hall, but they were also humiliated. Lu Dawei spat blood on the spot, and his cultivation retreated significantly. Originally, he was at least a powerful martial artist, but this incident caused his cultivation to fall to the 6th level of Xianling, and he was no longer among the strong. In his previous life, Qin Zhe and Lu Dawei were not exactly life-and-death friends. However, when Qin Zhe was down and out, Lu Dawei had given him healing Dan pills and protected him for a time. Qin Zhe had always been clear about gratitude and grudges, and since he encountered this situation, he would definitely not stand by and do nothing. The two quickly made their way to the square. At this moment in the square, a group of people dressed in deep blue martial uniforms looked arrogantly at Lu Dawei. Behind Lu Dawei were the Dan Masters of the Greenwood sect. Leading them was the chief Dan Master of the Greenwood sect, Yang Wenxuan. He was a second-tier Dan Master, capable of refining second-tier medium-grade Dan pills, and sometimes even second-tier high-grade. Behind Yang Wenxuan were a dozen Dan Hall disciples from the Greenwood sect. Most of them were first-tier Dan Masters, with 2 second-tier low-grade disciples. On the opposite side, the newcomers from the Thunderclap sect were also formidable. Leading them was, of course, the sect master of the Thunderclap sect, Wang Nulei. Wang Nulei was tall and strong, his deep blue martial uniform occasionally flickering with traces of lightning. Beside Wang Nulei was a young man with a frivolous and arrogant gaze. He was not wearing a martial uniform, but a Dan robe. Qin Zhe recognized this person, the young Dan master of the Thunderclap sect, Duan Yunlang. In his previous life, Duan Yunlang's status in the Dan realm of the 8 Desolate Domain was equivalent to what Qin Yang later achieved in the Refining realm. Both were rising stars, but eventually dominated their fields. It must be said that his talent for refining Dan was indeed strong. However, this person was quite arrogant, with many malicious thoughts, harming others without benefiting himself, and harboring grudges. In his past life, Qin Zhe had also suffered due to him. He had been tricked into taking 2 poison Dan pills and nearly suffered serious consequences. This time, it was just right to settle that grudge. Chapter 56. Yang Wenxuan intentionally concedes. The relationship between the Thunderclap sect and the Greenwood sect had always been poor. At this moment, even though the two sides stood in the square, there were no excessive words exchanged. Wang Nulei and Lu Dawei stared at each other, both holding back for a long time without saying anything. Just then, 2 figures approached the square. Both were around 50 years old, dressed in Dan robes bearing the Dan Association logo. Wang Nulei greeted them, smiling, "Elder Su, Elder Wang, you've come." The two walked into the crowd expressionlessly and said blandly, "Two sect masters, today's Dan contest was clearly stated before. Have you two found your participants?" Yang Wenxuan stepped forward and said, "I am the Hall Master of the Greenwood sect's Dan Hall. I will fight for our sect." Duan Yunlang also stepped forward. "I am Duan Yunlang, a disciple of the Thunderclap sect, challenging Master Yang." Both introduced themselves, and then the Dan platform, Dan furnace, and flame box were brought out and set up in the center of the square. Elder Su saw this situation, cleared his throat, and said, "Both of you, this time the Dan contest consists of 3 rounds. The first round is spirit power, the second round is fire control, and the third round is Dan refining. Do you both have any objections?" Generally, when Dan masters compete, these 3 steps are the norm, so there will be no issues from either side. The two approached the Dan platform, and the Dan contest officially began, with the crowd stepping back. Fire arise. With Elder Su's command, a flame was taken from the flame box and thrown into a fire basin between the two. You two control the fire. Master Duan suppresses the flame, and Master Yang drives the flame. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, victory or defeat will be determined. If the fire is weak, then Master Duan will win. If the fire is strong, then Master Yang will win. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them nodded and stepped forward, then reached out toward the fire pit. Their entire mental strength poured into the flames in the fire pit. Boom! Boom! The mental strength of the two arrived almost simultaneously. One suppressed the flames, while the other controlled the flames, and they fought evenly matched. The crowd was astonished, watching quietly. Duan Yunlang was more than 20 years younger than Yang Wenxuan, yet they fought so evenly, highlighting his strength. The competition of mental strength is different from martial skills. A warrior's battle is tangible. Every strike can be seen. But the competition of mental strength has no visible forms. One can only judge who is stronger based on the height of the flames. At this moment, the flames in the fire pit flickered unpredictably, holding everyone's attention. With the size of the flames, in a single stick of incense's time, anyone could win. Time quickly passed, approaching the time of the stick of incense. Suddenly, the flames were violently suppressed. Then, the flames in the fire pit suddenly extinguished completely. The flames being suppressed and even completely extinguished indicated that Duan Yunlang had achieved a complete victory. Yang Wenxuan's complexion paled, and he looked at Lu Dawei with some guilt. Lu Dawei stepped forward, patted Yang Wenxuan on the back, and said, "Master Yang, it's okay. Just perform well in the next rounds. Our Qingmu sect is counting on you. Yang Wenxuan nodded vigorously and sat down to rest. After a while, the second round of the competition arrived, fire control. The two returned to their alchemy platforms, eyes fixed on the alchemy furnace. With a command from Steward Su, both of them threw flames into the alchemy furnace. Then, the flames began to change rhythmically between small, medium, and large. They needed to change the flames over 100 times. The one who was faster had better fire control ability. This was also one of the segments in the alchemist competition. The more delicate the mental strength, the stronger the fire control ability. Under normal circumstances, the older alchemist should have the advantage. After so many years of alchemy, their fire control ability would surely be more outstanding. However, after some time, Yang Wenxuan clearly began to fall behind. As Duan Yunlong's speed of flame change increased, the crowd from the Benlei sect revealed proud smiles. If they lost the second round, there would be no way for the Qingmu sect to turn the situation around. Even if they didn't compare in the third round, the Benlei sect had already won. Lu Daowei's face turned somewhat ugly. Though he didn't understand alchemy, he could see that the Qingmu sect was about to lose. The alchemy hall was the economic lifeline of the Qingmu sect. If the alchemy hall was lost, the Qingmu sect would have almost no other sources of income. At that time, they would have no choice but to close the sect. He felt a wave of discomfort in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Even if he was strong now, he couldn't help it all. I must interrupt. At that moment, a voice slowly sounded. It was Qin Zhe, walking toward the center of the square. Duan Yunlang frowned at Qin Zhe, looking disgusted, and said, "Who is this person? What qualifications does he have to come here? Get him out of here." As he spoke, he still controlled the flames. The speed of the flame changes remained swift. Seeing this, the crowd felt hopeless as despair spread across their faces. Steward Su frowned and asked, "Friend, why have you come forward?" Everyone looked at Qin Zhe, eager to hear what he would say. If he couldn't make sense of it, he would likely be quickly driven out of the square. Qin Zhe didn't rush. Instead, he smiled and said, "I just arrived and am unclear. Today is the alchemy contest between the Benlei sect and our Qingmu sect, right?" The people from the Benlei sect erupted in laughter. What is wrong with this guy? He knows nothing and still comes up to embarrass himself? They pointed at Qin Zhe, angrily cursing at him to leave. Qin Zhe, however, was thick-skinned and remained standing still. He smiled and said, "There is one more thing. So, the losing side must give up the pill hall, letting the winning sect take it, right?" The steward Su frowned deeply and slightly nodded. "That's right. Is there anything else you wish to ask?" Qin Zhe's eyes flashed sharply as he said, "Then I want to ask, what if the thunderous sect bribed Yang Wenxuan, making him deliberately lose to Duan Yunlang? Wouldn't our Qingmu sect become a victim?" As soon as he said this, the flames in Yang Wenxuan's hand suddenly stopped. "Little beast, what nonsense are you spouting? In broad daylight, do you dare to slander me?" Yang Wenxuan recognized Qin Zhe as the newcomer who joined the sect a few days ago. Qin Zhe smiled calmly and said, "You may fool others, but you cannot fool me. Your spirit energy is clearly still abundant, yet you deliberately lost to Duan Yunlang. This time, your spirit energy is evidently steadier than Duan Yunlang's, yet your flame rhythm is inferior to his." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in uproar, and Yang Wenxuan's face darkened further. He coldly spoke, "Kid, you claim I intentionally lost. Show me your evidence. If you can't provide evidence, I won't let you off easily today." "Sect Master." Yang Wenxuan turned to Lu Dawei. "All these years, I have devoted myself to Qingmu's sect. Sect Master, do you believe a little beast who just joined the sect, or do you believe me?" Lu Dawei was taken aback and suddenly couldn't speak. Chapter 57. I am getting serious. Duan Yunlang also looked at Qin Zhe, his eyes evaluating. This guy didn't seem particularly strong, so why could he see that Yang Wenxuan had deliberately lost? He thought for a moment and said, "Kid, although what your Qingmu sect does has nothing to do with us, my competition with Master Yang must be fair and just. Now that you say this, it makes it seem like my victory was undeserved." Steward Su also looked at Qin Zhe and said, "Young friend, do you even know what you're saying? Intentionally losing in the pill competition can lead to losing your alchemist qualifications. Also, are you questioning the fairness of my pill association?" Lu Dawei also approached and whispered, "Yeah, Qin Zhe, you cannot say such things lightly. Besides, we just saw that Master Yang did indeed go all out." Qin Zhe smiled. Lu Dawei was just too trusting. When someone is bullying you like this, you still speak up for them. Qin Zhe looked at the crowd and calmly said, "As for the fairness of the pill association, I certainly do not doubt it. Only, Steward Su, you cannot perceive Yang Wenxuan's cheating, while I can genuinely feel it." As soon as these words came out, everyone from the thunderous sect burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Do you even know what you're saying? Steward Su is a high-level second-tier alchemist, yet you dare to say he is not as good as you. I see that your Qingmu sect is probably feeling they're going to lose and now making excuses. Steward Su furrowed his brows tightly and said, Kid, your words are too bold. I advise you to apologize now and give Master Yang his innocence back. Otherwise, you are slandering the alchemist. In the future, no alchemist in the entire 8 Desolate region will cooperate with you. Lu Dawei also became anxious. Without the Pill Hall, Qingmu's sect would indeed be in serious trouble. But without alchemist cooperation, Qingmu's sect would immediately be doomed. The Thunderous sect was just enjoying the show. Anyway, they were confident of victory. At this moment, Duan Yunlang mocked. This guy can't even refine pills, yet you still take his nonsense seriously. If it were up to me, I'd just kick him out of the sect. Qinze glanced at Duan Yunlang and said, Steward Su, it's useless for me to say more. Since you do not believe, then let me duel Dan with this Master Duan. If I can easily crush him, it would prove that my alchemical skills are indeed stronger than theirs, and what I say would hold some credibility. As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately restless. Is this guy seeking death? At such a young age, does he think he's an alchemical genius like Master Duan? Qingmu sect is really unlucky to have someone like this. Indeed, once this matter spreads, it is likely that no alchemist will cooperate with Qingmu's sect anymore. Lu Dawei looked at Qinze with some disbelief in his eyes. Qinze, can you really do it? He asked quietly. Qinze nodded slightly, indicating that he had no problem. Lu Dawei had no other choice. The situation was already like this. Although Yang Wenxuan did not finish the second round, he was likely to be defeated. It was better to let Qinze come up and give it a try. If it really didn't work, Qingmu's sect might fall at their own hands. Okay, Qinze, I support you. Lu Dawei suddenly said loudly. He turned to the people from Benlei's sect and asked, Everyone, do you have any objections to Qinze's suggestion? Wang Nule angrily stepped forward and shouted, What a joke. We're about to win, and you're trying to cheat. Is the dignified Qingmu sect going to lose its face? Lu Dawei's face turned red, feeling somewhat speechless. Qinze calmly said, In today's alchemy duel, if I cannot win with overwhelming power, I will consider myself defeated. If I lose, this spatial jade pendant will be given to you. As he spoke, he waved the spatial jade pendant in his hand at the crowd. Spatial treasure? Everyone's eyes lit up, especially Zhou Mo at the back of the Qingmu sect crowd, his greed completely unable to be concealed. Wang Nule thought for a moment and said, All right, this time you must keep your word. Everyone is watching. If you try to cheat again, don't blame us for taking action. As he spoke, he observed the green glowing jade pendant in Qinze's hand. Rest assured, I'm not someone who doesn't keep my promises. Qinze replied, then walked toward the alchemy platform. Yang Wenxuan was still standing there, looking at Qinze with disgust. But now that he was being doubted, it was useless to say anything. He could only wait for a moment for Qinze to lose to Duan Yunlang, then teach him a good lesson. Qinze, let's see how you can win against him. Yang Wenxuan coldly scoffed, then walked into the crowd. Qinze tidied up the alchemy platform, then took a slight breath to adjust his state. He looked at Duan Yunlang and asked, Master Duan, you've already fought 2 rounds. Do you need to rest for a moment? Duan Yunlang sneered coldly. Dealing with a trash like you doesn't require a rest. The energy consumption in the first 2 rounds of the alchemy duel wasn't that large. Everyone had been arguing for quite a while, so essentially they had also recovered. Moreover, if he won the first round, there would be no need to continue competing. Officer Su walked forward and said to the 2, Gentlemen, the process of this alchemy duel will be the same as before. This time, Master Qin will suppress the flames, and Master Duan will drive the flames. Do you both have any problems? Both shook their heads, glancing at each other. The alchemy duel was about to begin, and everyone fell silent. The atmosphere on the square began to feel tense. Boom! The flames were thrown into the fire basin, and in the next moment, the flames surged wildly, towering over the 2 men. The people from Benlei's sect suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! This guy doesn't have a bit of mental energy, does he? He's being crushed directly. How can he suppress such a fierce flame? Duan Yunlang also looked at Qinze with pride. Though he didn't speak, his eyes were full of provocation. Qinze smiled slightly and said, It's too easy to suppress you directly. I'm just adding a little difficulty. No need to be too happy too early. The crowd from Benlei's sect sneered in disdain, while Qingmu's sect was silent. Although they knew that Qinze's martial arts strength wasn't weak, alchemy was not that simple. Boom! Just then, suddenly a breath flashed by. Then the flames in the fire basin were actually suppressed. The flames that were originally taller than the 2 men instantly shrank to half their height. What's going on? Duan Yunlang couldn't believe his eyes. Even if Steward Su went down, He had no way to suppress his mental power in an instant. What on earth has this Qinze done? He looked at Qinze in horror, only to see the other person's face was calm, showing no signs of strain from using his mental power. What's wrong? Can't handle it? Then I have to get serious, Qinze said Donaran. Chapter 58. The third round of the pill duel. Duan Yunlong's eyes turned cold, and all his mental power was released. The flames instantly rose higher, only to quickly hit a bottleneck, being suppressed tightly. Give it to me, extinguish, Qinze calmly said, and the flames were instantly suppressed. In the next moment, the flames in the fire pit were completely extinguished. Thick smoke billowed out, and everyone craned their necks to see that in the fire pit, there were only scattered sparks, and no flames remained. The flames had gone out. This round, Qingmu's sect wins. Steward Su's voice immediately rang out. The Benlei sect suddenly wilted, looking at each other, not knowing what had happened. Wang Nulei also approached Duan Yunlang and quietly asked, "Are you okay? What happened? Why did you lose to him?" Duan Yunlang furrowed his brows, looking perplexed. It shouldn't be. This guy has some mental power, but it shouldn't be strong. How could he win so easily? Qinze smiled and said, "Don't understand? Let me teach you. Mental power is like water. A Dan Master's mental power level is like a water storing pool. The stronger the mental power level, the larger the pool for storing water. Eventually, it can become a lake or even an ocean. But pools of the same size can have water of different qualities. Your mental power is just ordinary, while mine is pure in every strand, surpassing you 100-fold. How could your ordinary mental power be my match?" After these words were spoken, the Benlei sect couldn't understand them at all. Only Steward Su and Steward Wang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Qinze was right. Both he and Duan Yunlang had the second level of inferior mental power. With the same mental level, the mental power stored in their bodies was the same. But Qinze's mental power was clearly more refined, and with the same amount, he could easily win against the other. Of course, how this would play out still depended on the following circumstances. After all, right now it was just one round. There were still 2 rounds of competition left. "Are the two of you ready for the second round of competition?" Steward Su loudly asked. The two approached their alchemy platforms and began to prepare to control the fire. Once ready, they both tossed flames into the cauldron. Duan Yunlang, having the momentum from just now, got started quickly, and before long, he had completed several rounds of changes. Qinze, on the other hand, took a steady approach, slowly becoming proficient. Everyone dare not speak. This round seemed to be evenly matched. For the Benlei sect, as long as Duan Yunlang won this round, they would secure victory, and everything after that would go smoothly. They might even receive a spatial jade plaque today. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they were thinking, suddenly Qinze's flames began to change rapidly. This speed was faster than Duan Yunlang's. Even 2, 3, or 4 times faster. Duan Yunlang was shocked. Someone could control fire to this extent? This speed of fire control, even 3rd or 4th tier Dan Masters might not be able to achieve it. Even Steward Su and Steward Wang looked at each other in disbelief. They were also wondering, not only was Duan Yunlang no match, but even they themselves might also lose if they went down. Steward Su announced the results. At this moment, Qinze urged from the side. Steward Su snapped back to reality, hurriedly said, "This round, Qingmu sect wins." Cheers erupted from the Qingmu sect. Many disciples couldn't believe that Qingmu sect had won 2 consecutive rounds. If they had sent Qinze out earlier, they would have already won. Unfortunately, they sent Yang Wenxuan before, so now Qinze had to win 3 consecutive rounds to achieve complete victory. Duan Yunlang squinted his eyes and stared fiercely at Qinze. He had never heard of such a powerful alchemist in the Qingmu sect. Who exactly is this guy? Master Duan. At this moment, Wang Nulei leaned in and whispered, "I asked around, this person is the head of the Qin family in Yuelong City. Their family specializes in forging, so he has some spiritual power." Forging? Duan Yunlang sneered coldly. Although forging also requires great spiritual power, he definitely won't be able to compete in the 3rd round of alchemy. After all, there is still a significant difference between forging and alchemy. Duan Yunlang smiled and said, "Qinze, the head of the Qin family, right? The forging family of Yuelong City. No wonder your control over spiritual power is so superb. I admire you." Once these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Qinze's spiritual power was so strong. It turned out he came from a forging family. Perhaps he started practicing spiritual power at the age of 3 or 4. Elder Su looked at Qinze and said, "Young friend, your strength is indeed impressive, but in the 3rd round of alchemy, you definitely won't be able to compete. There may be some misunderstandings today between both sides. In my view, for the 3rd round, let's not compare. We'll call it a draw. I declare the Benlei sect the winner, and the private agreement between you will be nullified. How about that?" Qinze knew Elder Su had a heart for talent and wanted to help him. However, today his goal was not to retreat with his life, but to help the Qingmu sect through this crisis. Moreover, he also wanted to drive away the traitor, Yang Wenquan. Sorry, Elder Su, I'm fine with competing in the third round of alchemy as well, Qinze said calmly. Elder Su was a bit surprised. He wanted to say something but deemed it unnecessary. Saying too much would make it seem like he was biased in favor of the Qingmu sect. If that's the case, then for the third round of alchemy, we'll refine the Lotus Blossom Pill. Whoever produces a higher grade wins. If both are of the same grade, then whoever is faster wins. The Lotus Blossom Pill is a pill for female martial artists to maintain their beauty, and with cultivation, it can help women stay youthful. It is a high-level second-tier pill, and the process of refining it is complex. But the recipe for this pill is almost transparent. Any alchemist knows it well, so it's perfect for a competition. You two, if there are no issues, we can start right away. Elder Su's voice rang out again. Both of them nodded, indicating that there were no problems. They each stood in front of their respective pill furnaces, their gazes locking together. Duan Yunlong's eyes showed a hint of pride. Qinze's expression was calm. After his rebirth, this was his first time refining the Lotus Blossom Pill, so he needed to carefully recall the process. After all, there was only one chance, so he couldn't be too fast. He could only pursue quality. Start. With a command, both began to sort the herbs on the table. Qinze didn't dare to take it lightly. He carefully identified each herb and placed them into the pill furnace one by one according to the quantity in his memory. In contrast, Duan Yunlang was extremely quick, grabbing materials and tossing them into the furnace, clearly completely familiar with the Lotus Blossom Pill. Look, Master Duan is so fast. And look at Qinze. Is he picking herbs? At this rate, when will he finish? Finding materials for half an hour. Can he still refine pills? The disciples of the Benlei sect deliberately spoke loudly, trying to disrupt Qinze's mindset. Chapter 59. Did Qinze lose? Qinze paid no attention. His current shortcoming was to recall the method of refining the Lotus Blossom Pill. After all, it had been a long time since he dealt with such uncommon pills. Failing to refine a pill in one attempt is dangerous. Fortunately, the stronger the spiritual power, the better the memory. So those pill recipes felt like they were engraved in his mind. As long as he was given a bit of time, he could fully recall them. Half an hour later, Qinze finally sorted all the materials. At the same time, he also completely remembered the refining process for the Lotus Blossom Pill. Boom! A ball of flame was thrown into the pill furnace. Although taken from a firebox, it was... But by the time it reached Qinze's hands, it had already been replaced by spiritual fire. As soon as the spiritual fire appeared, the alchemy furnace immediately turned bright red. Then, Qinze began to place the materials into the alchemy furnace one by one. The flames completely engulfed the materials, his mental force controlling the fire, merging these herbs together. This is a crucial step in alchemy, where the temperature control is extremely demanding. If the fire is too weak, the materials cannot form the medicinal paste and cannot merge into a pill. If the fire is too strong, the materials will be burnt to a crisp, and the medicinal effect will be completely lost. Duan Yunlang glanced over at Qinze, his eyes filled with disdain. If it takes him so long just to pick materials, what kind of pill can this guy possibly refine? Even if he manages to refine something, the speed will probably be as slow as a turtle. How could he possibly be a match for me? Thinking of this, Duan Yunlang relaxed, completely concentrating his mental force as he approached the alchemy furnace. At this moment, the fusion of pills on Duan Yunlang's side had already been completed. The lid of the alchemy furnace was closed, waiting for the pill to form. Just one last phase remained, the pill formation. At this time, the flames inside the alchemy furnace were at their lowest state. The medicinal paste inside the furnace would slowly take shape into a pill under the control of his mental force. In the alchemy furnace in front of Duan Yunlang, the flames had already gone out, with wisps of steam rising. Once the moisture inside the furnace evaporates, if the mental force control is perfect, a pill can be formed. If the mental force is insufficient or the control is poor, it will result in pill dregs. While pill dregs have some effect, they are still vastly different from a fully formed pill. Pills made from dregs will have greatly reduced effectiveness, but they cannot be considered a complete failure. Boom! A sound of energy emanating appeared from the alchemy furnace in front of Duan Yunlang. The crowd stretched their necks, all looking toward the direction of the furnace. It had been more than an hour, and the Furong pill was almost finished refining. Duan Yunlang's lips curled up, seemingly very satisfied with his work. He glanced at Steward Su, signaling him to open the alchemy furnace. This was also a sign of respect for the Alchemy Association steward. Steward Su nodded, stepping forward to open the furnace. A rich and fragrant aroma immediately wafted out, then spread everywhere, making everyone exclaim in wonder. What a rich pill fragrance, this pill looks really good. Everyone looked to the bottom of the furnace, only to see a brown pill, the size of a thumb, with a smooth and clean surface, as if it were a pure and flawless girl. Furong pill, top quality. Steward Su looked at Duan Yunlang, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Although Duan Yunlang often looked arrogant, sometimes he could be quite displeasing. However, this skill in pill refining was indeed very solid. On the side of the Thunderclap sect, the crowd began to cheer. Duan Yunlang was the first to refine a pill, and it was a top-quality one. They had already won. Pills also have ranks. The same type of pill is classified into low, middle, and high grades based on their effects. Generally, by observing the pill's appearance and sensing its aura, one can basically judge its rank. Duan Yunlang refining a top-quality Furong pill was already the peak of Furong pills and could not be surpassed. Duan Yunlang looked at Qin Zhe and smiled lightly. Kid, you've already lost. What's the point of continuing to refine? Even if you also refine a top-quality Furong pill, it would only end in a tie. I am faster. I still win. Besides, I feel you probably can't even refine a Furong pill. If you can produce dregs, you should be thankful. On the side of the Qingmu sect, although the crowd did not speak loudly, they sighed softly. Duan Yunlang's refined pill was even better than that of Yang Wenxuan. It was too unfortunate for Qin Zhe, but his mental force was indeed good. Given time to train, he might truly surpass Duan Yunlang. Too bad, there should be no hope for today's competition. Just then, Qin Zhe suddenly gathered his mental force, and the alchemy furnace began to produce wisps of steam. Have you given up? Duan Yunlang thought his words had successfully disturbed him. He laughed loudly. Qin Zhe calmly said, What did I give up? I am already refining the Dan. As he spoke, he pressed his hand on the lid of the Dan furnace, channeling his mental energy, and began the refining process. Damn it! Duan Yunlang cursed loudly. You have only been refining for less than half an hour. How could it be finished? Just admit defeat. When the lid opens, everyone will want to see the result. Qin Zhe had spent more than half an hour organizing materials, but in reality, the refining time was less than half an hour. Steward Su looked at Qin Zhe, his brows slightly furrowed. He too felt that in such a short time, how could it be possible to successfully refine the Dan? Perhaps he was really just stalling for time. But the competition for refining Dan was not over. No matter what, both sides had to be respected. Master Duan, please be quiet. If you speak again, you'll be judged as disturbing your opponent, leading to your loss. Upon hearing this, Duan Yunlang dared not speak further. However, the look he cast was still full of mockery. Soon, Qin Zhe also completely finished. Qin Zhe removed his hand, and a stream of fragrant aroma from the Dan burst forth from the furnace. Everyone was a bit surprised. Could it be that Qin Zhe really succeeded in refining the Dan? How did Qin Zhe's Dan compare to Duan Yunlang's? Steward Su walked up and glanced at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe slightly nodded, indicating it was okay to open it. Steward Su had never seen a situation where the aroma burst out before opening the furnace. At that moment, he carefully opened the lid of the Dan furnace. Boom! A surge of aroma rushed out, several times more intense than before, leaving everyone stunned. Could it be that Qin Zhe's Dan truly could surpass Duan Yunlang's? But Duan Yunlang's Dan was already a top-tier product. At this moment, Steward Su's expression froze in place. Duan Yunlang leaned in to take a look and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! It turns out you were just bragging. What's in there is just herbal residue. The Dan didn't even take shape, yet you want to compare with me? Everyone turned to look, and indeed in the Dan furnace was simply a layer of brown herbal residue. Although the aroma was rich and fragrant, residue was still residue. No matter how strong it was, its potency couldn't match that of a real Dan. Steward Su sighed and patted Qin Zhe's shoulder. He had high hopes for this young man, but a competition was a competition. In the end, there had to be a winner and a loser. This round of competition, Steward Su began to speak. Wait a minute, Qin Zhe suddenly interjected. Duan Yunlang's heart jumped to his throat, thinking he was about to win when Qin Zhe interrupted him. Unable to hold back, he cursed. You little beast, are you deliberately looking for trouble? You refined a pile of herbal residue and still want to say yours is better than mine. He was very eager to win and then obtained Qin Zhe's spatial jade plate. Steward Su also asked, Young friend Qin, do you have something to say? Qin Zhe replied, Steward Su, you haven't even checked if I succeeded in refining the Dan. Why are you in such a hurry to announce the result? Steward Su was stunned for a moment, looking at the Dan furnace. Indeed, there was herbal residue. Duan Yunlang once again began to rage, and the others were puzzled. What else could Qin Zhe explain? Herbal residue was just herbal residue. Could it be that they couldn't tell the difference between herbal residue and a real dan? Just then, Steward Sue's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Chinze, then looked back at the dan furnace. Then, stretching out a hand, he searched through the herbal residue and pulled out a dan. What? The crowd was shocked. Amidst the herbal residue, there was indeed a dan. This Chinze has really succeeded in refining the dan. The dan was thumb-sized, round and translucent, exuding a rich aura. Steward Sue picked it up and nodded. This dan is of excellent quality. Truly good. Duan Yunlang could hardly believe his eyes. This Chinze actually managed to refine the Furong dan, and the time he spent was shorter than Duan Yunlang's. Fortunately, Duan Yunlang wasted a lot of time searching for materials. Otherwise, he would have lost this round. Duan Yunlang, feeling a bit shaken, then said, Steward Sue, even if the dan Chinze refined is also top tier. So what? I finished refining first. According to the rules, I win and he loses. XU, the steward, was a bit helpless and nodded. Duan Yunlang was right. When competing in refining pills of the same grade, whoever finishes first wins. So even if Chinze also refined a high-quality lotus pill, Duan Yunlang still wins. At that moment, Chinze's gaze fell on the pill, and he said lightly, Who told you my pill is high quality? Duan Yunlang was taken aback, then said, If it's middle or low quality, then aren't you worse off, even more than me? Chinze shook his head, looking at the crowd, and said, In your understanding, pills only come in 3 grades: low, middle, and high. That's because you've only seen or can only refine these 3 grades. But I know, besides these 3 grades, there's another called supergrade. Supergrade? Everyone hadn't heard this word before and thought Chinze was talking nonsense. Chinze, stop making excuses. Losing is losing, don't throw a tantrum. Chinze, no one has ever seen your supergrade, and no one knows about it. You just made it up. Chinze smiled and said, It's normal that you don't know. After all, you're like frogs at the bottom of a well. But I believe the 2 predecessors from the Pill Association should know, right? XU, the steward, frowned tightly and shook his head slightly. Obviously, even he hadn't heard of it. Ha! Duan Yunlang laughed. Chinze, what else do you have to say? Even XU doesn't know. Who else do you want to find? Wait, I think I've heard of it. Just as Duan Yunlang was loudly mocking, Wang, the steward, spoke up. I heard from my master long ago that if one can master mental power to the extreme, it is possible to refine pills that surpass high quality. However, above high quality, there should be a pill ring. Pill ring? Everyone was confused, and Wang quickly explained. The pill will have a circle of strange colors, often golden in color. These pills' effects are often more than 10 times better than those without pill rings. And super-grade pills are almost never seen in the 8 desolate domain. They had never seen a super-grade pill in their lives. XU held the pill in his palm, examining it closely, and suddenly shouted, There is. It's really there. He excitedly rushed to Wang's side and shouted, Old Wang, look, isn't there a circle of golden stripes wrapping around the pill? The 2 picked up the pill, examining it carefully again, and then confirmed that there was indeed a layer of golden halo on the pill. This was a super-grade pill, capable of exhibiting pill patterns. Pill patterns, it really is pill patterns. Wang shouted. XU also said, This is incredible. It's my first time seeing this. Is this really a pill ring? Isn't it some bad thing mixed in? After they finished looking, they quickly sensed the effects of the lotus pill. Not sensing was fine, but once they sensed it, they both stood frozen in place. XU stuttered. The effect is actually more than 5 times a Master Duan's. As soon as the words fell, the entire Qingmu sect square erupted. Impossible. Duan Yunlang stepped forward and snatched the pill from XU's hand. Upon a closer look, he indeed saw a golden ring on the surface of the pill. Duan Yunlang stood there stunned, then suddenly shouted, How is this possible? The effect of this pill, how could it be 5 times mine? How could it? Chinze, what exactly did you do? He glared angrily at Chinze. Chinze remained calm and said lightly, How is it impossible? You are just too full of yourself. In this world, there is always someone better than you. There are strong hands among the strong. After Chinze finished, he snatched the pill back and placed it in his alchemical furnace. At this moment, there was still warmth in the furnace, just enough to preserve the pill's temperature. Chinze said, In fact, I buried this pill in the dregs mainly for the temperature. Secondly, my dregs probably enhance the effectiveness. Isn't the stuff this guy concocts way stronger? As he spoke, he pulled out a lump of herbal residue and shaped it into the form of a pill. Come on, who wants to try this and see how well it works? But Steward Sue's brows slightly furrowed as he stepped forward and said, I'll give it a try. Saying this, he swallowed the pill that Chinze had crafted. Once the pill entered his body, Steward Sue's expression suddenly changed. The effect is strong. This is actually the result of the herbal residue. How come it feels even better than Master Duan's pills? Duan Yunlang was finally shocked. If it was about pill crafting, he could accept losing to Qin Zhe. But now the problem was that he couldn't even compare to the other party's leftover materials. Duan Yunlang hurriedly moved to Qin Zhe's pill furnace, grabbing a lump of pill residue and stuffing it into his mouth. Upon entering, the residue was actually infused with rich spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Duan Yunlang was left speechless, frozen in place. He looked at Qin Zhe, his doubts growing larger and his anger intensifying. Steward Su stepped forward and returned the pill in his hand to Qin Zhe. Then he announced, "I now declare that in this third round of the pill duel, the Qingmu sect is the winner." As soon as he said this, everyone from the Qingmu sect erupted in cheers, whether it was the sect leader, vice-sect leader, or even the cleaners of the mountain gate. At this moment, they all sincerely felt happy for Qin Zhe. Chapter 61, Showing Off Again. "Brother, you are awesome." Qin Shui ran out from the crowd and came to Qin Zhe's side, tightly hugging his arm. Zhou Mo stood beside him, silently observing Qin Zhe. Lu Dawei stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Qin Zhe, well done. I didn't expect you to be so strong in martial arts, and also so skilled in alchemy." He looked over at the Benlei sect and saw Wang Nulei's furious expression, gaining confidence at this moment. "Sect Master Wang, today, thank you for this pill duel." Lu Dawei cupped his hands and smiled. Duan Yunlang displayed a displeased look and loudly stated, "This guy is not right. He is not even an alchemist. How could he possibly craft pills? Moreover, the pills he crafted are top grade. I've never even heard of such a thing before." Steward Su, there must be something fishy going on. Wang Nulei realized the situation and quickly said, "Yes, this doesn't seem right. Qin Zhe's family is into weapon crafting. How could he possibly refine top-grade pills? And a young alchemist like him, how could he craft top-grade pills? Steward Su, I ask you, have you ever crafted top-grade pills?" Steward Su was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. If there had to be a reason, it would be that this Qin Zhe is a genius. But if he's a genius, then why was he only discovered at this age? Steward Su thought for a moment and asked, "Qin Zhe, can you explain why you can refine top-grade pills? And how come the effect of the herbal residue is so powerful?" Qin Zhe naturally would not disclose the true reason to them. His pill refining technique, his spiritual fire, his control over spiritual energy. These things are unparalleled. These ordinary people naturally cannot comprehend. Qin Zhe said, "If you think I've cheated or that my pills have issues, then prove it. Whoever refutes should provide evidence. Why should I prove my innocence?" Steward Su was slightly taken aback. What he said made sense. Since the Benlei sect claims that Qin Zhe's pills have problems, they should provide evidence. If there is no evidence, then they would be slandering others. Steward Su immediately felt encouraged and said, "Qin Zhe is right. Master Duan, Sect Master Wang, if you both believe that Qin Zhe's pills have issues, or he has cheating suspicions, then present substantive evidence. Otherwise, simply making claims without proof is unconvincing." Duan Yunlang certainly could not produce evidence, but he did not want to let go of such a good opportunity. After much thought, he said, "Qin Zhe, do you dare to have another match with me, just in pill refining, not in anything else?" He knew that his control over spiritual energy and fire was somewhat inferior to Qin Zhe's. He proposed to refine pills without betting with the first two. Qin Zhe smiled slightly. "This is naturally not a problem, but what will you do if you lose?" Duan Yunlang thought for a moment and said, "If we lose, we'll go down the mountain right away, as if we never came." Qin Zhe's expression suddenly changed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "My Qingmu sect was fine, but you insisted on coming to compete in pill refining. If you win, our pill hall will have to close, but if you lose, you won't have to pay any price. This can be set aside. In that last competition, if I lost, not only would my Qingmu sect be finished, but I would also have to give you invaluable space treasures. Yet if you lose, there will still be no consequences. Have you tasted sweet rewards in these 2 rounds? Now you're coming for the 3rd time, planning to play lightly without any stakes? Is my Qingmu sect in debt to you? Or am I, Qin Zhe, personally in debt to you?" These few words left Duan Yunlang speechless. He never expected that this young Qin Zhe would be so sharp-tongued. But when it came to stakes, what did he have to wager? Then Qin Zhe said, "If you want to compete in pill refining with me again, I agree. But let's make it a big one. Whoever loses will have their mental power crippled and withdraw from the pill world. How does that sound?" Once these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Was Qin Zhe truly serious? Duan Yunlang was also stunned in place and did not speak. Qin Zhe's eyes were domineering, looking at all the people from the Benlei sect without a hint of fear. The two stewards of Su Wang were also moved by his words. As a young man, having such a clear mind is indeed impressive. Of course, they hoped his pill refining skills were genuine. This kid has an immeasurable future ahead. Seeing Duan Yunlang silent, Qin Zhe said lightly, since there's nothing to fight about, we won't compete. But since you doubt my pill refining skills, I'll show you for free. As he spoke, he approached the pill furnace, where the remnants of the previous pills still lay inside. Qin Zhe took some flames and threw them into the furnace, then quickly covered it. What does he want to do? The crowd was puzzled, focusing intently on Qin Zhe. Suddenly, a rich fragrance of pills wafted out from the furnace again. Qin Zhe suddenly extinguished the flames, concentrating all his mental energy on the furnace. In a short while, the furnace opened. At the bottom of the furnace lay a brown pill, quietly emitting a rich fragrance. Pill remnants, refining pills? The crowd was shocked, especially the two stewards of Su Wang, who were utterly astonished. Refining pills from remnants. Perhaps to outsiders, it seemed merely a little impressive. But the two stewards knew in their hearts that this was a highly sophisticated technique. The method of refining pills from remnants is recorded in ancient texts. Many powerful pill refiners, to ensure the purity of pills, would add extra materials during refining. When formed into pills, the remaining materials would turn into remnants. Those remnants actually contained strong efficacy. If they could be refined into pills, though not as good as the previous one, the rank would definitely not be low. However, the difficulty of refining pills from remnants was far greater than that of ordinary refining. So even the two stewards had only read about it in books. It could be said that in the entire 8 desolate region, no one could do this. Young friend Qin, where'd you learn this? Steward Su asked. Qin Zhe replied calmly. I originally didn't want to say, but since everyone sincerely inquires, I'll tell you. When I was young, I met a master alchemist, and all my pill refining techniques were taught by him. As for his identity, I cannot disclose it because he prefers to remain low-key and instructed me not to reveal his identity. As soon as these words came out, the two stewards suddenly realized. No wonder Qin Zhe was so extraordinary. He had long been taught by a master. Master Duan, do you have anything else to say now? Steward Su asked coldly. Duan Yunlang was now truly dispirited. He thought to himself, it's a good thing I didn't agree to compete with him in the 3rd round, or I might have lost my life. Fine, let's just say we're unlucky. We're leaving. Wang Nulei waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait a minute, did I let you go? Qin Zhe suddenly spoke, stopping everyone. Chapter 62. Asking for help. As soon as these words were spoken, the footsteps of the Benliai sect members came to a halt. Wang Nulei was already quite unhappy, and now, being stopped by Qin Zhe, he quickly turned to look at him. Kid, what do you want? Do you still want to beat us up? He had a face that looked like it needed a beating, leaning in to stare at Qin Zhe. Duan Yunlang also said, yeah, it's already decided that you guys won. What more do you want? Qin Zhe replied calmly. The competition is indeed over, but it seems you haven't clarified your dealings with our sect's alchemist, Yang Wenxuan. Wang Nulei said, Qin Zhe, don't slander us. When did we ever bribe Yang Wenxuan? Isn't it normal that he simply isn't as skilled as you are? Does that mean Master Duan losing to you means you bribed him? Both Xu and Wang, the two main stewards, nodded in agreement. Such matters do require evidence. Without it, one truly cannot speak recklessly. Qin Zhe's situation was actually quite similar to just now. Qin Zhe smiled faintly. I was just casually asking. By the way, where did Master Yang go? As soon as he said this, everyone turned their heads to look around. Only then did they notice that Master Yang had somehow disappeared from the crowd. He was just here. We were chatting. I don't know when he vanished. Seems like Qin Zhe, right after Master Qin's pill was done, Master Yang disappeared. Could it be? Could Master Yang really be a traitor? If he's not a traitor, why did he run away? Qin Zhe looked at Wang Nulei and said quietly, Wang Sect Master, although I truly have no evidence, the fact that Master Yang has fled now seems to suggest some issues, doesn't it? Wang Nulei felt gloomy inside. That idiot Yang Wenxuan, he had perfectly agreed on there after meeting, and there were no others around. If the two of them didn't mention it, no one else would know. He really didn't know why that idiot ran off. Wang Nulei said, in any case, if you have evidence, go report it to the Alchemist Association. If you don't, then don't talk nonsense. We are leaving. Qin Zhe looked at the backs of the Benliai sect members and loudly said, I have no evidence. However, justice lies in the hearts of people. Justice lies in the hearts of people. These few words struck the hearts of the Benliai sect members like a hammer, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. As they looked at the Benliai sect members descending the mountain, the Qingmu sect on this side began to celebrate. Qin Zhe was so strong that even the two chief stewards were impressed, bringing great pride to Qingmu's sect. Both stewards, please come to the conference hall. Lu Dawei eagerly welcomed Xiu and Wang to the conference hall. The last time the two came, Lu Dawei was filled with worries. At this moment, he was as excited as a child. Qin, young friend, we will wait for you in the conference hall. Steward Xiu said to Qin Zhe. The disciples of Qingmu sect began to gather around Qin Zhe. Originally a new disciple, Qin Zhe had suddenly become the focus of everyone. Lu Feng pulled Qin Zhe, also with a face full of excitement. Before, Lu Feng had been so happy that Qin Zhe could join Qingmu sect. Now seeing Qin Zhe's alchemy skills so strong, he was even more excited. Brother Qin, with this, our alchemy hall is saved, he said excitedly. Among the crowd, four people walked out. One middle-aged man in his 40s and 3 young people in their 20s. The 4 approached Qin Zhe and bowed. We greet Master Qin. Lu Feng hurriedly introduced. Master Qin, these 4 are the heads of the 4 teams in our alchemy hall, originally managed by Master Yang. He introduced them one by one. The middle-aged man in his 40s is called Gao Jingxin and was originally Master Yang's assistant. The other 3 young men, 2 men and a woman, named Ding Jingchun, Yin Lingchuan, and Sun Ro. Gao Jingxin is a 2nd-level junior alchemist, while the other 3 are 1st-level senior alchemists. Qin Zhe scanned the 4 of them and sensed their mental strength, feeling it was acceptable, then said, from now on, I will trouble you a lot. We will follow Master Qin's teachings and ask for your guidance. The 4 of them were still very humble, looking cautious. It is estimated that usually Yang Wenxuan is arrogant and has bullied the 4 of them a lot. The people in the square exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Qin Zhe headed toward the conference hall. As soon as he entered the conference hall, the 2 attendants of Su Wang stood up. Young friend Qin, you finally arrived. We are currently discussing people with Sect Master Lu, Su said half-jokingly. Lu Dawei looked troubled. His eyes toward Qin Zhe seemed to be pleading for help. Qin Zhe smiled and said, actually, if I can join the Pill Society, I am naturally willing. But I have other matters to attend to, so I must remain in Qinlei sect for now. Su was a bit puzzled. Young friend Qin, do you have urgent matters that require you to be in Qinlei sect? Is the Pill Society unable to satisfy you? Qin Zhe replied, my goal is simple. In 3 months, the 8 Desolations region will hold a grand competition among sections. I want to win 1st place. Grand competition among sects? Lu Dawei widened his eyes at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, is this true? Why haven't I heard about it? He thought for a moment and quickly continued. Even if it's true, formal disciples will also participate, not just newcomers. The strength of some formal disciples from Xianyang sect is quite terrifying. The young talents of the 8 Desolations region are also close to the level of Zunwu realm, and quite a few have surpassed it. It is indeed not easy to win 1st place. Su's brow furrowed as he was deep in thought. At a crucial moment, his eyes lit up. Qin Zhe, it's actually quite simple. I will get you a disciple talisman shortly. From now on, you will be a disciple of our Pill Society. But this won't interfere with your cultivation in Qinlei sect, nor will it affect your participation in the grand competition. Everything depends on fate. Qin Zhe had no choice but to agree. After all, in the 8 Desolations region, if he could gain the identity of a Pill Society disciple, he would be protected by the Pill Society in the city. The 2 attendants were as happy as children. In their eyes, obtaining Qin Zhe was worth more than getting hundreds of mediocre alchemists. Su approached and said, Qin Zhe, you must keep your word. When you come to the city, you must report to our Pill Society, understood? Absolutely, absolutely. Qin Zhe cupped his hands and replied. On the other side, after Duan Yinlang, Wang Nulei, and others went down the mountain, everyone sat by the roadside to rest. Wang Nulei's anger could no longer be contained. He raised his hand and struck the tree trunk. With a loud crash, the trunk collapsed. Qinlei sect, Qin Zhe, you force me, I will. You're still young. He smiled and said, Qin Zhe, it's only been 3 months. Is that too much to ask? Do you know that some of the stronger disciples of the Xianyang sect are already above the Zunwu realm? Of course, Qin Zhe knew this, but now his strength was also at the Zunwu realm. However, in order to completely crush these people, he indeed needed more training. Don't worry, sect master. This time, I will definitely make the Qingmu sect shine. Qin Zhe said. Lu Dawei's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Then he asked, all right, how do you need our sect to cooperate? Qin Zhe actually had no requirements for the Qingmu sect. After thinking for a moment, he said, I want to go down the mountain for some training. I don't know if other disciples of the sect want to join. Down the mountain for training? Lu Dawei was a bit surprised. Where exactly do you want to go? Qin Zhe's eyes were firm as he said, Tianmu Valley. Lu Dawei gasped. Tianmu Valley, this is a gathering place for some mercenaries and bounty hunters in the Bahuang region. One wrong move could lead to danger. Qin Zhe, don't joke around. Focus on your training in the sect. I'll prepare training resources for you in these 3 months, Lu Daowei said. Qinzhe smiled slightly. He had plenty of training resources. He had completely devoured everything he took from Lu Yugua before. At least for these next few months, refining a bit would be enough. Qinzhe estimated that even if he refined continuously for 3 months, his strength could only reach the 5th level of the Ling Wu realm at most. Even if he raised the Taishang immortal mantra to the 8th heaven, he still wouldn't be able to crush a mid-stage Zun Wu martial artist. So, in these 3 months, Qinzhe's goal was to elevate his own strength to the Zun Wu realm. At the same time, the Taishang immortal mantra could be improved to the 10th level. If possible, he could also open the 2nd level of divine powers in the soul-devouring tower. Thus, he now needed to go to some places with many demonic beasts to train and absorb a lot of spiritual energy to increase his strength. Only then could he achieve this goal in 3 months. Lu Daowei frowned, pondering for a long time, then nodded. Tianmu Valley is far from the main road, belonging to a wild forest with many demonic beasts. Most of the demonic beasts are 3rd tier, with strength comparable to that of martial artists in the Xianling realm. And some 4th tier demonic beasts are similar in strength to martial artists in the Zunwu realm. At the entrance of Tianmu Valley, there is a small city called Tianmu City, which is a paradise for many mercenary groups and bounty hunters. They hunt demonic beasts and then trade in Tianmu City. This place is filled with all kinds of people. Qinzhe could definitely not handle alone. All right, Lu Daowei sighed and said, this time, I will go with you, and we will bring along some disciples to let them train as well. Qinzhe initially wanted to refuse, preferring to train alone. But since Lu Daowei said it, refusing would be too disrespectful. Besides, having more people would make it easier to hunt demonic beasts. After all, Lu Daowei was a martial artist in the Zunwu realm, and his strength was not weak. Having him around would be safer. Okay. Qinzhe agreed and went back to his room to prepare. The next morning, Qinzhe's door was knocked on. When he opened it was Qin Shui, smiling brightly at Qinzhe. During this time, Qin Shui hadn't caused any trouble, but Qinzhe still remained indifferent to her. Qin Shui smiled and said, Brother, I heard that you were going down the mountain for training. I wonder if you can take me and Zhou Mo along. Zhou Mo? Qinzhe frowned slightly. This Zhou Mo had recently been hanging around him, and Qinzhe was very clear about his intentions. He simply wanted to learn Qinzhe's skills and get close to him. But once given a chance, this ingrate would betray Qinzhe. It was like this in his past life. In this life, Qinzhe originally didn't want to care about Zhou Mo, nor did he want to kill him, letting Qin Shui see Zhou Mo's true nature herself. However, as Zhou Mo kept bothering him, Qinzhe had a new plan in mind. Sure, you both prepare. Tell him that. You must study well, Qinzhe said. Qin Shui was overjoyed, excitedly hugging Qinzhe. Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best. After saying this, she hurriedly ran away. Qinzhe watched as Qin Shui's figure disappeared, his brows furrowing tightly. In his past life, he was deceived by Qin Shui's occasional innocence and joy. When he was nice to her, she was cute and clingy. But once she was dissatisfied, she would curse and shout. Since he couldn't nurture her well, he decided to keep his distance. After leaving Qingmu's sect, Qin Shui, you can fend for yourself. In the distance, Qin Shui found Zhou Mo and excitedly shared the news. Zhou Mo's eyes lit up with delight, wearing a look of having succeeded in a plan. He had always heard others say that Qinzhe was a genius, but he didn't believe in genius. He felt that Qinzhe must have some treasure, some secret. He wanted to get close to Qinzhe and uncover this secret. Once he did, Zhou Mo could take his place. 3 days later, at the Qingmu Sect Square, everyone was ready. Lu Daowei personally led the team toward Tianmu Valley for training. There weren't many disciples for the training, just over 20. Lu Feng, Lu In, Zhang Wan, and naturally, Qinzhe and Su Shan were all there, with Qin Shui and Zhou Mo following behind him. In addition, there were some older disciples from the sect. The senior brother, Zhang Zhishui, was at the 3rd level of Xianling realm. The 3rd senior brother, Lin Yunya, was at the 2nd level of Xianling realm. And there was also the 4th senior sister, Lan Yulan, who was also at the 2nd level of Xianling realm. The rest were mostly at the 1st level of Xianling realm, or so. Of course, these people were the strongest lineup Qingmu sect could showcase. Once assembled, more than 20 people marched down the mountain, heading toward Tianmu Valley. Along the way, Zhou Mo inquired about Qinzhe's well-being, sometimes asking if he was hungry, sometimes if he was thirsty. His attentiveness was quite evident. Qinzhe maintained his indifferent expression, casually responding, but not enthusiastically. When Qin Shui spoke to him, he didn't really respond much. Only when chatting with Su Shan did he seem more engaged. Over the course of days, Su Shan's cultivation had also rapidly improved, reaching the 7th level of Xianling realm. With a little more time, he could attain the Zunwu realm. And upon reaching the Zunwu realm, the effect of this pill would officially be completed. Chapter 64, Dragon Muscle Whip. Everyone journeyed onwards and soon arrived at Tianmu City. This was the entrance to Tianmu Valley. Once they left Tianmu City, they would face various demon beasts. Thus, Lu Dawei planned to rest here for a night and purchase some necessary pills and weapons. Tianmu City wasn't large, but it was very luxurious. Taverns, merchant associations, pleasure houses, everything you'd expect was present. Most of the people in Tianmu City were bounty hunters. They usually hunted demons and searched for treasures in Tianmu Valley, with their lives constantly at risk. Therefore, after selling their treasures in Tianmu City, they would definitely enjoy themselves. The group settled into a tavern, and once everything was ready, Lu Dawei, Qin Zhe, and Su Shan headed toward the Merchant Association in Tianmu City. Inside Tianmu Merchant Association, there was a dazzling array of goods. But as they browsed, Qin Zhe found nothing that caught his interest. Lu Dawei chose a few handy ordinary-grade weapons and armor, also buying 2 pieces of profound-grade weapons. As they walked, Qin Zhe's eyes suddenly brightened when he spotted a black long whip on a certain counter, emanating a strange aura. "What is this?" Qin Zhe stopped, sensing the aura of a long whip. His heart stirred. He said to Lu Dawei, "Sec Master, I want to go in and buy something." As he spoke, he walked into the shop. Inside stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, who greeted him with a wide smile. "Little brother, what do you want to buy?" the middle-aged man asked. Qin Zhe sensed the black long whip once more, confirming his thoughts. This whip was crafted from the tendons of a 6th level or above flood dragon. The crafting technique was ordinary, so the whip's appearance was not very good. But the 6th level dragon-type demon beast. For the 3rd and 4th level monster beasts, there is an innate pressure. The perception among monster beasts is several times stronger than that of martial cultivators, even hundreds of times stronger. So if one could hunt monsters with this whip, or even use this whip as a weapon, then during the hunting process, it would be incredibly efficient. Many monster beasts would even give up resistance, kneeling down to wait for death. However, Qin Zhe did not immediately ask about the price of this long whip. He rushed in, and if he asked for the price of something directly, the other party would immediately raise the price. In fact, this deal might not even be completed in the end. Qin Zhe did not care about spending money. He had tens of millions of silver notes on him, but he did not want to be a fool, nor did he want to be cheated. Qin Zhe swept his gaze around the store and then said, "Pack up all the weapons in your store for me." The middle-aged shopkeeper was stunned for a moment and hurriedly approached with a smile. A big business came. He would definitely provide good service. "Little brother, buying so many weapons, what are you planning to do?" Qin Zhe waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about that. I want all the weapons in your shop. Is 10 million silver enough?" Most of the weapons in the shop were of the ordinary rank, with a few rare ones mixed in. 10 million silver was not too much, but should be enough. Of course, that was if the shopkeeper did not know the value of the whip. Enough? Definitely enough. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Lu Dawei was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Qin Zhe, there are only about 20 of us. Why do you need so many weapons?" Qin Zhe smiled faintly and said nothing. Before long, the weapons were all packed and placed on the ground. That whip was also included. Qin Zhe gave Su Shan a look, and Su Shan carried these weapons outside. Once they got outside, Qin Zhe finally shared the plan. Upon hearing this, Lu Dawei was astonished. A whip made from the dragon tendons of a high-level dragon-type monster was a treasure, even without the monster's pressure. 10 million silver, this was purely picking up a bargain. "Master, where is the weapon refining room in Tianmu City?" Qin Zhe asked. Lu Dawei had been there a few times, so he led Qin Zhe towards the direction of the refining room. As they were leaving, the middle-aged shopkeeper emerged from the building. His expression was serious, and his eyes slightly narrowed as he closely watched the direction Qin Zhe and his group were headed. "Come here." The shopkeeper waved and called over 2 people. "Go, follow them, and see what they are up to. I suspect this kid has picked up our treasure." This was a rule in the shop. After something was sold, they would send someone to keep an eye on it. In case they really sold it for less, they had to find a way to get it back. The master of the weapon refining room in Tianmu City happened to have some connections with Lu Dawei. Qin Zhe directly found a room and went in to repair the whip. Stainless steel clanking rang out. Over an hour later, Qin Zhe returned to the main hall of the refining room. This whip had been reforged, but it still did not meet Qin Zhe's expectations. If he could fuse some blood from ferocious monster beasts into it, the whip's pressure against 4th-level monsters would reach its peak. At that point, he would be able to easily hunt 4th-level monsters. Lu Dawei was somewhat surprised to see this brand-new whip. "Qin Zhe, your skills don't seem to be that of a weapon refiner from this small town of Moondragon City. It feels like the masters from domain cities can't compare to you," Lu Dawei exclaimed. Shinzei humbly smiled but said nothing more. After saying goodbye to the refining room, everyone made their way back to the inn. At the moment Shinzei left the refining room, a group of people walked in. They inquired a bit, and the master of the refining room shared everything he had seen and heard. The few people instantly realized that this whip was definitely not simple, and they immediately returned to the shopkeeper. After hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression darkened slightly. Although he was not completely sure about the use of the whip, one thing was certain. This whip must be a treasure. No way in my Wanbao Hall, I only pick up bargains from others, never the other way around. Bring people in, tonight, go get the things back. As he said this, he summoned 3 people, and, after some discussion, they decided to set off at night. After night fell, Lu Dawei handed out weapons to each disciple. This time, many weapons were bought by Shinzei, and several were of the mysterious tier. Everyone was very excited. After all, it was still somewhat difficult to use mysterious tier weapons on ordinary days. After receiving the weapons, everyone returned to their rooms to wipe and maintain them. In the middle of the night, 4 figures quickly entered the tavern, heading straight for the 4th floor where Shinzei's room was located. Clearly, they had already investigated thoroughly before coming. Creak! The door opened, and the room was pitch black. A voice slowly sounded. First knock this kid out, then search slowly. The voice was very soft, and after the words fell, the door was closed again. The few moved very skillfully. In just a few steps, they arrived at the bedside. On the bed lay a quilt. Wrapped inside was something. Action! A low voice said. Then a wisp of green smoke blew towards the bed. The 4 stepped back a step, waiting for about the time it takes to burn an incense. Almost done. Let's see if this kid is unconscious. The leader spoke, and a person next to him stepped forward and pulled off the quilt. But they found that the quilt was completely empty. The 4 were slightly taken aback. You guys came looking for me in the middle of the night, wanted to continue doing business with me? Shinzei's voice slowly sounded, and the 4 felt even more shocked. Turning around, they saw a long sword in front of them flickering with a fiery aura. Chapter 65, The Sudden News. The cold sword tip, the cold voice. The aura from Shinzei enveloped the several people completely, although they could not sense Shinzei's cultivation level. Among them, the highest was only the 5th level of the mysterious spirit realm. At this moment, seeing Shinzei's strength, it should be beyond this, and they did not dare to make a move. Little brother, we came here today to make another deal with you. The boss from earlier stepped forward, smiling slightly at Shinzei. But I find it strange. How did you know we would come looking for you at night? Shinzei smiled coldly and did not answer. But he knew of the treachery in Tiamu City. He had been here in his past life and had suffered losses. In this place, doing business and looking for bargains will get you targeted. All places were connected with each other. When he was reforging this whip, the news had probably already spread. So tonight, someone would definitely come to snatch his stuff. If you have something to say it quickly. If you're going to make a move, then do it quickly. I still want to sleep. Shinzei said indifferently. The boss's mouth twitched a few times. Clearly Shinzei did not see them in his eyes. He smiled slightly and said, Kid, we are here for that whip you bought earlier. But don't worry, we won't force a snatch. We just want to make another deal with you. Shinzei asked calmly, Then how do you want to do it? As he spoke, he took out the long whip in his hand and placed it on the table. After being forged, the whip looked brand new. The mysterious and rich aura emanating from it was completely different from before. Although he still did not know the use of this whip, it was definitely worth a fortune at 1 million silver taels. The boss continued, My Wanbao Hall never gets picked up by others. We only pick up others' bargains. Today, I admit my loss. I'll buy this whip back for 1 million and consider the previous weapons as gifts for you. How about it? You think too beautifully. Shinzei smiled coldly. He would not agree. This long whip only had the last step left, which was to refine it with beast blood. Once refined, this whip would easily crush 4th-tier demon beasts. Just based on this alone, it was worth far more than 1 million silver taels. Dragon tendons from 6th tier and above dragon-type beasts. These things alone would not be less than 20 to 30 million. Can't be bought anywhere. The shopkeeper's eyes slightly dimmed, and his voice turned low. Kid, don't toast to me and drink punishment wine, he said coldly. Since we dare to come, we are definitely not simple cats and dogs. Although our cultivation is not great, our background is something you cannot provoke. If you know your place, we could trade well. If you don't, I guarantee you won't leave this sky canopy city. Shinzei smiled coldly. Oh really? Then I want to give it a try. The shopkeeper's brows were tightly locked. This guy was unyielding and simply disgusting. But he was too strong, and a few of them were not his match at all. So, he could only call for his backup. The shopkeeper said coldly, All right, since you are unwilling, I have no choice but to find someone to talk to you properly. After saying that, he was about to leave. Want to leave? At this moment, Qin Zhe said coldly. He grabbed the shopkeeper by the collar and dragged him to the ground directly. Everyone was shocked. Qin Zhe's movement was so fast, and his strength was so great. Coming is easy, but leaving is not so easy, Qin Zhe said blandly. The shopkeeper's expression was astonished as he asked, Kid, what do you mean? Do you want to scam our money? Do you know who our background is? Qin Zhe said with a calm face. I don't care who is behind you. You are ruthless, but I'm even more ruthless. Everyone hand over 500,000 taels of materials or silver. Otherwise, just leave your life here. He moved the tip of his sword, and a buzzing sound rang out. The aura around him indicated that his strength was at least at the 7th level of Mystic Spirit Realm. The four of them took a step back. The shopkeeper was somewhat angry. He thought for a moment and said, Kid, have you heard of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps? If it weren't for a big deal they have these days, and the boss can't come personally, you would be in trouble today. Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps. Qin Zhe had heard of this mercenary corps in his past life. It was one of the 3 major mercenary corps in Sky Canopy City. They developed well later and even cooperated with the Alchemy Hall of Thunderbolt sect, greatly improving the combat ability of their members. In the end, they wiped out the other 2 mercenary corps and monopolized Sky Canopy City. In his past life, Qin Zhe almost joined the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, the corps was filled with ruthless killers, betraying each other for money and profit, which was why Qin Zhe didn't align with them. Of course, in the end, this mercenary corps was destroyed by a bigger power. But at this moment, mentioning the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps and thinking of the Thunderbolt sect made Qin Zhe feel that things were somewhat coincidental. Haha, are you scared? The shopkeeper smiled triumphantly, thinking that Qin Zhe was intimidated by the name of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps. Qin Zhe asked, You said the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps has a big deal. What are they going to do? The shopkeeper proudly said, A sect has offended a friend of our boss, and this sect has reportedly come near Sky Canopy City and is about to go to Sky Canopy Valley. The boss has already sent people to ambush and eliminate everyone in this sect to take revenge for his friend. Qin Zhe pretended to be surprised and asked, A whole sect? Is the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps that strong? The shopkeeper became even more arrogant and sneered. A mere 3rd-level sect, our Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps can casually send some experts to wipe them out directly. Kid, you better recognize the situation. Hand over the goods, and I will give you 300, oh no, 1 million taels, the shopkeeper said confidently. Qin Zhe had basically gotten the information he wanted. He was extremely suspicious that the sect the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps was targeting might be his own Qing Mu sect. At this moment, his eyes chilled, and he shouted, Go to hell! The tip of his sword flashed, and was about to stab at the few people. Seeing the situation was not good, the shopkeeper hurriedly shouted, Don't kill, we will pay. As he spoke, he took out a banknote, exactly the 10 million taels that Qin Zhe had given earlier. Qin Zhe took the banknote, gave a soft shout. Get lost! The 4 people fled the room in panic, taking one last look at Qin Zhe before leaving. Said, Kid, you've got what it takes. After saying that, he quickly slipped out of the tavern. Qin Zhe looked at the 4 figures leaving, his eyes slightly narrowed. The reason he didn't kill anyone was that he didn't want to alarm the snake. He felt that the Battle Wolf Mercenary Group was likely sent by the Thunderbolt sect to deal with the Qingmu sect. This matter must be taken seriously. The next morning, all the disciples were ready. Each disciple had an excited expression. The elder brother, Zhang Zhixue, the 3rd brother, Lin Yunya, and the 4th sister, Lan Yulan, stood in front of the disciples. Everyone had prepared their weapons. Some had long swords, some had long knives. Of course, some sturdy ones chose some uncommon weapons like hammers and cleavers. Su Shan carried a large cleaver that was even taller than he was. But when he swung it, it was surprisingly nimble. After joining the Qingmu sect, Su Shan began training his knife skills, and now he had quite a good grasp of the burning wood knife technique. All right, let's set off. At this moment, Lu Dawei came out of the room and commanded. Everyone looked eagerly, ready to depart. Wait a minute. Qin Zhe stepped out of the tavern, walked to Lu Dawei's side, and said, Sect Master, I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 66, Qian Kuan Lian Huanju. Qin Zhe shared the news he overheard last night with Lu Dawei. Although he heard it by chance, his intuition told him that this matter might indeed be related to the Qingmu sect. Lu Dawei looked shocked after listening. Are you saying that the Thunderbolt sect hired the Battle Wolf Mercenary Group to come after us? Qin Zhe nodded, both logically and emotionally. The Thunderbolt sect would do this. After all, if they wiped out the Qingmu sect, the Thunderbolt sect could establish an alchemy hall, and the Battle Wolf Mercenary Group could benefit as well. So, it was not surprising for the 2 sides to join forces. Lu Dawei's brow furrowed, and he said, It's right to be cautious. Let's travel a bit first. If they are watching us, will definitely notice if we are careful. Qinzhe thought this made sense too. The two returned to the rest of the sect members, pretending nothing had happened, and continued their journey. The Tianmu Valley was to the south of the city, and everyone headed towards the south gate. Upon exiting the city gate, the disciples of the Qingmu sect were very excited. Some were eager to hunt magical beasts. Meanwhile, in a dark corner at the city gate, Qinzhe and Lu Dawei were observing their surroundings. In a tea house outside the city gate, at least 3 members of the Battle Wolf mercenary group were watching the Qingmu sect members. They were unaware that the Qingmu sect had already become alert, so they hadn't even changed out of their mercenary uniforms. Lu Dawei frowned, saying, "Could it be that the Battle Wolf mercenary group really intends to take action against us?" Qinzhe replied, "Although I'm just guessing, it's better to be cautious." Lu Dawei thought what Qinzhe said made sense, but now the question was whether to continue or stop the training. If they stopped, were the members of the Qingmu sect supposed to stay in Tianmu City for the rest of their lives, never venturing out? Qinzhe saw what Lu Dawei was thinking and said, "Sect Master, you don't need to worry. The Battle Wolf mercenary group isn't as strong as you think." Lu Dawei nodded slightly, his expression somewhat serious. The leader of the Battle Wolf mercenary group, Xiang Zun, had already reached the martial respect realm. Moreover, he had a few subordinates at the 7th and 8th levels of the mysterious spirit realm. On the Qingmu sect side, Lu Dawei's strength was comparable to Xiang Zun. The only ones with somewhat greater strength were Qinzhe and Su Shan. One more thing was that the overall strength of the Battle Wolf mercenary group was strong, and their numbers were large. If it were a one-on-one fight, Qinzhe wouldn't be afraid, but in group battles, the Qingmu sect combat power was lacking, and they might not necessarily be their opponents. He sighed and said, "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. A fat horse is smaller than a camel. Overall, we still aren't a match for the Battle Wolf mercenary group." Qinzhe said, "In fact, isn't our journey just for training? If we only kill some magical beast with no fighting power, then it wouldn't achieve any real training. True training is, at the moment of life and death, one must unleash their true power." Lu Dawei nodded, but the strength of the Wolf mercenary group was too formidable. Even if we win in the end, if many disciples are injured or killed, it would be a loss. Qinzhe said, "I know the leader is worried about everyone's safety, and our current strength is indeed not as good as the Wolf mercenary group. However, if you give me 10 days, after 10 days, we will have the strength to face them head-on." 10 days? Lu Dawei was somewhat astonished and asked, "After 10 days, can our Qingmu sect fight against the Wolf mercenary group?" Qinzhe spoke softly, "Don't worry, I will keep my promise. But in these 10 days, we can only hunt around Tianmu City and cannot venture too far. The area around Tianmu City has many people passing through. Even at night, as long as they're near the official road, there are still often people passing by. So as long as we stay close to Tianmu City, the Wolf mercenary group won't dare to attack casually. Although it is remote here, it is at least in the 8 desolate domain. Killing people and destroying clans randomly would definitely incur the domain lord's punishment. Even if the mercenary group is notoriously evil, they still have to consider the consequences. So these 10 days are very crucial." Lu Dawei looked at Qinzhe's confident expression and nodded slightly. For some reason, although Qinzhe was young, his words and actions gave a very stable feeling. Since he said he could solve this problem in 10 days, then let's listen to him. "Everyone, stay here and start searching for monster beasts," Lu Dawei commanded, and the crowd looked somewhat puzzled. "Didn't we say we would go to Tianmu Valley? The monsters there are stronger. This area outside Tianmu City has fewer and weaker monsters. Hunting here wouldn't be very interesting." Disappointment showed on everyone's faces. Lu Dawei also felt embarrassed. It was originally meant to be thrilling to hunt in the deep mountains. To be honest, the monsters outside the city gates are not much different from those at the foot of Qingmu Sect Mountain. At this moment, Qinzhe stepped up and said, "Everyone, we have plenty of time for training, so there's no need to rush. I have a method for collective cultivation. If we master it, our effectiveness in battle will double. Now, I will teach you this method called the Qianquan Lianhuanju." As Qinzhe said this, he took out paper and pen and began to write down the first level of the Qianquan Lianhuanju core method. He personally guided them, hoping to enable most of the disciples to learn this technique within 10 days. This is a heaven-ranked group cultivation method. A group cultivation method means that many people must cultivate together to unleash its maximum power. In the 8 desolate domain, very few people come into contact with group cultivation methods. However, in some very strong domains on the continent, due to frequent multiple combat situations, group cultivation methods become very important. Group cultivation methods mainly cultivate the mutual understanding of the team and complement each other's martial energy. Heaven-ranked methods are originally something the disciples of Qingmu sect cannot cultivate. But since this is a group cultivation method, if Qin Zhe and Lu Dawei cultivate together, and the method is only at the first level, then most disciples above the Xianling realm can cultivate it. The disciples felt somewhat confused, and Lu Dawei was also a bit perplexed. After Qin Zhe finished writing the technique, he handed out one sheet per person and asked them to start memorizing it. Then, the 15 of them formed a circle and began to practice the technique. The starting point of the technique was to become familiar with each other's energy and then fuse that energy together. The 15 people practiced the Qinquan Lianhuan Ju, while a few others searched nearby for food to prepare for logistics. Quickly, 2 days passed, and everyone's understanding of the Qinquan Lianhuan Ju had slightly gotten the hang of it. Qin Zhe planned to hunt a few monster beasts first to see how everyone coordinated. As the sky began to brighten, everyone got up and headed towards the nearby forest. Roar! Soon, a roar came from a forest as a ghostly cow charged out. Broke several trees. This is a third-tier beast, and its strength is about the same as that of a threefold Xianling realm. Su Shan was somewhat excited, wanting to rush to the front and take down this ghostly cow with a punch. Wait a minute! Qin Zhe shouted, stopping Su Shan. Su Shan's strength was already close to the eightfold Xianling realm. It would be too easy to deal with this beast. Senior brother, you take 4 junior brothers and try to hunt this ghost cow, Qin Zhe said. Senior brother Zhang Ji Shui nodded excitedly. Although he was the senior brother, he also knew that his strength was far inferior to Qin Zhe's, so he was very humble. He found a few weaker junior brothers and approached the ghost cow. Bang, bang, bang. A series of martial skills struck, causing the ghost cow to stagger back repeatedly. Suddenly, it snorted, then charged forward. The ghost cow was covered in black fur with white patterns. From a distance, these patterns looked like a skeleton, a skull. That's why it was named the ghost cow. The ghost cow was incredibly strong. Even an ordinary 5-fold Xianling realm warrior could not withstand its charge. Chapter 67. Kill Qin Zhe. A trace of panic flashed in Zheng Jishui's eyes, and the expressions of the others were not very confident. Qin Zhe shouted, "Operate the Qian Kuan Lian Huan Ju. It can multiply your strengths together." As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Jishui hurriedly activated his technique. The others stood behind him, also maximizing their techniques. "Give it to me, fall down." Zheng Jishui punched out. This power was several times stronger than when he usually used it. At this moment, the ghost cow charged in, colliding directly with the fist. Boom! The tremendous impact raised a cloud of dust from the ground. The ghost cow's body became stiff and fell to the ground. Zheng Jishui's fist stung, but his face was full of excitement. His own cultivation was at most the threefold Xianling realm, but using the Qian Kuan Lian Huan Ju with 3 weaker junior brothers, he managed to unleash strength above the 5-fold Xianling realm. This was the result of 2 days of cultivation. One could only imagine what heights could be reached after 10 days. Zheng Jishui hurriedly killed the ghost cow, and then went through a series of dissection procedures. Qin Zhe took a glance, but did not see the ferocious beast blood he wanted. Now he did not want to absorb these beasts. Without beast blood, he moved on to find the next one. After walking for a while, a third-tier 4-fold beast rushed out of the forest. This one was stronger than the previous ghost cow and had a strange temperament. The poison spike snake leopard had various sharp spikes all over its body, with some areas having 7 or 8 poisonous spikes. If one was struck by it, death was certain. Third brother, fourth sister, you find 8 more people, split into 2 groups, and hunt it together, Qin Zhe said. Lin Yunya and Lan Yulan, both in the second-fold Xianling realm, were slightly weaker than the senior brother. This level of cultivation was enough in the Qingmu sect, but it was still far from enough in practical experience. At this moment, facing a third-tier 4-fold beast, especially a poison-type beast, they could not afford to make even the slightest mistake during the hunt. Lin Yunya felt a bit nervous, his hand grip on the weapon trembling. Lan Yulan was relatively calm, waving her hand to lead 5 disciples forward. The poison-spiked snake leopard bared its teeth at them, its blood-red mouth facing everyone. "Activate the Qian Kuan Lian Huan Ju Go," Lan Yulan commanded, and everyone charged forward. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of weapons striking its claws was crisp and pleasant. After several rounds of attacks, it turned out that Lan Yulan's side was evenly matched with this beast. Lin Yunya was greatly encouraged, intensifying his technique to fight alongside. With an additional group, Lan Yulan's side suddenly became much easier, and their speed increased significantly. Before long, they also slew the beast. Unfortunately, there was still no usable beast blood. After this, everyone hunted 2 more beasts. Although they were not very strong, the cooperation among the group was evidently growing more and more tacit. Lu Dawei couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Qinze, this technique is too powerful. It makes me want to try it myself. The early-stage Xing ones, when they work together, their strength increases greatly. As for my martial realm, who knows how far I could break through? As the sky darkened, everyone returned to their place to cultivate. The day's hunt greatly boosted their confidence. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the first stage of the Chinquan Link formula was completed in 10 days. On the other side, in the Tiamu Valley Forest, stood a tall, middle-aged man dressed in beast skin armor. He was the leader of the Battle Wolf mercenary group, Xiangzun. Next to Xiangzun was Wang Nu Lei, the sect master of the Thunderbolt sect. What's Lu Dawei doing? Cultivating in the city gate with everyone? Is he too scared to come to Tiamu Valley? Wang Nu Lei said, a bit frustrated. They had been lying in ambush here for 2 days. This place was extremely remote, but also a good route leading to Tiamu Valley. They had thought the people from Qingmu's sect would come this way, and they would take the opportunity to kill them all. But unexpectedly, not only did they not come this way, they didn't come at all. After sending someone to investigate, they found that Lu Dawei had his people sitting in a circle on the ground, meditating and cultivating, completely enjoying themselves. Captain Xiang, do you think our movements were discovered by them? Wang Nu Lei asked, frowning. Xiangzun sneered coldly. What are you talking about? How could our actions be discovered? He had bribed someone from Qingmu's sect days ago and obtained Qingmu's sect information. When he learned they were heading for Tiamu City, Xiangzun was overjoyed. Since they had come out, it meant he no longer needed an excuse to kill them at the mountain gate. After waiting for a few days, the people from Qingmu's sect had indeed arrived. To avoid being exposed, he had stayed in the wilderness the whole time. He had thought that once the Qingmu sect people left the city, he could act. But unexpectedly, they didn't come to the city gate. The city gate was crowded with people, and killing them all would be extremely difficult. Captain Xiang, what do we do now? Wang Nu Lei asked. Xiangzun thought for a moment and said, 2 options. One is to send someone to lure them here, but we must think carefully if there's any way to do that. Second, we directly send people to the city gate to kill them. But the number of people should not be many, and we cannot wipe out their entire sect. It should only look like personal grudges, one-on-one duels, something like that. Wang Nu Lei nodded repeatedly. The second option. Just send anyone. Their strength doesn't need to be too strong to kill a guy named Qinze from their sect. As long as we kill him, our Thunderbolt sect will have a much higher chance of taking over the alchemy hall. Qinze, Xiangzun thought for a moment and shouted to the man behind him, Luo Lang, come here. A young man with long hair quickly approached and respectfully asked, Captain, I'm here. Go. Inquire in the city if this Qinze has caused any trouble along the way. Find a reason to go and kill him. Xiangzun said, yes. Luo Lang accepted the order and quickly left. Half a day later, Luo Lang quickly returned to the camp. He was panting heavily and said, Captain, Qinze really did cause trouble. He robbed Wang Fuguei of 10 million taels. What? Xiangzun instantly became furious. He had been thinking of ways to find a reason, but he didn't expect that Qinze had really provoked the Battle Wolf mercenary group. Wang Fuguei? Did he report our name? Xiangzun asked. Luo Lang said, Captain, Wang Fuguei has mentioned it several times, but Qinze still robbed him of 10 million silver taels, and he even picked up a weapon in the shop, which could sell for 20 to 30 million taels. Xiangzun's eyes gradually became fierce. If it weren't for his identity, he would have wanted to find a reason himself and kill Qinze. Luo Lang, go to the city gate and kill this guy. Can you do it? Xiangzun asked. Luo Lang nodded forcefully. Captain, rest assured. No matter what, I will make Qinze fight me, and then I will kill him and complete the task. After saying this, he turned and headed for the city gate. On the 6th day, at dawn, Lu Feng, Luan, and others had just prepared their food when 3 people walked into the camp. The leading young man had long hair, a tall figure, and sharp, arrogant eyes. Who is Qinze? He said coldly, scanning everyone with his gaze. Lu Feng and Lu An's faces turned pale. Just as they were about to notify Qinze, a large hand reached out and directly grabbed Lu Feng by the neck. Lu Feng was lifted off the ground, struggling to breathe. Luan shouted in fear. Soon, the other 2 men approached her menacingly. Swish! A long sword suddenly flew out of the forest, heading straight for the arm that was gripping Lu Feng. The long-haired young man's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly retracted his hand. The sword pierced into a big tree, exploding with force and shattering it. Lu Feng fell to the ground and quickly retreated. The long-haired young man looked into the distance, his gaze locking onto one person. It was Qinze. Qinze stepped forward, and the others followed closely behind him. Lu Dawei saw Lu Feng and Luan in danger. His anger flared up as he shouted, This is the camp of Qingmu's sect. Anyone who barges in and harms my disciples will be killed without mercy. The long-haired young man was unafraid, coldly saying, I am here to settle a score with someone named Qinze. So what if it's Qingmu's sect? My wolf-fighting mercenary group isn't afraid of a mere third-tier sect like you. Wolf-fighting mercenary group? Lu Daowei's heart sank. This group had finally arrived. Only, the number seemed off. Qinze stepped forward, casually saying, I am Qinze. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to back up those two worthless fools, right? He pointed at the two, one of whom was Wang Fugue, the shopkeeper. Wang Fugue shouted angrily, Qinze, you stole my 10 million silver. I've already said my shop is under the wolf-fighting mercenary group. If you don't pay it back, you will definitely regret it. The long-haired young man was indeed Luo Lang, who secretly marveled as he assessed Qinze. This kid was much younger than him, but standing there, he seemed to have a stronger aura than the leader of Qingmu's sect. Qinze, you dare to touch the belongings of my wolf-fighting mercenary group? Today, if you win, the matter will be settled, but if I win, you will return double. Luo Lang declared. Qinze had already guessed. This guy wasn't just here for the 10 million silver. This money was trivial for the wolf-fighting mercenary group. The real purpose of their visit was to kill him. Qinze discreetly heightened the power of the Taishang immortal spell, preparing for these men. If we are to fight, let's go further away so we don't disturb them. As Qinze spoke, he walked towards the opposite forest. Lu Dawei felt anxious and wanted to say something, but no words came out. Qinze's expression was confident and composed. The opponent's strengths had not yet reached Zunwu realm. If there truly was someone at the Zunwu realm level, Qinze could only rely on spirit fire. Luo Lang thought Qinze was a fool. He refused to fight in his camp, but still chose to go to the opposite forest. He gladly accepted this foolish request. Boom! After arriving at the opposite woods, Luo Lang immediately gathered his full strength, turning to face Qinze. Let's fight here. Qinze, the real reason I came today is to kill you, Luo Lang said, smiling coldly, clenching his fist to launch at Qinze. Qinze stepped back not because he feared Luo Lang, but had other plans in mind. Bang! With a dull sound, a fist slammed down behind Qinze, colliding perfectly with Luo Lang's fist. Luo Lang was knocked back several steps, but the figure behind Qinze only retreated 5 steps. After one round of fighting, Luo Wolf turned to look at the newcomer. He saw that this person was a Pongzhi with so much flesh on his face that it was uncountable. His body was also round and plump, looking particularly cute. But at this moment, his punch directly pushed Luo Wolf's body back. This martial cultivator was indeed not weak. Who are you, sir? Luo Wolf asked. Sushan hurriedly said, I am a servant of the Qin family, and Qinze is my young master. Qinze gave an awkward smile, patted Sushan's head, and said, Don't say that. From now on, just say we are brothers, understand? Sushan nodded, non-committal. Luo Wolf felt somewhat unwilling. If he couldn't defeat Qinze, he might indeed be a genius. But Sushan, a mere servant, was surprisingly strong as well. Sushan stepped forward and said, Just now, my young master said you must be looking for trouble with him. He has urgent matters today and doesn't want to fight, so let me block you. So, your opponent today is me. Sushan had a serious look as he positioned himself in front of several people, then turned to say, Young master, you go back first. Qinze nodded. Today was the most critical moment for teaching the Qiankun Lian Huanju, so he could only trouble Sushan to help him resolve a personal grudge. However, Sushan's strength was entirely enough to handle these people. Luo Wolf wanted to chase after, but was blocked by Sushan. Sorry, you want to find my boss's trouble? You first have to get past me. Sushan said. Luo Ing was furious. He considered himself a genius. How could he possibly lose to a disciple of the Qing Mu sect? Get lost! With a loud shout, Luo Ing clenched his right fist and charged forward. The immense impact was like a giant hammer, directly crashing towards Sushan. Sushan remained calm, raising his hand to block the punch completely. So painful! Sushan rubbed his wrist vigorously. Your power is pretty strong. That punch just now even hurt my wrist. Quite impressive. Luo Ing smiled coldly. He was at the 7th level of the Xianling realm, and that martial technique, the Great Sun Punch, had tremendous power. That Sushan was only a little sore in his wrist. It was already quite ridiculous. He still wanted to suppress himself. How could that be possible? But Sushan continued. However, I'm using a long knife now. I should be stronger than you. After he finished speaking, he took out a short knife from his back, and with a pull, it instantly transformed into a long knife taller than a person. Burning wood knife technique. Boom! Flames ignited along the blade, and the fire danced along the knife technique, slashing toward Luo Wolf. Luo Wolf used his fist to fight against Sushan in a fray. The knife technique was ferocious, and the fist techniques were equally impressive. The two fought for a stick of incense's time, with neither side yielding. Luo Wolf was slightly surprised and gradually increased the strength in his attacks. But no matter how he changed his tactics, Su Shan showed no signs of weakness, and even grew more fierce as they fought. Su Shan, though plump, wielded the long knife with grace, showing no openings at all. Moreover, the burning wood knife technique carried a hint of blazing heat, making it uncomfortable for Luo Wolf. Chapter 69. Do you think leaving is that easy? Suddenly, Luo Wolf spotted a flaw in Su Shan's stance. He leaped forward, using his elbow to smash towards Su Shan's chest. The long knife was too long. Using an elbow at close range would surely defeat him. Suddenly, the long knife bent, transforming into a short blade. Su Shan twisted his body, and the knife skill aimed at Luo Wolf's chest. Luo Wolf was startled and hurriedly used his arm to defend. Sizzle. With a dull sound, a large spurt of blood burst from Luo Wolf's arm. Luo Wolf cried out in pain. He felt a surge of hatred in his heart, and his gaze became even colder. The kid has some skills, but today you'll still die by my hands, Luo Wolf said with a cold smile, then clenched his fists, and his body trembled violently. Above his head, streams of energy became visible to the naked eye. The surrounding air also trembled slightly. Su Shan was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "Is this a breakthrough?" Wang Fuguwei sneered from the side, "So what? You've never seen this before, have you? This is Master Luo's secret technique, which can temporarily elevate one's cultivation by one level. Both of you are at the 7th level of the profound spirit realm, but now Master Luo has reached the 8th level. You are surely doomed. A single level of martial training makes a huge difference, and there were still 3 people on the other side." Su Shan's expression was slightly shocked, and he quickly gripped his long knife in defense. "Get down." At that moment, Luo Wolf had completed his breakthrough. He leapt suddenly, his right hand already donned with a metal gauntlet. With a powerful punch, he smashed towards Su Shan's forehead. "Block it!" Su Shan shouted, swinging his long knife. Ding! The long knife was knocked away by the punch, and Luo Wolf's fist came directly at Su Shan's body. Su Shan rapidly retreated, barely dodging this punch. His figure swayed, looking a bit awkward. Luo Wolf chuckled coldly. "You dodged this time, but can you dodge the next time?" He clenched the huge gauntlet on his right hand and shouted coldly, "Great sun punch." With a punch, a halo instantly enlarged. It was like a round sun from the horizon, striking towards Su Shan's direction. Su Shan crossed his arms to protect his chest, desperately blocking this punch. Boom! His arms were in excruciating pain, nearly splitting apart. When Su Shan landed and looked down at his arm, it was soaked in blood. If it weren't for his still robust body, he might have even suffered broken bones, or worse, his arm could have been smashed off. So strong, the 8th level of the profound spirit realm is indeed terrifying. Su Shan gritted his teeth, but had to admit the opponent's strength due to his bodily pain. "You trash, can you just accept your death?" Luo Wolf asked with a cold laugh. Su Shan gritted his teeth and said nothing. At this moment, several figures rushed over from behind. It was his senior brother Zheng Jishue and his 4th sister Lan Yulan. Luo Wolf was slightly taken aback, but upon seeing the two's cultivation was only at the 3rd and 2nd levels of the profound spirit realm, he immediately laughed. "What are these 2 guys doing? Coming to die?" Luo Wolf asked Su Shan. Su Shan looked at Zheng Jishue, unsure of how the 2 had suddenly appeared. Zheng Jishue said, "Junior brother Qin said that the opponent's strength is somewhat strong, so he sent us 2 to help you." Hearing this, Luo Wolf and the others burst out laughing. "Your junior brother Qin has sent you to your doom." Wang Fuguwei laughed heartily too. Luo Wolf suddenly caught sight of Lan Yulan's beautiful face and fiery figure, and his eyes filled with greed. "This girl is not bad. Don't waste her when it's time to attack. Remember not to hurt her skin," Luo Wolf said. He squeezed his gauntlet, looking relaxed as he walked towards the 3. Su Shan directly blocked in front of the 2, his gaze serious. "Junior brother Su, junior brother Qin mentioned using the Qian Kun Lian Huan Ju." Su Shan was taken aback for a moment, and when he regained his senses, Luo Wolf punched towards Su Shan's chest. "Qian Kun Lian Huan Ju." Su Shan quickly activated the technique, and in an instant, the 3 of them were in sync, their energies intertwined. However, because Zheng Jishue and the others' cultivation levels were relatively weak, their enhancement to Su Shan was minimal. Even so, Su Shan still felt his body filled with power. "Block this!" Su Shan shouted, throwing a punch. The once humble man suddenly felt a surge of fierce blood boiling in him. Boom! His fist struck the gauntlet, producing a huge sound, and the fierce energy wave shook out, causing the ground to sink slightly. Luo Wolf was thrown back 5 or 6 steps, and when he looked at the gauntlet, it had actually been dented. Su Shan stood still, his face flushed, but the power within him continued to grow. What kind of technique is this? Luo Wolf looked at Su Shan in disbelief. Su Shan took a deep breath. Although his right hand was in immense pain, the feeling from the opponent. A powerful tiger claw. Now, in the midst of a group battle, it's not the right time to use a long sword. Su Shan directly unleashed his earliest learned technique, the tiger claw, and charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. The two fought for more than 10 rounds, and the power inside Su Shan's body grew stronger. Suddenly, with one claw, he knocked away Luo Lang's fist and grabbed his opponent's shoulder. With a tearing sound, a chunk of flesh was ripped off. Although the tiger claw technique wasn't particularly strong and could only cause external wounds, the scars left by claw-based martial arts were often horrifying. Luo Lang winced in pain, looked down, and saw that a piece of flesh had been gouged out from his shoulder, with blood gushing out. "You little beast! How dare you hurt me?" Luo Lang roared angrily. Su Shan was stunned for a moment, almost about to apologize. But after thinking carefully, they were in a life-and-death battle. Gritting his teeth, he realized that taking a piece of flesh was nothing. Luo Lang looked at Su Shan and the others, utterly confused as to how Su Shan had managed to increase his cultivation. And as time passed, his own secret technique's effects were quickly fading. "Let's go. We need to return and find the boss for a solution." He turned and left after speaking. Su Shan looked at Zheng Jishue and the others and said, "Senior brother, fourth senior sister, this technique of the young master is so strong." Zheng Jishue nodded and said, "Junior brother Qin is truly a genius. I wonder where he found this technique." Lan Yulan looked in the direction where Luo Lang and the others had left and said unhappily, "It's a pity they got away. That person looked so disgusting. We should have hit them more." Su Shan chuckled. "Sorry, senior sister Lan. They did offend you, but I was afraid if the battle dragged on, they might ambush you." Lan Yulan thought for a moment and felt it made sense. She smiled brightly at Su Shan. "Silly boy, why are you apologizing? It wasn't you who offended me. You helped me teach him a lesson. I should thank you." The three of them walked toward the camp. On the other side, Luo Lang was looking dejected, planning to go back and report this matter. They hadn't gone far when a cold voice suddenly came. "You think you can come and go as you please? Is it that easy?" Wang Fuwa immediately recognized Qin Zhe's voice and quickly shouted, "Be careful, it's Qin Zhe." A figure walked out of the woods. It was none other than Qin Zhe. "Qin Zhe, what do you want?" Luo Lang narrowed his eyes and asked. Qin Zhe's gaze locked onto Luo Lang, and he coldly said, "To kill you." Just two simple words, but they were filled with killing intent. It was as if a strong warrior at the 7th level of the Xianling realm could easily erase him. Luo Lang sneered. "If you have the ability to kill me, why didn't you just do it earlier? Why ask others for help? Now get lost, or I'll take your life." Qin Zhe smiled faintly. He had let Su Shan fight just to test how the Qinquan Lianhuan Ju worked in real combat. He was eager to return, not only to help Su Shan, but also to find 2 more team members to perform the technique together. Qin Zhe had been watching the whole time, and there were no issues with the technique. It could continue to be cultivated. The reason he did all this was because the team cultivation technique was troublesome and required constant monitoring of every team member's progress. Especially for those who were advancing quickly, they needed constant attention and adjustments. But for now, it seemed that everyone's cultivation of the Qinquan Lianhuan Ju was progressing well. Of course, once the experiment was over, Luo Lang and the others would not be let off. If these people went back and informed others, the Battle Wolf mercenary group would likely come knocking on their door immediately. Qin Zhe said softly, and with a twist of his right hand, the furious flame sword surged with flames, expanding in an instant. "This is..." Battle Wolf's eyes widened. He already felt the terrifying heat radiating from the sword. Wang Fuwa, who didn't know the power of Qin Zhe's sword, was still behind, acting all arrogant. "You little beast, now do you know the power of my Battle Wolf mercenary group? Hurry up and hand over the silver notes, and I'll let Master Luo spare your life." Boom! Just as he spoke, the flames on the furious flame sword erupted violently. Qin Zhe moved, and in the blink of an eye, his long sword stabbed toward the chest of Luo Wolf. Luo Wolf was shocked and hurriedly stepped back. But Qin Zhe was too fast. There was no way to escape the approaching speed while retreating. As Qin Zhe drew near, Luo Wolf raised his fist. Get lost." A punch surged forward, but Qin Zhe easily caught the fist glove. "What?" Luo Wolf was astonished. Such a fierce punch was easily seized by the opponent. He struggled hard to break free, but he could not escape Qin Zhe's grip at all. The fist glove seemed to be embedded in the opponent's hand, not moving an inch. Qin Zhe flashed a wicked smile and raised his right hand, stabbing the long sword toward the opponent's chest. Blood gushed out wildly, and the breath of life rapidly faded. Luo Wolf couldn't believe that Qinzai's power was so formidable. Quick, save me. Give me a heart-protecting pill. He looked at Qinzai with a pleading face. Qinzai stepped forward, directly grabbing the opponent's arm, and activated the devouring magic, causing Luo Wolf's body to rapidly wither. In no time, that once strong body was left with only skinny bones. Wang Fuguei was stunned. He never expected this kid to be so powerful. Even Luo Wolf was killed, and his body was drained dry. Wang Fuguei glanced around, completely panicked. He dropped to his knees with a crash, crying, "Big shot, don't kill me, don't kill me. This time it really wasn't me who hired someone to kill you. It was Luo Wolf who came to ask about you, and that's why I mentioned it." As he spoke, he kept knocking his head on the ground. Qinzai ignored him completely, raised his hand, and struck with the sword, wiping out Wang Fuguei and the people beside him. Anyway, everyone from the Wolf mercenary group who could be killed was eliminated first. Only in this way could he buy time to prepare for the final battle. After absorbing Luo Wolf, Qinzai's energy surged within him. He quickly found a secluded spot to sit down, and his energy began to swirl. Suddenly, a force erupted violently. The surrounding plants trembled in response. Then everything calmed down, and Qinzai stood up slowly. After absorbing Luo Wolf, Qinzai's cultivation finally broke through, becoming a first-level warrior of the Xianling realm. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a presence. Qinzai's heart chilled slightly, and a sword energy shot toward a nearby large tree. "Ah!" A startled cry echoed as a delicate figure fell to the ground. It was Luin, pale-faced, sitting on the ground, looking at Qinzai with some fear. Qinzai breathed a sigh of relief. It was just Luin, which was better. After all, there was a drained corpse lying on the ground nearby. Such a devouring ability could not be casually revealed. "Did you see everything?" Qinzai asked. Luin's pretty face still lacked color, but she didn't lie and nodded slightly. Actually, she had seen everything since Qinzai absorbed Luo Wolf. Then, she clearly saw Qinzai's breakthrough. Qinzai didn't hide anything, saying, "You didn't see wrong. I absorbed the opponent's power to break through myself. Since you found out, I will have to absorb you too." Luin froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother Qin, you're not a bad person. I trust your character. You must only absorb the energy of bad people. If you really wanted to absorb me, I would have died long ago." Qinzai was slightly taken aback. He had thought Luin would be too scared to say anything, but he didn't expect her to say this. He smiled faintly. "I am neither a saint nor a good person. For now, I will not harm the innocent, only those who want to kill me." Luin nodded and said, "Brother Qin, I believe in your character. You can rest assured, I will never speak of this matter." As she spoke, she pointed at the corpses and asked, "Do you want to bury these people?" Qinzai walked forward, gathering a ball of flame and incinerating all these people. Back at the camp, Qinzai told Lu Dawei about the situation. Lu Dawei understood that the Wolf mercenary group could no longer hold back. "That's why I sought Qinzai to take action first. If Qinzai encounters danger, then the entire Qingmu sect will follow. Right now in the Qingmu sect, apart from Lu Dawei, this Qinzai is the strongest in martial cultivation and alchemy. Eliminating Qinzai would definitely deal a heavy blow to the Qingmu sect. But the Battle Wolf mercenary group does not know that the Qingmu sect has already started practicing their joint cultivation technique. When the next real battle breaks out, they will be pleasantly surprised." Days passed, and by the 8th day, the Qinquan Lianhuan Ju joint cultivation technique was mastered by everyone very skillfully. Although it is only the first level and can form a maximum of 5 people in a combination, everyone is already trained very proficiently. Any 5 people combined can exhibit strong effects with a little adaptation. In these days, everyone also gained more practical experience in using this technique through hunting demon beasts. With everything ready, everyone took a day to rest. The next day, at the break of dawn, everyone set off deep into the forest. After half a day of walking, shadows on a distant cliff revealed the appearance of the Qingmu sect members. "Great! They finally arrived. Prepare for battle. Let's destroy them," said Xiang Zun with an excited expression. Chapter 71, Battle Begins. In the dark pine forest, the only path into Tianmu Valley is flanked by towering cliffs that stretch into the clouds. The forest is filled with towering pine trees, blocking out almost all sunlight and shrouding the area in darkness. Even during the day, only a few rays of sunlight occasionally filter through the needles, making the entire forest seem a bit dim. The name Dark Pine Forest comes from this very reason. As the members of Qingmu's sect entered the Dark Pine Forest, they felt the surroundings grow eerily quiet. Previously, they could still hear some demon beast roars outside, but in this forest, They could only occasionally hear the chirping of birds. The strange atmosphere made everyone unconsciously slow their pace. Lu Dawei walked in front, with Qin Zhe and Su Shan closely following behind. Among the crowd, Qin Shui and Zhou Imo walked side by side. Zhou Imo looked at Qin Zhe's back in front of him, appearing somewhat displeased. He lowered his voice and said to Qin Shui, "Shuer, didn't you say that Qin Zhe would teach me skills? Why has he not started after so many days?" In recent days, Zhou Imo had been busy with logistics and had learned nothing. Now that everyone was heading out to hunt demon beasts, he suddenly felt a bit unbalanced. Qin Shui frowned slightly and whispered, "I don't know. Since I returned to see him, I have this feeling that he seems like a different person. He used to never refuse anything I asked for." Feeling frustrated inside, Qin Shui remembered how in the past, Qin Zhe would give all his cultivation resources to her without hesitation. Though her talent was ordinary, she had joined the Qingmu sect at a young age. But now, despite Qin Zhe's evident strength, he showed no intention of helping her at all. Her own cultivation was still a pitiful 8th level of Earth Spirit Realm. Moreover, with Qin Zhe's strong alchemy skills, he hadn't even given her a single pill. Zhou Imo thought for a moment and said, "Shuer, I heard you say that your brother originally liked you and wanted to marry you, but you did not like him. Could it be that he knows about this and is deliberately ignoring you to play hard to get?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shui's brows furrowed deeply. She and Qin Zhe were not actually blood siblings. Even years ago, when her parents found her, they intended for her to be Qin Zhe's wife. However, she had a rebellious nature and despised that relationship. Even now, despite Qin Zhe's endless care for her, she felt that her life needed to be controlled by herself. No matter what he does, he can't change my mind. The person I like is you, Imo Ge. I won't like him. No matter how strong he is, I will only consider him as my brother. If he has inappropriate thoughts, I don't even recognize my brother. Qin Shui spoke decisively, her gaze shifting to Qin Zhe, her eyes filled with more disgust. Just as she spoke, a sharp scream echoed ahead. Suddenly, several figures fell from the trees. The crowd was startled and quickly came to a halt. At that moment, dozens of figures also descended from behind the trees, blocking everyone's escape route. "Who is the leader of the Qingmu sect? Step forward and accept your death," a deep voice proclaimed as a figure emerged from the woods. Qin Zhe recognized this person. It was the leader of the War Wolf mercenary group, Xiang Zun. Xiang Zun stood tall and imposing, his beast skin armor exuding a blue glow. This outfit was enhanced with special runes, possessing some unique functions. He carried a long knife at his waist, also radiating blue light. This long knife was clearly a weapon above the middle grade of the mystery level, comparable to Qin Zhe's day's sword and rank. The crowd stirred restlessly. Lu Dawei spoke to those behind him. Someone has hired the War Wolf mercenary group to kill us. These people are part of the War Wolf mercenary group. Huh? A laughter came from the front. You must be the leader of the Qingmu sect, right? Since you know we are here to kill you, why did you still come in here to seek death? The speaker was none other than Xiang Zun, the leader of the War Wolf mercenary group. Lu Dawei stepped forward and said calmly, "Since we are here to hone our skills, we must naturally account for all unexpected events. Besides, even if we escape this time, there will be a next time. If we dodge that, there will be a time after that. We can't stop descending the mountains just because we fear danger, can we?" Haha. The people from the War Wolf mercenary group laughed in agreement. These idiots know their place. Too bad they will die this time. There won't be a next time. Xiang Zun laughed loudly. Beside him stood another figure wearing a mask, who also coldly laughed. Qin Zhe recognized the voice. If he guessed correctly, it was Wang Nu Lei, the leader of the Benlei sect. Wang Nu Lei came personally? Then there was an additional formidable opponent on the opposite side. Relying solely on Lu Dawei, it would be difficult to contend against the two of them. Qin Zhe's internal energy circulated rapidly. The current plan was simple. He was at the 6th level of the Taishang Immortal Word, with a cultivation at the 1st level of the Xianling realm, able to deal with martial cultivators at the 8th level of the Xianling realm. However, against those at the 9th level of the Xianling realm, or in the Zunwu realm, he would definitely not be a match, unless he used spiritual fire. With spiritual fire enhancing the angry flame sword, he could match a martial cultivator in the Zunwu realm. To kill them, he would need to use everything he had. But this was too risky. After all, spiritual fire was something that should ideally go unnoticed. It seems I can only push the Taishang Immortal Word to break through quickly. Qin Zhe concentrated, sending a portion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his dantian to activate the Taishang Immortal Word. A rapid breakthrough in divine powers would consume a large amount of spiritual energy. But the situation had changed, so a breakthrough was unavoidable. If he could break through, his own strength would be able to contend with the Zunwu realm. Combined with the angry flame sword and spiritual fire, killing a martial cultivator in the Zunwu realm would be a piece of cake. Thinking about this, Qinze silently recited the incantation, forcefully driving his body to make the technique break through rapidly. Go kill them all! At this moment, Xiang Zun issued an order, and more than 20 people from the Warwolf mercenary group immediately charged toward the Qingmu sect. Lu Dawei was already prepared, shouting, "Everyone, use the Qian Kuan link chain technique to fight back." The crowd instantly raised the Qian Kuan linked chain technique, with Su Shan being the first to charge forward, raising his fist to send 2 opponents flying. Then, 3 or 4 of the strongest from the Warwolf mercenary group surrounded Su Shan directly. Su Shan was unafraid, battling 4 opponents alone, without losing ground. Meanwhile, Zheng Jishu, Lin Yunya, and Lan Yulan also brought their own people to block other members of the Warwolf mercenary group. Although the 3 only had cultivation at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Xianling realm, the power they unleashed at this moment was completely comparable to the 4th and 5th levels of the Xianling realm. Moreover, the abilities of the others had also been raised to varying degrees. In perfect cooperation, as if their hearts were connected. During defense, everyone helped each other to resist. When someone showed a flaw in their martial arts, or when they were outmatched by the enemy, someone would immediately step in to fill the gap. And during offense, everyone's strength combined to attack the weakest point of the opponent. With each round of attack, 1 or 2 would fall from the Wolf mercenary group. Not long after, from more than 20 people, only 14 or 15 were still standing. The others had lost their fighting ability. Chapter 72, The 3 Beasts of the Wild. Xiang Zun stood behind everyone. His gaze began to focus. He took a step forward, but saw that Lu Dawei also took a step towards him. He understood that his opponent was precisely the leader of the Qingmu sect, Lu Dawei, and his subordinates were fighting against Lu Dawei's disciples. Push, Xiang Zun ordered, and the members of the Wolf mercenary group all retreated together, but still guarded the retreat, not allowing the people from the Qingmu sect to escape. Impressive, impressive. Xiang Zun clapped his hands and said, "No wonder you dared to directly enter this dark pine forest. It turns out you were prepared all along, and you are really not afraid of our Wolf mercenary group." Lu Dawei chuckled coldly. "Leader Xiang, we originally did not interfere with each other. You became enemies with our Qingmu sect over the few words of some petty people. You should think carefully if it's worth it." Xiang Zun sneered. "What's the matter? A mere Qingmu sect. Do you really think you can make our Wolf mercenary group fearful? Just a 3rd-tier sect, apart from you Lu Dawei being at the Zunwu realm, the others in your Qingmu sect are useless." Lu Dawei's brows furrowed tightly, but he did not argue back. Of course, with Qinze and Su Shan in the Qingmu sect now, their fighting strength has greatly increased, no longer just something to be manipulated. "Leader Xiang, if you really want to fight, I, Lu, will accompany you. As for our disciples and subordinates, as you have just seen, you all seem not to be our match," Lu Dawei said. Xiang Zun glanced around the battlefield. It was indeed the Wolf mercenary group that was at a disadvantage. He sneered coldly. "I underestimated you. But it's okay. My 2 helpers will arrive soon. You still have some strength. It seems that Luo Lang was killed by you, right?" Lu Dawei didn't speak. He hadn't seen Luo Lang die, but he assumed he probably did not survive. "Very good." Xiang Zun smiled. "Since Luo Lang was killed by you, then you're finished." At this moment, 2 figures came running from behind quickly. 1 man and 1 woman, moving at high speed, soon arrived behind the crowd. "Boss Xiang, as soon as I received your message, I came right away. You were so eager to find me for help. Is there something good happening again?" The man stepped forward, and his build was even more robust than Xiang Zun's. Beside him was an extremely alluring woman. The fragrance emanating from her body pervaded the entire forest. Xiang Zun loudly said, "Luo Hu, Luo Ying, your 3rd brother Luo Lang was killed by the people of the Qingmu sect. I called you 2 here to take revenge for him." "What?" The man called Luo Hu roared, howling. "Who killed him? Step forward." "Luo Hu Luo Ying? The 3 beasts of the wild?" Lu Dawei's eyes suddenly trembled. "Oh no." It turns out the person who came to cause trouble last time was actually one of the 3 beasts of the wild. These 3 are well-known bounty hunters in Tiamu City. Bounty hunters are different from mercenary groups. Bounty hunters generally act alone or in pairs or 3s, while mercenary groups usually have a strong leader leading a group of people to act together. Bounty hunters' overall strength is definitely not as strong as mercenary groups, but their individual cultivation is not weak. The 3 beasts of the wild are all beast martial cultivators, with strength all above the Xianling realm level 7, especially the leader, Luo Hu, whose cultivation is already at the Xianling realm level 9. It is said that he is currently seeking the Tianzuan Dan in Tianmu City, wanting to break through to the Zunwu realm faster and more safely. But Tianzuan Dan is a third-tier pill, and it is difficult to buy even in major domain cities. In Tianmu City, this was almost impossible to obtain. Xiang Zun said loudly, "I don't know who killed your brother, Luo Lang, but that person must be inside the Qingmu sect. Also, if you help me kill this group of people today, your Tianzuan Dan will be in my hands. I've recently met a very strong alchemist who can definitely help you refine it." Luo, whose eyes brightened. Avenging his brother wasn't particularly important. After all, as a bounty hunter, life was always hanging by a thread. But the Tianzuan Dan was a vital treasure for his breakthrough into the Zunwu realm. This item he absolutely had to get his hands on. Xiang Laoda, since you say so, then I'll help with this. Roar. After speaking, Luo who let out a roar towards the sky, like the roar of a tiger in the mountains. The crowd was shaken by the sound, their eardrums hurting, and they hurriedly stepped back. Luo who took a few steps forward, angrily saying, "I don't like indiscriminate killing. Anyone who dares to fight me, step forward." Lu Dawei furrowed his brows. He wanted to step forward and fight, but Xiang Zun would definitely take the opportunity to kill him. He had a guard against Xiang Zun, so he could only let others fight. Qinze closed his eyes, not knowing what he was doing. The only one they could rely on now was Su Shan. "I'll do it." Su Shan stepped forward, his fat body still slightly smaller than Luo Hu's. His cultivation was still only at the 7th level of Xianling realm, but he was close to the 8th. Soon, he could reach the 9th level and eventually the Zunwu realm. But for now, the time hadn't come yet. However, within Qingmu's sect, besides Lu Dawei and Qinze, he had the strongest cultivation. He knew that if he didn't step forward, Qingmu's sect would be in big trouble today. The boy has some courage. I admire this kind of fearless spirit. I'll make my move quickly so you won't suffer. Luo who coldly smiled. Boom! His aura surged, and just the release of his aura made a roaring sound like a fierce tiger. "Boy, take a punch and see." He raised his hand and threw a punch straight towards Su Shan's face. Su Shan's entire aura surged to its peak, and he crossed his hands in front of him, biting down hard on his teeth, preparing to endure the powerful blow. Bang! A figure suddenly blocked in front of Su Shan. It was Lu Dawei. Although he had blocked the punch, his palms still felt a little numb. Luo, whose strength was no less than that of a Zunwu realm martial artist. "Oh, the sect master went to fight one-on-one? Then I killed all your disciples." Xiang Zun happily said, slowly heading towards Qingmu sect. Lu Dawei gritted his teeth. Now, fighting even one was difficult, let alone facing two. "Sect master, I'll handle this." Just then, Qinze suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed towards Luo, who. He moved with great agility, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Lu Dawei. "One-on-one, huh? I like that," Qinze said faintly. "And I'll tell you something, Luo Lang was killed by me. The person you're looking for was also me." Luo, whose eyes darkened, a murderous intent flashing in them. He wasn't too eager for revenge, but since the enemy was here, it wouldn't be much trouble to kill him too. Waste seeking death. Luo, who shouted angrily, his body leaping into the air, his massive fist like a boulder, smashing towards Qinze. Taishang Immortal True Words, open. Qinze commanded, activating the Immortal True Words. His 7th level was achieved, and, at this moment, his body strength had reached the Zunwu realm. "Get back." Boom! Qinze threw a punch, colliding with Luo Hu's fist. Chapter 73, The Empress's Order. At the moment the fists collided, a violent aura erupted. Everyone could clearly see that a massive force from Qinze was pressing down on Luo Hu. Although Luo Hu's body was large, in terms of momentum, he was completely suppressed by Qinze. After the punch landed, both of them staggered back a few steps. Luo Hu felt pain in his fist, and then sized up Qinze. "Boy, tell me your name." Luo Hu shouted angrily. Qinze replied faintly. "Qingmu sect, Qinze." "Qinze?" Luo Hu's eyes became even more furious. This was just an unknown person. Unexpectedly, he could actually match himself. Cold Winter, Ice Tiger technique. Luo Hu shouted loudly, and instantly a wave of white, icy breath emerged from his body. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply, and the people beside him stepped back, seemingly unable to withstand the cold aura he emitted. "Kid, you're dead." Luo Hu grinned, his aura condensing around his fists. Before long, 2 icy gauntlets formed around his fists. "Ice Tiger kill." Luo Hu roared, and a punch came smashing down. Qinze drew the Fury Sword, wanting to use his sword technique, but the opponent's speed was extremely fast. He could only dodge the punch first. Boom! The fist smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. The icy aura spread, and the crowd stepped back again. Qin Zhe raised his right hand, and the spirit fire instantly enveloped the Fury Sword. The already bright red blade looked even more dazzling. Kill! With a roar, the Qingming sword technique was unleashed. Against a fist fighter, sword point strikes were the best option. All the flames were concentrated at the sword tip. With one move, he flicked out 4 or 5 bursts of sword flowers, aiming at 4 or 5 directions to strike. Bang, 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 bang. Luo, whose punches were also fast, colliding with Qin Zhe's sword tips. In a blink of an eye, 5 punches blocked all of Qin Zhe's 5 strikes. The clash of fire and ice created a mist around both of them. Qingming's sword technique. Lu Dawei was somewhat shocked. He had never taught Qin Zhe the Qingming sword technique. How had he learned it? Moreover, his proficiency in this technique was even higher than his own. What was going on? While he was thinking, Luo who moved again. With a breath, 10 punches were thrown, and several icy fist shadows attacked Qin Zhe's body. These were fist energies, although the power wasn't as strong as a direct punch to the body. If hit, the combined icy aura and fist energy would definitely not feel good. Break! At this moment, Qin Zhe shouted loudly, bringing the Qingming sword technique to its peak. A move of the cross sword technique broke through the air, carrying a dense fiery breath. Like a cross of flames, it charged directly toward Luo, whose 10 fist shadows were immediately devoured by the cross flames. The flames quickly approached, targeting Luo, whose chest. Luo, who was startled and hurriedly retreated. Seeing the situation, Qin Zhe moved toward Luo, who, preparing to strike again. Swish! At this moment, a sharp scent wafted by. A shadow suddenly appeared behind Qin Zhe, moving as fast as a ghost. Master, be careful! Su Shan shouted. It was Luo Ying, her sharp fingers already stabbing toward Qin Zhe's back. Get lost! Qin Zhe turned, one sword strike, the raging flames raised to the extreme. Luo Ying was startled. She hadn't expected Qin Zhe's reaction to be so quick. She wanted to retreat, but was still struck by the flame sword energy, her body flying back like a kite cut from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! Luo Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale, her exposed chest heaving continuously. Luo, who was also, strength will not lose to the opponent. Ta-ta-ta-ta! At that moment, a rider quickly galloped past. On horseback was a spirited woman in tight clothing, tall and beautiful. The Empress commands, no private fights allowed in Tianmu Valley. Those who disobey will be killed. The Empress issues a bounty. Those who obtain tying grass will be highly rewarded. After saying this, she threw several scrolls of notice to the crowd. Everyone hurriedly caught the notices and opened them. It was indeed the bounty from the Snow Kingdom Empress. Within 1 month, no private fights are allowed in any area of Tianmu Valley. At the same time, the soldiers from the Domain Lord's office of the 8 Wilderness Domain have already occupied Tianmu Valley. If anyone is found fighting privately, they will be directly eliminated. Within 3 months, anyone obtaining tying grass must submit it to the Empress's envoy. There will surely be a great reward then. The Snow Kingdom Empress holds a position above all the Domain Lords of the 8 Wilderness Domain. Although the Snow Kingdom is not large, it has 6 major domains. The 8 Wilderness Domain is merely one of them. The Snow Kingdom Empress, whether in strength or status, completely crushes all the major domain lords. Qin Zhe fell into thought. The Snow Kingdom Empress was offering a bounty for tying grass. Did this event happen in his previous life? In his past life, he was not in Tianmu Valley at this time, but he seems to recall hearing that the Empress's sister fell ill with a strange disease. It required tying grass to refine into a pill to detoxify. Tying grass is not considered a very advanced herb. However, at this season, only Tianmu Valley has it in the Snow Kingdom. Qin Zhe did not plan to search for it. After all, he already had his own cultivation plan and did not want to interrupt it. Moreover, this Empress is bloodthirsty. Since her sister has a strange illness, it might be something that cannot be known by others. Being in service to a ruler is like being with a tiger. In his previous life, later on, this matter did not spread news, and one possibility is that someone found tying grass, but was silenced because the illness couldn't be known. It's better to stay out of matters of the imperial family. At this moment, Xiang Zun glanced at the Qingmu sect members with some unwillingness and coldly said, "Consider yourselves lucky. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." After saying this, he hurriedly led his people away. Clearly, he has already begun to feel tempted by the tying grass. "Let's go too." Luo, who shouted and prepared to leave, but before he left, he looked at Qin Zhe and coldly said, "Kid, next time I see you, I will smash your head." Qin Zhe coldly smiled and did not respond. Chapter 74 Princess Ji Qinxue. Everyone finally dispersed, and the battle with the Battle Wolf mercenaries ended without a result. Lu Dawei let out a sigh of relief. The Empress's 3-month ban was extremely beneficial for their Qingmu sect. However, the Battle Wolf mercenaries remain a problem. If not resolved, it would be like a thorn in their throats. At least now, everyone is safe and can fully devote themselves to the training of hunting monsters. With a command from Lu Dawei, everyone headed deeper into Tianmu Valley. In the following time, the members of the Qingmu sect hunted monsters, starting from the initial stage of Tier 3, gradually hunting Tier 3 mid and late-stage monsters. Eventually, they even began to skillfully hunt Tier 4 monsters. In the depths of Tianmu Valley, there are numerous Tier 4 monsters. Everyone dared not be too reckless, so they found a safe place to camp. During the day and night, they took turns patrolling. Whenever it was safe, they sought monsters to hunt. After some time, the cultivation strength and battle experience of everyone had significantly improved. Especially for the sibling pair, Lu Feng and Lu En, their strength improved remarkably. After putting everyone on the right track, Qinze left the camp and began to cultivate alone. He wandered through the woods, hunting any Tier 4 monsters he encountered. With the help of the Dragon Tendon Whip, hunting Tier 4 monsters felt almost like a game. Taking out the long whip, it mostly deterred every monster. Qinze just needed to approach and stab with his sword while the monster was stunned, using the Devouring Divine ability. After a month, his cultivation had noticeably increased, from the first level of the Mystic Spirit Realm to the 5th level of the Mystic Spirit Realm. Moreover, every night, Qinze would find a safe area to cultivate the Supreme Indestructible True Word. After a month, the Supreme Indestructible True Word had successfully reached the 8th level. In another month and a half, he would break through to the Martial Sovereign Realm. If he could cultivate the Supreme Indestructible True Word to the 9th level, or even the 10th level, perhaps it could really come true. There was also a temporary camp built in a place in the Heavenly Canopy Valley. In the center of the camp stood a huge and luxurious tent. Outside the tent, dozens of Domain Lord guards were stationed, forming 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, making it nearly impossible for anyone to enter. These guards were different from ordinary ones. They were all women. Moreover, each one had a cultivation level above the Martial Sovereign Realm. With dozens of Martial Sovereign powerhouses guarding this tent, one could imagine that the identity of the person inside was extraordinary. Inside the tent was a soft couch where 2 women sat. One woman was the princess of the snow country, Ji Qinxue. Her skin was whiter than snow. Her apricot eyes and peach cheeks made her breathtakingly beautiful. However, at this moment, Ji Qinxue's cheeks were flushed, and her beautiful eyes contained a hint of charm. Her clothing was slightly loose, revealing smooth shoulders as white as jade. Her red lips were slightly parted, breathing softly like orchids. In front of Ji Qinxue sat a woman with an extraordinarily beautiful face and dignified temperament. The woman wore a dark-colored alchemy robe, which contrasted with her notably fair skin. She was the saintess of the Heavenly Machine sect and the first alchemist of the sect, Ji Yuchan. At this moment, Ji Yuchan was using all of her mental energy to inject it into Ji Qinxue. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, but her hands continued to release mental energy, suppressing the aura around Ji Qinxue. After some time, she withdrew her mental energy. Ji Yuchan let out a gentle breath and slowly stood up. Princess, the charm aura on you has been temporarily suppressed. But if we don't find the heavenly Yin grass soon, I won't be able to suppress it much longer. Ji Yuchan's pretty face turned red as she quickly said. Ji Qinxue touched Ji Yuchan's face and smiled. If you can't suppress it, then don't. It's just right that we haven't slept together for a long time. How about we sleep together tonight? Ji Yuchan was taken aback and quickly stepped back. In a large tent, Ji Qinxue lay on the soft couch, looking utterly bored. Everywhere I go, there's a huge crowd following me. It's really boring. Even when hunting monsters, others do all the work. I can't even land a single hit. I finally have a chance to get out, but if I can't have some fun, what a waste. Ji Qinxue's eyes shifted, and she took out a set of Domain Lord's Guard uniforms from the space bracelet on her right hand. This was something she had prepared earlier, but she hadn't mentioned it for so many days. At this moment, the sky had darkened. After putting on the guard uniform, she shouted, "Come in and bring food and drinks." As soon as her voice fell, a guard soon entered the tent with food. "Princess, please enjoy your meal," the guard said, lowering his head, not daring to look at Ji Qinxue. Suddenly, Ji Qinxue threw out a bag of powder. The guard's body went limp and fell to the ground. Ji Qinxue waited for a moment, picked up the food in her hands, and quickly left the tent. On the other side, Qinze was practicing as usual. As soon as the sky lightened, he walked deeper into Tianmu Valley. Today's goal was to hunt 3 level 4 monsters. If luck was good, He might even find 4. In the depths of Tianmu Valley, everywhere was filled with thorns and jungles. As the monster's power increased, some of them also became more cunning. Mid-level level 4 monsters had strength equivalent to the 4th and 5th layers of martial cultivation. If ambushed by a monster, even the current Qinzhe could suffer serious injuries. So he walked carefully all the way, ensuring he took the initiative. After walking for a while, he saw 4 or 5 figures quickly approaching. From their appearances, they seemed to be guards of some domain lord. Chapter 75, Illusion Demon Attack. Stop! Who goes there ahead? A woman's voice shouted. Qinzhe knew they were guards. They were likely helping the princess search for Tianyin grass. He stepped forward and said, Qinzhe from Qingmu sect, hunting monsters. The 4 guards stopped to examine Qinzhe, but did not speak, quickly leaving. Qinzhe didn't pay much attention, only feeling a bit strange. He had been in this forest for about a month and had never seen guards wandering around. From their expressions, they seemed hurried. He wondered what happened. Could it be that someone had already found the Tianyin grass? While he was pondering, an aura approached Qinzhe's direction. Monster! Qinzhe activated the supreme, indestructible mantra. His perception was extremely keen, and he quickly sensed the presence of the monster. Turning his head, he noticed a cold, ominous gaze locking onto him from the bushes. Suddenly, Qinzhe felt a dizziness in his brain, fear surging within him. Oh no, it's an illusion demon monster. Among monsters, there exists a very special type that excels in sound waves or mental attacks. The hunted prey or martial cultivators will momentarily lose their mobility or even consciousness upon being attacked. They take this opportunity to strike, killing their prey, then savoring their meal. However, in Tianmu Valley, they're at most level 4 monsters, and it's quite rare for illusion demon monsters to appear among them. Qinzhe hadn't considered this angle. He was caught off guard when he suddenly encountered it. Buzz! His consciousness felt chaotic. Qinzhe quickly bit his tongue. The sharp pain allowed him to regain some sense. Supreme Indestructible Mantra, activate. Boom! The mantra activated, but his consciousness remained a muddled mess. Qinzhe struggled to open his eyes, but all he could see was a dark blur approaching, making it impossible to discern clearly, let alone prepare for battle. Oh no! Qinzhe used all his strength to retreat, but the dark blur slowly advanced towards him. What to do? Qinzhe forced himself to hold onto his consciousness, refusing to let his body collapse. He knew that once he fell, the monster would immediately pounce on him and tear him apart. Buzz! At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed through his consciousness. In front of him, a phantom of a tall tower appeared. A force erupted from the Dantian, soaring directly to the top of the head. Soul-devouring tower? Soul-devouring heavenly technique? In consciousness, the soul-devouring heavenly technique was activated, and streams of information drilled into memory. Soul-devouring heavenly technique, the 3rd level of the devouring ability, endless devouring. As cultivation level rose to the mystic spirit realm, Qinzhe's own devouring ability could actually break through the 3rd level. The 1st level of devouring can consume the spiritual energy from heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The 2nd level of devouring can absorb the cultivation aura from martial practitioners and demon beasts. And the 3rd level of devouring can consume various powerful functions. For example, elemental fires and ice do not need to be refined through the body. They can be directly devoured for personal use. Some effects from divine weapons and artifacts, if they can be used directly, can also be devoured. Even some advanced martial arts techniques, if stored on skill stones, can be directly devoured. After devouring, one can quickly learn these martial skills and techniques. In addition, these 3 levels of devouring ability can also consume negative states of the body, such as poison, instantly restoring the body to normal. It can also consume negative states from others, and some conditions can even be condensed into special powers. As these memories merged into consciousness, Qinzhe was overjoyed, hurriedly activating the devouring ability to consume the illusionary magic's mental attack. Boom! As the devouring ability was unleashed, a force inside Qinzhe was sent directly to the Dantian. The next moment, Qinzhe's consciousness became clear. His eyes became sharp, and his body could once again be easily controlled. Before him was a beast that resembled both a bear and a leopard, with long tusks and blue eyes. This was a 4th-level beast, the Imperial Sky Fury Bear. Normally, the Imperial Sky Fury Bear would not have illusionary magic abilities, but this one had obviously mutated, hence the mental attack. It intended to crush Qinzhe with a paw, but was surprised to see Qinzhe's eyes suddenly become clear. Roar! The Imperial Sky Fury Bear took a step back, its eyes shifting, and again unleashed a mental attack. Qin hurriedly averted his gaze, avoiding looking into its eyes. Then he activated the supreme, indestructible mantra to protect every part of his body. Beast, die for me. He took out the dragon tendon whip and struck down powerfully. Clap! The whip struck the Imperial Sky Fury Bear, which felt the overwhelming pressure, immediately retreating in fear, unwilling to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Qin grabbed the Fury Flame Sword and charged at the Imperial Sky Fury Bear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the Qingsong sword technique unleashed, dozens of sword strikes fell, leaving the Imperial Sky Fury Bear covered in wounds. Qin continued to unleash his sword moves, but the Qingsong sword technique was indeed a bit weak against a 4th-level beast. This sword move worked well against lesser opponents, but against a martial practitioner above the martial monarch realm, it was merely enough, but not overwhelming. Roar! The Imperial Sky Fury Bear, in pain, roared back to retaliate. Qin continuously swung the long whip, suppressing its ferocity. The last sword pierces successfully into the bear's forehead. The beast fell down with a thud, but this time, Qin did not seek to devour its cultivation aura. He opened the beast's head and took out a walnut-sized beast core. This was the core of the beast's power. Its mental attack ability also came from this beast core. The 3rd level of devouring ability, Endless Devouring, can consume any ability from treasures for personal use. Not knowing if devouring the beast core would allow him to obtain this mental attack skill, Qin held the beast core in his palm and then activated the devouring ability. A black dragon emerged from his palm, opening its mouth wide and immediately swallowing the beast core. The beast core transformed into a surge of power that entered Qin's body alongside the black dragon. That energy flowed into the Dantian, and then a consciousness surged towards Qin's memory. Illusionary magic attack. He really could absorb the beast core's power. Qin was overjoyed, hastily trying to sense this illusionary magic attack's ability. He found that this martial skill could be fully displayed against opponents below the early stages of martial monarch realm. And for the enemies mentioned earlier, some discounts will be applied. This is normal. After all, this Emperor Heaven Angry Bear is only around 3rd level of the 4th rank. For martial artists beyond the 3rd level of the Zunwu realm, the effect of mental attacks will weaken. Even when weakened, mental attacks are still a very powerful martial skill and a trump card during battles. This illusionary magic attack is like a martial skill, but more like an innate ability. It's somewhat similar to how every martial artist awakens their star soul after leaving the continent and entering the star realm. Each type of star soul represents a kind of ability. This illusionary magic attack feels more like a small star soul ability. After this battle, Qin deeply felt that the power of the Qingming sword technique was insufficient. He was improving his cultivation too quickly. In just a few months, he needed to replace his main martial skill. He flipped through his memories in his mind, but only found one celestial-level sword technique, Thunderstrike. Chapter 76, The Girl in Red. Thunderstrike, with the fastest sword draw speed, unleashes a thunder-like sword strike. While heavily injuring the enemy, he would also endure the powerful impact caused by the sword force. Celestial-level martial skills often require a strong physique to withstand the backlash. Qin took out the Angry Flame Sword, silently reciting the essence of Thunderstrike. With his right hand holding the sword, his body slightly leaned forward. Boom! With a movement of his right arm, the long sword burst forth, the space howled, and Qin's aura surged wildly within the universe. The rich, fiery aura on the Angry Flame Sword instantly enveloped him from top to bottom. The whole person and the sword aura seemed to merge into one, hair fluttering as the sword force descended and gradually came to a stop. This sword is very strong. At least in battles within the Zunwu realm, it could definitely crush all martial skills. But now, after releasing it once, Qin's arm ached, and his chest felt like it had been hit by a heavy punch, uncomfortable and stifling. This was just a strike against the air. If used in a real battle, he couldn't imagine how much backlash he would have to endure. Learning martial skills was indeed quick. After all, in his previous life, Qin was very proficient with Thunderstrike. But how to counteract the backlash was the problem Qin needed to solve now. Otherwise, this celestial-level martial skill would be temporarily unusable. Qin practiced Thunderstrike a few more times, and after becoming a bit more skilled, the backlash against his body was slightly reduced. Qin severed the 4 claws of the Angry Bear. This was a great item, a rare delicacy, and it was hard to find Angry Bear paws in the Domain City. He found a place to clean the delicacy, then took out well-prepared spices from his spatial jade pendant and began to roast the bear paws. These days, although he didn't lack food, many beast meats were tough and old, barely filling the stomach. Today, the angry bear paws were an exquisite delicacy, and Qinze felt it was time to give himself a half-day holiday and truly enjoy it. Just as he was about to start roasting, a sudden sound of battle came from afar. The loud roars made him feel that the beasts in the distance were not simple. At least they were mid to late fourth rank. If he could absorb the strength of such a beast, his cultivation might directly improve by a level. Currently, Qinze was at the 5th level of the Xianling realm. Directly rising a level would place him in the 6th level. With a month and a half left, it seemed he had a chance to reach his goal in the Zunhua realm. Thinking of this, Qinze quickly headed towards the direction of the battle. After walking for a while, he could clearly see a stone ape that was 3 men high. The stone ape was not a monkey made of stone, but it had an extremely hard skin, akin to rock. Hence it was named the stone ape. The stone ape had outrageous defense, but its attack speed was slightly slower, and its movements were more sluggish. At this moment, the stone ape was fiercely smashing the ground. Clearly, the opponent it was battling was a martial artist. Qinze climbed a big tree, moving along the tree crown towards the battle area. It was clear to see a young girl, dressed in a red outfit, fighting against the stone ape. The girl had an oval face, her skin whiter than snow, and her features very beautiful, a standard beauty. Moreover, she was very strong, roughly estimated to be at the 6th or 7th level of the martial realm. The stone ape was also quite powerful, at least at the 6th level of the 4th rank. Generally, the strength of demonic beasts is slightly greater than that of martial cultivators. So even though the stone ape was slightly weaker than the girl in terms of cultivation, the battle at this moment was evenly matched. The stone ape had little intelligence, fiercely smashing the ground, trying to crush the girl with its fists. The girl kept moving swiftly, using her martial skills to dodge the ape's fists. As long as she waited until the ape was exhausted, she could easily kill this beast. Boom, 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 boom. The enormous fists fell like giant boulders one after another. The girl dodged and weaved, appearing completely calm. Her movements were as nimble as a rabbit, and each leap and dodge revealed moments of beauty. Crack! The branch where Qinze was hiding suddenly moved, making a sound. The girl immediately became alert, her eyes shifting towards Qinze. Qinze's hiding spot wasn't very good, but he concealed his breath with the supreme immortal mantra, which kept him undetected. Now, their eyes met, and he couldn't hide anymore. The girl furrowed her brows and coldly said, "I am hunting a demonic beast. If you dare to steal it, you will die." Her icy and proud voice carried a haughty expression on her face. Qinze initially wanted to watch the show, but upon hearing this, he felt a bit displeased. However, attacking sneakily during the hunting of a demonic beast is something despicable and shameless people do, and he would never do such a thing. You can rest assured, I'm not the kind to do something despicable over a mere beast. But are you sure you can hunt this stone ape? Qinze replied coldly. He no longer hid, finding a slightly sturdier branch and sitting down openly to watch. The girl sneered. There's no need for you to worry. If you have eyes, you should be able to see that although I am dodging, I am actually wearing down this beast's stamina. When it is exhausted, that will be my moment to strike. As soon as she finished speaking, several more punches came crashing down, and the girl continued to evade gracefully. The stone ape, on the other hand, had started to breathe heavily. Is that so? Qinze said with a smile. One should never say anything too absolute. It may not hit you 100 times, but should it land one punch, you will surely die. The girl snorted coldly, no longer speaking, concentrating fully on avoiding the stone ape's fists. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of the trembling ground echoed continuously in the valley, as Qinze leaned against the tree trunk, enjoying the sight of the girl dodging. It felt like a dance performed just for him. Not only was the girl extremely beautiful, but her figure was also stunning. Her red battle attire accentuated her curves perfectly, especially in battle. Every leap and bound showcased her youthful vitality. Boom! A punch from a stone ape fell and hit a rock. The stone shattered, and a sharp little stone hit the girl's ankle, piercing deep into her skin. The girl winced in pain, her brows furrowing deeply. In the next moment, the stone ape's fist crashed down again. The girl was alarmed and quickly tried to dodge backward. The fist grazed her body and hit the ground. Bang! The massive impact sent the girl flying violently to the ground. As she got up, the stone ape was already in front of her. Another fist came crashing down. Block it! The girl raised her hand, and the gauntlet on her arm glowed brightly, directly repelling the stone ape. This was a treasure enhanced by some powerful formations, possessing special powers. The stone ape staggered back a few steps, allowing the girl to take the chance to get back up. She didn't linger, quickly turning and dashing into the thicket. The stone ape roared loudly, then slammed its fists onto the ground, as if declaring its dominion over this area. Chinze watched the girl leave, feeling, at this moment, the stone monkey no longer belonged to her. Taking advantage of the stone monkey's still recovering strength, Chinze jumped down, holding the dragon tendril whip in his left hand and the furious flame sword in his right, and rushed forward quickly. Chapter 77. Worse than beasts. The whip was swung out. Although it was common strength, a powerful dragon-like aura rushed towards the stone monkey. The stone monkey felt the pressure from the sixth-tier giant dragon surrounding it, and was immediately scared into not daring to move. Chinze seized this opportunity to fiercely attack the stone monkey's eyes and throat, which were its weak spots, with a furious flame sword. The stone monkey cried out in pain, letting out continuous roars. Its massive fists were swinging everywhere, and its speed increased significantly. Chinze hurriedly dodged, barely avoiding being hit by one of these giant fists. However, the stone monkey was already at the end of its strength. Chinze kept attacking back and forth with the whip and the furious flame sword. Finally, the furious flame sword sliced open a gash in the stone monkey's throat. Thunderbolt sword. Chinze leaped high, and an explosive force flowed from the sword tip in a fierce cold light. Puff! The stone monkey's throat was finally pierced, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Chinze quickly ducked onto the back of the stone monkey, gripping its skin tightly. At that moment, the stone monkey was still struggling desperately, swinging its fists, and if hit, he would be in grave danger. At last, the stone monkey slowly fell to the ground, no longer moving. Chinze looked at the stone monkey's corpse, somewhat hesitant. If he used the second level of endless devouring to absorb the demon core, he might learn some defensive talents. Moreover, the stone monkey's skin was also good material. Making armor from it could greatly increase martial cultivation's power and defense. However, if he refined the beast's corpse using the second level of devouring, his cultivation could directly increase a realm. Now, Chinze was at the 5th level of the Xianling realm. After absorbing this 4th-tier, 7th-level demon beast, he could directly rise to the 6th level of the Xianling realm. For ordinary martial cultivators, this one level of cultivation could take months or even years of effort. Chinze pondered for a moment and ultimately decided not to absorb it directly. He took out the demon core, and after devouring it, information indeed appeared in his consciousness. Rock shell. Chinze concentrated his breath, and his body indeed became much harder. Although this rock shell consumed energy, it greatly increased his defense in battles, though it would slightly reduce his speed. Not perfect, but certainly useful in specific situations. Next, Chinze planned to remove the rock skin from the stone monkey. This was a big project and would probably take an entire afternoon. Just as Chinze was about to cut open the stone monkey's corpse and put it into his spatial treasure, a woman's voice came from behind. "You little brat, how dare you snatch my demon beast?" Chinze turned to look. It was the red-clothed girl from before. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Chinze. Chinze glanced at her and said lightly, "You couldn't defeat this beast, and you ran away. What does it have to do with me? Do you think the demon beast you fought belonged to you forever?" "Who said I ran away?" The girl huffed. "I just went out to catch my breath. I was coming back to continue killing." Chinze rolled his eyes. "Who knew you were just catching your breath? I thought you were dead. That's why I ran so fast." "You?" The girl was completely unable to retort Chinze and was so angry that her face turned red. "You want to die?" she shouted angrily, her figure moving swiftly as she swung a whip at Chinze. Chinze was startled. He did not expect this girl to actually make a move. She was a martial cultivator at the 8th level, likely a powerful expert from the Snow Kingdom helping the Empress find Tianyin grass. If they fought seriously, he would definitely get into trouble. Chinze hurriedly stepped back to dodge the whip, shouting, "The Empress has ordered no private fighting allowed in this Sky Curtain Valley. You dare to hit me? Aren't you afraid I will report you and have you lose your head?" The girl wasn't truly intending to fight. She was just angry because she couldn't argue with Chinze and swung her whip out of frustration. But at this moment, after Chinze's words, the more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. "If you have the guts, go report me. Today, I'll make you shout for your grandma." After saying this, she swung another whip towards Chinze's body. Chinze was enraged this time. He had already let her go time and time again, yet she still didn't know what was good for her. This girl had just been injured by the giant ape, and at this moment, she couldn't exert even half of her strength. Chinze activated the supreme, indestructible mantra, his cultivation reaching its peak. Then, with a thought, a magical illusion attack shot out from his eyes. The girl's eyes met Chinze's, and instantly, she felt dizzy. She saw the man coming straight toward her, and, out of instinct, she swung her whip. Chinze activated his rock skin, letting the whip strike his body. Crack! A crisp, sharp sound echoed. Even with the rock skin activated, Qinze still felt a sharp pain. This girl sure knew how to hit hard. Taking advantage of her dizziness, Qinze flashed to the girl's front, stretched out his big hand, and wrapped it around her snow-white neck, pressing hard on a spot at the back. The girl suddenly went limp. Her cultivation energy seemed to have been drained. She let out a soft whimper and collapsed into Qinze's hands. Qinze took the opportunity to tuck her under his arm, then reached down with his large hand, landing a heavy slap just above his thigh, below her waist. Such a violent little thing. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Smack! With a crisp sound, the girl, who had been slightly dizzy, was now fully awake. Shameless! What did you do to me? Why am I no longer cultivating? You little brat! The girl cursed angrily. Qinze chuckled. I sealed your meridians so you can stop with all the fighting and killing. If you beg for mercy now, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll get another lesson. With that, his large hand came down again. Smack! The girl shivered in pain and struggled again. But with her cultivation sealed, her wild struggles were useless. Little brat, do you know who I am? If you hit me again, I'll make your whole family die. She couldn't break free, so she could only curse loudly. Seeing her so fiery, Qinze became more enthusiastic in his strikes. He raised his big hand and began to strike again. Now that she had no cultivation, this beating would probably make her remember for quite a while. After a while, the girl suddenly stopped cursing. Qinze was startled. Could it be that he hadn't held back and accidentally killed her? That shouldn't be possible. He had controlled his strength well. There's no way she could have died. Besides, she had only lost her cultivation, but her body was still at the 8th level of the martial realm. He picked her up and saw that her face was red, her eyes full of seduction, and her breath was heavy, an incredibly tempting sight. My God, what's wrong with you? Qinze asked. I. The girl couldn't bring herself to speak, biting her lip tightly. But it was as if there was a fire burning inside her body. Her face turned even redder, and her breathing grew more intense. This was way too seductive. Qinze wasn't exactly a pervert, but he was a normal man. The scene before him was simply too tempting to resist. If he didn't react, he would be less than an animal. Help! Help me, I feel so uncomfortable, the girl said, then immediately lunged at Qinze. Chapter 78, Proposing to the Empress. Qinze was caught off guard and was pushed down by the girl. It seemed like her cultivation had recovered quite a bit, and now even Qinze, with his great strength, couldn't resist her. In just 2 or 3 moves, Qinze's shirt was torn off. Then, a moist little mouth came toward Qinze's lips. The girl clearly didn't know what she was doing. She just ripped off the clothes, then pressed her body tightly against his. Qinze felt the heat from her skin and slowly became more awake. The girl's symptoms seemed like she had been poisoned by a love toxin, but she had been fighting with the stone ape just now. She couldn't have been drugged while away for such a short time. So it was very likely that she had a naturally seductive body, and this love toxin had been sprouting inside her since the beginning of her cultivation in the Heavenly K realm. Now she's about 15 or 16 years old, and the charm poison's outbreak must have some power. Qinze unleashed his spiritual force, trying to control the aura of the charm poison. Sure enough, the girl's body temperature dropped slightly. She seemed to have regained some clarity. Her previously hazy eyes became clear. When she saw that both she and Qinze were not wearing tops and were tightly pressed together, her face turned bright red with shock. Qinze helplessly said, "This is not my fault. I was forced into this. Besides, if I didn't use my spiritual force to help you control it, the consequences might have been even worse." The girl's cheeks were flushed, but she said nothing. Clearly, she was aware of her own situation, so she didn't blame Qinze. Princess! Princess! Just then, distant voices called out. The girl's body trembled suddenly as she looked at Qinze in surprise. At this moment, they were both disheveled. If they were discovered, it would be difficult for both of them to explain. Quick, take me and hide, the girl said hurriedly. Qinze was quick-witted and swiftly took out an outer robe from his spatial jade pendant to wrap around the girl. Then he scooped her up and dashed into the bushes. Before leaving, he did not forget to stash the stone ape corpse into the spatial jade pendant, filling it to the brim. Princess! Several guards dressed as women shouted as they searched. Soon, they headed away into the distance. Only then did the two breathe a sigh of relief, looking at each other with flushed faces like a couple caught in an affair. Let go of me. The girl then realized she was still tightly held in Qinze's embrace and hurriedly tried to wriggle free. Qinze scratched his head and smiled. Sorry, I got used to holding you and just didn't let go. The girl's face was red as she softly said, You turn around, I want to change clothes. Qinze snapped back to reality and quickly turned around. Not long after, he heard her say, Okay, I'm done. Qinze turned back to see the girl wearing a red martial outfit. Her pretty face was still flushed, and although the charm in her eyes had faded, she still looked shy, beautiful beyond words. "Thank you for earlier," the girl said softly. "Huh? Thank me for what?" Qinze felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself, "I took such advantage of you, and you're thanking me? This girl must be crazy." The girl replied, "If you hadn't used your spiritual force to dispel the charm aura, we might not have had such a simple outcome. From this perspective, you are a man of integrity." "Thank you." Qinze nodded. It seemed this girl was rather understanding. Indeed, although he had been tempted earlier, upon thinking that she was a natural charm body and that her situation was caused by the poison's outbreak, he suppressed his physical desires. Qinze said, "You are a natural charm body. You need the tianyin grass combined with the panlong wood and the haishi flower to refine the yuanin pill to completely seal your charm poison. Otherwise, the charm poison will erupt more violently each time, and one day you won't be able to endure it. Of course, if you have a man you like, you don't need to endure. You just need a bit stronger men to satisfy your needs." The girl's cheeks flushed as she heard this, knowing that she was a natural charm body. Although she had never experienced intimacy, she had heard tales of it. Upon hearing this, she felt a bit lost in thought. The girl said, "You're not wrong. I came to Tiamu Valley this time to look for tianyin grass." Qinze's heart stirred slightly, along with the guards calling out for the princess. "Could this girl?" Qinze hurriedly asked. Are you the sister of the Snow Country Empress?" The girl nodded slightly. "My name is Ji Qianxue, and I am indeed the princess of the Snow Country." She briefly explained the events of these days. The empress had sent the saintess of Tianjizong, Ji Yuchan, to detoxify Ji Qianxue, bringing along hundreds of guards to Tiamu Valley. Originally, they were waiting in the tent for someone to find the tianyin grass to refine the pills for them. It was just that Ji Qianxue couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to come out and hunt beasts for fun. Originally, the seductive poison could be suppressed once, and it wouldn't act up for 2 to 3 months. Unexpectedly, this time, after being injured by the stone ape, she suddenly felt dizzy and the poison broke out immediately. Qinze felt a little guilty after hearing this, as it wasn't the stone ape that injured her and caused the outbreak. It was his illusionary demon attack that scattered her consciousness, and the seductive poison took the opportunity to break out. Qinze said, "Since that's the case, I'll send you back to the camp." Ji Qianxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, shaking her head and said, "I won't go back. If you send me back, are you not willing to take responsibility?" "Responsibility?" Qinze was instantly confused. "My princess, I haven't done anything. What responsibility do I need to take?" Qinze said, somewhat speechless. Ji Qianxue said, "You looked at me, touched me, and even kissed me. Do you think sending me back will settle everything? If you don't propose to my imperial sister, I'll send someone to kill you." This, Qinze immediately didn't know what to do. Out of nowhere, now he had to get another princess wife? "How about this?" Qinze said, "You might want to marry me now because the seductive poison is still in your body. These few days, I'll help you find the tianyin herb and make you a yuanin pill. Once your body is better, if you still like me and want me to be your husband, I'll propose to the empress." "How does that sound?" Ji Qianxue, who had always been bold in love and hate, immediately said, "All right, you better keep your word. By the way, what's your name?" "I don't even know your name." Qinze hurriedly told her his name and briefly mentioned that he was a disciple of the third-tier sect, Qingmu sect. Ji Qianxue didn't care about these things at all. The two exchanged a few simple words and then headed towards the camp where Qinze usually stayed. The next morning, the two began the hunt for demon beasts and the search for tianyin herb. Ji Qianxue, afraid of being recognized by the guards, wore a cloak with a hood. With the brim lowered, her face was almost unrecognizable. Qinze kept to the usual pace, hunting demon beasts and directly absorbing the stronger ones. But by night, Qinze took out the stone ape's hide and began crafting armor. Chapter 79, Tianyin Herb Found. Outdoors, forging could only use simple furnaces and iron mats, and there were no pre-drawn formations to strengthen the armor, so it was generally impossible. However, Qinze could draw formations by hand. Though it would be rougher, it was still better than nothing. In 3 days, he successfully forged 2 sets of stone ape armor. Although it was only inner lining, it could protect most vital areas of the torso. Qinze gave a smaller one to Ji Qianxue. The demon beasts we will encounter in these days are varied, and this stone ape leather armor can resist most attacks based purely on strength, including the claws of demon beasts, Qinze said. Had she had this inner lining when hunting the stone ape earlier, she probably wouldn't have been injured. Ji Qianxue was a little surprised and put it on. It fit perfectly. During these 3 days, she and Qinze had been hunting in this area, and their time together was actually quite enjoyable. But now that the armor was finished, they had to officially start searching for tianyin herb tomorrow morning. Qinze took out the bear paw that had not been eaten that day and placed it on the fire to roast. Using the spices and sauces he had carefully collected, before long, the bear paw began to sizzle with oil, and the fragrance made Ji Qinshue's mouth water. "What is this? It smells so good," Ji Qinshu said, leaning in with sparkling eyes. Although she lived in the imperial city, the empress had very simple requirements for life, especially in food and drink. In order to maintain her figure and temperament, she ate vegetarian food almost every day. Since she ate vegetarian food, Ji Qinshu was basically required to eat vegetarian food as well. From childhood to adulthood, Ji Qinshu had suffered from it. Now, with the arrival of this fragrance, she nearly couldn't stand up. "Bear paw," Qinze said lightly. Ji Qinshue's spirit was immediately lifted. The bear paw, it is said, is incredibly delicious. She had planned to enjoy a good meal during her trip to the 8 Desolation Domain. But her first stop was Tianmu Valley, so she hadn't had the chance to start eating yet. Now that she encountered such a rare delicacy, she naturally couldn't let it go. "Give it to me. I'll reward you, how about it?" Qinze turned his head and looked at Ji Qinshu. He thought that, as a princess, she must have grown tired of seafood and bear paws, so he hadn't prepared any for her. "You like this too?" Qinze asked. Who doesn't like delicious food? Ji Qinshu watched as the bear paw was roasted and, without caring if it was hot, grabbed it and started eating. "This?" Qinze looked at her, her mouth full of oil, and couldn't help but laugh. It's just a bear paw. He could afford it. He smiled helplessly and took another bear paw out of his space jade pendant to roast it. "My God, how many bear paws do you have? You've roasted them all today. This princess will reward you heavily." Ji Qinshue's eyes practically turned green with excitement. Qinze was generous and simply took out all 4 and roasted them at once. Ji Qinshu ate 3 huge bear paws before finally feeling full. She lay on the ground, rubbing her belly, not caring about her ladylike image. "This is the most satisfying meal I've ever had since I was born." "Qinze, you have credit," Ji Qinshu said with a face full of contentment. Qinze smiled. "I thought you weren't very interested in food. If you like it, we can explore together during the journey." Qinze was also a foodie. For good food, he would remember it after eating it once. He had eaten the angry bear's paw a long time ago in his past life, and had remembered it ever since. The next morning, the two of them packed up and headed deeper into Tianmu Valley. Qinze understood the properties of tianyin grass. This kind of herb usually grows in damp and cool areas. But the temperature here couldn't be too low, otherwise the grass would wither. There were a few areas in Tianmu Valley that met these conditions. As they walked, they noticed more and more people ahead, and all of them were heading in the same direction. The two hurriedly followed and learned from the conversations of passers-by that the tianyin grass had already been found in the valley ahead. However, several forces were gathered in the valley, and no one was letting anyone else take it. It was said that 3 forces had almost simultaneously found the tianyin grass, and since the Empress had issued an order forbidding private battles, no one dared to act. So they sat down to discuss how to divide it. Dividing it wasn't difficult. All the rewards could be evenly split among the 3 forces. But since the 3 forces were unequal in strength, the stronger side was unwilling to split the rewards evenly, which led to a standoff. The two hurried to the valley and saw that it was already crowded with people. At least a dozen forces had gathered. These forces were either mercenary groups or small sections. After all, there weren't any particularly large forces near Tianmu City or Tianmu Valley. "Junior brother Qin, you've finally arrived." As they were watching, a figure came out from the valley ahead. It was none other than Zheng Zhishua, the eldest senior brother of Qingmu's sect. Qinze was somewhat puzzled, but Zheng Zhishua said, "Junior brother Qin, our Qingmu sect, the Zhanlong mercenary group, and the Shuesho mercenary group, the 3 forces, discovered the tianyin grass together. Actually, we found it first, but when our master went forward to pick it, he was ambushed with a hidden weapon. Later, the Zhanlong and Shuesho mercenary groups arrived. An ambush!" Qinze hurriedly walked towards the valley, only to see the sect master, Lu Dawei, with bloodstains on his back. His face was pale, clearly injured, but he still sat in the middle of the valley. Opposite him was someone Qinze had seen before, the leader of the Zhanlong mercenary group, Xiang Zun. And another person was a woman, tall, dressed in a blood-red martial arts outfit, with 2 short swords at her waist. If Qinze wasn't mistaken, this person was the leader of the Shuesho mercenary group, Ling Shueshuang. The Shuesho mercenary group was also one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Tianmu City, and he is still the strongest one. In their mercenary group, there are 3 warriors at the respect martial realm. At this moment, behind Ling Shueshuang stood a young man dressed as a scholar and a burly middle-aged man. These two should be her vice-captain and also a martial artist at the respect martial realm. Qinze, Why do these people need to discuss, even for picking a herb? Ji Qinshue whispered, lowering her voice. Qinzhe smiled helplessly. To Ji Qinshue, the tianyin grass was just a medicinal herb. But for these powers, the items rewarded by the Empress could bring immeasurable glory and wealth if obtained. A casual reward from the Empress might allow a power to soar rapidly. A small mercenary group could transform into a local stronghold overnight. After all, in the 8 desolate region, martial artists at the Respect martial realm were already considered strong. But in the royal city, alchemists at the 4th and 5th levels could produce quite a few Respect martial ascension pills every day. Among those imperial guards, those at the Respect martial realm were already the weakest level. For example, Ji Qinshue, at such a young age, had already reached the 8th level of the Respect martial realm without using any quick breakthrough pills like the Respect martial ascension pills. This level of cultivation was almost top-notch in the 8 desolate region. You don't need to speak. Just follow me later, Qinzhe whispered to Ji Qinshue before walking into the valley. Chapter 80. One Move to Kill. As Qinzhe entered the valley, Lu Feng and Luan instantly showed joy on their faces and hurried to greet him. Brother Qin, they are too much, Luan whispered. Qinzhe already understood the situation and waved his hand, signaling her not to say more. Lu Dawei had been ambushed, and if no one admitted it and there was no evidence, honestly, everyone was powerless. If it were usual, Qinzhe couldn't do anything now. After all, the Empress had an order that everyone had to obey. However, now with Ji Qinshue as a backing, the Empress's commands posed no restrictions on him. Anyway, when the time comes, he only needed to say everything was done to help Ji Qinshue detoxify. Qinzhe walked into the center of the valley, heading straight towards Lu Dawei's direction. Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang's gazes were both fixated on him. Ling Xueshuang was a bit puzzled. This guy was young, so why did everyone from Qingmu's sect look relieved as soon as he appeared? Who is this kid? Sect leader. Qinzhe was the first to arrive by Lu Dawei's side, asking, "Are you okay?" Lu Dawei took a breath, shaking his head and said, "I'm fine, just hit in the back, feeling very uncomfortable." Qinzhe sensed Lu Dawei's aura and quickly said, "Lu Feng, take the sect leader back to the sect, feed him a spirit-nourishing pill, and take good care of him." Lu Dawei looked at Qinzhe with a hint of questioning in his eyes. Qinzhe said, "Sect leader, don't worry. I won't let these bastards have it easy. I will ensure this tianyin grass counts for our Qingmu sect." After speaking, he assisted Lu Dawei and entrusted him to Lu Feng, then sat down in the position he had just occupied. His gaze trembled as he looked at Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang. That gaze seemed to draw in one's soul, making both of them feel a bit guilty. Xiang Zun was the first to speak. "You little brat, stop putting on airs. We just discussed with your dead sect leader that this tianyin grass belongs to the Bloodhand mercenary group. They take half the reward. I take 4 parts, and you take 1 part. If there's no problem, then team leader Ling will have to go pick it." Qinzhe remained indifferent, coldly staring at the two. After a while, he finally spoke and asked, "Who was the one that ambushed our Qingmu sect leader?" Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang were both stunned for a moment. They were now considering the Empress's immense wealth. This kid actually asked who ambushed Lu Dawei? Xiang Zun sneered. "You little waste, are you dumb? That useless sect leader just took a hit, and if you could get even 1/10 of this reward, your Qingmu sect's ancestors must have been smoking green at their graves." Ling Xueshuang also said, "Little brother, we are only helping because your sect leader was ambushed and injured. Otherwise, your Qingmu sect skills would not have been enough to participate." Qinzhe's eyes remained indifferent as he calmly said, "I'll ask one last time. Who ambushed the Qingmu sect's leader?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang immediately became a bit angry. Before Ling Xueshuang could speak, a young man dressed as a scholar stepped forward from behind her. "You brat must be sick, huh? Our team leader gives you 1/10, and you're not grateful, instead acting tough here. If it weren't for the Empress's order forbidding private fights, I'd make you kneel and call me grandfather." He raised a folding fan and pointed it at Qinzhe's nose, cursing loudly. The fan had several small holes, clearly a weapon designed to shoot hidden weapons. Qinzhe's eyes grew slightly colder as he said, "It's you, the one who ambushed him?" The scholar was taken aback, then gave a cold smile. "You say it's me. Do you have evidence? Don't think that seeing my fan is evidence. Even if you report it to the Empress, no one will care about you." "I don't need evidence," Qinzhe said indifferently. "I just need to find out who did it, and settle the score." As he spoke, he began to gather the Taishang Immortal's true words, his aura rising. The scholar still didn't realize the danger was approaching and sneered. "Little trash, have you gone too far with the act? Don't talk about the Empress's order. Even if I could fight you, do you know who your grandfather is?" Smack! Before he finished speaking, Qinzhe suddenly slapped out, sending the scholar flying. The crowd was shocked. Even Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang's eyes widened as they stared at Qin Zhe. On one hand, the Empress had ordered no private fights, yet he openly made a move. On the other hand, this guy's strength was so great. Although it was an ambush, this slap was enough to send a Zunwu realm cultivator flying, meaning his strength was definitely beyond Zunwu realm. Bang! The scholar hit the ground, his cheeks swelling high. He sat on the ground, angrily pointing at Qin Zhe. You dare to make a move? So what if I make a move? Qin Zhe coldly replied, walking towards him. Not only did I make a move, but I also want to kill. What's wrong with that? As he spoke, he had already gripped the Fury Flame sword in his hand. The scholar stood up and shouted, "The Empress has ordered no private fights. You attacked first. Even if we kill you, we are not wrong. Brothers, attack." At the scholar's command, dozens of Bloodhand mercenary groups, martial cultivators in the valley, all responded. Wrong, Qin Zhe shouted. You ambushed our Qingmu sect's leader first. You disobeyed the Empress's orders. I made a move to hit you. Even if I kill you, it's no fault of mine. Captain Ling, am I right? Qin Zhe turned to look at Ling Xueshuang. Ling Xueshuang was slightly stunned. If this situation really escalated, they would eventually find out who ambushed Lu Dawei. Now, the opportunity for great wealth and glory was right in front of them. Why should they risk the entire mercenary group's future for one person? Ling Xueshuang said indifferently. I didn't see who ambushed Lu Dawei, but since Qingmu sect believes it's you, you and him will fight one-on-one. Life or death, it's fate. Little brother, if you can't beat my subordinate, then you won't get your 1/10 share. How about it? Qin Zhe did not respond, coldly staring at the scholar. The scholar spat out a mouthful of blood, holding the folding fan in his right hand. His aura completely erupted. The aura of a first-stage Zunwu realm cultivator caused the scholar's outer robe to flutter wildly. Your father is Yu Huanju, and today, I'll take your life. Yu Huanju sneered, flicking the folding fan, and immediately, a sky full of starlight descended on Qin Zhe. The fan was filled with hidden weapons. Qin Zhe was completely unafraid, activating his stone skin, making his body as hard as iron. Ding, 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 ding. The hidden weapons struck his body, sounding like they were hitting a block of hard iron. At the same time, Qin Zhe took a step forward, holding the furious flame sword in his right hand, and launched a thunderstrike sword. Boom! The breath exploded, and the tip of the sword went straight for Yu Huanju's chest. The sword was so fast that everyone could not catch it. At this moment, Qin Zhe's cultivation was far beyond the first level of the martial venerable realm. With just one strike, Yu Huanju was killed. Chapter 81. The Law of the Jungle. Clang! An iron fan fell to the ground, with a steel rod rolling out from inside, the evidence of the sneak attack lying right here. Yu Huanju's body collapsed weakly onto the ground, and before dying, he looked at Ling Xueshuang, hoping for her help. But Ling Xueshuang's gaze was cold. Even though Yu Huanju had once been his deputy, this fool not only couldn't defeat the opponent, but also dropped the evidence of the sneak attack. Ling Xueshuang stood up and said, Yu Huanju's sneak attack was his personal action. It has nothing to do with our mercenary group. Now that his skills are inferior to others, kill or mutilate him as you please. Qin Zhe raised his hand and thrust his sword into Yu Huanju's heart. When he pulled out the sword, the man below was already lifeless. Xiang Zun watched the entire scene, his eyes filled with shock. This Qin Zhe had previously fought back and forth with Luo who, yet now he killed Yu Huanju with one strike. Was it because Yu Huanju underestimated the opponent? Even so, without the cultivation of the martial venerable realm, how could he possibly have killed Yu Huanju? In just 1 month, this kid's cultivation had improved way too fast. Ling Xueshuang smiled brightly and said, Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Little brother, when the time comes, our mercenary group will separately give half of the share to your sect, as a gesture of friendship. She looked at Qin Zhe, her gaze sincere, waiting for his response. Qin Zhe smiled coldly and walked towards the two. He said indifferently, Who said I agreed to your distribution? Since the item was first found by my master, why should your Bloodhand mercenary group take 50%, and why should this damn War Wolf mercenary group take 40%? What did you say? Xiang Zun suddenly jumped up from the ground, glaring at Qin Zhe with fury. But now, Qin Zhe had already undergone a complete transformation, no longer afraid of the two in front of him. I said your damn War Wolf mercenary group has no right to take the heavenly Yin grass, Qin Zhe shouted. You? Xiang Zun clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush out and crush Qin Zhe. But there could be no private fights here, so he could only swallow his rage. Ling Xueshuang smiled and said, Little brother, then what do you think the distribution should be? Her expression was kind, clearly moved by his potential. Qin Zhe glanced at her and said indifferently, In my opinion, the heavenly Yin grass belongs to my Qingmu sect, and everyone else can get the hell out. Bullshit, do you want to die? Xiang Zun was furious, almost unable to contain his rage. Ling Xueshuang's willow-shaped brows furrowed slightly. Little brother, I intended to befriend you, but your words and actions are becoming more and more excessive. Although the item was discovered by the three of us together, your Qingmu sect is too weak. Originally, we didn't have to give you even a single share. We only gave you a share because of the injured sect master Lu. Young man, don't be too greedy. Qinzhe looked at Ling Xueshuang. Up close, this woman was dressed seductively, her eyeshadow carrying a hint of blood red. Her gaze was sharp, filled with a murderous intent. Such a woman would kneel before the strong, but strike even harder than men against the weak. Qinzhe smiled coldly. According to your logic, whoever is stronger has the right to decide the distribution, right? Ling Xueshuang froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. That's basically the point. After all, the world works like this, survival of the fittest. If it weren't for the Empress's decree forbidding private fights, do you think your Qingmu sect, with your power, would have a right to sit here and discuss distribution with us? She finished speaking and looked at everyone. The crowd began to murmur. There were also several other sects present. The Cold Spring sect, the Sky Eagle sect, the Tiger Kill sect, and so on. Their power is on par with the Greenwood sect, but they can only stand by and watch. The Blood Moon mercenary group is too strong, with 3 powerful warriors at the martial venerable level, and beneath them, a bunch of experts at the 9th and 8th levels of the profound spirit realm. Survival of the fittest? Qinzhe sneered coldly. Since that's the case, I'll pick this sky shadow grass now. What can you do to stop me? You dare! Ling Xueshuang shouted loudly. There's a consensus in this valley. Anyone who picks the sky shadow grass without everyone's permission will be considered as destroying it, and everyone is allowed to kill them. Kid, if you dare pick it, we will dare to act. Are you sure you want to go against all of us? Qinzhe's gaze swept over everyone. At this moment, there were at least 100 people in the valley. But he wasn't afraid. At his current cultivation level, though he couldn't defeat these 100 people, taking on 10 of them would definitely be no problem. Anyone who wants to kill him, he would kill them. Qinzhe strode confidently towards the sky shadow grass, speaking as he walked. This world is indeed survival of the fittest. Today, I will feast on all of you weaklings. Whoever dares to act will die. He spoke boldly, and by the time he finished his words, his figure had already reached the sky shadow grass. Junior brother Qin don't. The people from the Greenwood sect shouted, trying to stop him. Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang's eyes were filled with fury as they stared at Qinzhe. Qinzhe, we have surrounded this valley. Once you make a move, we will strike, and you won't be able to escape, Ling Xueshuang said again. Qinzhe sneered. Who said I want to leave? He finished speaking and reached out to grab the sky shadow grass. A cold, eerie aura seeped into his palm. It was indeed the sky shadow grass, and it had already matured. It could be used directly for pill refining. How bold! Xiang Zun shouted angrily and was about to step forward, but he was stopped by Ling Xueshuang. Why bother doing it yourself? She whispered, then waved her hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures shot out like arrows, swiftly heading towards Qinzhe. At the same time, the other members of the Blood Hand mercenary group also began to surround Qinzhe. This formation was like trapping a turtle in a jar. Ling Xueshuang said, since our Blood Hand mercenary group has taken a lion's share, we naturally need to do something. Let us handle the task of encircling and killing this kid. Moreover, even if this guy is strong, he can't possibly defeat all of my men. She crossed her arms and stood calmly, confident. Of course, the reason she didn't let others act was because she feared the sky shadow grass would fall into someone else's hands. It was safest for her own people to snatch it. Thunder strike sword. Qinzhe shouted in anger, and the furious flame, sword in his hand, suddenly swung out. Boom! It felt like the sound of thunder echoed through the world. Looking again at the 4 figures, 2 of them were pierced through the chest by the sword. The fire's power spread through their bodies, and the 2 martial cultivators spat blood from their mouths and fell dead to the ground. 1 strike, and 2 people were killed in an instant. Ling Xueshuang was shocked, staring at Qinzhe in disbelief. If the earlier kill of Yu Huanju was due to his luck and a successful sneak attack, then now, surrounded by 4 people, he still managed to kill 2 with 1 strike. This kid's cultivation seems to be deep beyond measure. Kill! At that moment, Qinzhe moved. His right hand raised the long sword. The fiery aura surged, and the temperature around him rose significantly. Thunder strike sword. Qinzhe's figure flickered like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, his sword slashed forward, and his figure followed closely. The target was none other than Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang. Chapter 82. Who is she to you? Swish, 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 swish. Qinzhe rushed forward quickly, his long sword sweeping through the air, directly claiming lives. In just a few steps, he had killed 6 or 7 people. Those at the 7th and 8th levels of the profound spirit realm couldn't even block a single sword strike from him. The speed and sharpness of the sword energy were something no one had ever seen before. Everyone attacked together. Kill Qin Zhe, kill the Greenwood sect people, and our Bloodhand mercenary group will reward you handsomely. Ling Xueshuang felt something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. Xiang Zun also shouted loudly. Qin Zhe of the Greenwood sect wants to destroy the Sky Shadow Grass. Whoever can kill him will have done a great service in stopping him. In the valley, hearing this, all the major sects immediately grabbed their weapons and were ready to move. TSS, 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 TSS. Qin Zhe swung his sword several times and killed 3 more people before finally stopping. He looked towards the other Qingmu sect disciples in the valley and coldly said, "Who dares to harm any disciple of the Qingmu sect? I will kill them even from afar." A simple sentence, sharp and domineering. The people from all the forces stopped and watched. Qin Shui and Zhou Mo hurriedly shouted, "We are not Qingmu sect disciples. We're just here to watch." As they spoke, they tried to squeeze out of the crowd. Xiang Zun looked coldly at Qin Zhe and shouted, "Qin Zhe, I will give you one last chance. Put down the Tianyin grass or die." "Damn you!" Qin Zhe cursed loudly, and with a thunderous swing of his sword, he slashed directly toward Xiang Zun. The scorching sword energy soared through the air, and even though they were far apart, Xiang Zun still felt a deathly aura approaching. Boom! He hurriedly gathered all his cultivation to resist the blow. The sword energy was too far away, so it weakened considerably. Even so, Xiang Zun's protective arm was directly shattered, and the scorching heat entered his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. His heart was filled with shock. At such a distance, he couldn't even block Qin Zhe's attack. If they were close, he would surely die. Ling Xueshuang finally saw Qin Zhe's strength. She had originally thought that Qin Zhe was at most slightly stronger than a level 1 martial rel practitioner, but never expected him to be this strong. From more than 10 steps away, he almost killed Xiang Zun with a single blow. If he were to continue rampaging, she was afraid she wouldn't even make it out alive. Everyone attacked together, killed Qin Zhe and the Qingmu sect disciples. Any sect that helps will share the Tianyin grass afterward. Those who don't attack will be pursued by my Bloodhand mercenary corps afterward. Once these words were spoken, the other forces finally started to act. After all, the reward for the Tianyin grass was extremely generous. Even if they only got half, it would still be a huge resource for these sections. Go, let's deal with the Qingmu sect disciples. Several sects headed straight for the Qingmu sect disciples. Su Shan took a step forward, throwing a punch that directly blocked the attacks of many martial cultivators. Qian Kun Lian Huanju, open. Everyone activated the Qian Kun Lian Huanju, greatly boosting Su Shan's cultivation power. He stood alone like a wall, blocking everyone behind him. Seeing Su Shan there, Qin Zhe felt much more at ease. He directly focused on Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang and roared angrily, "Xiang Zun, Ling Xueshuang, come at me." His figure moved, and the furious flame sword was once again swung, charging directly toward the two. Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang were shocked and immediately called on all the mercenary members to block Qin Zhe. More than 40 people surrounded Qin Zhe. More than 40 martial techniques attacked Qin Zhe from all directions. Qin Zhe was still human. Even though these attacks weren't deadly, they still caused excruciating pain. Fortunately, his stone skin protected him, and the inner lining made from stone ape skin ensured that even if his body was wounded, it wouldn't affect his foundation. Qingming's sword technique, sweep the army. Qin Zhe withdrew the furious flame sword and took out the Daz sword, raising his hand and calling forth a strike. TSS, 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 TSS. The crowd was immediately pushed back 5 steps, severed limbs and broken bodies flying everywhere, blood bursting, and the scene was like a hellish battlefield. Who dares to stop me, Dai? With the Daz sword in his hand, Qin Zhe was like a vengeful ghost, every swing of the sword reaping lives. He walked forward with large steps, and the crowd didn't dare to stop him, all retreating to the sides. Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang were right in front of him. But at this moment, Su Shan was somewhat exhausted. After all, there were still dozens of people attacking the Qingmu sect disciples. Seeking death, Qin Zhe roared, suddenly changing direction and charging toward the crowd. The crowd was horrified, and chaos broke out. It was as if a bloodthirsty cat had entered a mouse nest, the great sword swinging, blood flying everywhere. Qin Zhe's body was already drenched in blood, and he had pushed his body to its limits in the killing. But his movements didn't stop. Anyone who dared to take a step forward was cleaved into several pieces. Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang couldn't believe their eyes. Even their 2 mercenary groups suffered over half losses. What to do? Xiang Zun looked at Ling Shuang, whose face was pale and had no idea either. Captain, we should leave first. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man behind Ling Shuang said quietly. Though Ling Shuang was unwilling, seeing Qin Zhe reap lives like the Grim Reaper, he knew that if he and his partner made a careless mistake, they might also die here. Bloodhand mercenary group, hurry up, pull. Xiang Zun glared fiercely at Qin Zhe and quickly called for his subordinates. When he called, he realized that the large Battle Wolf mercenary group was wiped out, leaving only him. Qin Zhe, I will not let you go. Xiang Zun threw down a sentence and hurriedly fled with Ling Shuang. Seeing that the two mercenary groups had run away, several large sects also began to retreat. Before long, they disappeared without a trace. Damn, they run really fast. Qin Zhe cursed and sat down on the ground. Su Shan also sat down. After a battle, he was almost exhausted. Big brother, are you alright? Qin Zhe looked at Zheng Zhishui and asked. Zheng Zhishui was still shaken and his face was a bit pale. As a small martial cultivator in the 3 realms of Xianding, he had never seen such a scene. Qin Jr. brother, you were too fierce. Next time, don't take such risks. Zheng Zhishui said. Qin Zhe chuckled. They were riding on our heads. Could we not fight back? Qin Zhe, you look impressive. At this moment, Ji Qinshui walked up with a smile. She saw Qin Zhe risk his life for her Tianying grass, and she felt sweet and happy inside. These 2 pills, one for each of you, they will restore your energy, she said, placing the pills in Qin Zhe's palm and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his face. Who are you, little girl? Stay away from my brother. At this moment, Qin Shui suddenly came out from behind and scolded Ji Qinshui. She had just seen Qin Zhe's impressive strength, and her feelings were mixed. Previously, she had always liked Zhou Mo, thinking he was considerate and gentle, and that he came from a good family. But now, with Qin Zhe growing stronger, strong enough to look down on 2 of the 3 major mercenary groups in Tianmu City, and he could kill without hesitation, so dominating. Qin Shui's feelings began to tilt towards Qin Zhe. She wanted to be good to Qin Zhe, but unexpectedly Qin Shui got ahead of her, making her feel incredibly unhappy at this moment. Ji Qinshui frowned slightly, looking at Qin Shui, and asked, Qin Zhe, who is she to you? Chapter 83. Ji Qinshui's Little Secret. Qin Zhe glanced at Qin Shui and then said softly, she is just a foster daughter of the Qin family. Ignore her. Qin Shui was stunned and immediately said displeased, Qin Zhe, what foster daughter? Don't you remember when our parents asked you to take good care of me? Qin Zhe's face slightly darkened. It's better not to mention parents. Talking about them immediately stirred up hate in his heart. In his previous life, it was precisely because his parents told him to take good care of Qin Shui that he always regarded her as the closest relative. Even though Qin Shui always yelled at him, he never minded. Every time there was something delicious or good for cultivating, it was always given to Qin Shui first. Finally, he raised a white-eyed wolf. Iffy Pianyu's betrayal made him furious. Then Qin Shui's betrayal left Qin Zhe feeling extremely cold inside. So in this life, he pretended he never had this sister. There are countless women in the world. No need to hang oneself on a few trees. Qin Zhe coldly looked at Qin Shui, saying, Rest assured, I will certainly follow what our parents said. But you better clarify your position. You're just a foster daughter of the Qin family. If you disrespect my friends, I will also teach you a lesson. Qin Shui was astonished, her eyes filled with discomfort. Suddenly, she remembered she had been having the same dream lately, where Qin Zhe cared for her deeply, and they both cultivated to become the best in the galaxy. Yet, her heart was still set on Zhou Mo, and for Qin Zhe killing Zhou Mo, she always held onto resentment. In the end, she still chose to seek revenge for Zhou Mo. Betrayed Qin Zhe. Could it be that Qin Zhe hates me because of this? But this is just a dream, and I never even told him. While thinking this, Qin Zhe had already walked far with Ji Qinshui. Zhou Mo approached and gently said, Xiao Xue, don't worry. One day, I will surpass Qin Zhe, and I will make you my wife shining brightly. By then, I will step on Qin Zhe, and he will regret missing out on you. Qin Shui nodded vigorously and said bitterly, I will make him regret it, definitely. After getting the Tianying grass, Qin Zhe briefly spoke with senior brother Zheng Xueji and then left with Ji Qinshui. The two quickly ran through the woods. Ji Qinshui, full of excitement, said, that fight earlier was so thrilling. Just watching it was exciting. Qin Zhe smiled faintly. This time, it was not just for the Tianying grass, but also for the Bloodhand mercenary group's ambush of Lu Dawei and the previous Wolf Warriors mercenary group's attempt to kill everyone from Qingmu sect. It's just a pity that Xiang Zun and Ling Shuang ran away. If only I could kill them both, that would be the best. But if there's another chance, Qinze didn't plan to let them off. What should we do now? Ji Qinxue excitedly looked at Qinze. Qinze said, don't you have the top alchemist of Tianji sect helping you with alchemy? Take the Tianyin grass back. I think this Yuan Yin pill should be fine. The top alchemist of Tianji sect has already reached the peak of the 4th stage. I heard she is a very young woman, and her alchemy talent is indeed terrifying. Ji Qinxue pouted and shook her head. No way. I want you to make this Yuan Yin pill for me. You have to personally treat me. That way, when you propose to my sister, you will have some merit to mention. You're really going to propose? Qinze asked helplessly. When Ji Qinxue heard this, her willow brows immediately twitched. Little brat, do you want to go back on your word? You did such excessive things to me. Do you think you could just slap your butt and leave? This. Qinze had a speechless expression. He thought for a moment and asked, my princess, I was thinking, every time your seductive poison acted up before, didn't you happen to have contact with a man? Ji Qinxue glared fiercely at Qinze. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Qinze awkwardly scratched his head and said, I'm not doubting you. It's just that this seductive poison sometimes can't be controlled. It's like what happened between us before. Although nothing happened, there was still some skin-to-skin contact. Since Ji Qinxue insisted on him proposing, Qinze wouldn't be completely irresponsible after touching her. But things still had to be clarified. This little girl had seductive poison in her body, and it was inevitable that when it acted up in the palace, she might just grab any guard or eunuch. That would make his head full of green. Ji Qinxue's pretty face turned red, and she said, actually, when my seductive poison acted up before, I couldn't control myself, but every time I had contact. Qinze's eyes widened as he stared at Ji Qinxue, feeling like she only said half of it, and his heart was almost dying from anxiety. What happened when it acted up? Looking at Ji Qinxue's face turning redder, Qinze felt like ants were crawling in his heart, itching terribly. Ji Qinxue took a deep breath and said, every time it was with my good sister. The more she said, the quieter her voice became, until it was almost like a mosquito's whisper. Qinze was a little confused. You mean, when you couldn't control yourself, you did that with your good sister? Ji Qinxue blushed and said, actually, it's not that exaggerated. Yu Qin is an alchemist, and every time it acted up, she would treat me. When I couldn't control myself, I would. Qinze swallowed hard and asked, do what to her? Ji Qinxue's face was so red it seemed like it would burst into water. She gathered up her courage and said, just like what you did to me. Qinze gasped, and his mind suddenly conjured an image. On the soft couch, 2 beautiful women were entangled desperately. In that moment, he hadn't seen anything like it for 1,000 years in his past life. Ji Qinxue shot a playful glare at Qinze and said, well, are you satisfied now? Qinze chuckled, not saying a word. In that case, the task of refining the medicine and detoxifying would fall entirely on him. After all, when the time came for detoxification, the seductive poison in Ji Qinxue's body would erupt one last time. If it was him, he could still suppress it. But if it was the #1 alchemist of the Tiangong sect, Ji Yuchan, those 2 women might create something earth-shattering. Qinze took Ji Qinxue's hand and said, in that case, don't worry. I will definitely go to the Empress to propose. This detoxification will also be on me, but we need to make a trip back to Tianmu City. Okay. Ji Qinxue nodded obediently, allowing her small hand to be held by Qinze. Her pretty face turned slightly red. The warmth of his palm felt a bit scorching, as if it wanted to pass through her skin and enter her body. The 2 quickened their pace, but they didn't let go of each other's hands. After 2 days, they arrived at Tianmu City. The refining of the Yuan Yin pill was somewhat complicated. The materials were easy to find, and he had his own spirit fire, but he still lacked a decent alchemy furnace. The 2 entered the merchant guild without delay to start searching. An ordinary spirit-grade alchemy furnace wouldn't do. At the very least, they needed a master-grade one. Of course, if there was a heavenly-grade furnace, that would be even better. But in the entire snow country, there were not many heavenly-grade furnaces, and Qinze didn't think too much about it. Chapter 84. Meeting Ji Yuchan. In the merchant guild of Tianmu City, the goods were very abundant and categorized, saving a lot of search time. Qinze and his companion walked into the alchemy shop within the guild. All the products here were related to pills and alchemy. Qinze wanted to purchase an alchemy furnace, so he went into the room specifically selling furnaces. Young brother, what kind of furnace do you need? We have everything here. A tall, thin, middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. Qinze looked around. There were at least 100 alchemy furnaces on display. From a beginner's perspective, each furnace had its own attributes. But for someone like Qinze who had mastered alchemy in his past life and could easily handle it in this life, as long as the grade was high enough, the attributes didn't matter. Do you have any better furnaces? I can't use these ordinary ones, Qinze said. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and said, "So you're an expert. Please follow me." He led Qin Zhe to another room where there were about 20 alchemy furnaces. The grades of these furnaces were indeed much higher than those outside. However, they still weren't master grade. They were all low or mid-level spirit grade, and there wasn't even a single high-grade one. Qin Zhe shook his head after taking a look. "I need a furnace that is at least master grade. If you have one, I'll pay any price." Master grade. The tall, thin, middle-aged man's eyes flickered for a moment. "What? Do you really have it?" Qin Zhe's excitement grew. Master-grade alchemy furnaces were certainly available in Tianmu City, but often they were used by high-grade alchemists themselves. What circulated in the market was very rare, let alone being openly sold like this. The reason Qin Zhe came to this shop was mainly because the shopkeepers had better information. It was better to directly ask them than to search aimlessly like a headless fly. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Young brother, give me 500,000 silver. I will tell you where to get a master-grade alchemy furnace." 500,000 for a piece of news. Qin Zhe's expression didn't change. He took out a silver note and handed it over. "As long as the information is true, this silver note is yours," he said calmly. The shopkeeper was overjoyed and happily accepted the silver note, saying, "Actually, this afternoon, Elder Ian of the Alchemy Alliance in Tianmu City is inviting young alchemists to meet. The final winner's prize is..." It was the recently acquired Respect Grade Alchemy Furnace of the Old Master. After saying this, he quickly stuffed the silver note into his pocket. "Little brother, a person should keep their word. Don't back out just because obtaining this furnace is too difficult. I absolutely will not push this 500 taels onto you," said the shopkeeper. Qin Zhe smiled slightly. 500 taels, it's worth it." With that, he took Ji Qinshua's hand and hurriedly left the shop. The two headed towards the alchemy conference and soon saw a few large black houses ahead. Outside the houses stood several young people in alchemy robes, welcoming guests. At this moment, it was noon, and the alchemy conference had not officially started. When Qin Zhe arrived at the entrance of the Alchemy Alliance, a disciple greeted them. "Are you two here to attend the Youth Alchemy Conference?" Qin Zhe nodded in affirmation. The disciple was quite polite, nodding and smiling. "To attend, you need a certification from an alchemist." Certification from an alchemist? Qin Zhe was slightly taken aback, thinking it was troublesome. Although he had recently refined a lot of elixirs, he hadn't bothered to obtain an alchemist identity. Actually, the Qingmu sect could certify as a first-rank alchemist, but Qin Zhe had been too busy and forgot about this. Now, without an alchemist identity, he couldn't even enter the Alchemy Alliance. This was a rule. "You don't have an alchemist identity?" Ji Qinshuo whispered. Qin Zhe looked helpless and said, "No identity, but don't worry. The poison I refine won't kill you." Ji Qinshuo chuckled and took out a token, handing it to the Alchemy Alliance disciple. "I am Ji Qinshuo. This is my alchemist token." The silver alchemist token was proof of being a second-rank alchemist. Didn't expect Ji Qinshuo to also be a second-rank alchemist. "You two, please enter," the disciple said immediately with a polite demeanor, leading the two into the Alchemy Alliance. Qin Zhe gave Ji Qinshuo a thumbs up, and she smiled with pride. The Alchemy Alliance was large, twisting and turning, until they arrived at a spacious room. Inside, there were about 40 to 50 alchemy stations, probably the place where they usually refined elixirs together. Many alchemy stations already had people sitting down. Actually, alchemy requires a quiet environment, but the Alchemy Alliance is different. This is a place for exchanging alchemy techniques, so everyone must refine together to communicate. As Qin Zhe and Ji Qinshu entered the room and were about to find a place to sit, a voice came. "Qin Zhe, is that really you? You dare to come to Tianmu City?" Turning around, the speaker was none other than Duan Yunlang, an alchemist from the Thunderbolt sect. Duan Yunlang had decent alchemy talent, and later in his past life, he had made quite a name for himself in the Eight Wastelands. This time, it was clear he also came for the Respect Grade Alchemy Furnace. Qin Zhe glanced at Duan Yunlang and said indifferently, "A defeated opponent. Why would I not dare to come?" Duan Yunlang sneered. "I heard you forcefully snatched the Tianyin grass. 2 large mercenary groups have reported the matter to the city guard, and the domain lord might come to handle this personally." "The domain lord is coming to handle it personally?" Qin Zhe found it amusing. The princess was right here. No matter which domain lord it was, even if it wasn't Lei Longhu, the other two would have no way to deal with him. "Duan Yunlang, today I'm here. You can leave. This furnace is not for you," Qin Zhe said coldly. Duan Yunlang's face turned red, angrily saying, "How can you know unless you try?" Qin Zhe smiled faintly. "Only bringing humiliation upon yourself. Your alchemy skills are nowhere near me, even when I was 3 years old." "You!" Duan Yunlang swept away his sleeves and left, his face red with anger. Ji Qinshua tugged at Qin Zai's sleeve and laughed. You're naturally gifted at making people angry. You're so good at it with me, even better with others. Qin Zai chuckled. I don't dare to provoke you anymore. You're a princess. Don't I want my life? You must back up what you say, Ji Qinshua said sweetly. She could see that Duan Yunlong's alchemy strength was strong, but he was still Qin Zai's defeated opponent. Qin Zai's alchemy strength might be comparable to Ji Yuchan's. Thinking of Ji Yuchan, in her mind, the breathtaking beauty emerged. Just as she thought of it, that face suddenly walked into the alchemy room. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted, and whispers immediately started. Ji Yuchen, I can't be mistaken. The saintess of the Tianji sect, the #1 alchemist, Ji Yuchen. She's here for the alchemy meeting today? Then we definitely don't stand a chance. Ji Qinshua looked at the woman who walked in, deeply lowering her head, hiding behind Qin Zai. Chapter 85. The Cosmic Harmonizing Pill. Ji Yuchen entered the alchemy room, her pure and beautiful face seeming untouched by the dust of the world, making it impossible for anyone to harbor even a hint of disrespect. Miss Ji, long time no see. Duan Yunlang was the first to rush forward. Ji Yuchen's cold gaze turned to Duan Yunlang, and then her lips curled slightly, revealing a polite smile. Master Duan, it's been a while, she said with a slight bow. Duan Yunlang glanced at his alchemy seat and said, Miss Ji, could you honor me by coming to sit next to me? We could exchange some insights on alchemy. Ji Yuchen did not respond, but walked straight toward a spot. When she stopped beside Qin Zai's alchemy seat, she said lightly, I'll choose here. This. Duan Yunlang immediately looked awkward. He had invited her, yet she showed no interest. Qin Zai hadn't said a word, but Ji Yuchen chose to approach him. Did they know each other? Duan Yunlang thought for a moment and quietly said, Miss Ji, this person was previously outside the city, seizing the Tianyin grass, and will soon be punished by the domain lord. If you know him, it's better to stay away from him. Tianyin grass. Ji Yuchen's eyes trembled slightly, but she quickly calmed and said, I do not know him. You don't know him? Duan Yunlang felt even more annoyed. After all, he was a standout among young alchemists. Yet, Ji Yuchen would rather be near a stranger than join him. Duan Yunlong's eyes showed a trace of resentment, thinking to himself that he must regain his dignity at the alchemy meeting. I'll make you understand how foolish it is to ignore me. As he thought this, he angrily returned to his alchemy seat. At this moment, Ji Qinshua desperately pulled down the brim of her hat. Thankfully, Ji Yuchen's seat was in front of them, now facing away. Otherwise, they would definitely be discovered. After this, more alchemists entered, totaling about 30, all young alchemists under 30. After waiting for a moment, an elder stepped through the door. It was Elder Yin from the Alchemy Alliance of Tianmu City. Elder Yin's real name was Yin Qianjun, a top-tier 4th-grade alchemist. Although there was still a gap compared to 5th-grade alchemists from the Imperial City, a top-tier 4th grade in the Bahuang domain was already among the top few. As Elder Yin entered the alchemy room, everyone fell silent. These young alchemists looked at Elder Yin with admiration in their eyes. Even the proud Duan Yunlang had a hint of respect in his gaze at this moment. Elder Yin walked to the main seat, and then a disciple brought forward an alchemy furnace, placing it before everyone's eyes. This was a 3-legged alchemy furnace, made from a special material, neither iron nor stone, sparkling with deep, mysterious light under the illumination. The body of the furnace was inscribed with runes, resembling ancient symbols. From a distance, Qin Zai could not see it very clearly. As everyone's gaze lingered on the alchemy furnace, Elder Yin slowly began to speak. This is the only Zun-grade alchemy furnace in Tianmu City, the Lu Jin Fuan furnace. This furnace can help alchemists better control their spiritual power, thus increasing the chances of successful alchemy. After listening, everyone once again turned their eyes to the alchemy furnace. Even an alchemist of Ji Yuchen's caliber had a hint of fervor in her eyes at this moment. Although today's event was the young alchemist meeting, almost everyone was here for this furnace. Elder Yin noticed the expressions of everyone and chuckled. Everyone, there's no need to rush to see this Dan furnace. After all, there's only one Dan furnace, and not everyone can obtain it. But I'll say this, if anyone today can solve my problem with this Dan medicine, feel free to take the Dan furnace, and I promise to present it with both hands. People were eager in their hearts, and someone had already opened their mouth to ask, Elder Yin, what exactly do we need to do today at the Dan meeting? Please don't keep us in suspense. Yeah, please throw out the question first, so we have a clear idea in our hearts. The crowd was buzzing, clearly getting a bit anxious. Elder Yin cleared his throat a few times and fell silent for a moment, keeping everyone in suspense. Then he finally said, Today, I have one question. How to adjust the effects of the Tianyi Hunyuan Dan? Masters, does anyone have their own insights? Tianyi Hunyuan Dan? Qin Zhe felt a slight stir in his heart. This Tianyi Hunyuan Dan is a forbidden pill. Not only in the 8 Desolation domain, but even throughout the entire Snow Country's Dan realm, private refining is not allowed. So-called forbidden pills are generally those that have strong negative effects. The Tianyi Hunyuan Dan can instantaneously elevate a martial artist's martial arts cultivation. Any martial artist in the Zunwu realm who takes this Dan will see their power increase exponentially. But after the effect wears off, the martial artist's body will experience serious problems. The lighter cases will see a regression of one realm, while the heavier can lead to the complete loss of their martial arts. These side effects depend entirely on luck. No one can control them. And this kind of Dan medicine with significant side effects is generally not supported for refining in the Dan realm. Some alchemists might secretly refine it and sell it on the black market, but only some desperate warriors would use it. After all, unless faced with life and death, ordinary people wouldn't dare to casually use the Tianyi Hunyuan Dan, as it's not easy to reach the Zunwu realm. Just one Dan may turn all one's hard-earned martial cultivation into nothing. At this moment, in the Dan hall, upon hearing the name of this Dan medicine, all the alchemists frowned. They knew that this Dan furnace was certainly not going to be easily obtained today. They just didn't expect it to be this difficult. Elder Een smiled slightly and said, "Actually, after some time of research, I've already modified the effects of the Tianyi Hunyuan Dan. Now the side effects of this medicine formula have been modified to reduce at most 2 realms of cultivation." The crowd instantly erupted in discussion. If the effects of the Tianyi Hunyuan Dan can be controlled to a maximum reduction of 2 realms, then this Dan medicine would be powerful. At this moment, the disciples of the Dan Alliance began to distribute sheets of Dan formulas to everyone. Everyone felt a bit excited, and their respect for Elder Een grew tremendously. The modified effects of the Tianyi Hunyuan Dan were excellent, and Elder Een even directly handed the formula to everyone. Elder Een smiled and said, "Everyone, this formula still needs to be improved. If anyone has the ability to refine it and provide useful suggestions, I will give this Dan furnace to that person." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked at the formula. The Tianyi Hunyuan Dan was originally a forbidden pill, and many people didn't know how to refine it, so they were quite confused at this moment. Of course, there were a few alchemists who knew how to refine this Dan medicine. For example, Duan Yunlang was looking at it very seriously at this moment. Qin Zhe glanced at the formula and then set it aside. Ji Qinshu tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "What's wrong? Can't you do it? If you can't, let's go. It's so scary here." "What's so scary about this?" Qin Zhe said, puzzled, as he patted Ji Qinshu's head and said, "Who said I can't? This stuff I'm extremely familiar with. It's just that Elder Een is a bit deceitful." Qin Zhe squinted his eyes and looked towards Elder Een ahead. Chapter 86. I can improve the formula. Qin Zhe looked at Elder Een and had already figured out the other's intention in his heart. He deliberately distributed the formula to these alchemists, but he didn't really expect everyone to provide him with suggestions. Elder Yin's true objective was to let everyone learn his formula and then refine his improved version of the Tianyi Hunyuan Dan. When the batch of medicinal pills spreads out, he will then see the effects of these pills. The side effects of the Heavenly Chaos pill are extremely powerful, and a master alchemist like Elder Een cannot possibly guarantee to control the side effects within manageable limits. So after improving it, he needed others to test his pills. However, if he crafted these pills himself and the tester ended up losing their cultivation level, his reputation would be ruined. That's why he organized this youth alchemy conference, hoping to use the hands of young alchemists here to create this pill and let people test it. "Everyone," at this moment, Elder Een spoke, "You can directly refine pills here with me. I have prepared all the materials for you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will answer anything." Everyone looked at him with deep respect and began to refine pills. "I have a little matter to attend to, so I won't be refining pills," Qin Zhe said to the stage, then left with Ji Qinshu. Elder Een frowned slightly. Seeing Qin Zhe's unfamiliar face, he didn't say much. After all, having one more person to test the pills wasn't a bad thing. "I also have something to do." At this moment, Ji Yuchan also said, walking towards the pill hall's exit. Elder Een was a bit surprised and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Miss Ji, is there something wrong?" Ji Yuchan's expression was cold as she replied lightly, "It's nothing. I just feel a bit unwell." After saying that, she turned around and left the alchemy hall. Ji Qinshu stepped out of the pill hall and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to pull Qin Zhe away quickly, a cold female voice came from behind. "Princess, have you had enough fun?" Ji Qinshu's body trembled, lowering her head like a child who made a mistake, slowly turning around. "Xiaoyu, did you recognize me?" Ji Qinshu stuck out her tongue, wearing a cute expression. Ji Yuchan still wore a cold expression and said lightly, "Does the princess think that my alchemy skills are lacking, so you need to find someone else to refine the pills?" Ji Qinxue took Ji Yuchan's small hand and said softly, "Xiao Yu, don't be jealous. Qin Zhe is my fiancé, and it's only reasonable for him to refine pills for me. Besides, he's very capable. His skills might be on par with yours." On par? After hearing this, Ji Yuchan looked at Qin Zhe. She scrutinized him for a moment, as if she hadn't noticed this man before. "You can refine pills?" Ji Yuchan asked. Qin Zhe smiled slightly. "I know a bit." Ji Yuchan frowned slightly. "Then can you refine the Yuan pill as well?" Qin Zhe nodded, "Of course." Ji Yuchan's lovely eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, "Since you can refine it, why not refine the pills first instead of participating in this deceptive pill conference?" Qin Zhe felt a slight stir in his heart. This Ji Yuchan had also seen through Elder Yin's trickery. It seemed this woman had some wits about her. He sighed and said, "I got the heavenly shadow grass, but I don't have a good pill furnace. The Yuan pill is meant to nourish the body. Only take one, so the higher the grade, the better. I have everything else prepared, just missing a respected grade pill furnace." A hint of surprise flashed in Ji Yuchan's eyes. Clearly, she had come here for a respected grade pill furnace as well. And she wanted this respected grade pill furnace to refine pills for Ji Qinxue. Ji Yuchan asked, "Since you came for the pill furnace, why did you leave?" Qin Zhe knew she was testing him, so he replied calmly, "You saw through his trick. Do you really think I wouldn't notice? Only an idiot like Duan Yunlang would be foolish enough to be used." Ji Yuchan slightly nodded, clearly agreeing with Qin Zhe's statement. Her expression was slightly troubled as she said, "Since the respected grade pill furnace can't be obtained for now, we can only forcefully refine the Yuan pill." "Not necessarily." Qin Zhe smiled mysteriously, saying, "Let's rest here for a moment. After they finish, I will naturally have a way to get the respected grade pill furnace." Ji Yuchen was a bit surprised. "You said you have a way to get a cauldron?" "You just wait and see." Qin Zhe led the two women to a pavilion in the yard to sit down, and the disciples of the Dan Alliance were still very polite, serving tea and snacks. After everyone ate and drank for a while, about an hour later, the Dan conference slowly dispersed. Although no one got the cauldron, they did obtain a very powerful formula, and everyone felt very happy inside. Duan Yunlang held a few pills in his hands, walking out of the alchemy room with great ambition. As soon as he got outside, he saw Qin Zhe sitting with his goddess Ji Yuchen, chatting together, and instantly felt a surge of anger. He quickly walked to the pavilion and said, "Miss Ji, your memory is too poor. I warned you before that this person forcibly snatched the Tianyin grass, defying the Empress's orders, and is already being targeted by the Domain Lord. If you continue to be with him, you'll surely be dragged down." Ji Yuchen stood up and saluted, coldly saying, "Thank you for the reminder." Qin Zhe glanced at Duan Yunlang, completely ignoring him. Duan Yunlang felt a bit depressed and angrily left, thinking to himself, "Just wait, you'll regret it." At that moment, Elder Yin walked out the door. Qin Zhe then stood up and walked toward Elder Yin. "Elder Yin, please wait," Qin Zhe said as he approached. Yin Xianjun recognized this was the alchemist who had just left, his brow furrowed, and he asked with a hint of arrogance, "Since you have left, why have you returned now?" Qin Zhe calmly replied, "Did Elder Yin not say that whoever can improve your formula will get this great cauldron? I have a way to improve the formula, and I can also eliminate all side effects." "What?" Once these words were spoken, Elder Yin was shocked. Not only Elder Yin, but also Duan Yunlang behind Qin Zhe, and even far away Ji Yuchen and Ji Qinxue were all astonished. Elder Yin was the first to react, coldly saying, "Young friend, do not joke with me. It is not funny at all. If you leave now, I will only consider you as having made a jest." Duan Yunlang scoffed from behind. "Qin Zhe, are you crazy? Do you think Elder Yin is a 3-year-old child, that such a lie could fool him?" He wore a smug expression, feeling quite pleased. Last time he lost to Qin Zhe, this time he was determined to step on him a few times with this opportunity. Qin Zhe maintained a serious expression, saying, "I am not joking. I really have a way to improve this formula, and I can refine pills on the spot, finding someone to test them." After saying this, his eyes burned brightly as he looked at Yin Xianjun. Yin Xianjun couldn't believe his ears. He thought this guy was just causing trouble, but to his surprise, he claimed he would refine pills himself and could find someone to test them right away. He quickly grabbed Qin Zhe and asked, "Is what you said true?" Qin Zhe smiled arrogantly. "Of course, if it does not work, you can simply not give me the cauldron. If you see results, then you can give it to me." Yin Xianjuan's heart raced, and he hurriedly asked again, "Then what about the formula?" Qin Zhe replied, "I will write out the formula for you first, and if Elder Yin sees no issues, I will start refining." "Good." Yin Xianjun pulled Qin Zhe toward a nearby alchemy room. Duan Rilong hurriedly said, Elderine, please don't be deceived by him. This guy can refine some pills, but how can he achieve the effects he claims? If this mixed yuan pill has no side effects, it would be a divine pill. This formula, in the 8 desolate domain, you can't buy it even with money. However, In Qianjun shot a glance at Duan Yunlang and coldly said, I am not a child. How can I not discern truth from falsehood? I appreciate Master Duan's good intentions. After all, Qin Zhe was about to refine pills himself and find someone to test them on the spot. Whether the pills were real or fake could be seen at a glance. How would he trick him? In Qianjun had lived for over 70 years, an old tree root. He wouldn't be easily fooled. Even if Qin Zhe was bragging, the worst that would happen is wasting over an hour. Young friend, this way please. As he spoke, he led Qin Zhe into a luxuriously decorated alchemy room. Duan Yunlang, feeling wronged, wanted to follow in to see what was going on, but was stopped by several disciples. In Qianjun said coldly, since Master Duan insists he is a fraud, there's no need for him to identify the tricks of the fraud. I will assess it myself. After all, he needed to write down the recipe, and this crafty old fox, In Qianjun, would never allow outsiders to see the recipe. Finishing his words, he took Qin Zhe into the room. Qin Zhe was also quick to act, grabbing paper and pen to swiftly write down the recipe. In fact, after seeing the improved recipe for the universe mixed yuan pill earlier, he thought of the peerless recipe from his previous life that had no side effects. However, this peerless recipe would take 100 years to be researched by future generations. Of course, what he wrote now would not be that peerless recipe, but just a slightly modified version. There would still be side effects, but they would be more stable than In Qianjun's. However, the universe mixed yuan pill had the potential side effect of causing a martial artist cultivation to be completely lost, making it forever a forbidden pill. In Qianjun looked at the recipe repeatedly, feeling that it made some sense. After all, he had also studied the improvement of the universe mixed yuan pill and could see some insights. Young friend, can this pill really have no side effects? In Qianjun asked. Qin Zhe smiled faintly. Old In, you've asked many times. I didn't intend to share this recipe. After all, my master has spent over 40 years researching it. However, I now need a respectful grade alchemy furnace to refine a very important pill. And since you are esteemed and respected, I'm doing you a favor by sharing this recipe for your research. Anyway, my master is indifferent to fame and fortune, and only wishes for capable alchemists to inherit this recipe. After Qin Zhe finished speaking, In Qianjun stared, startled by the promise of immense fortune today. Good, good. Then let's try refining one. Qin Zhe nodded and walked toward the alchemy platform. In Qianjun looked at him with longing in his eyes, filled with hope. Qin Zhe smiled slightly and said, Old In, take a sip of tea and don't be so anxious. The pill will come out soon, and you can see the effect for yourself. If you think it's not good, I won't force you to take the furnace. All right. In Qianjun felt shy to keep staring at Qin Zhe, so he sat down and drank a few sips of tea. At this moment, Qin Zhe had already divided the materials and quickly placed them into the alchemy furnace. In Qianjun was stunned. Qin Zhe was too fast, and he didn't even see it clearly. But there were only a few materials, which were similar to those listed in the recipe. He felt relieved and watched closely. Qin Zhe's alchemy skills were very proficient, clearly indicating he had been taught by a master. In Qianjun nodded slightly, a sense of appreciation towards talent rising in his heart. He thought to himself, after the alchemy was complete, he would invite Qin Zhe to join the Alchemy Alliance, even offering him the position of deputy leader. Just based on this recipe, the other party would deserve it. More than an hour rushed by. Soon, the alchemy was complete. As the furnace opened, a wave of fragrant aroma spread out. In Qianjun hurriedly leaned in and saw a perfectly shaped universe mixed yuan pill lying within the furnace. His heart raced a little, and he asked, Young friend, does this pill truly have no side effects? Qin Zhe smiled slightly, stepping outside and beckoning to Ji Qinxue. Ji Qinxue and Ji Yuqin quickly arrived in the alchemy room. At this moment, Duan Yunlang had not left either and followed them in. Since this did not involve the recipe or the alchemy process, In Qianjun didn't chase anyone away. Everyone looked at the pill in Qin Zhe's hand. This was the legendary universe mixed yuan pill without side effects. Qin Zhe held Ji Qinxue's hand and stepped forward, whispering, Do you believe me? Ji Qinxue glanced at Qin Zhe and nodded. Good, if you believe me, take this universe mixed yuan pill. Qin Zhe spoke as he handed the pill to Ji Qinxue. Ji Yuqin was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Miss Xiaoxue, be careful. Ji Qinxue smiled and said, Don't worry, I trust him. After speaking, she swallowed the heaven and earth primordial pill. Boom! As the pill entered her mouth, a violent aura instantly surged. This was clearly the power of the supreme martial realm. After all, those who weren't in this realm couldn't even consume such a pill. Although supreme martial realm warriors weren't rare in Tianmu City, they were still top-tier existences. At this moment, seeing this young girl possessing such strong martial power, Duan Yunlang and Yin Xianjun were both surprised. Could it be that Qin Zhe truly had some real strength? Maybe this pill was real. A supreme martial realm expert dared to test the pill without hesitation. How much trust did she have in it? That meant the authenticity of this pill was beyond doubt. Ji Qinxue felt the power surging in her body, her face filled with joy, and she became even more curious about Qin Zhe. This pill is so strong. I feel like I'm about to break through to the immortal martial realm, she thought to herself. Like the spirit realm, the martial realm also had 3 major levels. They were the supreme martial realm, the immortal martial realm, and the phantom martial realm. Once a warrior reached the 9th stage of the supreme martial realm, they could break through to the immortal martial realm. The difference in power between the two was immense. However, Qin Zhe's heaven and earth primordial pill was of extremely high quality, nearly boosting Ji Qinshue's strength by 3 to 4 times. Everyone was astonished at the high quality of Qin Zhe's pill. Of course, the most important thing about the heaven and earth primordial pill was its side effects. So, they had to wait until the pill's effects faded to see if the girl's martial power would regress. The crowd waited in silence, Ji Yuchen's heart pounding in her chest. She was also an alchemist and knew that in this world, there was no such thing as a heaven and earth primordial pill without side effects. Ji Qinxue was too trusting. This time, who knew what the outcome would be? She was filled with worry, waiting for Ji Qinshue's body to process the pill. The side effects were about to begin. Chapter 88. Assassination from a skeleton mercenary group. The pill's effects faded, and the side effects were about to hit. Everyone watched Ji Qinxue nervously. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from Ji Qinxue. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats, only to hear Ji Qinxue shout, "My hands, my skin, why is it turning black?" She hurriedly pulled out a bronze mirror and found that her face had darkened as well. I turned black. Ji Qinxue grabbed Qin Zhe and asked. Qin Zhe scratched his head and said, "I forgot." The side effect of the heaven and earth primordial pill changed from martial regression to skin darkening. But don't worry, it will return to normal in a few hours. I hate you. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it. Wah. Ji Qinxue punched Qin Zhe several times in frustration, crying in anger. The other 3, however, were completely stunned. The side effect was just skin darkening? For martial artists, as long as their cultivation remained intact, a few hours of darkened skin was nothing. Even if it were permanent, they wouldn't care. Qin Zhe looked at Yin Xianjun and said, "Old Yin, do you see? This is my pill. Though we've only tested one, its effect is clearly much better than yours, isn't it?" Yin Xianjun was overwhelmed with excitement. No matter what, today he had hit the jackpot. After all, he had already obtained the pill formula. "Little brother, may I have a private word with you?" Yin Xianjun said to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe didn't respond, but the other 3 were tactful enough to leave the pill room first. Yin Xianjun spoke. "Little brother, do you have any interest in becoming the vice leader of my alchemy alliance?" He hadn't even finished speaking before Qin Zhe interrupted him. "Sorry, old Yin. I'm usually very busy and don't have time to make pills for the alliance. Alchemy is just a hobby of mine. I'm mainly focused on martial arts." Qin Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "Oh." Yin Xianjun let out a meaningful "oh," and his eyes twitched slightly. Clearly, he was plotting something in his heart. "Little brother," he continued, "have you given this formula to anyone else?" Qin Zhe knew that this old fox was calculating the formula. If the formula was real, and he was the only one who had it, then he would instantly become as rich as a country. Qin Zhe pretended to be a novice, scratching his head, and said, "My master gave me this formula before he ascended to the heavens. I had refined a few pills before, but then I put it aside for training, and it wasn't until today, coming to the pill conference, that I remembered. My master said it was for skilled alchemists, so I never gave it to anyone else." Yin Xianjuan's chest heaved violently, clearly very excited inside. Now, only 2 people knew the formula. As long as he killed him, then he would be the only one with the formula. He concealed the killing intent in his eyes, stood up, and handed the alchemy furnace to Qin Zhe. "Little brother, I keep my word. This alchemy furnace is for you. Refine pills well," he said, patting Qin Zhe on the shoulder. Qin Zhe thanked Yin Xianjun and left the alchemy room with the furnace. Once Qin Zhe left, Yin Xianjun instructed his disciple, "Quick, help me invite the leader of the skeleton mercenary group, Yi Xingchen." Qin Zhe and the 3 got the alchemy furnace and left the pill alliance immediately. The three found a luxurious tavern to stay in. Then Qinze took out the tianyin grass, while Jiuchen took out other herbs. Everything was ready. Next, they discussed who would be responsible for alchemy. Both were aiming to refine better pills, and Qinze had spiritual fire, which made him a better choice. However, Jiuchen suddenly conjured a ball of flame, which also turned out to be spiritual fire. Since both had spiritual fire, Qinze no longer argued. Perfect, it's likely someone will come to kill us tonight. If Miss Ji refines pills, I can protect you. Jiuchen was a bit surprised. Tonight, who dares to come and kill us? Although she never revealed her identity as a princess, she was known as the saintess of the Tianji sect, and this was common knowledge. Do the people of Tianmu City dare to provoke the disciples of the Tianji sect? Qinze smiled and said, Today I said I never gave this formula to anyone on purpose, so what do you think this old man Yin will do? Jiuchen was also smart and instantly understood. You think he will find someone to kill you and then monopolize the formula? She asked with wide eyes. Qinze nodded with a smile. Jiuchen frowned. You're such a fool. You wouldn't give him a fake formula? Qinze chuckled and said nothing. What he gave was certainly a fake formula. He didn't plan to refine too many real formulas, just a few occasionally for acquaintances to use. Once the market spread it out, it would only cause more trouble with a mix of true and false. Ji Qinxue sat on the bed, still angry. She had turned dark for 2 hours and had not faded. This side effect was more unpleasant than falling behind in martial cultivation. At this time, Jiuchen began refining pills. Qinze sat aside, operating the Taishang immortal mantra while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Jiuchen's alchemy was going very smoothly. Her own strength was strong, and she had practiced many times to refine this yuanyin pill. She was always meticulous in her work, even a bit obsessive. Especially towards Ji Qinxue, she was even more attentive. Tap, 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 tap. At that moment, footsteps sounded from upstairs. Then someone shouted, Is Qinze here? The leader of the skeleton mercenary group is looking for him. Skeleton mercenary group. In the tavern below, as soon as the name was heard, the customers instantly fled. Qinze, come out. You can't hide. The person shouted again. Qinze signaled Jiuchen with his eyes, indicating that she should continue refining pills calmly. After all, with Ji Qinxue here, no one could harm them. He stepped out of the door and said lightly, I am Qinze. What do you want? In front of him stood more than 10 martial cultivators. In the front was a handsome young man, his complexion a bit pale, looking sickly. The gaze was sharp, clearly the kind belonging to someone who often kills. I am Night Star, the leader of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps. Someone wants your life, so I am here to take it today. Night Star said Don Donduk. Qinze smiled slightly. So, it is the leader of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps, one of the 3 major mercenary groups. He thought to himself, having encountered all 3 major mercenary groups during this trip to Tianmu City. However, it was clear that Night Star was the strongest among the 3 leaders. His cultivation should be even stronger than Ling Shueshuang. Are you going to kill me? Is it a one-on-one or a group fight? Qinze asked calmly. Night Star looked up at Qinze. Rest assured, when I take on a killing task, I only ever use one person. If I end up dead at your hands, my subordinates will absolutely never seek revenge for me. Qinze burst into laughter, so powerful. But what if you accepted a task from someone much stronger than you? What would you do? Night Star fell silent for a moment and said, To be honest, we will ask who it is before accepting a task. Your name is not well known, and you're also an alchemist. Your strength cannot possibly be stronger than mine. Qinze couldn't help but smile. No wonder he dared to go one-on-one. It turns out he'd done his homework and thought I was an easy target before accepting. Of course, there's nothing wrong with this. Everyone has to eat, it's just a job. All right, let's fight outside then, so we don't damage the tables and chairs. Qinze said and walked out to the street. Chapter 89, Night Star's Chaos Harmonizing Pill. As Qinze reached the entrance of the restaurant, the street had long been cleared. In Tianmu City, not many dared to meddle when the 3 major mercenary groups were at work. Night Star followed Qinze outside, observing him slightly as they walked. This person's cultivation was not that high, merely at the 6th level of the Xianling realm. His own cultivation was already at the peak of the 2nd level of the Zunhua realm. Yet, this opponent did not seem the slightest bit afraid of battling him. Could it be that he still had some hidden tricks? Thinking this, Night Star extended his hand, and a subordinate handed over a giant axe. The axe was taller than a person, both sides engraved with bright silver runes. The black handle exuded a mysterious aura. With a firm grip, sparks of lightning flickered along the axe blade. This is my weapon, the Dragon Roar Axe. Night Star planted the giant axe into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Although there were no spectators nearby, many people in the distance were still watching. Seeing Night Star plant the axe, The crowd could not help but express their admiration. Another head was about to be added today under this dragon roar axe. Qinzhe took out the Daz sword. Against a Zunwu realm level 2 warrior like this, he did not need spiritual fire. His own strength could easily defeat a Zunwu realm level 4 warrior. The reason Qinzhe did not act inside to kill was simply to buy some time for Ji Yuqian to refine pills, nothing more. Thus, he did not feel much pressure in this battle. Friend, I'm sorry. I owe Old Yin a favor, so this time I must kill you. Nightstar clasped his hands together and bowed to Qinzhe. At this moment, it seemed as though Qinzhe had already died beneath his axe. After the bow, he picked up the axe again. Closing his eyes, he released his aura, and lightning surrounded him as it spread into the air. The lightning traveled down the handle of the axe into the ground, then vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Nightstar opened his eyes, his expression becoming grotesque and exaggerated. With his right hand, he lifted the giant axe and jumped into the air. The axe spun in the air, not counting how many times it turned. Each turn gathered a layer of lightning power. Reaching the highest point, he had leaped at least 3 men high. The axe had made dozens of spins, and the lightning on the blade was already visible to the naked eye. With a flash of deep blue light, boom! The ground shook, dust filled the air. Amid the dust, lightning still flickered, and everyone widened their eyes to see the situation inside. But the dust was too thick, making it impossible to see the truth. The crowd waited anxiously. 3 breaths for breaths. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the dust away, revealing Qinzhe standing firm, his right hand holding the sword with one hand, directly blocking the blow of the giant axe. Yi Xingqian felt a sharp pain in his hands, secretly gritting his teeth. Isn't Qinzhe at the 6th level of the Xianling realm? How could he possibly withstand my full force strike? Do you have hidden strength? Yi Xingqian asked. Qinzhe smiled lightly. Maybe. This indifferent attitude made Yi Xingqian furious. He raised the giant axe and launched another attack. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Qinzhe's feet hardly moved, merely swinging his long sword to block the attacks. Yi Xingqian felt frustrated, although he was on the offensive. Qinzhe defended flawlessly. How could a martial cultivator at the Xianling realm be so strong? Qinzhe, you only defend and do not attack. At most, you'll not be defeated. But if you fail to defend even once, you will undoubtedly die. Yi Xingqian shouted angrily. Qinzhe smiled lightly. You should say that after you can break through my defense. He was not in a hurry. After all, his goal was to buy time. Suddenly, Qinzhe froze for a moment. He discovered that the Dazhe sword had actually developed a small crack. The Dazhe sword was forged by Qinzhe himself, but it was merely a mid-grade spirit-level weapon, which fell short in battles of the Zunwu realm. However, since it was his own creation, Qinzhe still felt a bit heartbroken. But the battle had begun, and if he did not use this sword, he would have to resort to the angry flame sword. In front of so many people, he did not wish to take things out from the spatial jade pendant. It was just a pity for the Dazhe sword. After today, it would probably be unusable. Since that's the case, then today, let's have a thrilling battle. Qinzhe originally wanted to delay time, but now with the weapon damaged, he could no longer drag it out. He poured all his strength into the great sword, and then his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Thunder sword. The great sword suddenly exerted force, directly bouncing the giant axe away. Then Qinzhe spun around, gathering strength, and the Dazhe sword slashed towards Yi Xingqian. What? Yi Xingqian's giant axe was deflected. Just as he was preparing to continue his assault, unexpectedly Qinzhe's counterattack came at him. This strike seemed simple, but it contained immense power. Yi Xingqian was very experienced in battle and quickly raised the giant axe to defend. Boom! A fierce wind struck his face, and the sword Qi slashed his cheeks. A sharp pain made Yi Xingqian feel the taste of death. Retreat! He shouted softly, leaping backward. At the same time, the Dazhe sword collided heavily with the axe handle. Ding! A piercing sound rang out, accompanied by Yi Xingqian's body being sent flying. Boom! He crashed into a nearby building, which instantly collapsed into ruins, and his body was buried beneath the debris. The crowd was shocked. Qinzhe's strike had such power. In this Tianmu city, there were very few who could defeat Yi Xingqian. To be able to send him flying so wretchedly, this was probably the first. Yi Xingqian emerged from the ruins, his giant axe now split in two. The Dazhe sword in Qinzhe's hand had a visible crack. This sword could still be used after some repairs, but it was of no use to him anymore. Yi Xingqian walked out of the ruins, looking at Qinzhe, smiling lightly. Friend, great skills. It's just a pity. Your luck is bad. Yi Xingqian's lips curled into a proud smile. Qinzhe looked indifferent. Oh, how is my luck bad? Please tell me. Yi Xingchen took out a pill and said, "Do you know what this pill is?" "How would I know?" Qinze rolled his eyes. Yi Xingchen said, "Heaven and Earth mixed element pill, and it is the kind without any side effects." "Haven't you seen it before?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile proudly. Qinze was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but smile helplessly. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the pill Elder Yin gave you, right?" Qinze asked. Yi Xingchen was a little confused, but didn't hide it. "Yes, Elder Yin made it himself and told me it has no side effects at all. It will only make a person's skin turn dark." As he spoke, he swallowed the pill. Chapter 90. Cured Ji Qianxue's poison. Qinze wanted to say something, but now that the other had swallowed it, what more could he say? He sighed and asked, "Do you really believe Elder Yin can make such a pill without side effects?" As the pill entered Yi Xingchen's system, his aura began to surge wildly. He looked up at Qinze, his eyes turning cold. "Elder Yin is highly respected. He would never deceive me. But Qinze, you are quite impressive, forcing me to take this pill just to kill you." He clenched his fists, and lightning began to swirl around him. Qinze waved his hand and said, "Don't rush to brag. 2 things. First, whether this pill has side effects is still uncertain. Second, even if you took the Heaven and Earth Hunyuan pill, you still wouldn't be my match, understand?" Bullsh asterisk T. Yi Xingchen lost the previous elegance, cursing as he pushed off with his right foot, launching himself toward Qinze like a cannonball. Thunder punch. Yi Xingchen threw a full-force punch at Qinze's chest. Qinze took a deep breath and didn't use any martial skills. He simply puffed out his chest, preparing to take the full hit. The onlookers were all astonished. Is Qinze giving up because he knows he can't win? But why does he look so confident? Yi Xingchen felt confused as well, but this punch had to be thrown. Boom! The punch finally hit Qinze's chest. Crack! It sounded like bones were breaking. Yi Xingchen felt a thrill of joy, but then looked at Qinze and saw that he was still standing firm. "What are you pretending for?" "The bones broke. Even if you aren't hurt from this punch, if I hit you again, you will undoubtedly die," Yi Xingchen sneered. Qinze took a deep breath, and his stony skin shimmered slightly. He looked at Yi Xingchen, calmly saying, "Do you realize whose bones have actually broken?" Yi Xingchen was stunned, feeling an indescribable pain in his hand. Looking down, he saw that the back of his hand was a bit swollen, as if the bone inside had been damaged. With a full-force punch, his own bones had cracked. And the other, unscathed? What level of strength does Qinze possess? "You, what is your cultivation level?" Yi Xingchen stared at Qinze intensely, asking. Qinze smiled slightly and didn't speak. In fact, with the stone ape's inner lining and stone skin skill, his defense could reach above the 6th level of Zunwu realm. Even if Yi Xingchen took the Heaven and Earth Hunyuan pill, at most he would only reach the 3rd or 4th level of Zunwu realm. With that kind of power hitting him, it was no wonder his bones were cracking. Yi Xingchen's expression gradually turned ferocious. He had thought this task would be an ordinary one. He never expected it to be this strong. "Go!" He waved his hand and quickly left with his subordinates. Qinze didn't pursue. Protecting Ji Yuchen while he refined pills was a priority. Moreover, after a while, when the side effects kicked in, it would be even more exciting to see him and Yin Qianjun fight. Qinze returned to the inn, but didn't go straight into the room. After all, Ji Yuchen was refining pills, and disturbing her now could affect the quality of the medicine. After waiting for a while, there was no reaction from upstairs. Qinze used his mental energy to probe the room, and found that the pill refining seemed to have finished. The pill refining is over, but why didn't she say anything? He felt puzzled and decided to directly open the door to go in. Just as he reached the door, he heard several soft and sweet voices from inside. "Oh my!" Qinze instantly thought of something and hurriedly pushed the door open. He saw Ji Qianxue and Ji Yuchen embracing on the soft couch. The two people had red faces and ears, clearly having embraced each other for quite a while. Both women's clothes were half on, half off, and all the places that could and could not be seen were completely exposed. Ji Yuchen's initial impression of Qinze was that of a pure, spotless, saintly woman, untouched by any worldly affairs. At this moment, she was being held in Ji Qianxue's arms, kneaded and completely immersed in pleasure. Upon seeing Qinze enter, Ji Yuchen let out a cry and hurriedly pushed Ji Qianxue away. "Quick, the princess has taken the pill, and the charm poison is acting up again," Ji Yuchen said, not caring about adjusting her clothes, quickly jumping off the soft couch. Qinze sighed helplessly. "Don't you know that taking the Yuan Yin pill will trigger her final, most intense charm poison? If spiritual power isn't used to control it beforehand, it'll be hard to manage later." Ji Yuchen stared blankly, but soon realized her clothes were wide open, her fair skin completely exposed. She hurriedly covered her body and ran to the side to adjust her clothes. Meanwhile, Qin Zhe jumped onto the soft couch and began using spiritual power to control Ji Qinxue. At this moment, Ji Qinxue's charm poison was acting up, and her pretty face was flushed bright red. She immediately embraced Qin Zhe, her body clinging to his like an octopus. In no time at all, Qin Zhe's shirt was stripped off completely. Ji Yuqian, after adjusting her clothes, turned around and saw the scene, instantly feeling ashamed beyond belief. I'll step outside for a bit. Master Qin, you must cure the princess. Ji Yuqian said, quickly leaving the room. Inside the room, Ji Qinxue's eyes were hazy, her lips slightly parted. She whispered, Qin Lang, take me, take me. Qin Zhe was provoked, feeling like he couldn't resist, wanting to undress right there. But her body was clinging to his like an octopus, and he couldn't move. Qin Zhe used his spiritual power to try to control Ji Qinxue's charm poison. But the charm poison was too strong, and his spiritual power was limited. After a while, he was exhausted and panting. If things continued like this, he would have no choice but to let it happen. Qin Zhe finally managed to break free from the embrace, regaining control. Just as he was about to take action, Ji Qinxue suddenly seemed to wake up and called out, Qin Lang, this won't do. My sister will kill you. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, for a royal family member to lose their virginity before marriage would have serious consequences. I'll help you in another way. Ji Qinxue suddenly threw herself onto Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was taken aback. You understand this? Ji Qinxue's face turned even redder. The palace maids taught me. Every woman has to learn. After saying that, she began to act. After more than an hour, the noise in the room finally stopped. Ji Yuqian stood at the door, her face so red it could drip water. When Qin Zhe opened the door, her heart skipped a beat. Luckily, when he turned around, Qin Zhe's expression was natural, as if nothing had happened. Looking at Ji Qinxue now, she was standing behind Qin Zhe, smiling at Ji Yuqian. Little you, the charm poison is gone. It won't come back again. And the Yuan Yin nourished me. My cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the Zunwu realm. Ji Yuqian's eyes trembled, and she quickly pulled Ji Qinxue aside, whispering, What did he do to you? Ji Qinxue's face instantly turned red, thinking of what they had just done. She couldn't say it even if she were killed. It's just using spiritual power to detoxify, just like what you did before. What are you thinking? Ji Qinxue pinched Ji Yuqian's pretty face. Ji Yuqian was half convinced. If it was just detoxifying with spiritual power, then why were they both panting so heavily? Anyway, remember your identity. If you act recklessly, you'll get him killed, Ji Yuqian said. Ji Qinxue laughed and nodded. What? Are you more concerned about him than I am? You're crazy, don't say such things. Ji Yuqian knocked Ji Qinxue on the head. All right. At this moment, Qin Zhe spoke. Since you're both fine, I need to return to my training. Will you follow me, or will you go back to the Tiangue sect? Chapter 91. Detox Successful. Ji Qinxue showed a sad expression upon hearing this. Since her body has healed, she will soon return to the royal city. However, before going back, she can still play for a while longer. Xiaoyu, don't talk about finding me yet, okay? She said while putting on a black cloak, wearing a hood, and pulling Qin Zhe's arm as they rushed outside. Before Ji Yuqian could say anything, the two had already run far away. Ji Yuqian's expression was worried, and he hurriedly chased after them. The two played together in and out of the city for 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, Qin Zhe was ready to set off to Tianmu Valley to continue hunting monsters. Ji Qinxue followed Qin Zhe, expressing that she wanted to stay with him a little longer. After they had breakfast, they headed outside the city, Ji Qinxue's face full of excitement. In these days, her body had finally recovered, and her mood had lightened a lot. Her goal was to watch Qin Zhe participate in the sect tournament organized by Tianjizong in a month. So, she could spend about another month with Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was also quite happy, as the originally dull cultivation now had a beautiful woman accompanying him. Moreover, their relationship was getting closer, and Qin Zhe, as a man, would definitely take on his responsibilities. If possible, he also planned to help Ji Qinxue break through the Zunwu realm and enter the Xinwu realm. When they arrived outside the city, Qin Zhe suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Ji Qinxue, holding his hand, also stopped beside him and whispered. She looked up, and the formerly bustling city gate was now eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. Moreover, the air around them was filled with an icy chill. This clearly felt abnormal. Could it be? Ji Qinxue thought, sensing something was wrong. She quickly pulled her hand away from Qin Zhe and moved forward. Aunt Lin, is that you? Don't be angry, let me explain. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted. The earth seemed to tremble, and Qin Zhe felt an invisible force above the sky suddenly pressed down violently from behind. Qin Lang, Ji Qinxue turned her head in shock and hurriedly tried to run back. But Qin Zhe quickly shouted, "Don't come over, it's dangerous." With a surge of energy, he pushed Ji Qinxue away, and in an instant, the force from behind pressed down fiercely. Qin Zhe felt as if his bones were about to break free. He held his breath, knowing that if he released it, his body would be crushed instantly. Supreme Undying Mantra, explode for me. Qin Zhe fully activated the Supreme Undying Mantra. Even though his cultivation was only at the 9th level, if he didn't fight back now, he might lose his life. Boom, boom, boom. The energy within Qin Zhe surged wildly, and strange runes emerged on the surface of his body. This was the Supreme Undying Mantra. Although Qin Zhe had only cultivated to the 9th level, in his memory there were 99 levels. Now he unleashed it fully, burning his life force, and the Supreme Undying Mantra surged wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The power from the sky continued to strengthen, and the ground sank. Half of Qin Zhe's body was already buried in it. Aunt Lin, you misunderstood. Qin Lang is not a bad person. Stop quickly. On the other side, Ji Qinxue shouted anxiously. And Qin Zhe's body had already reached its limit. He was still barely holding on, but if the other party's power continued to increase, he wouldn't be able to sustain it. Abducting the princess and desecrating the holy body, he should die. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out from the distant woods. The woman wore a green dress. Her beauty was breathtaking, and a strong killing intent flashed across her cold face. Her jade hand stretched forward, an aura swirling in her palm. This aura was connected to the force above Qin Zhe's head. At this moment, she only needed to exert more force to crush the young man before her. Aunt Lin, stop! Ji Qinxue rushed forward to grab the green-dressed beauty. You misunderstand. It was not Qin Zhe who kidnapped me. I escaped on my own. Moreover, he did not desecrate me. We are truly in love. Ji Qinxue quickly said to Aunt Lin, pulling her. Aunt Lin's eyes were cold, a smirk creeping on her lips. You insignificant weed, dare to reach where the golden branches die. As her voice fell, she added more force to her grip. Qin Zhe felt utterly suppressed, his heart filled with frustration. Since his rebirth, he had never felt this constrained. Anything he faced, even if he couldn't solve it with martial skills, he could resolve it with wisdom. But today, the opponent insisted on using brute force to suppress him. He refused to submit. But Qin Zhe knew, in this world, strength ruled. Those with power held the initiative. You are royalty, you are powerful. But if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Qin Zhe gritted his teeth, silently chanting the mantra, pushing the supreme, undying truth to its limit. On the other side, Ji Qinxue continued to explain, Aunt Lin, Qin Zhe is very strong, absolutely not the weed you speak of. I believe it won't take long for him to become the strongest in my snow country, and even a powerhouse on the continent. In the days spent with Qin Zhe, Ji Qinxue witnessed his combat talent and his ability to understand various matters thoroughly. Perhaps at first, it was because of their intimacy that she secretly appreciated him. But after this time together, she truly felt he could be trusted for life. You don't need to say more. You will understand that Aunt Lin is doing this for your own good. Aunt Lin spread her left hand, allowing her power to circulate. Her right hand extended 2 fingers, adding yet another force on top of this power. Boom! On Qin Zhe's side, it felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. He bit his teeth hard, burning the limits of his life to hold on without being crushed. He knew that as long as he relaxed for a moment, he would be instantly crushed. Buzz! At that moment, a shadow flashed before him. It was the phantom of the soul-devouring tower, appearing before him. A piece of information drilled into Qin Zhe's consciousness. A prompt from the soul-devouring tower. Soul-devouring sky formula. Devouring divine abilities. 3 levels of divine abilities, capable of swallowing everything. Qin Zhe's eyes suddenly widened, instantly understanding the prompt from the soul-devouring tower. He suddenly raised his palm, shouting, "Give me swallow." Countless micro-dragons erupted from his right hand, beginning to devour the invisible force pressing down on him. This invisible power was itself a form of pressure, and the world's pressure was also a technique. Since this technique had detached from its body, it could be swallowed. Streams of aura flowed into Qin Zhe's body. In Qin Zhe's consciousness, the rudiment of this skill appeared. Taishan formula, using powerful martial aura to unleash a pressure from the heavens and earth. It could only be used against opponents who were significantly weaker. This technique itself was meaningless. Only powerful individuals practiced it to suppress the weak. For martial artists like Qin Zhe, it was rarely useful in daily life. At this moment, with the pressure on his shoulder easing, Qinze raised his head to look at the green-clothed beauty. The beauty also looked at Qinze. At the moment their eyes met, Qinze used the illusionary magic technique. Chapter 92. The Strength of Royal Powerhouses. Buzz. The green-clothed beauty felt dizzy for a moment, and the next instant, Qinze darted out. A ball of flame condensed in his right hand. This was spirit fire, indeed Qinze's strongest strike. Boom. The green-clothed beauty frowned, instantly snapping awake. She was somewhat astonished. This boy could actually perform mental attacks. While she was surprised, she saw Qinze suddenly throw a punch towards her, and in his hand, he actually clutched a ball of spirit fire. No! Ji Qinxue moved aside, blocking in front of Qinze. Qinze's expression trembled, urgently trying to stop, but his body couldn't halt in time, colliding into Ji Qinxue. At that moment, Aunt Lin finally regained her senses, raising her hand to control the powerful pressure to suppress Qinze. Ji Qinxue hurriedly embraced Qinze, then shouted, "Aunt Lin, I am already fine. I will go back with you to see the Empress' sister, begging you to spare him." A purple-red power still gathered in Aunt Lin's right hand. With her cold eyes looking at Qinze, her gaze was full of contempt. "Kid, luckily the princess stopped you just now. Otherwise you would already be dead," Aunt Lin said coldly. Qinze felt indignant in his heart. This mere peak of a mortal martial realm was so arrogant. However, Ji Qinxue held on her tightly. The warmth of the girl's body made him feel her affection. "Qinlang, I know you are not an ordinary person. I will wait for you to find me. Please don't act impulsively today. The royal family won't reason with you. Their recognition will always be strength." Ji Qinxue whispered in his ear while holding Qinze. Qinze trembled in his heart after hearing this and managed to suppress the anger within him. Originally, he planned to use all his strength to fight against her, but that would only lead to mutual destruction. Although forcibly using the supreme indestructible mantra could indeed counter Aunt Lin, the backlash on his physical body might take him years, even decades, to recover from. Qinze calmed down and said, "Now it is she who wants to kill me. If I do not resist, is that not inviting death?" He guarded against Aunt Lin with sharp eyes, a deep killing intent flashing in his gaze. Ji Qinxue positioned herself protectively in front of Qinze and said, "Aunt Lin, I will go back with you, but you must promise that you will not tell the Empress sister about what happened here. In any case, the matters between Qinze and I, we will solve ourselves in the future. Just pretend as if nothing happened." She looked at the beautiful woman in front of her with a sincere expression. Aunt Lin slowly stepped forward and pulled Ji Qinxue's sleeve. In the sleeve, one could see a hint of red on that snowy white arm. Aunt Lin then slowly nodded. "At least he knows how to be sensible. If he had taken advantage of you and harmed you, I would have brought his corpse to the Empress today." Only now did Qinze understand why Ji Qinxue had rejected him at a critical moment last night. The royal family had their own biases. In his previous life, he had little contact with the royal family. Later, when his strength increased, even the royal family treated him with courtesy, so he didn't know their view on lower-level martial cultivators. Today, he had witnessed it firsthand. If he had really become a husband to Ji Qinxue, he probably wouldn't have survived today. Aunt Lin released Ji Qinxue's hand and said indifferently, "Princess, you've played enough. Since your body has healed, we should set off back to the palace immediately." Though Ji Qinxue was reluctant, she still worried about Qinze's safety in her heart. She hurriedly said, "Aunt Lin, I can go with you, but you must promise me that no one will make things difficult for Qinze after we leave." Aunt Lin's gaze remained cold as she said, "If I wanted to kill him, I would have done so just now. Since I promised you, I won't make a move." Only then did Ji Qinxue breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she had spent so much time together with Aunt Lin. She still trusted her words. Ji Qinxue thought for a moment and ran to Qinze once again, holding his hand and looking up at her loved one. "Don't worry, I will definitely find a chance to come to the 8 Desolations domain. Don't forget what you promised me, but don't push yourself too hard. You must take care of yourself." After saying that, Ji Qinxue gave him a heartfelt kiss before letting go of Qinze and running toward Aunt Lin. Qinze looked at Ji Qinxue's back, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. In his past life, he had many beautiful friends, but none dared to love and hate like Ji Qinxue did. Qinze watched the two walk away when suddenly a woman's voice came from behind him. "Stop looking. They've gone far. Thankfully, you didn't do anything wrong. I've been worried about your safety these days." The speaker was Ji Yuchan, who, without him noticing, had already come behind Qinze, sighing. Qinze glanced at Ji Yuchan and said lightly, "Rest assured, I will soon approach the royal family. The Empress of the Snow Nation is just that. It won't be long before I can have the strength to stand against them." Ji Yuqin didn't understand Qin Zhe's situation, only thinking he had some talent. She stepped forward and patted Qin Zhe's shoulder, saying, Shui said, don't be anxious. Lovers will eventually be together. You must believe that the gap between you and her can be filled. Qin Zhe nodded and took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, the royal family of the Snow Country, today's humiliation will be returned threefold in the future. With that, he strode towards the direction of Tianmu Valley. A month quickly passed, and 10 days later was the day of the grand competition organized by the Tianji sect. At the south gate of Tianmu City, a group of people stood at that moment. At the forefront was Lu Dawei, followed by his disciples from the Qingmu sect. Today was the agreed time for Qingmu sect to return from their training. All the disciples had returned, and their improvements over the past 3 months were very obvious. Su Shan finally broke through and became a true Zunwu realm expert. This made him the second person in Qingmu sect, apart from Qin Zhe, to attain Zunwu realm cultivation. Others, like Zheng Xuezhi and others, also improved by 3 or 4 levels. What originally took 1 or even 2 years to achieve was now done in just 3 months. Of course, this was also thanks to the new breathing and absorbing techniques that Qin Zhe taught everyone. Using new methods for cultivation indeed sped things up a lot compared to before. The only ones feeling quite frustrated were Qin Shui and Zhou Mo. The two originally thought they could stick with Qin Zhe and at least gain some benefits. But throughout the journey, they encountered numerous dangers, and their cultivation didn't improve at all. Zhou Mo also served Qin Zhe well with food and drink, but after 3 months, he had not learned a single skill. Both of them were filled with dissatisfaction, but now there was nothing they could do, just taking it step by step. Noon arrived, but Qin Zhe still had not appeared. Lu Dawei felt somewhat anxious. He had also heard that someone was hunting Qin Zhe. Even though the matter with the Tianyin grass had passed, the saintess of Tianji sect, Ji Yuqin, had personally come forward to help Qin Zhe, saying that Qin Zhe had stolen the spirit herbs to help the princess with her poison, and he asked for no reward. Only then did the situation settle down. Chapter 93. Mercenary Group's Young Brother. However, although the Empress did not pursue the matter, the enmity between Qin Zhe and the 2 mercenary groups, Bloodhand and Wolfblades, had been established, and the other side had also declared they would hunt Qin Zhe down. More than a month had passed, and no one knew how Qin Zhe was doing now. Lu Dawei was most afraid that Qin Zhe had fallen into an ambush from the 2 mercenary groups. The 2 mercenary groups were known for their high profile. If they really killed Qin Zhe, they would surely boast about it everywhere, making it known all. Since no news had come, perhaps Qin Zhe was still safe. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a group of figures quickly approaching the city gate. The 2 people at the forefront were recognizable to everyone. They were Xiang Zun from the Wolfblades mercenary group and Ling Xueshuang from the Bloodhand mercenary group. Lu Dawei's heart sank at the sight. Behind him, Lu Feng and Lu En's faces also turned pale. Could it be that Qin Zhe really met with misfortune? Boom! Among the crowd, Su Shan suddenly raised his cultivation aura, ready for battle. Just then, Xiang Zun and the others suddenly stopped, and the people nearby scattered, making way for them. Their faces were all respectful, heads lowered, as if welcoming some important figure approaching. From behind the crowd, a figure was quickly walking over. Lu Dawei's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly shouted, Qin Zhe. The hearts of everyone from Qingmu sect tightened, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Qin Zhe, quickly walking towards them. Sect Master, you all came quite early. Qin Zhe grinned and greeted them. Everyone rushed over, and the earlier worries became joy now. Right, Lu Dawei hurriedly asked. Didn't the 2 mercenary groups say they were coming to kill you? How come they're back with you now? Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang stepped forward. Xiang Zun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, We were indeed coming to catch the boss, but who knew we ran into some fierce beast? It was the boss who saved us. We both swore loyalty to the boss and will follow him from now on, and the boss forgave us. Otherwise, we would have died in the woods long ago. Ling Xueshuang nodded as well. The boss's strength is beyond us. It's impossible to kill him. No one in the entire Tianmu city could kill him. Lu Dawei was a bit confused, staring blankly at the 2. It turned out that Qin Zhe had recruited the 2, so that's why everyone came back together. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the members of the 2 mercenary groups knelt down, bowing to Lu Dawei. Master, please let us join the Qingmu sect, several of them said. Lu Dawei was a bit dazed. Xiang Zun and Ling Xueshuang's strength was on par with him. If they joined the sect, he wouldn't be able to teach them anything. Xiang Zun became anxious and said, Master, the boss has said that only if you allow us to join the sect will he accept us. Otherwise, we can't follow the boss. Lu Dawei looked at Qin Zhe and sighed. Well then, I will accept everyone. However, Our Qingmu sect has limited cultivation resources, so you may need to find resources on your own. That's fine. We will even share part of the resources we find with the sect, Ling Xueshuang hurriedly said. They were originally from mercenary groups, possessing strong combat and survival abilities. There were many woods at the foot of Qingmu Sect Mountain, and many beasts too. Hunting beasts to earn resources wouldn't be a problem at all. After some exchanges, everyone effectively joined the Qingmu sect. For this sect competition, it will be Qin Zhe, Su Shan, Xiang Zun, and Ling Xueshuang participating. In Tier 3 sects, there was not one who could find 4 participants at or above the Zunwu realm. Even in Tier 2 sects, there weren't this many Zunwu martial cultivators among the disciples. Qingmu sect might just be able to stand out among all the sects this time. Everyone headed towards Tianmu City. As Qin Zhe was walking, someone came up behind him, tugging at his sleeve. Brother. The person was Qin Shui, her head lowered, looking very wronged. What? Qin Zhe asked coldly. Qin Shui pulled Qin Zhe's hand, saying, Brother, I was indeed wrong before. I was too willful. Can you forgive me? Don't ignore me anymore. Qin Zhe looked at Qin Shui, his eyes complex. If it were in a past life, her pitiful expression would have instantly captivated his heart. But at this moment his heart had long since grown cold. He knew that even if Qin Shui looked pitiful, she was just putting on an act. Qin Zhe said coldly, Qin Shui, we are just siblings, and not even real siblings. I promised our parents to take care of you, so naturally, you will live comfortably for life. But your life must be walked by yourself. I will no longer take care of you in this life. At most, I will only protect your safety. You decide who you like, who you want to be with, and what you want to do. Qin Shui felt a bit lost after hearing Qin Zhe's cold words. At this moment, Qin Zhe scanned the crowd and asked, Where's Zhou Mo? Where has he gone? Qin Shui replied, Zhou Mo left the sect. As long as you're here, everyone will always exclude him. Qin Zhe coldly smiled. Are you blaming me? I wouldn't dare. Qin Shui said softly. Now you're a great hero, the hero of the entire Qingmu sect. But I believe Zhou Mo, he will also become a hero like you. He said he would make a name for himself and return to formally propose to you. He wants to marry me. Qin Shui's beautiful eyes turned, and images from her dreams flashed in her mind again. In the dream, Zhou Mo was killed by Qin Zhe. 1,000 years later, she avenged Zhou Mo with her own hands. But in reality, she wanted Zhou Mo to live well. He had to prove to Qin Zhe that Zhou Mo was not a bad person, that her judgment was sound. Qin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. If he guessed correctly, Zhou Mo was beginning to cultivate demonic arts again. In the past life, at the beginning, Qin Zhe took Zhou Mo as a little brother, taught him many things, and provided him with many resources. But Zhou Mo secretly cultivated demonic arts. Demonic arts could rapidly enhance one's power, but they also gnawed away at the mind of a martial artist, especially for those who already harbored ill intentions. After practicing demonic arts, they would become more evil. However, in this life, Qin Zhe hadn't taught Zhou Mo much. His foundation wasn't very strong yet. He didn't know what level Zhou Mo would reach by the next time they met. Qin Zhe glanced at Qin Shui and said lightly, I respect your decision. I will wait for him to achieve success and come to me to prove himself. After saying this, he walked towards the city. Qin Shui, this time, open your eyes wide and see what kind of person Zhou Mo really is. Chapter 94. The Current Situation. Wanli City, one of the 3 major domain cities. This is the domain city governed by Lei Longhu. Although it is the smallest of the 3 major domain cities, everything here is orderly, and its strength should not be underestimated. This time, the grand competition of the Heavenly Machine Sect is held in Wanli City. 3 months ago, various stages of different sizes began to be built in the plaza of Wanli City. Some of these stages were made from white rock and jade slabs, while others were made from black steel stone slabs. Now that the construction is complete, from a distance, the vast plaza looks like a black and white chessboard. The Wanli Chamber of Commerce next to the plaza is also ready to welcome dozens of powerful sect warriors. Whether it's lodging, dining, or selling various resources, the Wanli Chamber of Commerce has everything prepared. When the people of the Qingmu sect arrived in Wanli City, there were still 3 days before the sect competition. This time, the Qingmu sect didn't send many people. Besides the 4 participants, there were only Lu Feng, Luan, Zhang Wan, Qin Shui, along with Zhang Xueji and Lan Yulan. As soon as they entered the domain city, everyone showed a shocked expression, especially upon seeing the battling stages in the distance. Their expressions became even more surprised. As sect disciples, to represent the Qingmu sect on such a stage would feel exceedingly meaningful, regardless of winning or losing. However, this time they definitely did not have the qualifications. They wondered if next time they would have the strength to do so. Lu Dawei led the disciples to the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, where a long line had formed. Many sects had come to Wanli City in recent days, and the entire chamber was almost overwhelmed with receiving these people. While they waited, a figure suddenly rushed towards the Qingmu sect. "Excuse me, are you the head of the Qin family?" a middle-aged man asked quietly, lowering his head towards Qinzhe. Qinzhe did not know this person, so he nodded and replied, "I am Qinzhe, the head of the Qin family in Yulong City." "Then that's it," the middle-aged man said. "My family head would like to invite you for a discussion. I will arrange it for you right now." He called a few people and directly took the Qingmu sect group to arrange accommodations. Qinzhe followed this person as they moved forward and arrived at a room. Upon opening the door, the person inside was not very familiar, but certainly recognizable. Qinzhe pondered for a moment and recalled the head of the Yang family at the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, Yang Gu. When he sought help from Lei Longhu, he had called Qin's family for business talks, and they had since cooperated with the Qin family. "Head Qin." Yang Gu smiled as he welcomed Qinzhe to take a seat, and then a maid presented tea and snacks. "Head Qin, a young hero, your matter in Timu City